Beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, the blue planet finds itself in a pivotal stage of martial arts development, with all its inhabitants fervently seeking a path to resplendent evolution. Chen, the most underestimated impoverished student, resolutely opts for the financially burdensome path of a martial artist, inviting the scorn of countless onlookers. Is it predetermined that no amount of effort can elevate one from the ranks of the lowly martial artists? Is a lack of wealth an insurmountable barrier to pursuing the martial path? What? The campus belle expects me to be her devoted admirer? Why are you still alive? Successfully rejecting the campus belle unlocks the chaos sequence number 1, the gene of the divine prison. Unlocking the ancient starry sky, growth-type life armor, black prison armor. Unlocking the cosmic divine punishment, offensive power, prison thunder spear. Successfully unlocked 395 strands of chaos-level gene chains. As the galactic rivers hang inverted in the cosmos, deities stand tall amidst the stars. A martial arts examinee from the Summer Nation, with a breathtaking aura that transcends the ages, rises to become a cosmic overlord, vanquishing countless celestial prodigies. If there are deities in this universe, then it can only be me. Chapter 1. The Goddess Chen and the Martial Artist Incubation Program. In 2051, following a cosmic explosion, the gates of chaotic voids opened, and the blue planet welcomed the genetic awakening of all humanity. The gene sequence has become a hallmark of human evolution. However, as the universe surrounding the blue planet expands into the vast multiverse, various alien races have arrived in succession, posing a significant threat to human living conditions. Fortunately, the first batch of genetic evolutionaries from humanity withstood the pressure from the alien races, allowing the martial artist society to achieve a temporary stability. On the blue planet, in the imperial capital of the Summer Nation, the 13th Martial Arts High School stands out as it primarily comprises impoverished students, with most martial artists hailing from modest backgrounds, resulting in a somewhat dilapidated campus. Yet at this moment, the schoolyard is bustling with activity. A graceful figure stands amidst the throng, drawing the fervent gaze of countless admirers. The strongest daughter of the Gene Martial Combat Academy in the imperial capital, her reputation is well-deserved. Indeed, as the rumors suggest, her beauty is stunning. Oh, if only I could gain admission to the Supreme Gene Institution next year. How exhilarating it would be to attend the same school as the goddess. Come on, let's be realistic. Our chances of entering the Supreme Gene Institution of the Summer Nation are rather slim. But this is an opportunity. The Martial Artist Incubation Program of the Summer Nation has commenced. A batch of poverty alleviation quotas has been allocated to the Martial Artist Society, and Chen, currently a hot young talent in the Summer Nation, has received 3 poverty alleviation slots. She has come here today to select her beneficiaries. Being chosen by Chen as a beneficiary means daily access to resources distributed by the Summer Nation, and most importantly, the chance to train alongside this goddess of the Martial Academy, as these 3 slots are intended to cultivate a team of divine punishers for Chen, fostering camaraderie in preparation for future endeavors. Chen, with her hands as pure as jade, clutches a roster, perusing the names within. This one, her youthful finger lightly traces the name of a young student on the roster, her voice melodious and ethereal. Beside her, the discipline director of the 13th High School hastily approached, and upon seeing the name, immediately scanned the crowd, calling out loudly, "Chen, where's Chen?" A sea of heads turned, revealing eyes filled with envy and animosity, as if everyone wished to see which fortunate soul had been blessed with the opportunity to train alongside the goddess and receive resource support. They could hardly contain their desire to tear that person apart. The crowd gradually parted, revealing a singular figure. Chen, with a handsome and resolute countenance, possesses a tall and well-proportioned physique that exudes a formidable presence. Chen, hurry over. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You are truly despicable. You heartless wretch. I envy you. Chen Ifu. Make sure to take plenty of photos of the goddess, especially from the side. I'll need them tonight, please. At this moment, Chen stood frozen in place, seemingly stunned by the sudden turn of events, unable to process what was happening. Chen, what are you waiting for? Come over now. The discipline director, with a fiery temper and an equally fiery demeanor, scolded loudly, seemingly concerned that Chen might become displeased. After all, this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She understood the plight of the impoverished students at the 13th High School. Their futures were bleak, and without significant opportunities, they were destined to remain lowly martial artists, let alone awaken their gene sequences. The gene sequence is the cornerstone of contemporary martial artists' evolution and the foundation upon which humanity stands in today's martial society. In front of her stands Chen, a gene martial artist. To be chosen as one of her poverty alleviation beneficiaries represents a chance for these young individuals to transcend their social strata. Aren't you coming over yet? The discipline director shouted once more, only to see Chen slowly raise his head. Gu Chen appeared somewhat perplexed. This foolish boy must have been overwhelmed by joy, the disciplined director thought with amusement, though her expression remained stern. Director, senior sister Shun, I do not wish to participate in this poverty alleviation program. There are many others at the 13th high school who require this opportunity, so please grant it to them. My apologies. In an instant, the entire schoolyard erupted. A slot for impoverished students. What incredible fortune! A stroke of serendipity. Gu Chun had been chosen. And yet, he audaciously rejected it? What? The discipline director's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Gu Chun, her expression darkening rapidly. She then asked in a grim tone, "Could you repeat that?" Gu Chun calmly reiterated his previous statement, offering a slight bow of apology to the stunningly beautiful senior sister before turning to leave. The surrounding students looked at Gu Chun with uncertainty. Gu Chun, have you lost your mind? Becoming Shun Mingxuan's beneficiary means you could potentially gain access to precious resources like ferocious beast essence, biological potions, and cosmic stardust. These are invaluable treasures for gene evolution. And you casually dismiss the opportunity to train alongside Shun Mingxian? This could be your only chance. We might remain lowly martial artists for our entire lives. Are you truly willing to forego this? The crowd buzzed with voices, each expressing disbelief at Gu Chen's decision. Amidst the throng, Shun Mingxuan's cool, beautiful eyes shimmered with curiosity and intrigue. On the list, the young man named Gu Chun received high praise from the school, noted for his resilience and academic excellence. Whether in daily training or in the study of genetic sciences, he excelled. Thus, she had chosen him, only for him to reject her offer. Coming from an extraordinary background, she had received various forms of elite education and enjoyed abundant resources. Upon arriving here, she encountered unprecedented squalor. Her 3 slots were meant to be the sole opportunity for these students of average means to rise from the mud. This moment would determine their fates. Yet the first choice was outright rejected. She found it incomprehensible. Is it a matter of inherent pride? She murmured to herself, and after a brief contemplation, her gaze toward his retreating figure bore a hint of disdain. Of average means and talent, yet still concerned with pride when faced with opportunity. How naive, making it unlikely for great accomplishments. She shook her head. Gu Chun, do you truly wish to remain in the dust for your entire life? Do you intend to be a lowly martial artist forever? Come back. The discipline director, her face flushed with frustration, chastised him. She had high hopes for Gu Chun and wished for his growth, yet witnessing his indifference left her feeling exasperated. This is the society of martial artists. Strength is the sole criterion by which status and identity are measured. In her eyes, Gu Chun was foolish and immature. He would inevitably come to regret his decision. Yet Gu Chun did not look back, a smile gracing his lips that no one could comprehend. Would I truly refuse such a divinely bestowed opportunity? Ding! Rejection successful. Chapter 2. The Gene Sequence of the Divine Prison. Chaotic Level Universe. Refusal of the school bell's assistance has successfully unlocked a chaotic level gene sequence. Randomly selecting chaotic level gene sequence. Selection successful. Congratulations on unlocking the chaotic level gene sequence. Divine Prison Gene. 395 strands of divine prison-related gene chains have been activated. Indeed, since Gu Chun had arrived, it was evident that he harbored the aspiration to secure one of the scholarships designated for underprivileged students. When Shun Mingxian called out Gu Chen's name, he was overwhelmed by a surge of elation. However, his mind was soon invaded by the system, which had remained dormant until now, suddenly issuing a task. My fate is like the stars. I shall leap into the void, requiring no charity from others. Refusal of the poverty alleviation program will reward the user with chaotic level genes. Chaotic level genes. Utterly terrifying. In today's martial artist society, the awakening of a gene is a rarity, a mark of the utmost talent, yet within Xia country. Most individuals unlock gene sequences belonging to the Divine River universe, an echelon of existence superior to our own. Shun Mingxian had previously garnered attention for unlocking one of the top 10 sequences of the Divine River, prompting Xia country to form a specialized team of punishers for her. The Punisher team, in essence, serves as the backdrop against which she shines, with her as the flower and the others as the leaves, who must sacrifice everything for her when necessary, colloquially referred to as cannon fodder, for these underprivileged students. Even being a leaf for Shun Mingxian signifies a rise above the ordinary. The martial artist society is inherently unjust. Yet, for Gu Chun in the present, the situation was drastically different. The smallest sequence number signified the potency of the gene sequence. Above the Divine River gene lies the stellar gene. I surmise that there must be holders of stellar genes within Xia country, for only those possessing such caliber could withstand the onslaught of myriad races. Stellar-level gene warriors must be considered the most valued core assets within Xia. However, chaotic-level genes remain utterly unclaimed. Unlocking the chaotic-level gene is a grand affair. Please proceed to an uninhabited area for the unlocking process. Gu Chun exhaled deeply, glancing back at the playground, where all eyes were upon him. filled with expressions of bewilderment as they distanced themselves. Gu Chun has truly lost his mind, they lamented, as if they all deemed him insane. Please continue, my apologies. Miss Shun, the head instructor said impatiently, watching Gu Chen's retreating figure, unable to comprehend his intentions. Shun Mingxian remained silent, merely offering a soft acknowledgement, for to her, that young man and even her fervent classmates were but dust in the grand scheme. After today, there would be no further intersections, and thus, no reason for her ire. Ancient God Forest. The towering cypress trees stand as the emblematic flora of the ancient God Forest, majestic and soaring. At this moment, Gu Chun sat beneath one such cypress, radiating a faint luminescence. In the realm of martial artists, the foundation is laid through body tempering. Thus, most individuals begin their physical refinement at a young age, establishing a solid base. However, the majority of impoverished students at the 13th middle school lack access to body tempering elixirs, condemning them to a future as lower-tier warriors. It is said that the current top-tier prodigies have refined their cells to an astounding degree, their physical forms formidable, capable of shattering mountains, unleashing unparalleled energy, and wielding immense combat prowess. I have already fallen behind the majority in Xia country. Unlocking my genes is my sole opportunity to catch up. Commencing unlock. Boom. Gu Chun felt as though a profound transformation surged within him. An unprecedented force erupted from his back, as if he were ensconced in a grinding mill. Crushed mercilessly by a stone pillar, the sensation rendered him incapable of uttering a cry of despair. Subsequently, he found himself immersed in a cosmos vast and boundless, where even a speck of dust loomed large as a mountain. It was the sheer mass of an incomprehensible universe, a sight of utter chaos. Resplendent stars flickered within this expanse. Gu Chun struggled to open his eyes, gazing upward as the starry sky revealed intricate patterns and veins. That was the chaotic level sequence. The gene sequence reflected within the human body. Boom. Gu Chun felt as though he were plunged into hell, witnessing a sky ablaze with magma and engulfed in endless darkness, where countless colossal beasts were imprisoned in a divine prison, the wrath of thunder manifesting as whips representing divine retribution and order, mercilessly striking those behemoths. Is this the divine prison gene? The chaotic level gene sequence number 1, embodying the prison-like essence that commands the terror of heaven and earth. Gu Chen's voice resounded like a celestial chant within the void, as chaos erupted in a brilliant spray, heralding the apocalyptic calamity that would consume all inferior universes. Unlocking of the divine prison gene successful. Congratulations, you have unlocked 3 foundational gene chains. Body as prison. Through daily cultivation, you will condense upper universe bodily factors, which can be returned to enhance the strength of body tempering. Thunder punishment. Infused with the power of divine punishment, you shall possess the highest level of thunder attribute. Prison Thunder Spear. Manifest a long spear inscribed with ancient forbidden runes, striking forth to obliterate the heavens. Gu Chun felt as though he had been reborn. The unlocking of the divine prison gene bestowed upon him an unprecedented level of destructive power, instantly ravaging half of the cells within him. Now, those damaged cells were fervently repairing themselves, regaining vitality and vigor, even surpassing their previous state. Is this what the divine prison gene embodies? The sensation is simply exquisite. It is said that the divine river gene sequence typically possesses 2 to 5 gene chains, each representing the abilities conferred upon the warrior. Yet my divine prison gene sequence boasts nearly 400 gene chains, which require further unlocking. Presently, aside from the formidable physicality, I have also acquired the thunder attribute. Gu Chun opened his palm, and in an instant, a dark purple lightning infused with destructive power manifested in his hand, dispersing into a myriad of unstable bolts, tinting the surrounding leaves a shadowy hue. It appeared utterly breathtaking. At this moment, Gu Chun also sensed a transformation within himself. I have become a quasi-warrior. Before body tempering, one must first strengthen their cells, activating them to a state brimming with vitality, sufficient to support future body tempering. The impoverished students of 13th middle school would require extensive training to potentially activate all their cells. Yet now, every cell within Gu Chun had been activated, teeming with exuberant life and energy. I can commence my cultivation. A smile graced Gu Chun's face. Chapter 3. Gu Chun's Resolve. To grow stronger. The martial artist incubation program has been launched in full swing, igniting widespread discourse across contemporary society. Chen Mingxian, present at the 13th middle school in the imperial capital, had successfully selected her 3 beneficiaries for poverty alleviation. Standing there, though her tone was calm and her expression serene, she emanated an air of superiority that left no room for dissent. None perceived anything amiss. Chen Mingxian hailed from a lineage of celestial nobility. The Shun family behind her is a superfamily renowned for exploring the cosmos among the human race's rising stars. Soon, the names of the 3 of you will be submitted to the Zishuan Pavilion in the Summer Nation. During the National Martial Arts Examination, you will be enrolled as special students and will enter the Jin Martial Arts Academy in the imperial capital of the Summer Nation. I hope you will adhere to strict self-discipline, The future is no trifling matter, Chen Mingxian remarked with a hint of implication. Only the director of instruction beside her comprehended the gravity of the situation. The oppression from the myriad races is becoming increasingly terrifying. And those dreadful extraterrestrial beasts are evolving at a frenzied pace, surpassing even human martial artists in their rate of advancement. The dark era belonging to humanity is swiftly approaching, and the burden upon the martial artists is exceedingly heavy. The three chosen students were now filled with exhilaration, their faces radiant with fervor. Once Chen Mingxian departed, the director of instruction stood before them, his expression a mixture of emotions. He could not fathom why Gu Chen would forfeit such an opportunity. In his eyes, Gu Chen, with his calm and resolute demeanor, was the most suitable candidate for this chance, destined to achieve great heights in the future. Yet, Gu Chen had chosen to decline. The news of Gu Chen's refusal of Chen Mingxuan's martial arts aid quickly spread throughout the entirety of 13 High School and even ignited discussions across the imperial capital of Blue Star. A student from a poor background, yet so proud, to be a recipient of Chen Mingxuan's aid was, in essence, to become a mere pawn in her future endeavors, potentially serving as her subordinate in battles against the myriad races. To put it bluntly, serving Chen Mingxian might not be as glamorous as it seems. But the Shen family and the Zishuan pavilion of the Summer Nation would certainly not neglect him. With ambitions soaring high and life as fragile as paper, one could only chuckle. Being a martial artist is an expensive profession, and currently, the resources for martial artists are predominantly held by the upper echelons of society. Students from 13 High School, despite performing decently within the school, would inevitably find themselves relegated to the lower tiers of martial artists. The singular opportunity to alter one's destiny lay before Gu Chen, yet he hesitated, concerned for his pride. What future could this boy, Gu Chen, possibly have? The outside world was rife with ridicule, most mocking Gu Chen for his presumptuousness and youth. Gu Chen had unwittingly become the subject of jest at 13 Martial Arts High School, a topic of fervent discussion among many. Meanwhile, Gu Chen remained blissfully unaware of all this. He returned home in high spirits. Though his family's income was modest, they were fortunate enough to own their own house. While materially lacking, they were rich in spirit. In truth, Gu Chen's family circumstances were quite decent. His parents had stable jobs, bringing in around 20,000 a month combined. Unfortunately, in this era of martial arts, the burdens faced by individuals had changed drastically. The financial and resource demands required to cultivate a martial artist are beyond estimation. Without a robust background, one could only gain admission to schools offering poverty assistance, such as 13 Martial Arts High School. However, given Gu Chen's circumstances, this was already the best outcome. Upon returning home, Gu Chen found his mother, Qin Yuru, busy in the kitchen, while his father, Gu Dongshan, a warm-hearted man, treated Gu Chen with utmost kindness. Gu Chen also had a younger sister named Gu Ling brother. Gu Ling exclaimed as she rushed towards him upon his arrival. Gu Chen had always been remarkably considerate and doted on his sister, which led Gu Ling to be quite attached to him. Get down, you're all grown up now. Don't you fear others laughing at you? Qin Yuru chided lightly. My brother, I can hold him myself. What is there to laugh at? Gu Ling stubbornly clung to Gu Chen. Dust, your sister has just been specially recruited by 3rd High School, her mother announced. 3rd Martial Arts High School is among the top-tier martial arts institutions in the imperial capital, boasting a formidable faculty. Gaining admission there means starting off ahead of the competition. Can our family afford it? Gu Chen inquired at that moment. 3rd Martial Arts High School represents the pinnacle of martial arts education in the Summer Nation. But it also signifies exorbitant tuition fees, accessible only to the extraordinarily wealthy. Gu Chen himself could have been admitted to such an institution. But the staggering tuition fees had left old Gu, his father, at a loss. The policy has improved. Your sister is fortunate. A teacher took notice of her and secured a subsidy that will exempt her from a substantial portion of the fees. I'll strive to gather the rest. Old Gu sighed, glancing at Gu Chen, his expression tinged with regret for his son. Gu Chen possessed considerable martial arts talent. Had it not been for their financial constraints, he would not have ended up in 13 High School. He could have easily qualified for 1st Martial Arts High School. Thus, old Gu had always felt a sense of guilt. Brother, I will definitely work hard to cultivate so that I can protect you all in the future, Gu Ling declared, her face radiating determination, reminiscent of Gu Chen. Gu Chen gently tousled her hair and responded, silly girl, when have I ever needed your protection? Dad, don't wear yourself out too much. I'll be graduating high school this year, and I'll start earning to help support the family, Gu Chen said. Casting a glance at old Gu, who had lost much of his former vigor, now slightly hunched with graying hair and increasing wrinkles. The reality of his father aging weighed heavily on Gu Chen's heart. You're just a child. Focus on your training. When will we ever need you two to worry about family matters? Just become a martial artist. By the way, Chen Air, I heard there's a poverty assistance quota at your school. Securing that would be a significant leap forward. What happened? I didn't get selected, Gu Chen lied. Knowing that if old Gu learned of his outright refusal, it would lead to an incomprehensible situation. Old Gu nodded, taking a puff of his cigarette, and remarked, that's fine. They say it's poverty assistance, but in reality, It's merely selecting future servants for that favored daughter, destined to serve humbly and ultimately become cannon fodder. It's not suitable for you. Gu Chen nodded and retreated to his room. Gazing out the window at the twinkling stars, Gu Chen felt only happiness in his familial situation, never perceiving their modest means as a burden. Instead, the resilience and steadiness instilled in him by his parents were invaluable qualities for his future martial path. Looking ahead, with the myriad races pressing down, he recognized that his family required him, the eldest son, to provide support. The divine prison gene, I must grow stronger. Gu Chen clenched his fists, his eyes radiating an astonishing brightness. A thunderous roar split the heavens, followed by a torrential downpour, cascading like a mountain flood, wild and unrestrained, mirroring the sharp brilliance of Gu Chen's eyes. Chapter 4. The spectacle of thunderous hell in the cosmos. The Summer Nation is in an uproar. At the Zixuan Pavilion of the Summer Nation, the highest authority in the realm, the individuals who frequented this place were either esteemed figures of great power or martial artists exuding extraordinary prowess. At this moment, an elderly man sat at his desk. His hair as white as snow, yet his spirit undiminished. The sharp glint in his eyes made those nearby hesitant to meet his gaze. The list for poverty assistance has been incorporated into the Divine Punisher program. Within 5 years, we anticipate training a cohort of super divine punishers, capable of coordinated combat in extreme conditions, a secretary whispered, his head bowed, eyes shimmering with excitement. Those selected to become divine punishers are rare geniuses who have unlocked their genetic sequences, destined for boundless achievements. In the future, they will protect humanity, unflinching in the face of the threats posed by the myriad races. In response to the secretary's jubilant exclamations, the elderly man remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, there was quite a commotion in the cosmic sequence department yesterday. What transpired? Upon hearing this, the secretary's expression swiftly turned grave, and he replied, Elder, yesterday, a colossal storm erupted in the cosmos, and a terrifying phenomenon manifested at the heart of the universe. According to the images detected by the data center, the center of the cosmos has transformed into a hell filled with thunder, imprisoning countless dreadful monsters that emit anguished roars. A hell that confines monsters? What on earth is happening? The elder's demeanor shifted, his gaze fixated intently on the secretary. The secretary, feeling the weight of the elder's piercing gaze and drenched in cold sweat, hastened to explain, the sequence department has stated that the cause remains unclear for the time being. After all, the universe is exceedingly enigmatic, presenting phenomena that humanity cannot currently elucidate or deconstruct. However, they speculate that the thunderous hellscape is likely a genetic sequence of a celestial level or higher. This is merely conjecture. Yet the sequence department has long suspected that above the cosmic level of stars, there may exist even higher realms of the universe. The recent manifestation bears similarities to the celestial genetic sequence recorded in the Divine Archives from 2043, yet this one is far more horrifying. Genetic sequence. The elder's eyes flickered with intensity as he recognized that a genetic sequence surpassing the celestial level represents an unprecedented supergenetic lineage in the history of Blue Star. Such a powerful lineage signifies a resplendent path of evolution. Should it emerge in the Xia Nation, it could birth an extraordinarily formidable individual. I understand. You may leave now. The elder gestured dismissively. Once the secretary departed, the elder rose and gazed out the window. The morning light filtered into the room, stirring up dust motes. While he stood tall, exuding an extraordinary presence. A higher-level genetic sequence. Is it to be born in my Xia Nation? The cosmos is vast and boundless. In comparison, our humanity indeed appears exceedingly insignificant. Unbeknownst to Gu Chen, the unlocking of the divine prison genetic sequence had inadvertently conjured a tempestuous cosmic hell within the universe, with countless monstrous roars instilling panic among humanity. Meanwhile, this incident had also caused a stir within a certain department of the Zixuan Pavilion, even capturing the attention of the elder. At that moment, Gu Chen stepped out of his home, embraced by the refreshing morning breeze. I have now become a quasi-warrior. It is time to undertake body tempering training, which necessitates a specialized blood qi extractor. This extractor is capable of invigorating the blood qi, causing the cells within to resonate with vitality, thereby achieving the effects of body tempering and allowing one to enter the realm of a bona fide tempered warrior. However, such machines are scarce elsewhere. If I wish to procure one, I must head to a martial arts academy. Wherever there are warriors, martial arts academies naturally abound. As a product of the warrior society, these academies hold a prestigious status within the Xia Nation, recognized by the authorities. The Xianting Martial Academy ranks among the top 100 martial arts academies in the imperial capital and is said to be home to genetic warriors, wielding considerable influence within the city. Greetings. Are you here to undergo body tempering extraction? A striking figure approached, smiling as she approached Gu Chen. Standing at over 1.8 meters tall, Gu Chen possessed a well-proportioned physique and inherited his father's handsome features, making a favorable impression on those around him. Given your appearance, you must still be in high school. To be able to utilize a body tempering extractor at such a young age suggests you are quite the prodigy. remarked the female member of the Xianting Martial Academy, exuding youthful vitality. Despite her fitted training attire, her allure was undeniable, and a subtle fragrance made one instinctively want to draw closer. I would like to use the body tempering extractor once. May I inquire about the cost? Gu Chen asked. The female warrior cast a curious glance at him and replied, each use costs 5,000 yuan. Is it just for a single use? The body tempering extractor is essentially an introductory instrument to help you embark on the path of a warrior. However, achieving cellular resonance has a low success rate. Most quasi-warriors require at least 10 activations of the extractor to enter the warrior realm. Wow, 5,000 yuan per use. Gu Chen exclaimed, taken aback by the steep price. Being a warrior is indeed a costly endeavor. Seeing the somewhat awkward youth, the female warrior sighed and said, follow me. Typically, the extractor is activated for 3 uses at a time, but since today is not particularly busy, I will allow you to use it once. The female warrior, named Jiang Hui, came from a humble background and understood the difficult early path of a warrior, empathizing with the burden of 5,000 yuan for a single activation on an ordinary family. Is this your first time using the body tempering extractor? Jiang Hui inquired as she led Gu Chen. Upon his nod, she sighed. It is nearly impossible to succeed on your first attempt with the extractor. Do your best, she encouraged, further enhancing Gu Chen's favorable impression of this sweet-looking, voluptuous warrior sister. As they entered the Xianting Martial Academy, Jiang Hui asked, so, you wish to activate the body tempering extractor for just one use? A slightly disgruntled voice echoed nearby as a young man clad in black training attire cast a disdainful glance at Gu Chen. Hui, why are you always so lenient? The extractor must be activated for 3 uses as per the rules. How many times have you violated this regulation this month? Please make an exception. Jiang Hui clasped her hands together, and after some persuasion, the young man relented. However, he approached Gu Chen with a cold demeanor, saying, hurry up. It probably won't work anyway. Jiang Hui quickly pulled Gu Chen toward a steel door. My senior brother is like that. Don't take it personally. You'll first need to assess your cellular activity level. Only if it exceeds 70% will you have a chance to enter the tempered realm. Nodding in understanding, Gu Chen entered the room, where a massive machine loomed. Let the testing commence. Gu Chen stepped into the apparatus, which emitted a thunderous roar as it enveloped him. Layers of red scanners sweeping over him from head to toe. He stood tall, preparing for the cellular test before activating the body tempering extractor. In that moment, the cellular testing began. The resonating sound filled the air as the surrounding machines discharged currents, activating Gu Chen's cells. Suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted from within him. Akin to the howls of countless cosmic beasts, their crimson eyes glaring against the backdrop of the starry sky, unleashing a tsunami-like cacophony. Gu Chen's cells had already been remarkably enhanced through the modification of the divine prison gene. The surrounding machines trembled in response. Boom. Your cellular activity level meets the conditions for activating the body tempering extractor. A mechanical voice announced. Outside, Jiang Hui wore a look of surprise. That was quite a significant reaction from the machine. Yet, she thought little of it. After all, Gu Chen had met the criteria. The Xianting Martial Academy would activate the body tempering extractor for anyone with a cellular activity level of 50% or higher, which was the minimum standard. However, Jiang Hui knew that only those exceeding 70% had a genuine chance of entering the tempered realm. However, after observing the changes brought about by Gu Chen on the machine, she felt confident that there would be no issue. Thunderous roars echoed. Is it beginning? Gu Chen silently pondered, and soon felt the body tempering traction device becoming increasingly heavy, accompanied by an inexplicable surge of energy that was drawing the vital essence from within her body. Thunderous roars. Before the unlocking of the divine prison gene, it was utterly impossible for Gu Jing to reach the threshold of a quasi-warrior at this moment, let alone step into the realm of true warriors. After all, he had never consumed any body tempering potions since childhood, merely engaging in some specialized physical training each day, which offered little assistance in becoming a warrior. Yet now, the situation was entirely different. The flow of Gu Jing's blood accelerated, akin to a boiling river, and sounds of crackling emerged from his body, his skin turning a vivid crimson. Before him were 2 handles, imbued with a formidable power, and Gu Chen placed her hands upon them, sensing the cells, experiencing the velocity of blood flow, and utilizing external extreme forces to stimulate the entire body, achieving a synchronized resonance among the vital essence, bones, muscles, and all cells. This was the method that Jiang Hui had imparted to Gu Chen when she first entered this place. She immersed herself in the experience. Meanwhile, in the external world, at the front of the apparatus, Jiang Hui observed the functioning body tempering traction device, fully aware that it was fundamentally improbable. It appeared that he was indeed using the body tempering traction device for the first time. I have never witnessed anyone break through to the body tempering realm on their initial attempt. Even after years of the Xianting Martial Hall operating the body tempering traction device, no one had achieved such a feat. Jiang Hui sighed. Understanding just how arduous it was for an ordinary warrior, she was certain that Gu Chen would fail. No one could complete body tempering on their first use of a device. Hiwei, I must warn you, our martial hall is not a charitable organization. You should know which individuals possess investment potential and which do not. At that moment, the young warrior who had entered earlier approached, seemingly quite displeased with Jiang Hui's actions. Jiang Hui opened her mouth, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction herself upon hearing those words. However, there was little she could do. The young man had arrived earlier than her and was held in higher regard within the martial hall. He crossed his arms, already preparing to welcome Gu Chen's failure. Yet just then, boom. The entire room suddenly began to shake violently, the body tempering traction device trembling wildly, and the originally dark machine began to glow red, as though scorched by the blazing vital essence. Jiang Hui's mouth fell agape as she stared in disbelief. Had he succeeded? The vital essence burst forth, flooding the entire body tempering chamber through the traction device. Within the device, Gu Chen's cells vibrated with exhilaration, possessing the divine prison gene. His cellular activity had reached an unimaginable level. To put it simply, the hellish scenes observed by the Xia nation within the cosmos might very well mirror Gu Chen's physical form. Such a statement may sound exaggerated. Yet Gu Chen felt his body evolving down a terrifying path, his cells brimming with unimaginable vitality and potential for evolution. As the embodiment of a prison, his cells underwent frenzied evolution. Perhaps the divine prison was designed to suppress the monstrous cells that had evolved to an extreme degree through infinite evolution. The divine prison was a microcosm of his physical form. Boom. The vital essence within Gu Chen surged. Breakthrough successful. He had officially entered the body tempering realm. Jiang Hui and the young warrior stood rooted in place, utterly astonished that Gu Chen had indeed succeeded. This was his first attempt at using the body tempering traction device. A genius? The thought flashed through both their minds. What else could it be? Achieving body tempering on the first attempt, transitioning from quasi-warrior to true warrior. The young warrior's face flushed, seemingly at a loss for words, while Jiang Hui, after a brief moment of shock, quickly approached Gu Chen, exclaiming, "Congratulations." Gu Chen held a favorable impression of Jiang Hui. After all, if it were not for her assistance in granting him access, he would not have had the opportunity to independently activate the body tempering traction device. The 5,000 yuan he possessed was the registration fee for the warrior entrance examination, provided in advance by old Gu. Now it had been spent. However, Gu Chen had now become a warrior and possessed a certain earning capacity. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed directly, pausing momentarily as he passed through the lobby of the Xian Ting Martial Hall, noticing the words displayed on the large screen. Ancient God Forest. Body tempering realm exotic beast, Moonblade Rabbit Corpse, worth 6,000 yuan, must be processed cleanly, with intact parts. Ancient God Forest. Body tempering realm exotic beast, long-armed gibbon corpse, worth 9,000 yuan, with both arms intact. An additional 2,000 yuan can be added. Every martial hall has bounties for exotic beasts. The corpses of exotic beasts are treasures. Certain unique, mutated parts can be fashioned into weapons, and the flesh serves as a supplement for warriors. Some parts even constitute materials for expensive biological potions. Gu Chen pondered thoughtfully before leaving the Xian Ting Martial Hall. However, not long after Gu Chen's departure, a middle-aged man emerged from the body tempering traction room within the Xian Ting Martial Hall. His attire indicated that he was a high-ranking member of the hall. And at that moment, his expression was one of shock, his voice trembling slightly. Who was using this body tempering traction room just now? Jiang Hui and the young warrior rushed over at the sound, with the young warrior casting a glare at Jiang Hui, suspecting that the exception made for someone to use the body tempering traction device had been discovered. Yet the middle-aged man continued, "I have never seen cells this powerful. The instrument has registered 100% cellular activity. What kind of monster is this? Cellular activity exceeding 90%. Every 1% increase signifies an astonishing super genius with limitless potential for evolution. 100%. This is a monster. What?" Jiang Hui and the young warrior were immediately shaken. You didn't keep his contact information? Both had forgotten to obtain Gu Chen's contact information earlier. Seeing this, the middle-aged man said anxiously, "Find him. We cannot let such a super talent slip through our fingers at the Xian Ting Martial Hall. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous loss." His words made Jiang Hui and the young man acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. They also recognized the astonishing potential possessed by the previously awkward youth. The middle-aged man before them was none other than the grand instructor of the Xian Ting Martial Hall. Having long surpassed the body tempering realm and entered the divine strength realm, radiating the brilliance of the Liuli realm, a formidable warrior. Chen Feiyang. At that moment, Chen Feiyang continued to murmur, "I have never encountered such terrifying cells. Human cells are fundamental to a warrior's evolution. He could possess the potential to unlock powerful genes. Has there ever been a 100% cellular activity in the Xia nation? I don't believe I've heard of it. Where did such an incredible prodigy come from?" His voice was urgent. Could it be a malfunction of the instrument? The young warrior still felt somewhat unconvinced and weakly posed the question. A malfunction of the instrument? I think your brain is the one malfunctioning. Even if you malfunction, the instrument would not. He was left speechless by Chun Feiyan's retort. The Xianting Martial Hall chose not to publicize this incident. It is likely due to the fearsome anomaly of 100% cellular activity that they have never encountered. And they are acutely aware that such an extraordinary level of cellular vitality, once known to others, would incite a terrifying storm in the capital. At that point, this lad named Gu Chun would probably have no further ties to their Xianting Martial Arts Academy. Having departed from the Xianting Martial Arts Academy, Gu Chun stood amidst the bustling streets of the capital. The city was vast, comprising dozens of districts, and was the most prosperous metropolis in the Xia Kingdom, housing the mightiest martial artists. Gu Chun gazed at the towering buildings, murmuring to himself. He had finally stepped into the body refinement realm. Yet this realm too had its intricate subdivisions. Having just completed his body refinement, his vitality was estimated to be around 100 calories. To enhance this vitality, one must engage in strength training to stimulate the cells, a lengthy process. However, affluent martial artists could expedite this journey by consuming corresponding biological potions. Gu Chun understood that resorting to such potions was utterly beyond his means. Even the most basic blood refinement potions required tens of thousands of yuan for a mere vial, a cost his family could never bear. When vitality reaches 1,000 calories, one can undergo a transformation, condensing into a vast ocean of vitality, which proves immensely advantageous in combat. As Gu Chun boarded a bus, he pondered the direction he ought to pursue. Within the ancient divine forest lurked exotic beasts, and it seemed that slaying these creatures was currently his sole avenue for earning money. A low-level body refinement exotic beast, if its body remained intact, could yield nearly 10,000 yuan in profit, albeit with inherent dangers. The path of a martial artist is one that treads the razor's edge, and acclimatizing oneself to this reality is not without merit. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened, causing an elderly lady beside him to shift slightly. "Oh, what a fierce young man," she remarked. Gu Chun, speechless, offered a benign smile. After disembarking from the bus, the old woman observed Gu Chen's retreating figure, her eyes glinting with intrigue. She had encountered an interesting martial artist, seemingly a high school student. This year's martial arts college entrance examination would surely be fiercely competitive. The ancient divine forest occupies a substantial area within the capital. Following the cosmic explosion and the opening of the Void Gate, the landscape of Blue Star underwent significant transformation, with land expanding wildly as if the entire universe was undergoing a quality evolution. For instance, the capital now encompasses districts comparable in size to ancient major cities. The ancient divine forest is teeming with exotic beasts. Human evolution has also seen former animals undergoing frenzied mutation and evolution, yet lacking intelligence. These creatures often exhibit erratic, brutal transformations, significantly impacting the society of martial artists. This necessity gave rise to martial arts academies, which serve as the first line of defense against the mutated beasts in cities like the capital. As Gu Chun traversed the forest, the shadows of crushed leaves scattered across the ground, swaying incessantly. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would pass through, causing the towering trees to sway, generating a rustling sound. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the woods, shaking down large leaves. Following the sound, Gu Chun beheld a rabbit adorned with silver patterns, bounding through the forest. Had he found it so easily? This rabbit, resembling a crescent moon blade, was aptly named the Moonblade Rabbit, with a strength equivalent to a body refinement martial artist, estimated between 100 and 200 calories. Prior to his arrival, Gu Chun had researched the Moonblade Rabbit online, learning that the density of the silver moon patterns on its back indicated its maturity. The patterns appeared relatively dense, suggesting a strength of around 150 calories. He noted its agility, swift as lightning, and its razor-sharp teeth, requiring a modicum of caution. A tremor of excitement coursed through Gu Chun as he felt an unprecedented exhilaration rising within him. According to a report from the Zishuan Pavilion in the Xia Kingdom, gene evolutionists are inherently combative, undergoing supreme evolution in the crucible of fierce flames, and at that moment, Gu Chun experienced this sensation firsthand. The Moonblade Rabbit, sensing an inexplicable fear, let out a strange cry and charged towards Gu Chun, its silver patterns transforming into a gleaming curved blade in rapid motion. Gu Chun concentrated all his strength and delivered a powerful punch forward. The impact was explosive, and at that moment, he seemed to metamorphose into a monstrous entity, unleashing a ferocious display of power. The Moonblade Rabbit, caught in midair, emitted a cry akin to the clash of thunder and lightning, propelled backward. Gu Chun swiftly advanced, realizing that due to a sequential chain, his physical strength appeared to be terrifyingly enhanced. The potency of that punch did not resemble that of a novice at the body refinement stage. Murmuring to himself, he remained undeterred. A large hand grasped the Moonblade Rabbit mid-flight, holding it down as it struggled frantically, but Gu Chen's grip was as unyielding as iron. With a sudden bite, the rabbit managed to break the skin of Gu Chen's hand. "Die," he uttered impatiently, pressing down with force. The rabbit was brutally slammed to the ground, gasping for breath. His first battle felt satisfactory. Everything seemed to arise from instinct. Gu Chun endeavored to preserve the integrity of the rabbit's body, though it had sustained minor injuries. Such wounds were inconsequential to a martial artist, likely healing by the time he returned home. 6,000 yuan received. Chapter 7. The Gene Prison of the Divine Abyss Thunder Gun. Swish, swish. In the forest, a figure darted and maneuvered. Following the recent battle, Gu Chen resumed his search for moonblade rabbits within the ancient divine forest. Each moonblade rabbit fetched 6,000 yuan, a lucrative opportunity for him at present. He was acutely aware of the substantial sum required for Gu Ling to enter the third-level martial arts high school. Even with so-called financial aid, the burden on his father remained significant. The annual tuition alone was merely the foundation. Prestigious institutions demanded monthly expenditures for biological potions, operational equipment, and external training expenses, all of which required funds. His father always kept silent about such matters, insisting there was no considerable pressure. Though Gu Chen suspected, he was now seeking loans. With a sigh, Gu Chen resolved to venture into the ancient divine forest daily to earn money. Boom. Gu Chen struck down a moonblade rabbit, which attempted to flee with a cry, but he firmly pinned it to the ground. As he contemplated how to dispatch the creature without damage, a terrifying silver light suddenly shot forth from the thicket. Another moonblade rabbit? Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. This one appeared more mature, its patterns rich and vibrant, radiating a brilliant silver glow. The strength of this moonblade rabbit undoubtedly reached the 200-calorie threshold. Gu Chen's expression turned grave as he swiftly retreated. The pinned moonblade rabbit fled in a frenzy, but Gu Chen decided to disregard it. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, he felt fatigued. Should these two moonblade rabbits converge, the situation might become perilous for him. As Gu Chen deftly evaded the attack, he unleashed a powerful punch upon the moonblade rabbit, which let out a shrill cry before plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. Its body lay somewhat mangled. Yet Gu Chen felt no remorse. His gaze was fixed on the moonblade rabbit with 200 health points. The creature was filled with rage, screeching angrily, its eyes glowing a fiery red, brimming with a savage fury. It was a formidable opponent. Gu Chen steadied his breath, crouching low to the ground, poised for action. Seemingly locked in a tense standoff with the beast, aware that any premature move could expose a vulnerability. In a flash, the wild creature succumbed to its instincts. Lunging at Gu Chen with ferocious intent, akin to a silver crescent moon blade slicing through the air at astonishing speed. Gu Chen, however, did not overestimate his own abilities. He retreated with urgency, skillfully dodging the moon blade rabbit's onslaught. With a sudden, decisive step back, he grounded himself firmly, standing tall and unwavering like a divine spear. It was the perfect moment to test his newfound technique. A lustrous layer of silver runes surged forth from Gu Chen's being, rendering him translucent. As his blood boiled violently within, his cells resonating with a triumphant roar, Hell's Thunder Spear. Fiery bolts of lightning coalesced in Gu Chen's hand, elongating infinitely into a formidable divine spear imbued with a heavy aura, radiating light and unleashing a terrifying thunderclap. He hurled the spear with precision. At that moment, the moonblade rabbit, still consumed by its frenzied assault, became complacent as Gu Chen continued to retreat, only to be struck mid-air by the spear. A resounding crack echoed as the lightning erupted in the sky. The rabbit could scarcely emit a cry before being pierced through its body, obliterated by the searing thunder. The anticipated reward of 6,000 credits seemed lost now. Gu Chen smiled wryly, his complexion paling slightly. The Hell's Thunder Spear drew upon the power of his genes rather than the energy within his body, leaving him feeling utterly drained and heavy. Yet, there was little recourse. His strength remained insufficient. Had he wished to spare the moonblade rabbit while delivering a fatal blow in that moment, it would have been impossible. Nevertheless, he had acquired 2 intact moonblade rabbit corpses, and although this one was severely damaged, it should still yield a few thousand credits. He glanced at the most mature of the moonblade rabbits. Had it been preserved whole, it would have fetched a higher price, but its current state rendered it unrecognizable. The power of the Hell's Thunder Spear was formidable, yet its use left him utterly exhausted. It appeared he could only wield it sparingly as a trump card. The spear would evolve alongside Gu Chen's Hell Gene, a latent potential waiting to be unlocked through relentless development within the divine genetic sequence. For Gu Chen, the end of this journey was merely the beginning of another. Heaving a sigh, he knew he must depart swiftly. He was spent, and encountering another beast could spell disaster. Utilizing a prepared cloth, he wrapped the 3 moonblade rabbit corpses and made his exit. However, shortly after he left, he sensed a potent surge of lightning energy in the air. The remnants of battle lingered. Had a lightning gene warrior recently unleashed their abilities here? Figures emerged from the forest, drawn in by the signs of conflict, dressed in combat attire adorned with various martial arts insignias. They appeared to be engaged in a special mission deep within the ancient divine forest. Lightning gene warriors? Gu Chen recalled only 2 individuals in the imperial capital who had unlocked lightning attributes. Such genes were rare and immensely destructive. As they examined the charred earth, the leader of the group, a live female warrior, furrowed her brow slightly. Her striking features and exquisite visage exuded an indescribable nobility, akin to a proud celestial being. Her voice, melodious, broke the silence. This lightning energy feels peculiar. It seems unlike the typical attributes of lightning, possessing an unusual and mysterious quality. There must have been someone with exceptionally potent lightning genes here recently, but this is the periphery of the ancient divine forest. A group of young elites, each a promising talent signed by various martial arts academies, exchanged solemn glances. The current situation was increasingly unclear, with the martial arts entrance examination approaching. One could only hope that the new generation of warriors from the Summer Kingdom would grow stronger, as it felt as though a storm was brewing for the Blue Star human race. A collective sigh of resignation echoed among them. Their unique identities afforded them deeper insights into the unfolding circumstances. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, one individual attempted to lighten the mood with a humorous anecdote. Chuchingly, I recall your connection with Chen Mengxian. Did you hear about the time she was rejected while selecting her poverty alleviation quota at the 13th high school in the imperial capital? Rejected? Now that's amusing. Many found the tale entertaining. Yet, amidst the crowd, a young man scoffed, destined to remain a low-tier warrior for life. Chapter 8. The Grand Instructor of the Xian Ting Martial Academy, Gu Chen, though mired in adversity, possesses the potential of a hidden dragon. In the heart of the imperial capital, towering edifices rose in succession, an incessant flow of vehicles traversing the streets, the twilight settling in as streetlights flickered to life. Gu Chen stood amidst this bustling metropolis, having opted against taking the crowded bus. With 3 corpses slung over his back, the stench of blood too overwhelming. He chose to walk instead. His only destination was the Xian Ting Martial Academy, uncertain whether it remained open. He sighed, recalling his recent pass by a smaller martial arts school, which offered a meager 4,000 credits for a single moonblade rabbit. They scrutinized him closely, seemingly eager to exploit the naivety of a young newcomer. Gu Chen found such tactics intolerable. The top 100 martial academies in the imperial capital held a reputation for integrity. Hence, he resolved to head to Xianting. Arriving at the academy's entrance, he was relieved to find it still open. There, he spotted Zhang Hui, who returned with a dejected demeanor, having failed to locate Gu Chen. Little did she know that the young man she had brought in out of kindness was, in fact, an extraordinary talent, a rare prodigy spoken of by instructors, even possessing the potential to become a gene warrior. This should have been a cause for celebration. But she had neglected to save Gu Chen's contact information, a significant oversight. With a sigh, she looked up only to be greeted by Gu Chen, who waved at her with a smile. She was taken aback. She had not anticipated his return, especially not with 3 beast corpses in tow. What is going on? Does Xianting accept beast corpses? Yes, we do. Zhang Hui soon realized that Gu Chen had ventured deep into the ancient divine forest. She regarded him with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. You just became a body-refining warrior, and you already made a trip to the ancient divine forest? Moreover, upon glancing at the well-preserved moonblade rabbit corpses wrapped in his cloth, she understood the difficulty of delivering a fatal blow without damaging the body. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of a novice warrior. Follow me, Zhang Bo hasn't left yet. Zhang Hui entered the Xianting Martial Arts Academy with Gu Chen in tow, and the Zhang Bo she mentioned was the elderly man responsible for collecting the carcasses of exotic beasts within the academy. Zhang Bo, I have someone here to collect the exotic beast carcasses. Please take a look. However, the old man cast a glance at Zhang Hui, then at Gu Chen. His expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Xiao Wei, our academy has already reached its quota for exotic beast collection this month. If we take in more, I fear the instructors may hold me accountable. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen assumed they would be unable to proceed, and thus began to bid farewell to Zhang Hui. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Zhang Hui quickly grasped Gu Chen's arm, offering him a reassuring glance. She then leaned closer to Zhang Bo and whispered, Zhang Bo, you must have heard of me. This young man is a prodigy greatly valued by our esteemed chief instructor. He possesses remarkable potential. However, his family is rather impoverished. As you might understand, he has just arrived today, and the chief instructor has heard of his return and will be back shortly. I trust you comprehend my meaning? Having served at the academy for several years, Zhang Bo's eyes fell on Gu Chen after hearing her words. Understood. A need for flexibility, is it? However, he had never encountered anyone whom the chief instructor regarded so highly. In Zhang Bo's perspective, the chief instructor was the most influential figure within the academy, second only to the headmaster himself. Let me see, the moonblade rabbits, right? These few are preserved quite well. Upon inspection, Zhang Bo noticed that the carcasses of the moonblade rabbits were in excellent condition. Externally, there were only minor abrasions on their backs, likely caused by this young man's immense strength as he pinned them to the ground, resulting in their demise. Zhang Bo, possessing a keen eye, realized that this youth was extraordinary. No wonder Zhang Hui claimed that even the chief instructor held him in high regard. These two are worth 6,000 each. And as for this one, just as Zhang Bo was pondering, a robust voice suddenly echoed from behind. Then give him 6,000 as well, brother Zhang. Zhang Bo was momentarily taken aback. He recognized that voice. Chief instructor? It was Chun Feiyang, the chief instructor of the Xianting Martial Arts Academy. The second most important figure in the establishment. Chen Feiyang, a towering man clad in the academy's instructor uniform, approached with an impressive gait, exuding an air of authority. He first nodded at Jiang Hui, clearly pleased with her, and then turned his gaze to Gu Chun. Today's third-grade body tempering enhancer was used by you, correct? His voice was unexpectedly gentle. It is worth noting that Chen Feiyang was known for his stern demeanor within the academy and was often feared by its members. After Gu Chen nodded, Chen Feiyang displayed an expression of admiration. Your talent is commendable. Continue to strive, and you may achieve significant accomplishments on the path of a martial artist in the future. Subsequently, Chen Feiyang inquired about Gu Chun's background, such as which high school he attended and his family's circumstances, and the revelations left him astounded. An ordinary background, a student from the 13th High School. What did this imply? The 13th High was notorious for its dilapidated infrastructure, filled with impoverished students. In such an environment, Gu Chen likely lacked access to the education a budding martial artist should receive. Yet, he had already become a martial artist, a prodigy of unparalleled aptitude. In truth, the chief instructor intended to offer Gu Chen financial support, but Gu Chen declined, clearly wishing to earn his own keep. Furthermore, he communicated to the chief instructor that if there were any lucrative tasks available, he could be contacted. After Gu Chen departed, Jiang Hui regarded the chief instructor with curiosity. Chief instructor, I thought you wanted Gu Chen to join the Xianting Martial Arts Academy, yet you merely inquired about his information. However, Chen Feiyang smiled faintly and replied, I certainly wish for him to join our academy, but does the Xianting Martial Arts Academy truly possess the qualifications to welcome him? You have no idea how terrifying it is to have a cellular activity rate of 100%. In all these years, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Among the budding martial artists in Xiagua, even a cellular activity rate of 91% is an exceptional rarity, yet he has achieved 100. Moreover, look at these moonblade rabbit carcasses. Their preservation is impeccable, indicating that this student has only just entered the body tempering realm. Yet his actual combat capabilities far exceed what is apparent. To have perfectly dispatched these 3 moonblade rabbits in a single afternoon is no feat for an ordinary individual. He has yet to take the martial artist entrance examination and does not meet the criteria for joining the academy. If I were to propose he joins us after the examination, it would be too abrupt and may cause him discomfort. There was one thing the chief instructor did not say. With Gu Chen's talent, he could choose any martial arts academy within the capital. This young man, though humble, possesses the demeanor of a potential dragon, even amidst adversity. Can the 13th High truly nurture such talent? Chapter 9. The excited old Gu. Gu Chun has become a martial artist? Your bank card ending in XXXX has received a transfer from the Xianting Martial Arts Academy, totaling 18,000 yuan. Current balance, 18,093 yuan. For Gu Chun, this was the first time he had accumulated such a sum. Although being a martial artist is costly, the ability to earn money is highly sought after in today's society. Merely within an afternoon, he had garnered 18,000 yuan. And that was only at the initial stage of body tempering. No wonder the offspring of martial artists never lacked resources in their training. The earning capacity of a martial artist is indeed formidable. Gu Chen felt elated and somewhat relieved. At the very least, he had the means to alleviate some pressure from his family. Upon returning home, he found his father, old Gu, wearing a worried expression. However, upon seeing his son return, old Gu quickly masked his concern with a facade of nonchalance, smiling at Gu Chun, until Gu Chun, in front of him, transferred 17,000 yuan into old Gu's account. So much money. Where did you get it? 17,000 yuan was equivalent to an entire month's salary for their family, but after deducting expenses for raising 2 children, they could barely manage to save 10,000 yuan each month. Thus, this sum made old Gu suspicious that his son might have engaged in some dubious activities. Yet, Gu Chen merely chuckled at his father's skepticism. Oh, old Gu, what era are we in? Look here. Gu Chen showed his father the transfer record from the Xianting Martial Arts Academy. In the martial artist society, the earning capacity of a martial artist is indeed trustworthy. Seeing the transfer record from the Xianting Martial Arts Academy, Gu Dongshan exhaled in relief, but soon realized something, gazing at Gu Chun in disbelief. Wait, the academy? A martial artist? You've become a martial artist? His eldest son had always shown talent in martial arts, which had been a persistent concern for him as a father. The shame of seeing his son's future hindered by their financial struggles kept him awake many nights, especially knowing the circumstances at the 13th High. But now, Gu Chun had become a martial artist? My brother has become a martial artist? Gu Ling, the little sister, rushed out of her room, pouncing on Gu Chun. With a graceful turn, Gu Chun effortlessly lifted her, as if she were a mere chick. Dad, my brother has definitely become a martial artist. He lifted me as if I were a little chick. What do you eat every day? How are you any different from a little chick? Qin Yu emerged from the kitchen, casting a playful, reproachful glance at Gu Ling, before her eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned towards Gu Chun. My son, have you truly become a warrior? Gu Chun nodded in affirmation. The family was instantly enveloped in a wave of elation. I shall go and purchase some of your favorite dishes. We must celebrate this evening in grand style. Old Chen, please fetch those 2 bottles of wine that old Gu gave me. We must commemorate this moment. Get lost. Chen Yuru's eyes glistened with tears, overwhelmed with joy. Gu Ling was equally ecstatic. To think you've become a warrior, brother. That is simply remarkable. There's a classmate of mine whose brother is also a warrior. He is so full of himself in class that no one dares to provoke him. I must tell my classmates that my brother has become a warrior too. Gu Chen observed his family bustling about, and a profound sense of warmth enveloped him. He suddenly felt as though his spirit had received a unique form of redemption. Perhaps this was what home truly meant, a timeless sanctuary for the soul. However, old Gu insisted on returning the 17,000 to Gu Chen. How could a father accept your money? I can manage your sister's tuition. You needn't fret over such matters. Now that you've become a warrior, there will be plenty of opportunities to spend. Save it carefully, and do not squander it recklessly outside, understood? Gu Chen couldn't refuse old Gu, recognizing that his intentions were rooted in love. Nevertheless, he decided to keep the money for the time being, intending to present it when old Gu truly needed it. Chen Yuru prepared Gu Chen's favorite dishes, and old Gu and Gu Chen savored the fine wine they had previously deemed too extravagant, creating a delightful atmosphere. The following morning, unexpected guests arrived. The visitor was named Gu Haitang, who was essentially old Gu's employer. Old Gu was employed at this company, earning a commendable salary and enjoying considerable esteem from his boss. Yet, as is customary, he had to graciously entertain his employer at home. Gu Haitang was accompanied by a young man. This is my son, Gu Yong, who became a warrior last month. Young Yong, go greet your Uncle Gu. Gu Yong was robustly built, yet his eyes reflected the confidence of a warrior, speaking with neither arrogance nor subservience. What? Young Chen has also become a warrior? Gu Haitang exclaimed, stepping forward to scrutinize Gu Chen with astonishment. He was utterly taken aback by Gu Chen's achievement. For Gu Yong had required immense effort and resources to become a warrior. Though Gu Haitang was not a prominent figure in the capital, he still possessed certain connections that facilitated Gu Yong's arduous journey to success. It was evident that Gu Chen had not received any training, as evidenced by his previous decision to join the 13 middle school. No wonder you wanted me to procure a Qi blood potion for you. It turns out young Chen has already become a warrior. Initially reluctant to assist, given that the Qi blood potion was a coveted resource, Gu Haitang now resolved to leverage his connections. The potential of a warrior's future was formidable. Since Gu Chen had achieved this milestone, he was determined to help. In the warrior society, warriors were the vanguard. Gu Dongshan took great pride in Gu Chen, and it was a rare moment for Gu Chen to witness his father standing tall, which stirred a pang of bittersweet emotion within him. It was evident that old Gu was still seeking a Qi blood potion for him, a costly endeavor that would consume 2 months' worth of their combined salaries. Well then, your Uncle Gu and I have matters to discuss regarding work. You take your cousin Chen outside to train, guide him well. The warrior examination is approaching, and achieving good results will benefit him for a lifetime. Gu Yong took Gu Chen and departed the house, heading outside. Gu Yong intended to mentor Gu Chen, and naturally, Gu Chen was eager to learn. Coming from the 4th Warrior High School, Gu Yong possessed many training methods that Gu Chen had never encountered. Thus his role as a mentor was indeed fitting. 13 Middle School hardly offered any substantial training. Little Chen, I will show you several training stances. You will perform 4 sets of 12 repetitions each, Gu Yong instructed. Gu Chen grasped the hefty dumbbells and began his training as per Gu Yong's guidance. To enhance one's qi and blood, one must undergo rigorous physical training to stimulate the body's hematopoietic capacity. These movements were optimal for such stimulation, so be sure to commit them to memory, Gu Yong advised as he commenced his own training. However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. As his father had noted, Gu Chen, the son of Uncle Gu, possessed remarkable talent as a warrior. Mastering these movements would typically require arduous training. Yet Gu Chen seemed to grasp them effortlessly, showcasing exceptional physical coordination and learning aptitude. Alas, without resources, pursuing a career as a warrior would be futile. Chapter 10. The Body as a Prison. The Upper Cosmic Physical Factor. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Gu Chen and Gu Yong utilized the professional training equipment Gu Yong had in his car, beginning an intense training session in the park. 4, 5, 6, 12. Gu Chen exhaled deeply as he set the dumbbells heavily on the ground. For warriors like them, their strength far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Thus, the dumbbells they wielded were crafted from special materials. Though compact, their weight was formidable, each weighing 300 pounds. After completing 5 sets of complex and challenging movements, Gu Chen finally succumbed to exhaustion, his body fatigued. Little Chen, that was impressive. It took me over a month to acclimate to such intensity, yet you, having just begun, can already keep pace with me, Gu Yong admitted, genuinely astonished by Gu Chen's capabilities. He had been consuming supplements while maintaining a rigorous training regimen. Yet Gu Chen matched his rhythm effortlessly, prompting a shift in Gu Yong's perception of him. Here, take some of my supplements, Gu Yong offered. Displaying a commendable spirit despite his pride, he handed his supplements to Gu Chen. Nutrition was a significant concern for warriors after intense training. Their bodies would feel exceptionally depleted and ravenous, necessitating substantial nutritional replenishment to avoid undermining their foundational strength. The quality of these nutrients was paramount. I spend about 1,000 yuan daily on supplements, Guiyong remarked. This meant that his monthly nutritional expenses amounted to an astonishing 30,000 yuan. Being a warrior is indeed exorbitantly costly, Gu Chen thought to himself, feeling a twinge of frustration at the daunting path to financial stability ahead. Now, Gu Chen felt an overwhelming hunger, every cell in his body protesting, his qi and blood surging within him, manifesting a discernible enhancement. Here, this is for you. I happen to be taking a qi blood potion today, Guiyong said, pulling a delicate box from a small bag, clearly treating its contents with utmost reverence. Wary of any potential mishaps that might lead to its destruction, he extracted a test tube containing a silvery liquid. This is a biological potion. This one costs 30,000 yuan. 30,000 yuan. I thought the market price was around 20,000, Gu Chen inquired. That's the price for those from affluent families. Guiyong replied, his voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. My father procured these biological agents through several intermediaries, and naturally, the selling price has increased accordingly. Gu Chen observed the nutrient meal before him in silence before beginning to consume it. The thick, nourishing substance flowed into his body, and soon his cells began to absorb it with fervor. However, at that moment, a sudden rumble echoed within him. Gu Chen sensed the emergence of a luminous point within his being, radiating an intense heat imbued with a sense of mystery and the extraordinary. This was reminiscent of the first gene chain of his divine prison gene, flesh as prison. With daily cultivation, you will condense upper cosmos flesh factors, which can be returned to your body to enhance its refinement strength. The upper cosmos flesh factors. Through daily practice, Gu Chen could obtain super flesh factors from the chaotic grade universe. Such factors could be generated through cultivation, akin to the sun producing sunlight each day. These flesh factors could, in turn, be returned to Gu Chen's body. He began to absorb them immediately. Boom. Within him surged an overwhelming wave of vitality, akin to a roaring tidal wave, rapidly increasing in intensity. 100 cards, 110 cards, 120 cards, 130 cards, 140 cards, 210 cards. Ultimately, Gu Chen's vitality surged to an astounding 210 cards. The speed of this ascension was indeed terrifying, wasn't it? He glanced at Guiyong beside him, who was currently sitting in painful meditation, his veins protruding. However, instead of appearing blue, they shimmered silver, a clear effect of the vitality potion. Gu Chen could see Guiyong's vitality boiling within him. Guiyong's consumption of the biological agent would likely yield a maximum of 50 cards in vitality. Yet, Gu Chen had directly enhanced his vitality by 110 cards. The formidable nature of the divine prison gene was manifesting. However, Gu Chen understood that the benefits of the upper cosmos flesh factors could not be limited to just 110 cards. It was merely the current limit of his physical enhancement. He could feel that his body had the potential to unleash thousands of cards of vitality, but it dissipated, for Gu Chen's body could not retain it. With my continuous growth, my physique is evolving, and the benefits derived from each absorption of the upper factors will only increase. Gu Chen clenched his fists. In light of this, his reliance on biological agents seemed to diminish significantly. All he needed was to ensure an adequate daily supply of nutrients. The inconsistencies of the biological agents could be compensated for by utilizing the upper cosmos flesh factors, perhaps even surpassing them. Biological agents, while costly, also impose a considerable burden on the body. Guiyong could only use them once a month. Otherwise, his body would suffer significant damage, directly impacting his foundation. In contrast, flesh factors are different. They represent the mysterious and extraordinary elements of the upper cosmos, benefiting Gu Chen's body without any side effects. He suddenly clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power coursing through his palm, exhaling a long breath of stale air. I lag behind most martial candidates in the imperial capital, but with 13 days remaining until the martial examination, I still have a chance to make a significant comeback. At that moment, Guiyong regained consciousness. Feeling the tumultuous vitality within him, he wore a broad smile and turned to Gu Chen, who was silently seated. Guiyong mistakenly believed Gu Chen had been affected by his earlier words, so he reassured him, "Don't worry, Brother Chen. My father will help you find a way to purchase a vitality potion, and then you can experience a tremendous enhancement like me." As he spoke, he retrieved a wristband, a device capable of testing current vitality levels. This instrument was quite valuable, providing a detailed readout of vitality metrics. He tested his own vitality level. Vitality level, 331 cards. A commendable increase. Guiyong's face lit up with excitement. In just a month, he had boosted his vitality by 231 cards, a notable achievement, which he attributed to his efforts and the nutritional supplements and biological agents he had consumed. Brother Chen, you should test yours as well. Your estimation surely cannot match the precision of the device. Gu Chen took the wristband and began the test. However, the numbers displayed on the device soon left Guiyong in a state of disbelief. What? Chapter 11. He is a genius. Gu Chen is an unparalleled genius. Guiyong stared incredulously at the vitality reading from the wristband on Gu Chen's wrist, 225 cards of vitality. Indeed, Gu Chen's earlier estimations had been somewhat off. This was the most accurate assessment of Gu Chen's current vitality. This indicated that Gu Chen had fully absorbed the upper cosmos flesh factors, yielding an increase of 125 cards in vitality. Didn't you say you just became a refined body martial artist a few days ago? Gu Chen had only recently become a refined body martial artist, and all martial artists at that stage typically had a vitality of 100 cards. Yet now, Gu Chen's vitality had reached 225 cards, signifying an astonishing increase in such a short span. Guiyong had invested nearly 10,000 in his father's resources over the past month, resulting in a mere 200 additional cards of vitality. Gu Chen was at a loss for words and opted to remain silent. Meanwhile, Guiyong appeared to be deeply affected, sitting there with a dazed expression. A genius. A genius. I am a waste. Gu Chen, observing from the side, found it hard to assess the situation. Guiyong was just a few months his senior, and they were, in fact, peers. Gu Chen recognized that his surge in vitality was indeed quite extraordinary. The progression through each realm for martial artists is not instantaneous. Typically, martial artists spend 3 to 10 years solidifying their bodies and activating their cells before reaching the refined body stage and elevating their vitality to the 1,000-card mark. Although Gu Chen's advancement seemed remarkably swift, it was due to the chaotic grade gene sequence that was far beyond what martial artists in the Xia Kingdom should possess. It was simply over the standard. This was akin to applying one's doctoral expertise to kindergarten problems. Perhaps that analogy was a bit exaggerated. Prenatal education. Yes, prenatal education. Thus, Guiyong had positioned himself as the privileged older brother, guiding his younger companions in their training, only to find himself utterly crushed by this unexpected turn of events. When Gu Chen and Guiyong returned to Gu Chen's home, they found their fathers engaged in lively conversation. Despite their hierarchical relationship, old Gu was clearly one of Gua Haitang's most trusted aides, resembling more of a friendship than a superior-subordinate dynamic. You're back? Xiaoyong, what is the matter? Old Gu glanced at Guiyong, sensing that he appeared somewhat lost, muttering to himself about being a waste. What are you saying, you little rascal? Old Gu's expression turned stern as he noticed Guiyong's smile was more akin to a grimace. I am a waste. Old Gu was momentarily taken aback. Then he turned to Gu Chen, his eyes reflecting a trace of inquiry. However, observing Guiyong's demeanor, he felt a sense of embarrassment, for he was old Gu's employer, who was initially meant to stay for a meal but had instead dragged Guiyong away. Once they exited the Gu residence, Guiyong, under old Gu's comforting words, finally spoke. Father, Gu Chen is a genius, a true prodigy. If he truly condensed his vital energy only recently, that is an unimaginable level of talent. Uncle Gu's family has held him back. How could that be possible? Just having become a warrior, he has managed to increase his vital energy to such an extent. His voice trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the incredibility of it all. Wait, he doesn't even know the techniques for stimulating blood production. I just taught him that. Guiyong was momentarily dazed. Then his expression darkened tremendously. He couldn't have just elevated his vital energy by over 100 cards today, could he? Impossible, impossible, impossible. Guiyong muttered the word impossible 3 times in a breath, then fell silent in the passenger seat. Beside him, Gua Haitang observed with a grave expression. Although he was not a warrior, he had gathered considerable knowledge about warriors to train his son. Regardless, Guiyong's reaction seemed exaggerated. Yet, it also revealed a crucial truth. Old Gu's son is a martial genius. He recalled that old Gu's son had once been capable of entering one of the top 3 martial high schools in the capital, but alas, old Gu's family's circumstances were not sufficient to afford the tuition for such an esteemed institution. Having raised Guiyong to this point, he understood well how costly martial training could be. He estimated that his entire life as savings would barely be enough to send Guiyong to a martial genetics academy. True gold cannot be concealed. It seems he must assist old Gu's family more, as it would be beneficial for us as well. Do not be deceived by the fact that he is currently old Gu's employer, overshadowing Gu Dongshan for a lifetime. Now, we are in a society of warriors. Warriors are the true mainstream. A top-tier warrior has the power to shatter the existing hierarchy. Gu Dongshan was oblivious to the unfolding situation, merely exchanging glances with Gu Chen. After a while, during dinner, old Gu received a phone call. Whose call could it be, and why so solemnly, from such a distance? Qin Yuru shot old Gu a glance, and soon after, old Gu returned with a complex expression, saying, Little Chen, your Uncle Gu mentioned that you and Guiyong have hit it off well. Furthermore, your Uncle Gu has decided to cover your nutritional meals before the college entrance examination. Nutritional meals. 1 meal per day, following intense training. It was said that Guiyong's nutritional meals cost 1,000 yuan each. Upon realizing this, old Gu suddenly grasped the situation, casting a deep look at Gu Chen, whispering, You lad, truly impressive. He also surmised that Gu Chen's innate talent was undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, Guiyong would not have exhibited such a reaction. Moreover, He was well aware of Gua Haitang's character. As a competent businessman, he prioritized profit. And such a near-charitable act would not be taken lightly. This must be due to Gu Chen's potential. The college entrance examination is significant. Do not concern yourself with matters of pride. After all, it is merely 13 days, and if necessary, we can repay him later. The nutritional meals are specially customized, and only old Gu has the connections for that. With the examination drawing near, let us hope little Chen achieves excellent results. This is a lifelong matter. Qin Yuru remarked from the side. Old Gu remained silent for a considerable time, saying nothing further. However, Gu Chen understood that old Gu had acquiesced. Old Gu valued his pride. Gu Chen sighed. He could indeed earn money to pay for his own nutritional meals, but just as he contemplated speaking, he was met with Qin Yuru's piercing gaze, which silenced him. After dinner, Gu Dongshan and Qin Yuru washed the dishes in the kitchen, while Gu Chun, with enhanced hearing as a warrior, caught faint sounds from the kitchen. Little Chun has grown up. He has become a warrior. He can forge his own path from here on out. Perhaps he may no longer need us. With a sigh, a long silence enveloped the kitchen. The following morning, Gu Chen opened his eyes, feeling the surging vital energy coursing through him. Little Chen, are you heading to school? Gu Chen nodded. Yes. Today is the day for warrior entrance examination registration. I need to go to school. Gazing out the window, he mused, but now, I must be a prominent figure at the 13th middle school, right? After all, the incident of rejecting Shen Mengxian has stirred quite a commotion, even in the capital, let alone within the 13th middle school. Chapter 12, Thunderous Means. Can't speak? Then keep that mouth shut. 13th middle school. Still the dilapidated place he remembered. The surrounding streets appeared quite worn. Yet, upon returning to campus, Gu Chen's mood was entirely different. Now, Gu Chen had officially become a warrior. No one within 13th middle school could match his status. The absence of instruction in blood production techniques for the students at 13th middle was evident. Gu Chen was likely the sole warrior within the school. After all, activating the cells throughout one's body posed a significant challenge for impoverished students at 13th middle. Well, if at ISNT young Master Gu Chen, you've come to school, even willing to forego the opportunity to train alongside the goddess Shin? Could it be you are a hidden ultimate martial second generation? You completely disdain the rewards contained within the martial cultivation program? How arrogant, young Master Gu Chen. Who would have thought you'd return to our 13th middle? It leaves one unsure of how to comment. There was no shortage of sharp tongues. As Gu Chen stepped into 13th middle, he was immediately met with derision. Following the sound, he recognized it was from a well-known figure in the school, Zhang Tianhu. He was notorious for bullying the more timid classmates, thanks to his imposing physique and a lack of parental oversight, which fostered his arrogant demeanor. At that moment, he and his cohorts obstructed Gu Chen's path. Zhang Tianhu had aspirations for that coveted position as well, but Shen Mengxian didn't even spare him a glance. Thus, Gu Chen, who not only had been selected but also had rejected Shen Mengxian, became the target of Zhang Tianhu's envy. However, Zhang Tianhu's bullying was something everyone had grown accustomed to. He had an uncle who was a martial arts teacher at 13th middle, which made him untouchable. Gu Chen strode directly toward the teaching building, for his purpose in school today was solely to register for the warrior entrance examination, making a visit to 13th middle unavoidable. Observing Gu Chen's indifference, Zhang Tianhu became increasingly brazen. Did you see that? This Gu Chen is clearly a lunatic, usually brooding, and he considers himself lofty. But here in 13th middle, does he think he has a future? Serving as Shun Mingxuan's lapdog is his only path, and that was his only chance. He actually turned it down. It's simply laughable. Indeed, one of Zhang Tianhu's underlings chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. What self-importance? In the end, he's just destined to remain a lowly warrior, a life of mediocrity, just like his entire family. Whoosh. As soon as those words left his lips, a fierce glint flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. He crouched like a hunting leopard, and in an instant, he surged forward with a warrior's terrifying agility, confronting the speaker. His voice resonated like that of Yama himself. Can't speak? Then keep that mouth shut. Boom. Gu Chen's punch struck the man's mouth with such ferocity that blood gushed forth, shattering his teeth entirely. The sheer power behind Gu Chen's blow was terrifying, and the man let out a harrowing scream as his body was sent flying backward. Zhang Tianhu, caught off guard, found himself locking eyes with Gu Chen's gaze, which bore the chill of frost. A cry of despair escaped him as Gu Chen delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Before he could even vocalize his pain, Gu Chen seized his shoulder and forcefully pulled him downwards. Zhang Tianhu felt an overwhelming force dragging him, leaving him utterly incapable of reaction. Although he had often engaged in physical training, with his cells activated to 60%, granting him greater strength than the average person. It was unfortunate that Gu Chen was a true martial artist. Crack. Zhang Tianhu's face went pale as one of his arms was brutally broken by Gu Chen. He collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Meanwhile, the onlookers, who had been nearby, were struck with shock. How could Gu Chen be so formidable? Did you see his movements? Those exaggerated yet powerful strikes. Could this truly be the Gu Chen we once knew? In everyone's memory, Gu Chen was a quiet individual. possessing a calm demeanor, often found in a corner either studying or lost in thought. Yet now, in an instant, he had shattered one man's jaw and broken Zhang Tianhu's arm. Was he out of his mind to resort to violence within the school? Surely, such actions would invite severe punishment. Besides, didn't Zhang Tianhu have a martial artist uncle? Though Zhang Tianhu was notorious for bullying others, he was feared due to the formidable presence behind him. Arrogance in mortals often stems from their reliance on others. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged from the teaching building of the 13th High School, his expression dark and foreboding. He exuded a long, powerful aura, and Gu Chun recognized him as a genuine martial artist. Teacher Zhang, a member of the first-year faculty, was indeed a martial artist. This was disastrous. Although the reason for Gu Chen's drastic transformation was unclear, it was evident that he was about to face dire consequences. Zhang Yiyuan glanced at the groaning Zhang Tianhu on the ground, his expression darkening ominously. His icy gaze locked onto Gu Chun, astonishment coursing through him. After all, Zhang Tianhu had trained in various fighting techniques and was considered quite strong among ordinary individuals. Yet now he had been incapacitated. You break one of his arms, and I shall break both of yours. His voice dripped with cold malice, a murderous intent brewing. Just as his words fell, a voice suddenly rang out before him. The youth had inexplicably arrived at Zhang Yiyuan's side, targeting his arms. Gu Chen's expression was chilling. The teachers at the 13th High were notorious for their arrogance, often ridiculing students and bullying them under the guise of their martial artist status, knowing that most students lacked any backing. Thus, the 13th High had long been shrouded in darkness. He had previously cowered before these teachers, fearing their wrath. However, upon stepping into the realm of martial artists, he realized that these so-called martial artists were mere shadows of their potential. It is well known that a healthy martial artist, upon entering the body refinement stage, possesses a vitality of 100 cards. Yet these individuals, having activated their cells incompletely and only entering the body refinement stage at an advanced age, had a drastically low vitality, often starting with only a few dozen cards at the onset of their martial journey. Such individuals would forever remain at the bottom tier of martial artists, destined to teach in a school as dismal as the 13th High. A shiver ran down Zhang Yiyuan's spine, a sense of foreboding washing over him. In the next moment, Gu Chen's hand had already pressed down upon his shoulder. You spoke of breaking both arms. Gu Chen's voice was that of a demon. Chapter 13, a school-wide celebration. A martial artist emerges from the 13th High. The students of the 13th High could scarcely fathom how events had escalated in such a flash. Crack. Zhang Yiyuan's face twisted in terror as he desperately summoned the power of his martial artist identity. Yet the moment he made contact with Gu Chun, realization dawned upon him. You are a martial artist? Yes, a martial artist. Moreover, one who had completed the body refinement stage at the peak of youth. Zhang Yiyuan's complexion turned ashen, but in the next instant, he felt Gu Chen's grip encircle his wrist, an overwhelming force tearing at his body. He attempted to resist, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Crack. Zhang Yiyuan's arm was shattered, his agonized scream reverberating through the air for what felt like an eternity. Gu Chun, have you lost your mind? Injuring a teacher will bring severe repercussions. How can you be so powerful? Teacher Zhang is a martial artist. Around them, the students of the 13th High were left in shock. This was Teacher Zhang. Within the school, he ranked among the strongest martial artists, yet now, his arm had been broken by a student. Another scream echoed as Zhang Yiyuan's other arm also succumbed to fracture. Gu Chun was no longer the same. Yet his brutal treatment of a teacher hinted at impending calamity. In the martial arts society, while many things could transcend the previous norms, within the school, willfully harming classmates and injuring teachers would surely spell doom for Gu Chun. At that moment, several figures hurriedly approached from within the 13th High. Indeed, the situation had escalated. Even the principal had arrived. The 13th High had 3 disciplinary directors. Their expressions darkened, especially upon witnessing Zhang Tianhu and Zhang Yiyuan writhing on the ground in pain. Wait, Gu Chun. Initially, they had assumed an outsider was causing trouble. However, upon arrival, they quickly realized the truth. Wasn't this Gu Chun? After the rejection of Shun Mingxuan's assistance, they had come to recognize him. They found his actions incomprehensible and lamentable. Yet now, you have become a martial artist? The disciplinary director for Gu Chen's grade, a stunningly attractive woman, displayed a look of astonishment. Becoming a martial artist was nearly impossible at the 13th High. Activating all cells required far more than the training they engaged in daily. No martial artist had emerged from the 13th High in 3 years. Yet now, Gu Chun had indeed become a martial artist? Not only them, but some students from the 13th High had already guessed the truth, though they found it hard to believe. However, upon confirmation, excitement surged. Gu Chun has truly become a martial artist. Finally, someone from the 13th High has successfully activated all cells and broken through to the body refinement stage during their time in school. This is monumental news. This is wonderful. We can finally apply for resources for the 13th High. This is a promising start. With resources, we might even cultivate 1 or 2 more martial artists. The absence of martial artists had long been a sore point for the disciplinary directors. But now, They were elated at the emergence of a martial artist from the 13th High. Director Zhang, Director Wang, Director Liu, you must take my side. A student has disrespected a teacher. My arm, it hurts. Zhang Yiyuan lamented in pain. Yet the three disciplinary directors were completely engrossed, revolving around Gu Chun, entirely ignoring him. Your arm is broken? In the eyes of the three supervising directors, Gu Chun was indeed a treasure. You step aside. Truly a warrior, ha ha ha. Moreover, your vitality appears to be quite abundant. Surely it surpasses 200 calories, does it not? A warrior of 200 calories, Zhang Yiyuan's face turned pale. No wonder he felt utterly powerless. It was important to note that he had long surpassed the peak of physical prowess. Although he was a warrior, his vitality had been declining year by year. Just a few days prior, he had tested his vitality and found it at a mere 65 calories. A prodigy of a warrior. At this moment, Gu Chen's supervising director, Lu Zuro, possessed a voluptuous figure and an alluring visage. As she gazed at Gu Chun, a thought seemed to cross her mind, and she softly remarked, Directors, Gu Chun is a student from my grade. I shall report to the principal and advocate for his training. As for Zhang Tianhu and Zhang Yiyuan, I leave their handling to you. Lu Zuro then led Gu Chun away. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianhu and Zhang Yiyuan wore expressions of utter dismay. Warriors were the gems of our school. It had been 3 years since such an exceptional warrior had emerged. Zhang Yiyuan, what do you think we should do with you? They mused. In the past, they had turned a blind eye to the bullying of other students, their greed lining their own pockets at the expense of impoverished families. Yet now, they lamented, having offended someone they ought not to have. The fact that Gu Chun could rise as a warrior in the 13th middle school spoke volumes about his terrifying talent. He might even ascend to the upper echelons of warriors in the imperial capital in the future. This was indeed a treasure for the 13th middle school. Old Zhang, your arm is broken. You surely cannot continue teaching. All present bore expressions of astonishment. Previously, these supervising directors had always considered their long-standing camaraderie with Zhang Yiyuan, but now, the situation had drastically changed. A warrior. Gu Chun had become a warrior. His value to the 13th middle school far surpassed that of an aged warrior. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Chun had quietly transformed into a warrior, an inconceivable feat at this moment. Within the office of the supervising directors, Gu Chun felt momentarily disoriented. A pleasant fragrance lingered in the air. Lu Zuro, renowned in the vicinity, was said to possess strength surpassing that of the elders at the 13th middle school. Her presence here was merely for practical experience, likely to be transferred to a more prestigious institution in the future. Her mood was notably cheerful. You have become a warrior. And as you are under my charge, you will be recorded in my portfolio, which will facilitate my own path ahead. In the challenging environment of the 13th middle school, the emergence of a young warrior was indeed a matter of pride. However, you ought to clarify why you declined the poverty alleviation list. I am aware of your family background. Pursuing a path as a warrior will not afford you any assistance. Should you become a beneficiary of Shunmingshuan's poverty alleviation efforts, life may be somewhat constraining, but if you can endure that, you would reap abundant resources. The three individuals have already received a vial of vitality elixir as part of the assistance program, accompanied by guidance from the Shun family's warriors. Indeed, biological agents and warrior mentorship could prove invaluable. In the past, Gu Chun might have felt envious. Yet, possessing the divine prison gene, he found it beneath him to grovel before the so-called goddess for such trivialities. Chapter 14. The poverty alleviation quota is appealing, but alas, it is not for me. Director, I believe the poverty alleviation quota is indeed quite appealing, yet it is not suited for me. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled, leaving Lu Zuro momentarily taken aback. This child was hard to fathom as a student from the 13th middle school. Although she was reluctant to admit it, Lu Zuro had only been here for 3 years, during which she had felt an overwhelming sense of despair, a suffocating awareness of a bleak future. The society of warriors may indeed be equitable, but that fairness would only manifest in the future, not in the present. Currently, humanity faced a monumental threat, compelling the Summer Nation to reserve the majority of resources for the elite, in hopes of nurturing a cohort capable of resisting alien pressures and eradicating the menace of monstrous beasts. Gu Chen's ability to stand out here signified but one thing: talent. Before her stood Gu Chun, endowed with formidable talent. Lu Zuro had been keeping tabs on him since he had initially qualified for admission to the esteemed 3rd Warrior High School in the imperial capital, a testament to his remarkable capabilities. Regrettably, he could not afford the exorbitant tuition, which led him to enroll in the 13th middle school instead. Well, now that you have become a warrior, you can complete tasks at martial arts studios, slay some monstrous beasts, and earn a handsome salary, thus improving your circumstances. Gaining admission to a prestigious academy for warrior genetics would open boundless prospects for your future. Lu Zuro was enveloped in a faint, enchanting fragrance as she smiled at Gu Chun. I will also inform the principal. She will take a keen interest in you. The principal? Gu Chun had been at the 13th middle school for 3 years and had yet to lay eyes on her. It seemed she never appeared within the school. Our principal is merely a figurehead at the 13th middle school. She is actually the principal of the 3rd Warrior High School in the imperial capital, a person of great significance. No wonder the 13th middle school was looked down upon, with only a nominal principal. By the way, come here. Lu Zuro beckoned Guchun, and a waft of fragrant air enveloped him, causing him to catch his breath. Lu Zuro retrieved a small box from beneath her desk. We have limited educational resources at the 13th middle school. It is an unavoidable circumstance. I, too, have journeyed through the ranks as a warrior. And this vitality elixir is one I had set aside and never used. Opening the small box, she revealed a silver vial containing the vitality elixir and pushed it toward Guchun. Here, take it as my personal assistance. Lu Zuro smiled warmly. This prompted Guchun to glance at his supervising director with renewed appreciation. She was unlike the others who viewed the students of the 13th middle school as perpetual low-tier warriors. Lu Zuro had consistently endeavored to uplift them, as evidenced by her efforts with Shun Mingxian's poverty alleviation list. Director, please accept this. I will also enroll you for the warrior entrance examination. You must do your utmost to secure a place in a distinguished academy for genetics. Seeing this, Guchun had no choice but to accept it, while silently vowing to remember Lu Zuro's kindness and repay it in the future. Thank you, Director. I will strive diligently. Watching Guchun depart, Lu Zuro felt an inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat. She harbored a peculiar intuition that this young man would make an astonishing mark in the warrior entrance examination. Perhaps I am overthinking it. The warrior entrance examination attracts hundreds of thousands of participants from all corners, divided into 4 major testing regions, filled with exceptional talents. Nonetheless, you should be able to achieve commendable results. Having left the 13th middle school, Guchun cradled the vitality elixir, feeling a gentle warmth in his heart. According to Guiyong, an individual of Guchun's standing would need at least 30,000 yuan, along with some favors, to obtain such an elixir. Yet Lu Zuro had directly gifted it to him. Although he did not require it, it was a delightful bonus. He resolved to remember the director's kindness and repay her well in the future. In search of solitude, Guchun embarked on his training journey. This morning, he departed with a thermal container filled with nutritional meals prepared by Uncle Gu. He began his rigorous regimen. After completing the blood-stimulating exercises in the 5th group, Guchun found himself breathless. He consumed the nutritious meal and subsequently ingested a vitality potion. The surge of energy coursed through his veins, turning them a lustrous silver. He could feel the immense power seeping into him, while his cells and muscles voraciously devoured the energy like a demon with a gaping maw. The speed at which I absorb the vitality potion is significantly accelerated. Is this the advantage of having powerful cells? As the vitality surged within him, a spark of exhilaration flickered in Guchun's eyes. He estimated that his vitality had increased by approximately 60 calories. It seemed he was nearing the threshold of 300 calories. With a thunderous clench of his fist, Guchun could feel the overwhelming strength surging within him. Deep inside, the cosmic factors of his physical form gradually coalesced. After this consumption, his vitality was unprecedentedly potent. It appeared he needed to acquire a vitality detection ring. Relying solely on estimates felt rather unprofessional. Upon arriving at the Xianing Martial Arts Academy, he immediately spotted Jiang Hui, who wore a joyful expression, likely due to the commendation she received for introducing Guchun. Guchun, my junior. Jiang Hui beamed with a radiant smile. I received a generous bonus, all thanks to you. Jiang Hui usually struggled to secure training resources. But because of Guchun, Chief Instructor Chen Feiyong had awarded her a bonus, leaving her feeling as though the air itself was sweet today. Guchun shared in her happiness before stating his purpose. A vitality testing ring, you say? We indeed have them. They cost 199 yuan each. Guchun purchased one. Suddenly, an incongruous voice resonated within the academy. Are you the genius martial artist that the chief instructor spoke of in the group chat yesterday? The voice belonged to a young man, his eyes glinting with arrogance. Jiang Hui's pupils constricted as she whispered, he is Mu Siyu, a newly inducted genius of the Xianting Martial Arts Academy, boasting a vitality of 400 calories. He is a senior at the 4th Martial Arts High School. Guchun regarded him curiously. What was the meaning of this? He had not provoked him. Merely being praised by the chief instructor should not have warranted trouble. Jiang Hui felt a bead of cold sweat on her forehead. She was aware of the events from the previous night. Mu Siyu had been reprimanded by the chief instructor for neglecting his training, and in a fit of anger, the instructor had mentioned Guchun, implying that Mu Siyu had no reason to be prideful when a true genius had emerged. This had deeply wounded Mu Siyu's pride. 400 calories of vitality makes him a formidable opponent, Guchun remarked, causing Jiang Hui's pupils to dilate. Guchun had only just become a martial artist. To engage with someone of 400 calories vitality was tantamount to courting disaster. Chapter 15, Vitality, 465 calories. Mu Siyu remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He had heard that Guchun had recently become a tempered body martial artist just 2 days prior, and thus did not regard him as a threat. After all, he was a member of the academy. If anyone could casually attack outsiders, the academy's rules would be rendered a farce. He contemplated whether to deliver more sarcastic taunts to provoke Guchun into action, but instead, Guchun approached directly. Would you care for a sparring match? Mu Siyu blinked. Taken aback. You. Gu Chen stepped closer and continued, I have made some progress with my vitality lately and find myself in need of a sharpening opportunity. I sense your discontent towards me, yet regardless of your sentiments, you would serve as an excellent whetstone. Mu Siyu doubted his own ears. What? I've never encountered such an absurd request. I am a martial artist with 400 calories of vitality. In his senior year at the 4th Martial Arts High School, he ranked among the top 40. A whetstone? Did he truly regard him as such? Come, he declared solemnly. The atmosphere within the Xianting Martial Arts Academy became electrified. Isn't Mu Siyu the recently joined genius of the academy? Someone dares to challenge him? Ha ha ha, looks like we have a reckless youth here. I am a year-round member of the academy and frequent it for training, but I've never seen this boy before. We're about to witness a clash of martial artists. They were all abuzz with excitement. Meanwhile, two figures sat across from each other within the academy, observing the LCD screen that displayed the two contenders stepping onto the arena. This lad does not seem like a novice who has just embarked on the tempered body stage. His vitality appears quite robust. These two were none other than Chief Instructor Chen Feiyong and the academy's head, Feng Wu, who were monitoring the situation within the academy and had just witnessed the duel. It is indeed true that he had just broken through 2 days ago. However, after achieving the tempered body realm, he ventured into the ancient divine forest and hunted 3 moonblade rabbits. Feng Wu nodded in acknowledgement. As you said, this young fellow possesses remarkable talent. Merely through observation and subtle traces, he deduced this, which further elevated Chen Feiyong's regard for Gu Chun, albeit with a hint of regret. I feel somewhat remorseful towards this lad. I was a bit too fervent last night, and may have spoken harshly about Mu Siyu, which caused him to harbor resentment towards Gu Chun. No matter, young martial artists need clashes to foster growth. But who do you think will emerge victorious? Feng Wu, a genuinely powerful martial artist known to have solidified his golden body, an entirely different and formidable realm, asserted confidently, Mu Siyu will prevail. In terms of vitality, martial arts, and combat skills, Gu Chun is far too inexperienced. It is understandable. He has only recently become a martial artist. At that moment, Gu Chun gazed at Mu Siyu, a fervor building within him. An unprecedented sense of anticipation surged forth. Mu Siyu was likely the strongest martial artist Gu Chun had ever encountered. With a resounding thud, Gu Chun stepped forward, causing the arena to tremble. No one had anticipated the sheer ferocity of his physical strength, akin to an ancient dragon charging forth. He unleashed a punch with unwavering stability, the force akin to thunder. Boom. Mu Siyu's pupils contracted as he crossed his arms defensively, only to feel a terrifying force crashing upon him. His body was sent flying backward, stumbling several steps before regaining his balance. Impossible. How can a newly tempered martial artist possess such strength? His vitality surged, leaving him in discomfort. Yet, before he could recover, Gu Chun was already before him. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged blows. Mu Siyu's vitality surged as his skin flushed red, and he found himself continually retreating, overwhelmed. It is evident to all that Mu Siyu has been thoroughly subdued. Who is this young man that he can dominate Mu Siyu in combat? Such formidable fighting prowess is truly terrifying. Even from a distance, I feel a sense of suffocation, a pressure that is incomprehensible. They are unaware that this originates from the innate suppression of the divine prison genes, a force emanating from the very cells. Mu Siyu's pupils constricted. His body suddenly propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, his internal organs nearly displaced. I have been defeated. In this battle, his loss was utterly unequivocal, completely crushed from start to finish. Jiang Hui gasped in disbelief. Mu Siyu has actually lost, and without any ability to counterattack. Gu Chun had only just completed his body refinement, yet Mu Siyu, who had seemingly undergone this process for 2 months, was still unable to resist? I am astounded. Remarkably, Mu Siyu did not display any signs of panic after his defeat. Instead, he rose and bowed respectfully to Gu Chun, who promptly returned the gesture. Such a greeting among warriors signifies mutual respect. You truly have just completed your body refinement? Indeed. Upon seeing Gu Chun nod, Mu Siyu inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth, a sense of defeat washing over him. You monster. Jiang Hui trotted over, holding a pristine white box. I have brought your hand ring. This is the latest blood vitality detection device available in Xiagua. It integrates numerous functions, capable of making calls, GPS mapping, blood vitality monitoring, and more. Please try it on. Gu Chun took the blood vitality detection ring. Once adorned, it immediately displayed his vitality level. Vitality, 465 calories. Jiang Hui and Mu Siyu both looked up in disbelief at Gu Chun's face. How can this be possible? Jiang Hui's voice started off strong, but quickly turned into a whisper. You just completed your body refinement. How could your vitality have increased so rapidly? Gu Chun scratched his head, having consumed vitality-enhancing potions and digested the upper cosmic body factors, resulting in an increase of over 200 calories. He could only respond nonchalantly. It just happened as I was training. Just happened during training? Mu Siyu scoffed. Is that even coherent? Jiang Hui pondered. Is this the prodigious result of 100% cellular activity? Just yesterday, She had inquired with Commander Chen Feiyong whether Gu Chun was truly such a prodigy, to which Chen Feiyong had rare smiled, affirming that a cellular activity rate of 100% represented a terrifying potential never before seen in Xiaogua. It was no wonder that the commander held him in such high regard. By the way, I would like to test my strength and other data. Is the Xianting Martial Hall available? Haha, of course. You monster. I am equally curious about your physical attributes. Come, I shall take you there. Despite having been beaten, Mu Siyu, now with a bruised face, remained generous and carefree, leading Gu Chun towards the physical testing apparatus, leaving the onlookers in the Xianting Martial Hall utterly stunned. Am I seeing things? What kind of monster is that? Chapter 16, Yi Qing Xian, Golden Class Physical Body. At that moment, deep within the Xianting Martial Hall, the two exchanged incredulous glances, both witnessing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Feng Wu and Chen Feiyong had initially believed that Gu Chun would undoubtedly succumb to Mu Siyu. Yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. Mu Siyu had lost, and in a devastating manner. From beginning to end, he had been mercilessly trampled by Gu Chun. There was something distinctly peculiar about the young man's movements, suggestive of an otherworldly quality. It seemed implausible that such exaggerated actions could be performed by an ordinary martial artist. Feng Wu's gaze deepened. As a renowned, powerful figure within the capital, his perceptiveness was keen. 100% cellular activity? How can you still call him an ordinary martial artist? Chen Feiyong muttered sullenly. Feng Wu was rendered speechless. Indeed, I wonder if he will stand out in this year's martial arts examination. The top candidates from the 4 examination districts should be eligible for that opportunity. Feng Wu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Gu Chen followed Mu Siyu into the area designated for physical power assessment. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the area was already occupied. Yi Qing Xian of the Yi family. She has come to our Xianting Martial Hall. As they looked across, they beheld an exceptionally graceful figure clad in a silver training outfit, tall and slender. Her hair cascading like a waterfall. Her pair of lively eyes shimmered with a misty allure, a natural pride and nobility emanating from her presence, compelling Jiang Hui, who accompanied them, to lower her gaze instinctively. Yi Qing Xian is the pride of the Yi family in the capital, the goddess of the top martial arts high school. Mu Siyu whispered, a spark of fervor in his eyes, mingled with a hint of inferiority. Gu Chen found himself bemused. Why are there so many goddesses in the capital? Yet he quickly grasped the underlying issue. This is an extraordinary era. Genes are being unlocked. The human body is continually evolving, discarding the dross while retaining the essence. In terms of both temperament and appearance, martial artists surpass ordinary individuals by a vast margin. Coupled with the complexities of noble families, where the wealthy select the best for procreation, the lineage is refined over generations. Nevertheless, Gu Chen couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Yi Qing Xian. The foremost martial arts high school does not admit students merely based on good grades. It is the most prestigious institution in the capital, where the elite reside. It is said that students must have already completed body refinement by the first year, and Yi Qing Xian exuded an intimidating aura, her slender form concealing tremendous energy. Her vitality likely far exceeding Gu Chen's. The potential of a third-tier physical body. How absurd. As Mu Siyu approached, he witnessed the machine before Yi Qing Xian roaring to life, emitting a glow of black light, resembling a terrifying black hole. The Yi family is a prominent lineage among the stars, and only they could cultivate such a level of genius. The potential of the physical body begins with the basics: white glass, purple Xian, black source. To achieve the white glass level is already indicative of a mid-tier genius, while someone like Yi Qing Xian, with a black source level physique, must have been rigorously trained from a young age, benefiting from abundant resources, alongside her own remarkable talent. In simple terms, for an ordinary martial artist to reach the black source physical level is utterly inconceivable. Talent alone, without adequate resources, renders such aspirations nearly impossible. The onlookers were awash with admiration, the figure exuding an air of nobility and formidable strength, evoking feelings of inferiority among them. Yi Qing Xian sighed internally. I reached the black source physical level a year ago, yet I have stagnated ever since. It is worth noting that she consumes specialized growth factors for physical development weekly and engages in unique training methods that are purportedly the most scientifically advanced and rapid in Xiaogua. Yet, even with these measures, her physical development has plateaued since attaining the black source level. Could this be her limit? She turned her gaze and noticed members of the Xuanting Martial Arts School approaching with a young boy in tow. Possessing keen eyesight and hailing from a prestigious background, she had encountered a myriad of individuals. This boy, however, did not belong to the upper echelons of the imperial city. Thus her interest waned, and she prepared to depart. Just then, the boy slowly approached the testing machine, calmly placing his hands upon its handles. As he began to exert force, she hesitated in her steps, glancing back. To her astonishment, a thunderous roar erupted. The machine suddenly unleashed an unprecedented sound, and amidst the tremors, a radiant light surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in a mist. They hastily retreated, revealing expressions of shock. What level of physique is this? Goodness! Such a terrifying sensation. It feels even more formidable than the black source physique previously exhibited by the goddess Yi. The machine now gleamed with brilliance. What rank of physique is this? Countless onlookers gaped at the boy standing before the machine, clad in simple attire, yet his skin radiated vitality, betraying an unmistakable sharpness. Fourth stage, golden radiance. Mu Siyu was rendered speechless by the transformation before him. Fourth stage, golden radiance? Higher than the top prodigies cultivated by the Yi family, a paragon of the starry skies? How on earth did this anomaly cultivate? Golden radiance, you say? Fourth stage physique. Gu Chen possessed the divine prison gene and had consumed the physique factors from the upper cosmos. The elite offspring of those affluent families could not even aspire to carry his shoes. The physique factors from the upper cosmos are top-tier resources that transcend dimensional levels. Your physique rank is utterly terrifying, Mu Siyu exclaimed, now unable to maintain composure, as Gu Chen's prowess was simply too formidable. Hello, came the light footfalls of Yi Qingxian. Initially intending to leave, she returned, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Gu Chen. One must concede, Yi Qingxian was indeed stunning. The closer one drew, the more one could lament the creator's unfairness. Her flawless visage, complemented by her graceful figure, could drive anyone to madness. I am Yi Qingxian. Hiss. Jealousy flickered in the eyes of those around, who had previously yearned to approach the goddess Yi, yet were held back by their own insecurities and the fear of her formidable background. Yet now, the goddess Yi had taken the initiative to engage a plainly dressed boy. I am Gu Chen. Gu Chen. Yi Qingxian searched her memory, finding no record of a Gu family among the dominant clans of the Xia Kingdom. Who exactly is this individual? A physique at the refinement stage, yet possessing a golden radiance? Chapter 17. The goddess's friend position. Jealousy runs wild. Yi Qingxian departed. However, the gazes directed at Gu Chen were laden with boundless envy, wishing they could tear him apart on the spot. Just now, the goddess Yi had added his contact information. Right? I must not have seen wrong. Someone whispered, their voice barely escaping through clenched teeth. That is the goddess Yi, the unparalleled prodigy of the first martial arts high school, the undisputed deity of martial academies. Her family background, appearance, figure, and innate talent fulfilled the fantasies of ordinary martial artists. Yet just moments ago, Yi Qingxian had taken the initiative to add Gu Chen's contact information. The most popular chat application in the Xia Kingdom is the Enin app. Yi Qingxuan's friend position. You must be cursed. Even Mu Siyu gritted his teeth, thinking that if he were not currently inferior to Gu Chen, he would drag him back to the arena for a rematch. Gu Chen shrugged helplessly. He did not place much importance on the goddess's friend position. His sole desire was to grow stronger. Do not speak to me of frivolous romance. I merely seek strength. After all, Gu Chen was acutely aware that as someone from a humble background, what right did he have to entertain notions of entangling with the daughter of the Yi family? It was a dream best left unawakened. Fourth stage golden radiance physique. How do you see it? Fang Wu spoke a rare old cliché, yet Chen Feiyong wore a grave expression, his eyes filled with astonishment. This fellow is fundamentally altering my perception of genius. Yi Qingxian has been nurtured in biochemical potions since childhood. A super prodigy who even consumed cosmic dust brought back from the stars. Her bloodline shattered the limits of ordinary martial artists, placing her among the most elite in the Imperial City high schools. I was already astounded that her physique reached the Black Source level, yet unexpectedly, Gu Chen has attained a golden radiance physique. Fang Wu smiled, placing his hands before him and softly stating, while the differences in strength between golden radiance physiques may not be vast, they can influence combat effectiveness within the same rank and the cultivation of certain unique martial techniques. However, more importantly, it signifies a terrifying potential. The path of a martial artist is one of continuously breaking through personal limitations and evolving. The early stage limits will invariably impact future cultivation, offering immense advantages. Chen Feiyong nodded. I have gathered some information on Gu Chen. Investigating him should not prove difficult. A student from the 13th High, his father works in a modest company with a barely adequate income. If he wishes to become a martial artist, his background can truly be described as impoverished. By the way, I uncovered an amusing tidbit. Chen Feiyong's expression turned playful, while Fang Wu signaled him to continue. Eager for more. You know about the martial artist incubation program, right? A set of poverty assistance quotas was allocated. At the time, Shen Mengxian went to the 13th High and happened to select Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen declined the assistance offered by Shen Mengxian. This incident seems to have stirred quite a buzz in the Imperial City recently. So the protagonist of that incident is Gu Chen. TSK. Everyone mocked him for being too arrogant, too immature, and oblivious to the times. Yet in reality, it was merely a position to serve as cannon fodder. His refusal was entirely justified. However, it also reveals that this lad possesses innate pride and a clear, unique vision for his future. Fang Wu was quite pleased. Do you think we might witness a destitute youth rise from the depths and surpass the affluent heirs? Chen Feiyong was struck by this notion, as such occurrences were rare in the current martial artist society. Feiyong, how should we in the Xuanting Martial Arts School approach Gu Chen? Chen Feiyong offered a wry smile and replied, Master, do not fault my candor. Given Gu Chen's current display, our school cannot hope to retain him. Once he makes a resounding impact in the martial artist entrance examination, not only will our school be unable to hold him, but all martial academies in the imperial city, even those of the holy path's utmost limits, will be at his mercy. Thus, we should strive to cultivate a good relationship with him, offering assistance to leave him with a favorable impression of the Xuanting martial arts school. That alone will suffice. Chen Feiyang's words garnered a nod from Feng Wu. Indeed, after all, he is a student of Yuxinli, a formidable figure. Were it not for the pressure from several prominent families, she would not merely serve as the principal of a martial arts high school, nominally affiliated with the 13th High as an honorary principal. She would have already traversed the stars. Competing for talent with Yuxinli? That would be courting disaster. They gazed at the youth depicted on the screen. An inexplicable sense that perhaps there existed an extraordinary being, akin to the luminous moon and stars, gradually ascending. Departing from the Xianting martial arts school, Gu Chen ventured into the ancient god forest. Presently, the Moonblade rabbit was no longer his quarry. The long-armed gibbon, valued at 9,000 yuan each, possessed significantly greater combat prowess than the Moonblade rabbit, provided its limbs were intact. However, I should certainly give it a try. The high price of the long-armed gibbon, coupled with its formidable strength, would allow Gu Chen to hone his combat skills in the process. In his recent encounter with Mu Xiu, Gu Chen had relied solely on his vitality and physical strength to dominate, lacking in combat technique compared to Mu Xiu, necessitating further refinement. While scouring the forest, Gu Chen suddenly spotted a long-armed gibbon. Its vitality was approximately 500 calories, slightly exceeding his own, making it an excellent opportunity for self-improvement. With a thunderous crash, Gu Chen's foot struck the ground, shattering it as he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. A single punch collided with the heavily furred gibbon, whose arms gleamed silver, muscles bulging with explosive potential. With a fierce roar, the gibbon was caught off guard, sent sprawling by Gu Chen's strike. Its crimson eyes flashed with fury as it retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Gu Chen. Such strength, Gu Chen mused inwardly, clasping the gibbon's punch with both hands before deftly climbing up its arm. The gibbon screeched in protest, yet Gu Chen, hanging from its arm, delivered a sudden kick. The impact left the long-armed gibbon dazed. Gu Chen then landed on the ground, raining down blows upon the gibbon's chest, each strike resonating like the beating of a great drum, stirring clouds of dust in the air, creating a truly fearsome spectacle. The gibbon attempted to retaliate with a sweeping strike, but Gu Chen executed a precise kick, sending it crashing to the ground. He then advanced and struck down with a powerful punch. The earth shattered, blood spilled. The long-armed gibbon fell. Chapter 18. Yi Qingxian. Have you ever seen a person with a dazzling golden physique? The torso was intact, and thus he would not suffer too much of a financial deduction. Gu Chen nodded slightly, contemplating the muscular arms, secretly acknowledging, this is all money. With the gibbon's corpse slung over his back, he felt its weight acutely. This is quite heavy, Gu Chen thought helplessly. Ultimately, this one would likely fetch over 10,000 yuan. The exact amount could only be determined at the Xianting martial arts school. On his way back, luck was on his side, as he encountered several Moonblade rabbits, akin to that old demon, swiftly capturing 2 of them. Truly fortunate. Upon arriving at the Xianting martial arts school, he was met with astonishment. Is this a long-armed gibbon? Zhang Bo exclaimed, lifting his head in disbelief. Isn't this a bit of a stretch? Don't underestimate me just because I'm an old man. I know a thing or two about martial artists. This long-armed gibbon has at least 500 calories of vitality. To think this lad, upon just becoming a martial artist, brought back a complete Moonblade rabbit corpse, and now, just 2 days later, he returns with a long-armed gibbon's body? How strong has he become? His strength has surged at an astonishing rate. Is this long-armed gibbon yours? Other martial artists gathered around, their expressions betraying their surprise, to which Gu Chen nodded. Alas, to possess such formidable combat prowess at such a young age. This young man has an unlimited future ahead of him. If only my worthless child could be as diligent as you. I wouldn't have to spend my fortune buying him all sorts of things. The majority of those milling about were middle-aged individuals purchasing supplements for their children. And they began to shower Gu Chen with praise, leaving him with a look of desperate appeal, which amused Zhang Bo. Thus, he spoke. Though this long-armed gibbon has some damage to its head, that is rather typical. The value lies not in the head, but rather in the intact arms. So I will calculate the highest price for you. This will be 11,000 yuan. As for the 2 Moonblade rabbits, they are in perfect condition. So that will be 12,000 yuan for you. Altogether, that amounts to 23,000 yuan. I've noted this down, and it will be transferred to your account shortly. The same as last time, correct? Gu Chen nodded and swiftly departed. Heroes emerge from youth. Ah, Zhang Go, is this lad one of your martial school? Someone nearby inquired. Zhang Bo, hearing this, could only shake his head with a wry smile. If only he were from our martial school, but alas, he is not. Our chief instructor has stated that this lad is the most prodigious talent he has ever encountered. Shocked expressions spread among the middle-aged men surrounding them. As night gradually enveloped the city, the lights sparkled in a kaleidoscope of colors. When the night fell upon the imperial capital, the bustling city seemed to come alive. Skyscrapers reflecting a dazzling array of lights, captivating all who beheld it. At that moment, within an upscale restaurant, several figures drew attention. Yi Qingxian, clad in a flowing red gown, stood tall with an air of noble grace, her red lips parting as she delicately swirled the wine in her glass. The night cast a soft glow upon her visage, enhancing her charm, yet she appeared somewhat lost in thought, as if pondering something profound. Qingxian, what troubles you? We have finally gathered, yet you seem somewhat distracted. Has something occurred? A nearby woman asked softly. This woman, strikingly beautiful, exuded a charm that rivaled Yi Qingxian, perhaps due to her slightly older age, which lent her a certain allure. Her graceful demeanor suggested she was no stranger to high society. And she was none other than Chu Qingli, who had appeared among the group in the ancient god forest after Gu Qin's departure. The third individual present was none other than Shen Mengxian, a figure Gu Qin also recognized. All three hailed from powerful families, their business interests often intertwining, and their offspring maintained amicable relations, hence their small gathering that evening. Oh, it's nothing much, merely recollecting an interesting martial artist from today. The thought of the young man with a dazzling golden physique sent her mind wandering, rendering the reality almost surreal. Do you think it possible for someone to attain a dazzling golden physique while still in the body refinement realm? Dazzling golden? Shen Mengxian, ever the epitome of pride, cast her glassy, jewel-like eyes upon her, then chuckled and began to shake her head. Qingxian, you know just how difficult it is to elevate one's physical tier. You reaching the black origin level in the body refinement realm is already the most extraordinary feat I have known. A dazzling golden physique? What a jest. One of my uncles just stepped into the glazed realm, his skin radiating with a glazed light, yet he has not reached such a physical state. Shen Mingxuan's words left Yi Qingxian momentarily stunned. Indeed, how could that be possible? Is that fellow a monster? Have you encountered someone in the body refinement realm with a dazzling golden physique? The fellow's vitality is decidedly inferior to mine. He is undoubtedly a practitioner of the body refinement realm, yet he has astonishingly registered a resplendent golden level physique. At this revelation, the three ladies fell into a profound silence. Is this for real? Could it be a malfunction of the machine? Yi Qingxian offered a wry smile and shook his head, fully aware of the magnitude of this news's impact on them. He added helplessly, no, he tested right behind me. The machine is undoubtedly functioning correctly. If this is indeed the case, he must be an extraordinary genius, an enigmatic prodigy that has emerged from nowhere. Shen Mengxian displayed an expression of astonishment. Oh, the waters in the imperial capital have grown increasingly murky of late, Chu Qingli remarked, swirling the wine glass in her hand and downing its contents in one go, leaving an enticing imprint of her lips on the rim. Just the other day, while on a mission, I passed through the ancient divine forest and happened to notice traces of gene abilities on the ground, specifically the highly destructive lightning attribute. The crucial point is that only 2 individuals in the imperial capital have unlocked the lightning attribute gene, and when I inquired, neither of them was present in the ancient divine forest. Lightning attribute gene? That must be one of the top 10 formidable genes of the divine river gene. The 3 women discussed recent events, reflecting on the escalating complexity of the situation. With this upcoming martial examination, Qingxian, you ought to feel the pressure, Chu Qingli jested. While Yi Qingxian remained unperturbed, the presence of more formidable individuals only adds to the intrigue. Do you know the practitioner with the resplendent golden level physique? Shen Mengxian suddenly asked. Yi Qingxian shook his head. I do not know him, but I have added him to my contacts. Perhaps I could arrange a meeting for you to get acquainted in the future. Oh my, Yi goddess actively adds contacts. This is quite a rarity. The goddess of the top martial arts high school, would she truly reach out to others? It's merely a matter of making a friend. He is quite mysterious. And I find myself intrigued, Yi Qingxian admitted candidly. Soon, the conversation shifted back to Shen Mengxian, as everyone had heard that she was turned away when attempting to select from the poverty alleviation list. That individual was indeed rather young. They do not understand the immense benefits the poverty alleviation program holds for students of the 13th high. But what of his talent? Fairly average. Shen Mengxian offered a rational assessment before continuing. Having missed this opportunity, his future will likely find it challenging to reach greater heights. Chapter 19. 3 numbers. Get out of the Schwanting Martial Arts Hall. The 3 ladies were likely oblivious. The individual they each depicted was, astonishingly, the same person. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion was at home. Brother, what are you up to? Gu Ling huddled in a corner, observing her older brother trembling. How much is your tuition? So this is what it was about. Gu Ling sighed in relief, having feared that her brother had discovered some wrongdoing of hers. However, mentioning this matter brought a flicker of guilt to her expression as she recognized the worry their parents bore regarding her education. Each year, the tuition amounts to 50,000 yuan, combined with the pre-purchase of a year's worth of biological agents, expenses for extracurricular activities, and miscellaneous fees, totaling 100,000 yuan annually. Thus, over 3 years, it would amount to 450,000 yuan. My special recruitment grant can exempt me from 30% of the costs, which brings it down to 315,000 yuan, or 500 yuan each year. The special recruitment grant indeed alleviated some of the financial burden on their parents, though it still remained considerable. Gu Chen glanced at his bank account, reviewing the latest notifications. Your bank account ending in XXXX has received a transfer from Schwanting Martial Arts Hall, totaling 23,000 yuan. Current balance, 39,994 yuan. He had purchased a vitality bracelet, and with today's deposit, Gu Chen had now amassed 40,000 yuan. Listen to me, I will pay your tuition. Do not tell our parents, they are too proud and stubborn. Brother, where did you get so much money? Gu Chen revealed a gentle smile. I have become a practitioner. For a practitioner, earning money is exceedingly easy. Be good, listen to me. Our parents are getting older. It's time they could take a break. Upon hearing this, Gu Ling was initially overjoyed, but as she gazed at her brother, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Unable to contain herself, she burst into tears, exclaiming, Brother, I will become a formidable practitioner in the future. When you grow old and can no longer move, I will take care of you. Get lost, Gu Chen retorted, bemused. He ruffled her hair playfully before retreating to his room. Upon opening his phone, he noticed a new message had arrived. Luminous Leaf has sent you a message. Luminous Leaf, are you there? Gu Chen felt speechless. This was the Yi Qingxian he had added today. Her name seemed rather unconventional. However, glancing at his own online name, Dust Covering the Sky, he thought, all right, nothing to worry about. A bit embarrassing though. Dust Covering the Sky, here. Luminous Leaf, may I inquire about your current vitality level? Dust Covering the Sky. Gu Chen sent a picture of his vitality testing bracelet, indicating a vitality level of 465. Luminous Leaf, you are truly a monster. To possess such a physique at this vitality level is something I have never encountered before. Dust Covering the Sky, it's merely luck. Luminous Leaf, let us train together when the opportunity arises. Dust Covering the Sky, sure. At that moment, in a lavish mansion, Yi Qingxian, clad in a pink nightgown, buried herself deeply under heavy blankets. How awkward. She seldom engaged in conversations with others. When spoken to, she typically responded succinctly, maintaining an aloof demeanor. This was her first time chatting with someone, and even initiating an invitation to train together made her feel as if ants were crawling on her skin. How utterly awkward. The silence was unbearable. Nevertheless, possessing a vitality of 465 could indeed grant one a resplendent golden-level physique. For the first time, she found herself genuinely intrigued by a peer practitioner. Should others discover this, they would surely be left astounded. I must earn money. In the morning, Gu Chen was jolted awake by an overwhelming desire to earn money. He headed to the ancient divine forest to begin his endeavors, and fortune seemed to smile upon him that day as he encountered 3 moonblade rabbits and captured a black armored goat, yielding a total reward of 25,000 yuan. Gu Chen then decided to practice within the Schwanting Martial Arts Hall. Zhang Hui arranged for him to have a private training room. After completing a set of exercises to stimulate his vitality, Gu Chen consumed a nutritious meal, and his body began to surge with energy. The upper cosmic physique factors began to proliferate. Once Gu Chen digested the upper cosmic physique factors, he found his vitality had risen to vitality 605. His physique had reached 600 vitality. Should the word of Gu Chen's rapid progress spread, it would undoubtedly leave everyone aghast. Had he only been a practitioner for 3 days? An increase of 500 vitality? Am I still human? During the college entrance examination, I should be able to reach the limit vitality of the body refinement realm, Gu Chen mused, a smile spreading across his face. However, just then, he suddenly heard a commotion outside and, intrigued, stepped out of the training room, his gaze turning cold. At this moment, Zhang Hui found herself surrounded by a throng of youthful individuals, her delicate face ashen. I have stated unequivocally that we require a training room today. How is it possible that the Xianting Martial Arts School, so expansive and ranked 72nd in the capital, lacks even a single training room? It was evident that these individuals had come to instigate trouble, blocking her path. What seems to be the issue? Gu Chen approached, leaning closer to Zhang Hui and whispering. These individuals are likely from the neighboring martial arts school. They frequently come to challenge us, creating disturbances. They have always been at odds with us. They must have noticed that the members of our school are out on missions, which is why they chose this moment to wreak havoc. Is that so? Gu Chen surveyed the group, recognizing that they were indeed martial artists, their energy and vitality bubbling with intensity, all around 500 calories of qi. Are you a member of the Xianting Martial Arts School? You appear somewhat unfamiliar. The leader of the group squinted, a menacing and provocative glint in his eyes. I am not a member of the Xianting Martial Arts School, but she is my friend, Gu Chen stated, positioning Zhang Hui protectively behind him. It was Zhang Hui who had interceded on his behalf, allowing him to become a martial artist by independently activating a body-tempering device. She had also provided significant assistance to him in recent days, and Gu Chen was grateful. Seeing Zhang Hui being bullied, he would not stand idly by. With a cold expression, he declared, I will give you 3 counts to vacate the Xianting Martial Arts School. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, The martial artists burst into scornful laughter. Consequences? Such bravado. Haha. Where did this impudent brat come from? He must still be in high school. Young, yet audacious. Get lost. Or you'll regret it. Jiang Hui tugged at Gu Chen's sleeve, whispering, the one in charge is named Wang Kaya. His chi has likely reached 500 calories. You should go train. They'll leave after causing a ruckus. It's fine. Clearly, this was not the first time such an incident had occurred. Gu Chen's gaze swept across the Xianting martial arts school, noticing many had been frightened away, eager to avoid trouble. Thus, his voice rang out coldly. 3, 2, 1. The expressions of the martial artists darkened immediately. Chapter 20, Thunderous Measures. A swift demise for all. At this moment, everyone within the Xianting martial arts school was struck with awe at the unfolding scene. A boisterous group of martial artists loomed nearby, while a youth clad in light blue training attire possessed a piercing gaze. His clear and cold voice echoed throughout the school, sending shivers down spines. You are courting death. The faces of the martial artists darkened rapidly. Then, with a final count of 1, Gu Chen's voice fell like a heavy hammer. He instantly sank his body low, executing a motion akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey, launching himself towards the group of martial artists. Boom. Wang Kai's pupils dilated as he felt as if struck by a colossal mountain. The searing pain rendered his face pale as he stared incredulously at the youth before him, the terrifying force threatening to engulf him entirely. Whoosh. His body was sent flying backwards. Faintly, he thought he heard a monstrous roar emanating from this youth. The very roar of Gu Chen's cells in unison. This must be a nightmare. I must have misheard. How could such a formidable martial artist exist? At that moment, only this thought occupied his mind. Before he collapsed at the entrance of the Xianting martial arts school, his head tilted, and he lost consciousness. 500 calories of chi. His strength was reasonable, yet he had clearly underestimated Gu Chen. This kid's prowess was not to be trifled with. Altogether, subdue him. The others, shocked and enraged, surged towards Gu Chen, but one martial artist swiftly crossed over to Gu Chen's left, preparing to strike. However, upon catching sight of Gu Chen's icy gaze, he felt an immediate chill. Bang! A terrifying sound erupted. His body flew outwards in an instant. Gu Chen's figure moved like a specter, darting about with incredible speed. His chi surpassed theirs, and combined with his golden-level physique, he appeared as an invincible deity within the same realm, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Bang! 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 All the martial artists who had come to cause trouble were hurled out by Gu Chen. What is your name? You will pay for this. The fallen individuals groaned. Yet they still dared to threaten Gu Chen. I'll tell you my name after the fight. Do you take me for a fool? Get lost. Gu Chen's voice thundered, instantly sending them fleeing in terror. Jiang Hui, watching Gu Chen stand protectively before her, felt a warmth in her heart, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a unique light. Like Gu Chen, she was a martial artist from a modest background, typically avoiding conflict. Whenever faced with adversity, she would suppress her grievances. Thus, it was the first time someone had stood in her defense. Thank you, Jiang Hui expressed softly, her tone gentle. Gu Chen turned to her, revealing a radiant smile. Sister Hui, if they return to create trouble, just call for me. With me around, no one will bully you. To Gu Chen, Jiang Hui was a commendable friend, kind-hearted and deserving of his gratitude. He would not allow anyone to mistreat her. Jiang Hui nodded. Numerous onlookers in the Xianting martial arts school gazed at Gu Chen's retreating figure, entranced. What a formidable young man. His movements exude an extraordinary sense of power, as if they transcend the capabilities of ordinary individuals, radiating explosive force. Wow, when did such an exceptional youth join the Xianting martial arts school? Meanwhile, Fang Wu sat within the Xianting martial arts school, a smile gracing his face. He had been observing the events closely. However, the members from the neighboring school were merely children. As the esteemed master of the Xianting martial arts school, he could not intervene, for to do so would be akin to bullying the weak, inviting ridicule upon his school. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen had stepped forward. This lad has grown stronger. What an anomaly. Fang Wu couldn't help but sigh. This young man's future would undoubtedly be formidable. The Xianting martial arts school would be unable to retain him. Yet something ought to be done. Fang Wu was a perceptive individual. That afternoon, Jiang Hui received exciting news. She had been promoted. Previously merely a part-time martial artist responsible for reception, she was now officially recognized as a contracted martial artist at the Xianting martial arts school. For someone of Jiang Hui's modest background, this was akin to a fortuitous windfall, especially as the school also provided her with martial artist resources, including biological potions. However, Jiang Hui was astutely aware that all of this was due to Gu Chen. Today, Gu Chen had stood by her side, confronting the other martial arts schools. And although he had attributed his actions to her, most perceived it as Gu Chen defending the Xianting martial arts school, intimidating their rivals. She gazed at the resources in her hands. Gazing at the silver vial, I couldn't help but let out a wry smile. It is often difficult to believe that a genius could propel a top-tier martial arts academy in the imperial capital to such heights, especially when it unfolds right before my eyes. The days that followed for Gu Chen were both tranquil, yet filled with fervor. His vitality surged dramatically. increasing at an astonishing rate each day. On the third day, a thunderous boom resonated within Gu Chen's body, a cacophony heralding the fervent tremors of his very cells. Vitality, 954 calories. It is almost unfathomable. It has been a mere 5 days since Gu Chen stepped into the body refinement realm and embraced the path of a martial artist. From an initial vitality of 100 calories, he has ascended to an impressive 954 calories. For other martial artists, even those endowed with exceptional talent and ample resources, traversing the path of body refinement typically requires a year, yet I have done so in just 5 days. Gu Chen's heart was crystal clear on this matter. All of this was due to the chaotic level genes, the divine prison genes. His physical form was akin to a prison, intended to forge his body into a formidable fortress capable of confining cosmic monstrosities. The enhancement from the upper universe's physical factors was profoundly significant for Gu Chen. During these past few days, Gu Chen found himself frequently conversing with Yi Qingxian. Their discussions were not merely an attempt to cultivate feelings with a goddess, but rather stemmed from Yi Qingxuan's extensive insights as a member of a prominent family. She possessed a comprehensive understanding of the realms of cultivation, sharing information that was typically inaccessible to common martial artists like Gu Chen. As their conversations progressed, their relationship flourished, alleviating the previous awkwardness that had once punctuated their exchanges. Glassy Leaf. Why the sudden inquiry about the 1,000-calorie martial artists? Have you already surpassed 1,000 calories? Gu Chen. No, just a casual question. I am merely curious about future realms. Glassy Leaf. I see you startled me. If you had indeed reached 1,000 calories so swiftly, you would truly be a monster. Gu Chen glanced at his phone screen. Indeed, he was still shy of 1,000 calories. However, it was likely that he would reach that milestone by tomorrow. Little Leaf, I assure you, I have not deceived you. Yet, Yi Qingxuan's subsequent words caused Gu Chen to narrow his eyes. Glassy Leaf. The body refinement realm only truly begins for a martial artist upon reaching 1,000 calories. Chapter 21. Breaking the Limits of Vitality. Gu Chen possessed the potential for a fourth breakthrough. Glassy Leaf. Once a martial artist reaches 1,000 calories, they can indeed break through to the next realm. However, doing so would limit their lifetime achievements. For genuine genius martial artists, especially those from the upper echelons of society, 1,000 calories is merely the beginning. Glassy Leaf. Achieving 1,000 calories enables one to break through their limits and solidify their foundation. Glassy Leaf. I am currently undergoing my third breakthrough in body refinement. My vitality stands at 3,500 calories, which feels like my limit. After the martial artist examination, I should break into the divine strength realm. The next realm beyond body refinement is the divine strength realm, where vitality transforms into superhuman strength, significantly enhancing combat prowess. Yet at that moment, Gu Chen felt a jolt of astonishment. Those martial artists he had encountered who achieved 1,000 calories would undoubtedly be eager to step into the divine strength realm. It dawned on him that geniuses like Yi Qingxian were breaking through their vitality limits and surpassing themselves. How formidable! Gu Chen couldn't help but mutter a remark. Glassy Leaf. Of course, the benefits are exceedingly clear. The body refinement realm serves as the foundation of a towering edifice. The more robust the vitality, the greater the benefits in future cultivation. This will manifest in aspects such as combat prowess within the same realm and the smoothness of future breakthroughs, etc. Hey, are you even listening? Noticing Gu Chen's silence, Yi Qingxian expressed her frustration. Gu Chen, I am indeed here, quite taken aback by what you have shared. Glassy Leaf, that's good. Don't worry about it. Your current vitality is just around 500, so you're still far from that point. Your physical level is at the 4th stage of Radiant Gold, which means you possess the potential for a 4th breakthrough. The 4th breakthrough entails surpassing 4,000 calories. For other martial artists, this is an insurmountable peak, yet for me, there might indeed be hope. Able to absorb the upper universe's physical factors, Gu Chen was remarkably swift in his vitality breakthroughs, thus he need not be overly concerned about these matters. Gu Chen, thank you. Glassy Leaf. Would you like to train together tonight? I just happen to be free after dinner at the Golden Flow Martial Arts Academy. Gu Chen was well aware of the Golden Flow Martial Arts Academy, ranked 4th in the imperial capital, the Sacred Path Extreme Martial Arts Academy, known to be home to city-level stalwarts. Truly, Yi Qingxian is the pride of the Yi family. Gu Chen marveled. Ordinary individuals would not gain entry to such elite institutions. He couldn't help but think that commoners passing by might receive a couple of slaps for their audacity. Alas, I have prior commitments tonight. My work for the day is not yet finished. Gu Chen had devoted the day solely to cultivation and had yet to venture into the ancient divine forest for hunting. Presently, he had accumulated 80,000 credits, and he aimed to push that to 100,000 today. It would be sufficient for Gu Ling's tuition. Gu Chen, apologies. I have prior engagements tonight. Let us reschedule. Yi Qingxian, reclining on her comfortable sofa, bit her lip in frustration. For 18 years, it was her first time actively inviting a male peer, only to be rebuffed. Glassy Leaf, fine. The multiple exclamation marks were enough to convey her current mood. Meanwhile, Gu Chen felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Yi Qingxian had been forthcoming with her knowledge. Yet he had declined her invitation to train. Gu Chun, don't be upset. I genuinely have matters to attend to. We can train together another time. And I'll treat you to a meal as a gesture of my apology. Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, Yi Qingxian's spirits lifted somewhat. She languidly reclined on the sofa, her exquisite form accentuated, her voice tinged with a hint of sigh. Suddenly, I lacked the motivation to train. Wasn't there an outing to the ancient divine forest organized for the class tonight? Yi Qingxian pondered for a moment, glancing at the messages on her phone as if contemplating a decision. The ancient divine forest at night exuded an air of mystery and terror. Many cautioned against venturing there after dark, for it was during this time that fierce and ruthless beasts began to stir. Gu Chun navigated through the ancient divine forest. Boom. With a single punch, he sent a cascade of large leaves tumbling, causing a rustle in the forest. A thunderous roar erupted from a nearby beast, shaking the very earth beneath him. The golden-eyed ironhide bear. What remarkable fortune to encounter such a creature. Within the Xianting Martial Arts Academy, this beast could fetch a staggering price of 30,000, with an estimated vitality of around 900 calories. Its formidable defense and overwhelming strength render such aberrations exceedingly challenging to confront. Gu Chun mused quietly to himself, yet he did not hesitate for long. In an instant, he lunged towards the ironhide bear. Boom. The collision of fists. Even Gu Chun felt his arm tingle, but the ironhide bear was not unscathed either. Its massive form staggering back a step, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in its golden eyes, targeting its lower body. With a swift kick, Gu Chun destabilized the golden-eyed ironhide bear, seizing the moment to deliver a powerful punch to its chest, followed swiftly by another kick. Thunderous. The golden-eyed ironhide bear collapsed to the ground. TCH, its defense is terrifying. I must resort to this technique. Hell's Thunder Spear. Gu Chun mounted the ironhide bear, raising one hand high, as the searing lightning coalesced with tremendous force, transforming in his grasp into a fearsome spear. With a piercing thrust, the Hell's Thunder Spear bore the essence of unparalleled destructive power. In an instant, it tore through the golden-eyed ironhide bear's chest, shattering its heart. It was only then that the golden-eyed ironhide bear succumbed to death. Gu Chun exhaled deeply. I still lack martial skills and a suitable weapon. Facing these thick-skinned beasts barehanded is exceedingly arduous. However, martial arts and weaponry are prohibitively expensive. Gu Chun had seen a beginner's martial technique priced at 100,000. No, I cannot dwell on this any longer, or my heart may ache. Gu Chun sighed in resignation. If only I were from a prominent family like Yi Qingxian, who has undoubtedly been exposed to countless martial skills since childhood, able to learn at will, or even have tailored techniques developed for her by the myriad strong within her dominant family. People can be so infuriating. Gu Chun lamented. Meanwhile, in the ancient divine forest, a vigilant group was advancing. The individuals appeared youthful, likely high school students, with a particularly tall figure standing out among them. To think that even the goddess Yi would join this class outing. TSK. She remains as aloof as ever, truly breathtaking. Yet, there seemed to be a hint of melancholy about her. Had someone offended the goddess? Chapter 22. The upset Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian, rejected by Gu Chun, felt a twinge of discontent. Her desire to train had been doused with cold water. Just then, she noticed a message in the class group chat, organizing a night expedition into the ancient divine forest. It occurred to her that she hadn't returned to school in months. Perhaps it was a fleeting whim that brought her here. There seems to be signs of a struggle. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, prompting the classmates to gather around. After all, they were students from the first martial arts high school, a formidable presence within the capital. As they surveyed the scene, it was astonishing to find that over 20 students in their class were already at the body refinement stage, their vitality levels varying. Besides Yi Qingxian, a peak body refinement practitioner, there were even a few who had reached 900 calories, and some even 1,000 calories. These were indeed the creme de la creme of their class. However, Yi Qingxian knew that the truly exceptional talents were likely honing their skills within their respective families, seldom appearing in school. As they approached, they beheld the remnants of the battle on the ground, astonished by the scale of the conflict, indicating a fierce struggle had taken place. Hiss, this footprint, I recall seeing it in a book. It must belong to the golden-eyed ironhide bear. This creature is terrifying, immensely powerful with astonishing defense. Did someone just battle this beast here? There was blood on the ground. Bear blood. The blood of aberrant beasts differs from that of human warriors. Having undergone brutal evolution, it carries a stronger, more pungent odor. They immediately displayed expressions of shock. The golden-eyed ironhide bear was a topic of discussion in high school. A teacher had once elaborated on it. The instructor had stated that the evolutionary path of aberrant beasts had become exceedingly fierce, their temperaments savage and brutal. The ironhide bear was akin to a dominant entity among its peers. Before reaching the divine strength stage, one should flee upon encountering such a creature, never engage in combat. When aberrant beasts become truly ferocious, they are overwhelmingly terrifying. Even if their vitality exceeds that of the beast, they could still be swept away in a single strike. The golden-eyed ironhide bear has been slain. Who could have done such a thing? This creature is practically a sovereign of the body refinement realm. Only a peak body refinement warrior could easily subdue it. At this thought, their gazes unanimously shifted towards the silent figure of Yi Qingxian, lingering at the back of the group. The aloof goddess is indeed a genius warrior who has shattered her third limit. Yi Qingxuan's expression was serene as she gazed into the distance, her eyesight extraordinary, yet in that direction. She seemed to spot a figure carrying the enormous corpse of the ironhide bear, moving away into the horizon. That silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. Yi Qingxian found it peculiar. Qingxian, what's wrong? At that moment, a girl approached her, someone with whom Yi Qingxian had a relatively decent rapport, as she rarely appeared in class. Even when she did attend, she had an aura that made her seem unapproachable, causing even girls to hesitate in conversation with her. They all understood that behind Yi Qingxian stood the illustrious Yi family, a dominant lineage in the starry realm, and she was the most cherished descendant of the Yi family, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Thus, Yi Qingxian often found herself alone. Her only potential friends were the two sisters from the Shun and Shu families. It's nothing. I have something to attend to. Her words were curt, and she began to walk towards the direction of that figure. At this moment, Gu Chen had set the golden-eyed ironhide bear's carcass aside. Phew, this creature is quite heavy, were it not for the significant increase in my vitality. Enhancing my physical capabilities and strength, I would indeed have struggled with this cumbersome body for a while. Gu Chen smiled faintly, yet at that moment, a ferocious roar echoed from afar, rendering Gu Chen's expression grave. This intensity could easily rival 1,000 calories. He instantly became alert, realizing it was a tiger covered in bone spurs, exuding an immense ferocity. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, he raised the Hell's Thunder Spear, revealing no restraint. As the searing lightning erupted before the bone-spurred tiger, instantly rendering its visage a grotesque mess, inflicting grave injuries. Having just emerged victorious from a battle, Gu Chen could not afford to be careless. He employed his strongest technique to severely injure this bone-spurred tiger. The bone-devouring tiger, 1,000-calorie aberrant beast. Have I stumbled into the lair of these formidable creatures today? I am uncertain of the price for the bone-devouring tiger, but 1,000-calorie beast should command a hefty sum. Gu Chen pondered, a sense of exhilaration swelling within him. He charged towards the bone-breaking tiger, which was currently dazed from the explosion of the prison thunder spear. One of its eyes having popped out, obstructing its vision as it roared incessantly. With a decisive blow, Gu Chen struck the creature's neck with a powerful punch. Each move was lethal. Having endured numerous battles, Gu Chen's combat skills had rapidly advanced. At that moment, a figure stood in the distance, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a celestial fairy, with a voice that rang with a hint of indignation. Indeed, it is you. Yi Qingxian had just arrived and witnessed Gu Chen engaged in combat with a monstrous beast. Now, having successfully slain the bone-breaking tiger, he sat on the ground, panting heavily. Yi Qingxian felt a twinge of displeasure, for she had invited Gu Chen to train together at the Supreme Extreme Martial Arts Institute, which boasted the finest facilities and training conditions in the imperial capital. Yet, here he was, in the ancient divine forest. This was the first time she felt such irritation. Lulakai leaves, are you there? Yi Qingxian sent a message. Chen Jitian, yes, busy. Lulakai leaves, busy? She glanced at the figure sprawled across the corpses of two fierce beasts and continued to inquire. Chen Jitian, busy as can be. What a frustrating man. Yi Qingxian couldn't help but laugh at Gu Chen's infuriating demeanor. She hadn't anticipated that her first invitation would end in failure. After all, the ancient divine forest could only yield some monstrous beasts, and fighting them was merely a means to hone combat skills, enhancements that could be achieved far more effectively within the Martial Arts Institute. She shook her head, somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, Gu Chen too was bewildered. Why was Yi Qingxian behaving so oddly, incessantly questioning him? Lulakai leaves, look up. Gu Chen lifted his gaze and was met with a deliberately pouting, exquisite face. However, it struck him as if she were merely sulking. If others had witnessed this, their hearts would surely flutter with delight. Goodness, the goddess is displaying such a demeanor towards me? After all, Yi Qingxian was renowned for her aloofness, typically maintaining a frosty countenance. Is this all you're occupied with? Yi Qingxian asked, her voice cool, her beauty breathtaking. Slaying monstrous beasts was, in her understanding of cultivation, the least cost-effective method. Within the Supreme Extreme Martial Arts Institute, there were specialized virtual combat devices designed to cultivate combat awareness, yielding far superior results. Yet, at this moment, Gu Chen gazed into Yi Qingxuan's eyes, a spark of excitement illuminating his expression. What do you intend to do? Yi Qingxian, a third-limit martial artist, now felt a shiver under Gu Chen's intense gaze. She regretted coming to find him. This man was utterly unpredictable. The body of the golden-eyed iron-skinned bear was already immensely heavy, and now having slain a bone-breaking tiger as well, she was concerned about how to transport them back. Thank goodness for you, Qingxian. Chapter 23, The Resplendent Goddess Yi. Helping you haul beast corpses? The acknowledged goddess of the imperial capital's foremost martial high school, a rare prodigy who had shattered the third limit among the younger generation. The favored daughter of the prestigious Yi family was now assisting an inconspicuous lad in carrying beast corpses. This was simply unimaginable for a third-limit genius martial artist. The corpse of a bone-breaking tiger was not particularly burdensome, yet if this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar throughout the imperial capital. Yi Qingxian felt that her venture into the ancient divine forest had been a mistake. However, she found it even more outrageous that she did not refuse Gu Chen's request. Upon arriving at the Xianing Martial Arts Institute, Gu Chen sought out Uncle Zhang. Yi Qingxian regarded Gu Chen with a curious expression, as she had long wanted to ask what he intended to do with the corpses of the beasts. Upon discovering he had come to the Xianing Martial Arts Institute to sell them, her confusion deepened. Is this the golden-eyed iron-skinned bear? Gu Chen, have you truly reached the point where you can slay such beasts? The golden-eyed iron-skinned bear was considered a dominant creature among those of the body-tempering realm. And now alongside the formidable bone-breaking tiger, Uncle Zhang was no longer composed. He stood up, scrutinizing Gu Chen closely. But his gaze shifted to the stunningly serene figure beside him, his expression growing increasingly ambiguous. Uncle Zhang remained professional. The recovery price for the golden-eyed iron-skinned bear was 30,000 yuan. Despite some damage to its chest, the value lay in its intact eyes, which could fetch an additional sum. Let us say 32,000 yuan for you. As for the bone-breaking tiger, it's rather severely damaged. How does 20,000 yuan sound? Can you accept that? No problem. Your bank card ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 52,000 yuan from the Xianing Martial Arts Institute. Current balance, 122,000 yuan. Gu Chen was overjoyed. Are you in dire need of money? Yi Qingxian looked at him in confusion, having never worried about finances throughout her life. She found it hard to comprehend Gu Chen's behavior, lacking any frame of reference. Absolutely. My family's circumstances are rather average. And cultivating as a martial artist is inherently costly. Plus, my sister is about to start school, and the tuition for the third martial arts high school is quite steep. I need to save up some funds for her. Gu Chen shared his thoughts openly, and this honesty elevated Yi Qingxian's opinion of him. However, she noticed a glimmer of concern in her gaze. Gu Chen's vitality seemed inconsistent. Just 3 days ago, his vitality had been at 465 calories. Yet now he could slay the iron-skinned bear. He must have surpassed 1,000 calories by now. A dazzling golden physique. His vitality had surged dramatically in such a short span. What kind of cultivation was he practicing? Truly a prodigy beyond my comprehension. Nonetheless, she found her interactions with Gu Chen to be quite enjoyable, natural, and comfortable. How about this? If there is a lucrative task next time, I'll invite you along. The rewards for regular tasks are generally around 200,000 yuan, and even after splitting, it would be a decent profit. Yi Qingxian whispered to Gu Chen. His eyes brightened. Thanks. After the two departed, Chen Feiyong approached from the side. He had just finished work and was about to head home when he spotted Gu Chen and Yi Qingxian leaving together, their silhouettes side by side, causing his expression to turn peculiar. The little princess of the Yi family? This lad is quite fortunate. It was well known that Yi Qingxian was as cold as ice, with hardly any peers among her age group, yet here she was, together with Gu Chen. Late at night, a lone man and a woman. Chen Feiyong wore a gossiping grin. After Gu Chen and Yi Qingxian parted ways, he returned home. Upon opening the door, he found his family gathered around the dining table, seemingly discussing something, while his father's expression bore a hint of worry. However, upon seeing Gu Chen return, he quickly masked his concern. What's wrong? What happened? Old Gu hesitated before responding. Nothing much. Did you train today? You must be tired. Go rest in your room. However, Gu Chen remained unconvinced. He knew his father all too well. Was it about the tuition fees? Gu Dongshan and Qin Yuru exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. You need not worry about the tuition. I've already stated that I will handle it. I am now a martial artist, endowed with the ability to earn swiftly. I have already accumulated enough for Gu Ling's first-year tuition. Gu Chen declared as he retrieved his phone, adjusting it to the message page to show his parents the balance on his card, 120,000. Gu Dongshan and Qin Yuru were taken aback. Had it not been for their son's ascension to martial artist, they might have suspected Gu Chen of engaging in some illicit business. But you require resources for your cultivation, old Gu frowned. Gu Chen shook his head. I lack nothing in terms of cultivation resources. You need not fret about that. The martial arts college entrance examination is approaching, and I am fully aware of what is of greater importance. Their son had matured, was the only thought coursing through Gu Dongshan and Qin Yuru's minds. A bittersweet blend of pride and sorrow. Gu Chen's voice softened. I will become a formidable martial artist, and when the time comes, I shall take care of that girl, Gu Ling. You two mustn't overexert yourselves. Your health is paramount. Subsequently, Gu Chen transferred 110,000 to his father for Gu Ling's tuition before returning to his room. Phew, there is still over 10,000 left. Just then, a message arrived. You have received a text from Lolai Siezi. Lolai Siezi, Tomorrow morning at 6, Ancient God Forest, hunting a deity-level rabbit equivalent to the first limit-breaking level. Task reward, 150,000. Number of participants, 3. How does it strike you, young Master Gu? Yi Qingxian and Gu Chun had grown quite familiar with each other. Their banter laced with playful undertones that elicited a smile from Gu Chun, a stark contrast to the aloof goddess persona spoken of in the outside world. Yet, Gu Chun surmised that this was a task specially earmarked for him by Yi Qingxian, who, having learned of his circumstances, sought to assist him. For her connections and task acquisition far surpassed his own. A warmth blossomed in his heart. Yi Qingxian, cold on the outside, yet warm within, truly a commendable friend. Chun Jitian, I'm in. Thanks. Naturally, Yi Qingxian held no particular interest in such tasks and merely sought to assist Gu Chun. To execute a single task could yield an immediate reward of 50,000, an unimaginable profit. Chapter 24, 1500 Chi and Blood, Deity-Level Rabbit. At dawn, Gu Chun arrived at the task location designated by Yi Qingxian. The ancient god forest was vast, rendering him somewhat disoriented. The individuals assigned to this task appeared quite youthful. At that moment, a mature female voice emerged from a corner of the forest, followed by a figure striding toward them. Upon seeing Gu Chun, her expression shifted to one of surprise, quickly followed by visible discontent. A deity-level rabbit is comparable to a first limit-breaking body refinement martial artist, possessing both speed and strength. We've been assigned such a teammate? Aren't you concerned about dragging us down? The woman's languid demeanor belied the sharpness and acerbity in her words. Gu Chun frowned at her remark. Accompanying this woman was a young man, around 25 or 26, with a somewhat tan complexion, and a middle-aged man, presumably the task's client. The dark-skinned youth and the woman, who bore a hint of malice toward Gu Chun, were likely his companions for this venture. What a joke. You must still be in high school, right? A limit-breaking beast is no trifling matter, and a deity-level rabbit is particularly challenging to contend with. I already felt 3 people would struggle against it, and now our third teammate is a high school student. Are you sure you're not joking, Boss Wang? Gu Chun felt helpless. This reaction was understandable. After all, a martial artist's life is singular in its value. The ancient god forest was rife with hidden dangers, compelling them to exercise caution. Thus, such tasks typically barred young individuals from participation, unless they were renowned prodigies or scions of wealthy families. Had it not been for Yi Qingxian's endorsement, Boss Wang likely would not have permitted Gu Chun to partake in this task. The middle-aged man, Boss Wang, appeared somewhat familiar, sweat beading on his forehead. As an ordinary person, he clearly felt the pressure of the martial artist's aura. He hastily interjected, Yunxia, Furong, please calm down and hear me out. He led Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong aside, whispering something. Upon their return, though still somewhat dissatisfied, they refrained from further protest. Even if it was arranged by the Yi family, they could not gamble with their lives, especially considering he was merely a high school student. Does he possess any experience combating beasts? Wang Furong, the dark-skinned youth, continued to murmur. However, upon hearing Yi's name, they grew considerably more subdued. Zhang Yunxia, first limit breaking. Qi and Blood, 1250. Wang Furong, first limit breaking, Qi and Blood, 1300. The two were closely matched, evidently accustomed to undertaking tasks together. Gu Chun, however, had Qi and Blood of only 1000. Indeed, Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with unspoken concern. They seemed to communicate that this task required utmost caution. While the reward was substantial, it was merely a single task. Losing one's life would render any gain moot. They ventured deeper into the ancient god forest. Along the way, Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong treated Gu Chun with indifference, viewing him as a potential liability. You must heed our instructions. In this profound ancient god forest, even the slightest mistake could lead us to our doom. Zhang Yunxia sighed, perhaps resigned to reality, yet still issuing a warning. The deity-level rabbit is a creature entirely cloaked in darkness, with extraordinarily developed thigh muscles capable of explosive power sufficient to demolish a small mountain. In simpler terms, this beast embodies peak strength and speed among limit-breaking creatures, making it exceedingly dangerous. Wang Furong held the task details, sharing the information. Gu Chun had enhanced his Qi and Blood to 1000 that very morning. Now, he sensed a layer of invisible barrier suppressing his heightened Qi. As for the deity-level rabbit, Gu Chun felt only an exhilarating fervor emanating from his cells, a thirst for battle. 50 meters ahead, beneath that colossal tree, do you see it? Zhang Yunxia suddenly pointed forward, her demeanor shifting to one of alertness. Indeed, there it was, a jet-black rabbit exuding a heavy aura. Though its size was modest, it radiated immense power. The deity-level rabbit had also detected the presence of the trio, its alert gaze halting its nibbling. Inherently violent, the deity-level rabbit transformed into a streak of black light, charging toward the three. Even from a considerable distance, one could perceive the terrifying power emanating from it. Should one fall victim to its collision, even a limit-breaking warrior would likely be reduced to fragments. Scatter! Wang Furong hastily retreated, bellowing. Boom. The ground where the three had stood moments before fractured violently. As a shadowy figure with crimson eyes emerged amidst swirling dust and flying debris, its destructive force sending shivers down their spines. Had the three remained stationary, they would surely have met their demise. Damn it, this divine power rabbit's strength far exceeds my expectations. It must have over 1,500 calories of vitality, compounded by its inherently troublesome attributes. This mission is nearly impossible. Zhang Yunxia's complexion darkened as she watched the divine power rabbit vanish in an instant, its speed rendering them utterly perplexed. Despair washed over her. Even the three limit-breaking warriors might perish in this endeavor. Not to mention that among them was a high school student who had yet to break through. That student must be completely paralyzed by fear right now, she thought. However, she suddenly noticed the ostracized student charging forth with astonishing swiftness, causing her eyelids to twitch. Boom. It seemed a dreadful clash erupted in the air. A shadowy figure plummeted to the ground. Gu Chen stumbled momentarily. What? Zhang Yunxia gasped in astonishment. Gu Chen had managed to knock the divine power rabbit from the sky? Although it appeared he had suffered in terms of raw power, after all, this was a divine power rabbit, a creature with 1,500 calories of vitality. How had this high school student accomplished such a feat? Gu Chen's hands tingled with anticipation, and a fervent battle spirit ignited within him. His cells resonated with a triumphant cry. Gu Chen longed for this battle. Boom. Gu Chen and the divine power rabbit simultaneously vanished from their previous positions. When they collided, it was as if two small mountains had collided. The muscles in the rabbit's legs bulged, seemingly intending to crush Gu Chen's flesh. However, Gu Chen deftly supported himself with one hand, evading the assault, then swept his leg horizontally to land a direct hit. Bang! The divine power rabbit crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. Gu Chen then lifted his weapon. Boom! The Hell Thunder Spear. Chapter 25, Shock. This is the battle prowess of a Jin warrior. At this moment, both Wang Furong and Zhang Yunxia were utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Initially, upon sensing the vitality of the divine power rabbit, they had been prepared to give up. Yet, that high school student they had deemed a burden was now directly engaging the divine power rabbit. Moreover, as they looked upon Gu Chen, who brandished the thunderous spear radiating a palpable destructive force, disbelief etched their faces. Is this the power of Jins? Is he a Jin warrior? Once awakened, such individuals are extraordinarily rare. Their status and identity are entirely distinct. In contemporary Xia country, Jin warriors are exceedingly few. Each is regarded as a vital resource, deserving of utmost protection. Suddenly, the two felt as if their prior actions were akin to those of jesters. 1,000 calories could contend with a divine power rabbit boasting 1,500 calories? What a terrifying creature. Boom. Gu Chen hurled the Hell Thunder Spear. The void erupted, and an aura of annihilation enveloped the air. Yet, the divine power rabbit had already reacted, vanishing in an instant. Boom. The ground was torn asunder by the Hell Thunder Spear, an immense crater crackling with boundless lightning. Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong exhibited expressions of sheer shock. What level of destruction is this? What sequence number of the divine river Jin did he awaken? Could such destructive power truly be wielded by a 1,000-calorie warrior? Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong were utterly bewildered. They realized they could not partake in this battle at all. They lacked even the ability to track the divine power rabbit's movements. Jin warriors possess heightened senses compared to ordinary humans. Their cells harbor unfathomable potential. Faced with the divine power rabbit's blinding speed, if it so desired, their bodies would tap into that potential, enhancing their physiological capabilities. The two were filled with envy. Meanwhile, Gu Chen delivered a powerful punch, sending the divine power rabbit crashing down. Attempting to flee, Gu Chen planted his foot upon the creature. A terrifying storm of thunder erupted from his being, akin to a thunderous war god, as he once again brandished the Hell Thunder Spear, swiftly impaling the divine power rabbit into the ground. The creature let out a wretched cry. A being considered limit-breaking level, deemed one of the most formidable adversaries, had thus fallen. Mission accomplished? Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong exchanged glances. They had contributed nothing to the effort. At this moment, Gu Chen was drenched in sweat, weariness evident in his eyes. The divine power rabbit's strength surely surpassed his own. Yet, the intricacies of battle are not so simple. Numerous factors influence the outcome. For instance, even a warrior with 1,600 calories of vitality may falter against the divine power rabbit's speed and strength, leading to defeat. The divine power rabbit is akin to an aberration, channeling all its attributes into agility and strength. Gu Chen, possessing chaotic level genes, had transcended humanity. In the face of such specialized beasts, others may struggle with their speed. But Gu Chen's eyes could perceive it. As for strength, the amplification from his radiant golden physique should not be underestimated. Regardless, as long as the reward is secured, it suffices. Gu Chen slung the divine power rabbit's corpse over his shoulder and glanced at Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong, who bore complex expressions. Mission accomplished, let us report back. Along the way, Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong could not contain their discussions. Is this fellow sent by the Yi family? Could he be a top-tier prodigy hidden away by them? Unlocking such formidable genes, such individuals are indeed worthy of cultivation by a stellar power. The Yi family already had a Yi Qingxian, a super prodigy from their third limit breaking, and now they had this gene warrior. Oh, is this the foundation of a dominating family? The two sighed. Meanwhile, outside, Boss Wong, awaiting their return, was taken aback upon seeing the three emerge. You completed the task so swiftly? Boss Wong hesitated, already convinced of their failure due to the brevity of their time inside. Yet suddenly, he spotted the corpse of the divine power rabbit slung over Gu Chen's back. Task completed? Boss Wong, evidently excited, turned to Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong with a hint of apology. Thank you both. This mission was made possible thanks to your efforts. However, Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong quickly waved their hands, smiling wryly. Boss Wong, do not say that. We contributed nothing to the defeat of the divine power rabbit. It was entirely Gu Chen's doing. Gu Chen. Boss Wong's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to regard Gu Chen standing nearby. You are indeed someone worthy of Miss Ye's endorsement. In Boss Wong's eyes, having the aloof Yi Qingxian vouch for someone undoubtedly suggests the influence of the Yi family lurking in the background. Elated, he immediately dispersed the reward. Ladies and gentlemen, the remuneration for this task is here, amounting to a total of 150,000. Boss Wong accompanied them to collect the cash. Gu Chen, my brother. We truly Haven Tea contributed much, and initially, we even spoke disrespectfully towards you. I cannot accept this reward, Zhang Yunxia sighed. Neither can I, Wang Fulong echoed. There is no need for such humility. Undertaking tasks is inherently perilous, and mitigating uncertainties is entirely justifiable, Gu Chen reassured them, elevating the perception of this high school student in their eyes. Gu Chen insisted on sharing the reward with them. Really, you mustn't. I truly lack the face to accept this, they protested, yet Gu Chen persisted. Consequently, each of them received 25,000. Their impression of Gu Chen significantly improved. This high school prodigy truly knows how to navigate social dynamics. If similar tasks arise in the future, do not forget about me. Gu Chen's ulterior motive was unveiled. Individuals like them, being limited martial artists, possessed formidable earning potential. They were no longer satisfied with the meager compensation from the Martial Arts Academy for retrieving beast corpses. A divine strength rabbit, if sold to a martial arts academy, would fetch at most 50,000. However, Boss Wong evidently required such a rabbit urgently and could not procure one from other academies. Thus, he resorted to posting tasks and increasing the remuneration. Such tasks were plentiful. Gu Chen needed them to remember him when they encountered similar missions again. The youth of today truly astound, Wang Fulong mused, unable to hide his admiration for Gu Chen as he watched him depart. Strength and talent of the highest caliber, coupled with a gene of lightning affinity. What an extraordinary being he must be. They never anticipated that they had contributed nothing yet still received a share of the reward, which left an excellent impression of Gu Chen in their minds. Chapter 26. Chen Feiyang Yu. R. About. 2. Break. Limits. Having completed a mission, Gu Chen directly garnered 100,000. Gazing at the balance in his bank account, satisfaction radiated from his countenance. What a substantial gain. Gu Chen did not train today, as his vital energy had already reached 1,000 calories, marking a critical threshold. Any further training without breaking through would yield only futile efforts, as all cultivated energy would dissipate, rendering his endeavors in vain. Glassy Leaf. You have reached 1,000 calories, haven't you? In the midst of her training, Yi Qingxian sent Gu Chen a message. Chen Jitian, yes? Glassy Leaf. Haha. Do you feel as though a hazy barrier of vital energy is hindering your ascent, neither allowing you to rise nor fall? Chen Jitian, indeed. Bowing, I seek the wisdom of the goddess Yi. This was the dilemma Gu Chen currently faced, astutely identified by Yi Qingxian. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. Most martial artists never encounter the concept of breaking limits. Upon reaching 1,000 calories, they would directly ascend to the divine strength realm. Breaking limits is often viewed as a waste of time and fraught with danger. Thus, most individuals lack the ambition to contemplate the notion of body tempering. Without proper guidance, one could easily stray from the path, incurring losses rather than gains. Thankfully, Gu Chen had Yi Qingxuan's guidance. Glassy Leaf, do not force a breakthrough, as it may propel you directly into the divine strength realm, and you would regret it for a lifetime. Glassy Leaf. Breaking limits primarily involves immersing oneself in an extreme state. Once the body reaches its limit, one must touch the barrier of vital energy in a hazy state to achieve a breakthrough. Meanwhile, within the Lu Jin Martial Arts Academy, Yi Qingxian, clad in form-fitting training attire and glistening with perspiration, sat nearby, her beautiful eyes fixated on her phone. Have you all noticed something peculiar about the goddess Yi lately? Murmured some onlookers. Yi Qingxian naturally attracted a multitude of gazes daily. Recently, however, there had been whispers about her frequently engrossed in her phone, even smiling foolishly. Goodness. The goddess isn't falling in love, is she? Don't speak nonsense. Some retorted. The goddess Yi was the epitome of their fantasies. To be honest, they felt unworthy of her. Yet, as long as she remained single, they would not be overly distressed. I have not lost, nor have you won. We are all equal. If the goddess Yi were to fall in love, they would all go mad. Yi Qingxian, gazing at her phone, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Throughout her life, she had few friends, and unexpectedly, just days ago, she had ventured to the nearby Xuanyi Martial Arts Academy to test her physical strength due to equipment shortages at Lujin, where she fortuitously met Gu Chen. It could only be described as a unique fate. So quickly, he had reached 1,000 calories of vital energy, combined with his radiant golden physique. He should soon be able to break limits. Yi Qingxian smiled. Look, the goddess is smiling foolishly again. Damn it, who is it? Who is she chatting with? At that moment, Gu Chen learned from Yi Qingxian the key to breaking limits. Perhaps he could seek assistance from the people at Xuanyi Martial Arts Academy? Soon. Gu Chen contacted Jiang Hui. Request from Chen Feiyang, chief instructor of Xuanyi Martial Arts Academy, to add you as a friend. A friend request promptly appeared. Just as Gu Chen accepted it, his screen was inundated with messages. You are about to break limits. Gu Chen could feel Chen Feiyang's astonishment even through the screen. He had only recently entered the body-tempering realm at Xuanyi Martial Arts Academy, and now he was on the verge of breaking through his first vital energy limit. In just a few days, Gu Chen had elevated himself to 1,000 calories of vital energy. This was utterly insane. However, Chief Instructor Chen was no stranger to extraordinary feats. Chen Feiyang, come to Xuanyi Martial Arts Academy. I happen to be here now and will assist you in attempting to enter the extreme state. Gu Chen hurried to Xuanyi Martial Arts Academy. Upon arrival, he found the academy unusually quiet. The chief instructor, a figure of immense authority, sat in the outer hall, where he made the decisions regarding all matters, great and small. Given that the academy's master seldom intervened, this led to Chen Feiyang's formidable presence, causing all members of the academy to regard him with trepidation. As he sat there, no one dared to raise their voice. The chief instructor seemed to be awaiting someone. Wait for someone. Whoever could warrant such anticipation from the chief instructor must be a person of significance. Soon, astonished expressions spread across their faces as they realized the chief instructor was waiting in the outer hall. Was it to welcome a young man? Everyone turned to look, discovering that he was merely a high school student. Goodness, could it be that the grand instructor himself had come to greet him? What an extraordinary genius this must be. Could he be a scion of one of those dominant families? Yet, he appeared no different from an ordinary high schooler. The members of the Xuanyi Martial Arts Academy were both astonished and envious. To be personally welcomed by a grand instructor who was a skilled warrior at the Lulajing level, what a tremendous honor that was. As Gu Chen was brought in by Chen Feiyang, it became evident that he had indeed reached 1,000 cards of vital energy, and the density of his vitality was remarkably solid. How had this individual cultivated to such a terrifying degree? Chen Feiyang found it hard to believe that Gu Chen could have achieved such a prodigious advancement. Yet, deep down, he harbored a suspicion he had never voiced. Had Gu Chen perhaps unlocked his genes? It seemed highly probable. However, this remained Gu Chen's secret, and he had no desire to pry. His immediate priority was to forge a favorable relationship with this exceptionally talented genius. Come, allow me to assist you in reaching your ultimate potential, he declared. But I must caution you. Breaking through the limits of vital energy comes with inherent dangers. A moment's negligence could result in severe injuries or even leave you with irreparable hidden wounds. Thus, those who manage to surpass the limits of vital energy are exceedingly few. Breaking through such limits is fraught with peril. Throughout his years as the grand instructor of the Xuanyi Martial Arts Academy, with thousands of registered members, he had encountered very few who had broken through their vital energy limits. The few who had done so were now cultivating in elite genetic academies. I understand. Let us begin, Instructor Chen, Gu Chen replied. Observing Gu Chen, Chen Feiyang's face broke into a smile of admiration. He was a connoisseur of talent, and he held Gu Chen's exceptional abilities in high regard. Alas, Gu Chen was not one of their own at the Xuanyi Martial Arts Academy. Very well. I shall unleash my full aura. I am currently at the third stage of Lulajing, and my cells have been refined to exhibit a translucent hue. I will push you to your limits. Boom. As the second-in-command of the Xuanyi Martial Arts Academy, Chen Feiyang's strength was formidable. Lulajing represented the third stage of a warrior's continual evolution. An aura akin to a mountain surged towards Gu Chen, nearly engulfing him entirely. Chapter 27, Martial Arts. Divine Thunderstrike. Boom. The entire training room trembled violently under Chen Feiyang's resounding aura. Cold sweat beaded on Gu Chen's forehead. So this is Lulajing? It was the first time he experienced the aura of the Lulajing level. Magnificent, unstoppable, like a colossal mountain descending upon him. He could not help but feel awestruck. Was this the pinnacle of human evolution through sheer physicality? This was merely the Lulajing. What terrifying heights lay beyond? Suddenly, noticing that Gu Chen did not collapse under his overwhelming aura, Chen Feiyang's eyes widened in surprise. Could this be the prodigy with 100% cellular activity? He promptly intensified his aura's pressure. Boom. In that moment, Gu Chen finally felt it. His physical body was on the verge of exhaustion, rendered immobile under the weight of that immense aura. It felt as if he had been cast into a colossal grinding stone, mercilessly ground down. Chen Feiyang observed that it was nearly time. Gu Chen was becoming disoriented, his consciousness beginning to slip away. This young man possessed an extraordinary physique. He had to exert his entire might. If this continued, Gu Chen could be in peril. Gu Chen, do not succumb to slumber. Quickly, feel your vital energy barrier. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated from within Gu Chen's body. Chen Feiyang's expression turned to one of astonishment. Gu Chen has succeeded? He has broken through the limits of vital energy so swiftly, so effortlessly. Is this the pinnacle of human talent? Chen Feiyang could not help but marvel at Gu Chen's rapid breakthrough. It seemed almost effortless. Indeed, the unprecedented 100% cellular activity rendered his physical potential astonishing, leaving one to ponder just how far such a body could ultimately evolve. Meanwhile, Chen Feiyang's aura dissipated. Gu Chen's body began to respond. A wave of warmth surged from his dantian, coursing through his limbs. As his powerful vitality began to flow, a warm current enveloping him, eliciting a pleasurable groan. Akin to discovering a hidden paradise after breaking through a wall. He glanced at his vital energy testing ring. Vital energy, 1,100 cards. He had reached 1,100 cards of vital energy after breaking through the first limit. Gu Chen felt lighter, and the strength of his physique had become all the more formidable. Thank you, Instructor Chen. Chen Feiyang waved his hand, patting Gu Chen's shoulder, then remarked, "You are truly the most extraordinary warrior I have ever encountered." His expression turned complex as he pondered for a moment before continuing. "I understand that you likely have no intention of joining the Xuanting Martial Arts Academy. A talent like yours is indeed beyond our grasp, which is why we have never proposed a contract to you. All I hope is that if the Academy ever faces adversity in the future, you might lend us your aid." Gu Chen looked puzzled. The Xuanting Martial Arts Academy is located in the Imperial City. What kind of peril could it possibly face? At this, Chen Feiyang's gaze deepened as he looked into the distance. In the future, who can say for certain? The human race faces countless crises. Today, our homeland is peaceful, yet it may be destroyed at a moment's notice. Chen Feiyang's words sent a chill through Gu Chen's heart. Rest assured, Instructor Chen. The Xuanting Martial Arts Academy has shown me kindness, and should such a day ever arrive, I will not stand idly by. A smile crept across Chen Feiyang's lips. Those are merely speculations. It is too far off to dwell upon. Haha, strive to become stronger. The human race desperately needs the rise of prodigies like you. However, Gu Chen did not leave immediately. Instead, he expressed a desire to select martial arts techniques. As for martial arts, the Xuanting Martial Arts Academy has compiled 4 volumes. Martial arts represent humanity's perfect application of energy, strength, and power. A warrior possessing techniques suited to them should be able to dominate their peers. Chen Feiyang led Gu Chen to the martial arts repository of the Xuanting Martial Arts Academy. To utilize martial arts, one must reach the divine strength stage or, like you, break through the limits of vital energy. After all, martial arts consume a great deal of energy and possess immense power, making it challenging for ordinary body refinement warriors to control. Gu Chen felt a surge of anticipation. The martial arts repository was vast, illuminated by brilliant lights, all converging at the center of the repository where 4 tomes were housed within crystal cases. The Xuanting Martial Arts Academy was quite well resourced. It is worth noting that martial arts academies ranked 50 to 100 would be fortunate to possess 2 martial arts techniques, while the majority only had 1. The Xuanting Martial Arts Academy boasted 4 tomes. Chen Feiyang felt a sense of pride as he mentioned this. Would you like to learn? He asked with a smile. Divine Thunder Strike, Gentle Breeze Palm, Spirit Jade Finger, Xuanting Blade Technique. These are the 4 martial arts of the Xuanting Martial Arts Academy. To acquire the 4 martial arts from the Xuanting Martial Arts School, one must be a signed member of the institution and pay a sum of 300,000. However, for core members, the fee is reduced to merely 100,000. Gu Chen could not help but sigh upon hearing this. Such a price was exorbitant. Nevertheless, since I have brought you here, I can certainly provide you with a special opportunity. Chen Feiyang shook his phone, its screen flickering. I have just reported this matter to Master Fong, who has also given his consent. Although Gu Chen is not an official member of the Xuanting Martial Arts School, the truth is that he is practically indistinguishable from them. For instance, in any situation, Gu Chen would instinctively choose to come to the Xuanting Martial Arts School, subconsciously. He is already bound to it. This speaks volumes about the vision and foresight of Fong Wu and Chen Feiyang. The so-called membership is merely a formality. You only need to pay 100,000 to select one martial skill for your training. If you are currently short on funds, I can lend you the amount. Chen Feiyang continued, asserting that the Xuanting Martial Arts School is indeed quite generous. Instructor, I have the money. Please extend my gratitude to Master Fong, Gu Chen said respectfully. Bowing deeply, Chen Feiyang was taken aback. You have money? Gu Chen produced a bank card and transferred 100,000 directly to Chen Feiyang. This was the reward he had earned from a task earlier that morning. He had not anticipated exhausting it by the afternoon. However, the opportunity to learn a martial skill was simply too valuable. Chen Feiyang regarded Gu Chun with profound admiration and remarked, "You are quite the enigma. Now, let us proceed with your selection." Gu Chun glanced at the 4 martial skills and ultimately chose the Divine Thunder Fist. This martial skill emphasizes destructive power, simulating the terrifying explosive force of thunder, unleashing a tremendous might in an instant. It is the most destructive among the 4 martial arts. Chen Feiyang nodded in approval, recognizing Gu Chen's discerning taste. The Divine Thunder Fist was once created by a master of the golden body level within the capital and had shone brilliantly in the hands of a martial artist who had unlocked the Thunder Gene, reportedly sweeping through foreign tribes with unmatched prowess. Chen Feiyang recounted the illustrious history of this martial skill, and Gu Chun gleaned an important piece of information. A martial artist possessing the Thunder Gene would be capable of unleashing even greater power while utilizing the Divine Thunder Fist. For me, this is indeed a chosen martial skill. Chapter 28, The Death Bus. The Master's Daughter. Shenyushi. The Divine Thunder Fist is a relatively advanced martial skill. The current classifications of martial skills are approximately entry-level, beginner, advanced, and top tier. An advanced martial skill is exceedingly valuable. If it were not for the top 100 martial arts schools in the capital, it would be virtually unavailable elsewhere. Channeling energy into the palm, with all 5 points activated, one must concentrate all their strength into a single point, envisioning the essence of thunder, and then strike with full force. Meanwhile, Chen Feiyang stood before Gu Chun, guiding him in the practice of the Divine Thunder Fist. However, Gu Chen's astonishingly swift learning pace left Chen Feiyang astounded. You must understand that the difficulty of mastering the Divine Thunder Fist exceeds that of the other 3 martial arts at the Xianting Martial Arts School, as it involves certain attribute transformations. The Divine Thunder Fist aims to imitate the dynamic power of thunder, making the comprehension of its form particularly challenging. The most talented individuals I have known would likely require 10 days to half a month to reach your current level. Boom. Gu Chun struck with his palm. Instantly, the bronze figure trembled violently. The sharp sound of metal clashing piercingly reverberated. The force of his strike was beginning to approach the ethereal form of thunder. What an extraordinary talent. Chen Feiyang's eyes widened in disbelief. This young man's speed in learning martial skills is truly remarkable. Very well. You seem to have grasped the essentials. The next stage is merely a process of integration. I have other matters to attend to now, and you have my contact information. Feel free to reach out with any questions in the future. The chief instructor, Chen Feiyang, is accompanied by several other instructors. Therefore, even other signed members of the Xianting Martial Arts School do not have the privilege to consult directly with Chen Feiyang about their training issues. Yet Gu Chun is different. Once Chen Feiyang departed, Gu Chun once again activated the Divine Thunder Fist. Boom. A sound far exceeding that which he had demonstrated before Chen Feiyang erupted, causing the bronze figure to shake violently. An immense surge of thunder accompanied his strike, nearly fracturing the bronze figure. Had Chen Feiyang witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed in awe at such a prodigious display. Utilizing the abilities derived from the Thunder Attribute Gene, the power of the Divine Thunder Fist became incomprehensibly formidable. This technique was undoubtedly crafted specifically for those endowed with the Thunder Gene. Gu Chun nodded, reflecting. His Divine Abyss Gene does not possess the Thunder Attribute, yet he bears a gene fragment chain associated with thunder. Thunder Punishment, a thunder infused with divine retribution. You shall possess the highest level of Thunder Attribute. It seems that my Thunder Attribute might be even more potent than that of other Thunder Gene bearers. However, I have yet to encounter any other individuals with the Thunder Attribute Gene, or perhaps I could have measured my strength against theirs. After practicing the Divine Thunder Fist several more times, Gu Chun exchanged a few pleasantries with Jiang Hui before preparing to head home. The sky was gradually darkening, a cool breeze enveloping him. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Gu Chun boarded the bus. Seated by the window, the evening wind tousled his dark hair as he prepared for his journey home. Suddenly, he sensed something awry. The individual seated directly across from him sat rigidly, their back instinctively slightly hunched. It was evident they were a martial artist, and a well-trained one at that. He immediately became alert. It is not uncommon to encounter martial artists on the bus. However, the key question is, why adopt such a predatory posture as though hunting like a tiger or leopard while simply riding a bus? He quickly scanned his surroundings, only to be horrified to discover that every passenger on the bus was, in fact, a martial artist. These martial artists sat upright, exuding an aura of terror. Gu Chun surveyed them and realized that they were all approximately at the 1,000-calorie body refinement stage, with even one among them evidently a divine strength-level martial artist. Surrounded by a faint aura of energy, who could their target possibly be? Gu Chun thought it certainly could not be him, as he was unremarkable, lacking both reputation and background. Deploying such a squad of martial artists against him would be an excessive display of regard. Is it her? Gu Chun's attention was drawn to a strikingly beautiful young woman seated at the back of the bus, sitting upright with an air of composure. She resembled a lustrous, translucent pearl, ethereal, delightful, and refreshingly exquisite, much like a vibrant flower. This girl radiated an aura that was cleansing to the spirit. Gu Chun had encountered the lofty and noble Yi Qingxian, yet this girl still left him in awe due to her serene and ethereal presence. However, he felt a twinge of distress. This was clearly a meticulously planned assassination operation, and he had unwittingly been drawn into it. Damn it, we have finally found our opportunity. Chen Yushi, the foremost warrior, slowly rose to his feet, a hint of regret flickering in his pitch-black eyes. What a pity it was for such a radiant and enchanting girl. After today, she would inevitably become a lifeless corpse. Alas, who could blame her for being his daughter? He muttered to himself. Instantly, an icy aura of murderous intent erupted within the carriage. Meanwhile, the girl at the rear of the carriage remained ethereal and tranquil, akin to a delicate sprite with skin as translucent as crystal, though her charming visage gradually turned cold. My father once remarked that within the imperial capital, a faction of human traders, nourished by foreign tribes in years past, and worshipping the foreign deity, the purple god, had infiltrated. You have lain dormant for decades, and now, can you no longer contain yourselves? Haha, how many venerable warriors of our kin have forsaken the illustrious path of evolution, guarding the borders of humanity, sacrificing their lives for their compatriots? Yet you, as members of our race, have willingly become the lapdogs of the foreign tribes. This girl appeared frail, yet her resounding voice startled Gu Chun. The divine strength-level warriors. This must be the utmost power you can wield within the imperial capital, correct? The capital is heavily guarded, with numerous martial arts academies standing firm, united as one. This traitorous organization dares not be too ostentatious. To employ divine strength-level warriors is to court exposure. To kill you and shake Master Shen's composure. If it requires the sacrifice of our lives, it shall be worth it. As members of humanity, you are willing to betray your own, even attempting to assassinate the daughter of a great master to unsettle his spirit. It is unfathomable that while our formidable warriors spill their blood on the front lines, their offspring are threatened. A flicker of nameless fury ignited within Gu Chun. There is also a little ghost here, seemingly just now standing up. Let us eliminate them all. You can only blame your ill fortune for boarding this death bus. At that moment, the warriors turned their attention to Gu Chun. Chen Yushi cast a glance at him, her heart sinking. An innocent bystander has been drawn into this turmoil. Chapter 29, Fierce Battle. Exposure of Genetic Warrior Identity. Where's the young lady? At that moment, an anxious voice echoed through the imperial capital. Chen Feiyong had just stepped out of the Xianting Martial Arts Academy. A busy day had finally drawn to a close. However, he suddenly displayed a peculiar expression. What a strange occurrence. Why have so many powerful figures suddenly appeared in the capital? These individuals seemed akin to the evolutionists stationed at the borders. Their aura of slaughter absent from the martial artists in the capital. What has transpired? Chen Feiyong was at a loss regarding the situation. Nevertheless, he felt it was likely connected to some significant figures in the Border Warfare Department. The Border Warfare Department represents one of the three supreme power institutions of the Xia Kingdom, where formidable warriors abound and masters fill the halls. The department's responsibility is to oversee the educational capabilities throughout Xia, nurturing more powerful martial artists for the nation. Meanwhile, the Border Warfare Department is the true gathering place of strong beings, subduing foreign tribes at the borders and safeguarding human territory. The masters emerging from such a realm are fearsome harbingers of death. The winds of change swept through the imperial capital. Yet, no one anticipated that the source of this upheaval would originate from a mere bus. This incident arose due to me. It bears no relation to you. You must remember the path we have traversed. The bus driver has been seized by them, and the vehicle is now headed outside the capital. When I engage them in battle, you must shatter the window and flee this place. Chen Yushi's voice rang clear and resolute. Gu Chun felt an unexpected resilience emanating from this ethereal girl. She seemed to have resolved herself to face death. My father is currently on the battlefield, battling several kings of the Purple God tribe. They seek to awaken the genetic resonance within my bloodline through my demise, thereby distracting my father. Chen Yushi clenched her silver teeth. Haha, Miss Shun, there is no need for further resistance. We are fully prepared today, and none of you shall escape. Boom. The warriors within the carriage began to unleash their auras, each boasting around 1,000 calories of martial prowess. Chen Yushi was a first-time limit-breaking warrior. Moreover, she was a genetic warrior. Gu Chun could not help but reveal his astonishment. The temperature within the carriage plummeted abruptly, as if a wave of terrifying frost had instantaneously encased the entire space. Indeed, she possessed the same ice attribute gene as Master Shun, the Gene River Gene No. 4. Ice River Gene. The Shun family is remarkable. This lineage will forever remain a thorn in the side of foreign tribes. It was Gu Chen's first encounter with a genetic warrior. Frost began to crystallize on Chen Yushi's delicate face, her body emitting cracking sounds as ice crystal armor formed, transforming her into a frost fairy. Chen Yushi's vitality was approximately around 2,000 calories. Her age was comparable to his, yet her strength was exceedingly formidable. With a wave of her jade hand, she managed to freeze most of the carriage, causing the warrior's pupils to constrict. Eliminate her swiftly. No one is permitted to be careless. A genetic warrior is far too powerful. Boom, boom, boom. They shattered Shun Yushi's ice crystals. However, she struck one of the warriors with a vitality of 1,000 calories, causing him to gasp in shock, rendered incapable of movement as he looked down to find himself encased in a thick layer of ice. In the next moment, a finely crafted dagger flashed by, blood gushed forth from his neck. Shin Yushi showed no mercy towards these traitors of humanity. In an instant, she managed to fend off so many warriors. Yet, at that moment, a scream echoed from behind. Behind, the boy, who had been overlooked from the beginning, was now gripping the neck of a limit-breaking warrior, lifting him high into the air. What? You dare, kid? The divine strength-level warrior's pupils dilated in shock. He never anticipated that the unexpected boy who had infiltrated their ranks was also a limit-breaking warrior. Crack. The warrior's neck was snapped by Gu Chen's grip. You scum of humanity deserve death. Having learned of Shun Yushi's connection to these warriors, Gu Chen's heart surged with uncontrollable murderous intent. He revered those who shed blood on the battlefield and would not allow their offspring to be slain by the traitors of humanity. Boom. Thunderous lightning strength. Gu Chen moved like a dragon, instantly joining the fray, his immense power carrying the weight of 1,000 thunders as he struck forth, causing the hearts of those warriors to constrict. Boom. A limit-breaking warrior was struck by Gu Chen's palm of thunder, his body flying out like a cannonball, shattering the bus's frame. He would surely not survive. A Thunder Attribute genetic user. This little brat is also a genetic user and possesses the most destructive Thunder gene. Gu Chen did not conceal his power this time. The bus was filled with numerous warriors, a perilous situation indeed. Gu Chen unleashed the full force of his heavenly punishment. Shin Yushi never anticipated that the young man inadvertently embroiled in her crisis was, in fact, a genetic warrior, one endowed with the power of lightning. Strangely, she felt an overwhelming intensity emanating from his thunderous genes, far surpassing any genetic wielder she had previously encountered, imbued with an ominous aura. Caught off guard, this boy was also a genetic fighter, facing two formidable genetic warriors simultaneously. The divine energy warrior wore an expression of dismay. Taken aback by the emergence of a second genetic warrior during this mission, the prowess of genetic warriors greatly exceeded that of their peers, their enigmatic abilities serving as their ultimate weapon. Dreadful. Where had so many genetic warriors sprung from within the imperial capital? Attack. In an instant, all the warriors surged towards them. Shin Yushi and Gu Chen drew close, one an ice elemental genetic warrior and the other a thunder elemental genetic warrior, both among the elite within the realm of genetics. Gu Chen's physique resonated with a thunderous might, resembling a deity of thunder. The surrounding warriors were sent sprawling to the ground, their faces etched with horror. One warrior lunged at Gu Chen, his fist poised to strike at his abdomen, only to meet Gu Chen's frostbitten gaze. Boom. The assailant was struck with such force that Gu Chen's palm, charged with divine thunder, incapacitated half of his body. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Just as he attempted to rise, a shard of icy crystal shot forth from the shadows, swiftly severing his neck. Shin Yushi cast a glance at Gu Chen, the air turning frigid, as the area succumbed to a blanket of snow. Gu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This girl possessed terrifying strength. Most alarming was her combat intelligence. Merely observing Gu Chen's fighting style, she seamlessly coordinated with him. As Gu Chen approached a limit-breaking warrior, that warrior brandished a massive blade, swinging it towards Gu Chen with tremendous force, compelling even Gu Chen to momentarily evade its lethal arc crack. What sorcery is this? The warrior's feet were suddenly encased in ice, his overwhelming power dissipating into the air. Die! Gu Chen charged forth, his fist laced with thunderous fury, exploding against the warrior's abdomen. Boom! In a single encounter, a limit-breaking warrior was annihilated. Seeking retribution, the divine energy warrior advanced, a torrent of immense power surging forth. Gu Chen's pupils constricted. This was his first confrontation with a divine energy warrior, whose physical capabilities far exceeded his own, surrounded by an intangible force. Tear through the heavens and shatter the earth. Divine energy. Boom. Chapter 30, Massacre. Genetic points. Gu Chen's body was propelled backward, blood spilling from his mouth. A soft hand steadied him, deftly diffusing the overwhelming force, followed by a chilling sensation that momentarily alleviated the excruciating pain coursing through his body. The divine energy warrior represented an entirely different category of attack methods, refined vitality transformed into divine energy, each strand symbolizing the pinnacle of human evolution. Shin Yushi's voice was melodious and ethereal, imbued with a hint of guilt. It was evident she felt remorse for placing Gu Chen in such perilous circumstances. Her guilt deepened upon realizing that Gu Chen was also a genetic warrior. Each genetic warrior was a precious asset to the nation of Xia. She resolved to find an opportunity to ensure his escape, even if it meant sacrificing her own safety. Shin Yushi whispered to herself. However, at that moment, she was taken aback by Gu Chen's declaration. Help me restrain his movements. I will take him down. His voice was deep and filled with ferocity. Shin Yushi's expression shifted, and she hastily gestured. No. Yet Gu Chun had already surged forward, his body bursting forth with terrifying lightning, causing the warriors within the carriage to instinctively retreat, their expressions shifting to one of madness. How could this boy suddenly appear so formidable? Overestimating himself, the divine energy warrior scoffed. At that moment, Gu Chun charged ahead, channeling his divine punishment power, fully activating his divine thunder strength. Boom! The divine energy warrior's pupils widened, clearly taken aback by the force Gu Chun unleashed. This boy was peculiar. He needed to finish this quickly, lest any mistakes arise. Gu Chun resembled a thunderous dragon, stirring an ominous premonition within the warrior. Boom! 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 Gu Chun and he clashed furiously. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning transformed into a divine whip, violently striking the divine energy warrior. Thud! A bloody gash appeared on his shoulder, the scorched scent rendering the warrior pale. How could this boy seem inexhaustible? Damn! Was this the physique one would expect from a tempered warrior? I seem to hear the roars of monsters. This boy is too enigmatic. The divine energy warrior gritted his teeth. At that moment, Shin Yushi also could not believe that Gu Chun had managed to withstand the divine energy warrior's assault. She unleashed her genetic power, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the surrounding warriors. This scene plunged the divine energy warrior's heart into despair. I will kill you. This strike was initially intended for Shin Yushi, but Gu Chun's astonishing prowess had dramatically shifted the tide of battle. His palm erupted with a violet glow, subtly exuding a sinister and erratic aura, surging towards Gu Chun's heart in an instant. High-tier martial technique, the purple blade hand. I've waited long enough. Gu Chun remained unperturbed. They had come prepared to eliminate Shin Yushi, and he could sense that the divine energy warrior had been concealing a deadly move, which he had finally been compelled to reveal. Be careful. Shin Yushi transformed into a specter, crystalline shards of ice coalescing before her as she intended to rush forth and aid Gu Chun in blocking the incoming attack. But in the next moment, boom! The divine prison gene thunder spear, accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion, a long spear of lightning materialized in Gu Chun's grasp. With a mere flick of his wrist, he obliterated the divine energy warrior's violet blade of divine energy. The divine energy warrior let out a pained scream as a substantial portion of his shoulder was shattered by Gu Chun's strike. He attempted to retreat in a frenzy, but Shin Yushi, positioned behind him, would not allow his escape. Torrents of ice crystals converged, swiftly encasing him. Gu Chun advanced. A punch aimed directly at the vital point. The divine energy warrior perished. The leader is dead. At this moment, the carriage lay in ruins, twisted and deformed as if ravaged by a monstrous beast. Standing amidst the chaos was a young man with a fierce countenance, his form enveloped in lightning, exuding an inexplicable, monstrous roar. Behind him stood the ethereal ice crystal maiden, the two genetic warriors exuding an overwhelming pressure. Phew! Gu Chun exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Shin Yushi, positioned behind him, was utterly astonished. Who was this young man? Why had she never heard of such a figure before? A genetic warrior of the thunder attribute, capable of emitting monstrous roars. Coupled with this astonishing combat prowess, this young man's strength was truly terrifying. These traitors of humanity deserve to perish. Shin Yushi advanced step by step. Her formidable presence now diminished as the martial artists behind her faltered, utterly disorganized. In an instant, they were ensnared by her ice attribute gene, rendered immobile. Subsequently, Gu Chun proceeded forward, methodically dispatching each of the martial artists. Congratulations. You have successfully utilized the divine prison gene to slay a body refinement martial artist, earning 10 gene points. Congratulations. You have successfully utilized the divine prison gene to slay a body refinement martial artist, earning 10 gene points. Congratulations. You have successfully utilized the divine prison gene to slay a godly strength martial artist, earning 100 gene points. The system's voice resonated, leaving Gu Chun visibly astonished. During this period, he had been diligently training with the divine prison gene. Its formidable power had made him forget that it was merely in its nascent stage, with most of its abilities still dormant. It dawned on him that by utilizing the divine prison gene to eliminate martial artists, he could acquire corresponding gene points, which could unlock gene chains, granting him even greater powers. Gu Chun's divine prison gene boasted nearly 395 gene subchains, each representing an immensely potent ability. Elated, he realized that these traitorous remnants of humanity still possessed some utility. They could serve as nourishment for his gene evolution. Meanwhile, Shin Yushi had finished clearing the battlefield and, while scavenging the bodies, stumbled upon a troubling revelation that darkened her expression. I have underestimated the resources of these traitors. They have likely established a foothold within the Xia nation and even formed a clandestine martial artist guild. If that is indeed the case, the internal turmoil coupled with external threats would be a devastating blow to the Xia nation. Anxiety gripped Shin Yushi. I must promptly inform the War Preparedness Department. All matters within the imperial capital are under their jurisdiction. Gu Chun, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. By the way, thank you. Had it not been for you, I might have truly met my end today. At this moment, Shin Yushi had reined in all her gene energy, returning to her ethereal and enchanting state. Exuding a breathtaking charm, she gazed at Gu Chen, her heart stirred with awe. The final strike that felled the godly strength martial artist had conveyed a palpable threat, a manifestation of an exceptionally powerful genetic ability. A top-tier prodigy had emerged within the Xian nation. Chapter 31. What constitutes a master? In the imperial capital, a sensational news rippled course through the upper echelons of the martial artist community. Shen Chongqing's daughter, Shen Yuxi, had mysteriously vanished within the city. A whiff of conspiracy lingered in the air. The noble families of the imperial capital began to stir restlessly. The Purple God clan had been frequently invading, and Master Shen had already entered the border battlefield 2 weeks prior to confront the Purple God clan's 5 kings, nearly shattering the battlefield. Now, with Master Shen's daughter missing, could the Purple God clan's minions have infiltrated the heart of the capital? This was inconceivable. Panic ensued, for Master Shen was an ice attribute gene martial artist, and his daughter shared the same lineage. If Shen Yuxi were to come to harm, Master Shen would undoubtedly be distracted. In such a high-stakes battlefield, even a moment's distraction could alter the tide of battle. Countless individuals recognized the severity of the situation. From the War Preparedness Department's Zishuan Pavilion to various dominant families, personnel were dispatched to commence a search, leaving the entire imperial capital in a state of unease, unaware of the unfolding crisis. I observed numerous people in the streets, seemingly searching for something. What could have occurred? Was there a wanted criminal at large? That seemed unlikely. I had witnessed the War Preparedness Department conduct searches before, but never on such a grand scale. I noticed many martial arts schools were also mobilizing. Yi Qingxian of the Yi family led the charge, her cool demeanor standing out like an ethereal sprite in the night, her heart heavy with an ominous premonition. She had just sent a message to Gu Chen, who typically replied almost instantly, yet this time, he had not responded. Where could he possibly be? Is he sleeping? That shouldn't be the case. It's too early for that. In the darkness, Yi Qingxian furrowed her elegantly shaped brows. The bus had been rendered inoperable. Shen Yuxi and Gu Chen emerged from the wreckage, realizing the extent to which the Purple God clan had succeeded in indoctrinating this cadre of traitorous humans, who had been brainwashed since childhood, losing all sense of belonging to humanity. Shen Yuxi was drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Gu Chen, her fate could have been dire. Facing over 40 body refinement martial artists, alongside a godly strength martial artist, even as a gene martial artist, her situation would have been precarious. What is your name? I am Shen Yuxi, a senior at Expedition High School. Expedition High School. Gu Chen recognized the institution. It was an exceptionally unique school, primarily attended by the offspring of the War Preparedness Department, where students underwent rigorous training and development. They were exempt from the Martial Arts College entrance examination, directly sent to the War Preparedness Department for further training, destined to join the battlefield in the future. It was said that the students of Expedition High School were all top-tier prodigies, having emerged from hellish training as super martial artists. Shen Yuxi was indeed a prodigy. Gu Chen sensed that should she unleash her full capabilities, he would likely not stand a chance against her. I am Gu Chen, he introduced himself succinctly. I just heard those individuals mention that your father is Master Shen of the War Preparedness Department. Could you share with me the specifics of the border battlefield? Gu Chen had long harbored immense curiosity about the border battlefield. After all, while in the imperial capital, he often heard of humanity's current plight under the oppression of alien races, the greatest calamity looming over them, yet few seemed to grasp its true nature. As she spoke on this topic, Shen Yuxi felt a growing fondness towards Gu Chen. The greatest enemy of humanity is the Purple God clan. They worship alien deities, self-proclaiming as the Purple Light Supreme Deity. While their appearance is similar to that of humans, a faint purple pattern extends along their spines down to their limbs. These beings are cunning and ruthless, employing any means to achieve their ends. Mentioning the Purple God clan ignited a flicker of anger in Shen Yuxi's ethereal visage. Gu Chen understood her emotions. The border battlefield was undoubtedly fraught with peril. Countless human pioneers had perished there. Hence, the descendants of the War Preparedness Department harbored profound hatred towards the alien races. Those martial arts students in the imperial capital, after 3 years of rigorous training at prestigious gene academies, would mostly choose to enter the border battlefield, where human martial artists, despite their apparent glory, bore immense responsibilities. In such a perilous arena, there lay the potential to carve out a resplendent path of evolution. Half a month ago, the 5 kings of the Purple God clan crossed into our territory, establishing a brand new battlefield, challenging our human race's border defense. My father, along with 3 esteemed masters of the Golden Body, entered the fray to confront the enemy. Since the outbreak of this great conflict, I have received word that my father has slain one of their kings, instilling fear into the hearts of the Purple God clan. This is likely why they have chosen to target me, hoping to utilize my genetic lineage to influence my father's combat prowess. What, I wonder, is the realm of the Grand Masters and the formidable kings of the Purple God clan? Under the moonlight, Gu Chen's resolute visage seemed to emit an extraordinary allure, causing Shen Yuxi's heart to inexplicably race. She hastily remarked, Currently, the cultivation realms consist of body refinement, divine strength, and glazed realm. Following the glazed realm, one must forge the golden body, which grants the title of master. This realm is akin to a meteoric rise, where the physical strength achieves its utmost evolution, capable of collapsing mountains with a mere gesture and upheaving entire ranges. This represents the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Xia Kingdom. The complete refining of one's bones allows one to attain the status of Grand Master, a level comparable to that of the kings of the Purple God clan. My father, Shen Chongqing, is a Grand Master who has refined his entire skeletal structure. Beyond the Grand Master realm, our human race possesses higher tiers. Though they are now merely venerable elders who instill awe across myriad clans, they seldom manifest unless our race faces true calamity. Only then will these elders ignite their essence to safeguard us. At this point, Shen Yushi felt a surge of respect, mirrored by Gu Chun's solemnity. Thank you. I have gained invaluable insights, Gu Chun expressed with gratitude. Shen Yushi smiled gently, her skin glowing like the moonlight, resembling a pure celestial being. However, Gu Chun was acutely aware that she would soon confront the tumultuous battlefield shrouded in yellow sands, where her ancestors had fought. Thus, her ultimate fate must inevitably intertwine with that realm. Let us depart, he suggested. Indeed, they both rose, albeit at a leisurely pace. Having just endured a fierce battle, they were evidently fatigued, their genetic powers having imposed a significant toll on their bodies, necessitating time for recovery. Please, do not divulge my genetic concerns, Yushi. I understand. Shin Yushi nodded. Having learned of Gu Chen's background, she comprehended his apprehensions. The minions of the Purple God clan had dared to strike at her. Thus, the prodigies of the imperial capital were equally at risk. The scions of prominent families were always surrounded by their clan's protectors, while Gu Chun stood alone. Hence, Shen Yushi vowed to keep his secret, recalling her own childhood spent wandering with her father, understanding the struggles of the less fortunate. The only path back to the imperial capital led through the ancient divine forest. Yet, the very situation they dreaded soon materialized. A thunderous roar erupted. Shen Yushi's delicate face paled. It was akin to a flying silver tiger breaking through its limits, an exceedingly formidable foe to contend with. Chapter 32, The Mysterious Thunder Attribute, Fluctuation. A ferocious elder tiger extended its silvery claw, gleaming ominously under the night sky, causing both Gu Chun and Shen Yushi to alter their expressions. The flying silver tiger was a powerful beast, comparable to a first limit-breaking warrior, a veritable apex predator within that realm, and now, having just emerged from a fierce battle, it posed a daunting challenge. Gu Chun, this predicament arose because of me. You are innocent. I shall hold off the flying silver tiger while you escape, Shen Yushi declared. Standing tall, her slender figure captivating, Gu Chun felt a surge of admiration for her, yet he shook his head resolutely. I cannot abandon you, a young lady, to face danger while I flee. If we join forces, we may yet vanquish this beast. After all, it is merely a first limit-breaking creature. So long as it has not attained the second limit, we still possess a chance. Gu Chen's reasoning was sound. Both were genetic warriors, their combat prowess exceeding that of their peers. However, at that very moment, the atmosphere around them shifted to one of chilling menace. Even the flying silver tiger seemed to sense an impending danger, displaying a fearful expression as it attempted to retreat. Yet, from the forest, several streaks of dazzling light suddenly shot forth, and in the blink of an eye, the beast was swiftly cleaved into multiple pieces. Remarkable. Gu Chen could not suppress his astonishment. The flying silver tiger had been dismembered in an instant. From within the woods stood a graceful and ethereal figure. Her cascading black hair flowing like a waterfall, her porcelain skin appearing almost fragile, and her stunning visage flawless. This individual was none other than Yi Qingxian, the leader from the Yi family. Miss Shun, I have found you, she exclaimed. Having searched for Shen Yushi, she was surprised to encounter her and promptly intervened. Is this truly a top-tier genius who has transcended the third limit? Gu Chen was struck with awe, though he could not fathom why Yi Qingxian was present. Witnessing her formidable prowess for the first time left him in utter disbelief. Gu Chen, you are here as well? Yi Qingxian remarked with an unusual expression. Glancing between Shen Yushi and Gu Chen, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Despite having sent numerous messages to Gu Chen, his silence had raised her concerns. And seeing him with Shen Yushi stirred feelings she could not quite articulate. Yi Jia, Shen Yushi greeted, aware that Yi Qingxian was a few months her senior. The daughter of Master Shun from the border defense and the princess of the Yi family had previously crossed paths. Gu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. You mean Gu Chen? I must express my gratitude for your timely assistance. Yi Jia, I will explain the details. After learning of Gu Chen's unexpected entanglement in the bus assassination and their successful joint effort to eliminate the traitors, Yi Qingxian felt a wave of relief, though a hint of embarrassment washed over her. What was that reaction just now? Why did I care so much about the relationship between Gu Chen and Shen Yushi? Yi Qingxian had never experienced such feelings before, akin to a childhood favorite being snatched away by a neighbor. At this moment, Gu Chen noticed his phone buzzing with notifications, 49 messages in total. One from Chun Feiyong warned him to stay indoors that night due to unrest in the capital, while the remaining 48 were all from Yi Qingxian. Thank you for your concern. Gu Chun felt warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated that the aloof goddess, known for her cold demeanor, would exhibit such care for him. Yi Qingshuan's cheeks flushed slightly. It is only natural to show concern among friends. Shen Yushi looked at Yi Qingxian with surprise. Friends? She understood Yi Qingshuan's character, known for her extreme aloofness, having been a renowned goddess in her youth. Countless suitors had sought her companionship, only to be met with rejection. Friends? The minions of the Purple God clan. Did they truly execute that plan from years ago? It seems that significant dangers now lurk within the capital. Yi Qingxian, being the eldest daughter of the Yi family, was acutely aware of the situation's seriousness. Well, I must take my leave now, Gu Chun said as he rose to bid farewell. Shen Yushi's identity is of great significance. It is likely that the entire capital is currently searching for her, and soon individuals will begin to arrive one after another. Gu Chun does not wish to be exposed to the scrutiny of the upper echelons of the capital. I owe you a debt of gratitude for this incident. May I add you to my contacts? Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback. Shen Yushi retrieved her phone. Naturally, Gu Chun could not refuse her request and added Shen Yushi as a friend. Kong Ming Xian, you has been successfully added to your friends. Gu Chun felt that Yi Qingshuan's gaze was somewhat peculiar. He departed from the scene. Not long after Gu Chun left, people began to arrive in succession. It is a relief that the daughter of Master Shun is unharmed. Minister Shun has worked tirelessly. If anything had happened to you within the capital, we would have lost all face. Given the tense situation at the border, it is fortunate that you are safe, truly fortunate. In the depths of the ancient god forest, the elite martial artists of the capital quickly gathered. It is hard to fathom that such an ethereal and serene girl could possess such terrifying power. A medium-sized bus, capable of accommodating 40 to 50 passengers, contained a total of 47 corpses of martial artists. Among them, one exuded a vitality as solid as iron, indicating that he was a divine-level martial artist. At this moment, in the area of the incident, several figures were examining the situation within the grotesquely deformed bus. They could not help but be shocked. 46 Chi-level martial artists, many of whom had broken through their limits. Combined with one divine-level martial artist, what audacity these ruffians must possess to attempt to eliminate Shen Yushi. What was most alarming was that these individuals were now all deceased. The overwhelming stench of blood caused them to frown. This battle was extraordinarily fierce. However, what perplexes me is that Shen Yushi is a gene user of the ice attribute. Yet we are detecting residual waves of the lightning attribute here. Upon uttering these words, the others felt a sense of unease. Moreover, can you sense the anomaly of the lightning attribute aura? A group of members from the preparation department displayed expressions of shock. What manner of lightning attribute gene is this? Its power far surpasses any I have encountered before. It is intertwined with a higher level force that we struggle to comprehend. Can we summon personnel from the sequence department for an examination? No. The lightning attribute fluctuations will soon dissipate. By the time the sequence department arrives, nothing will be detectable. What exactly transpired here? Is it possible that aside from Shen Yushi, there exists another lightning attribute gene user of whom we are unaware? Chapter 33, Gene Fragment Chain, Divine Thunder Meridian. Within the Zishuan Pavilion, the rescued Shen Yushi sat on a sofa facing an elderly man who represents the pinnacle of authority in contemporary Huaxia. Yushi, rest assured. I will certainly provide you with an explanation regarding the events that transpired in the capital. We cannot let old Shen down. However, I did not anticipate that the Purple God clan would indeed cultivate such an organization. They worship the Purple God and are rebels against humanity. Your information is of utmost importance. Though the elder appeared frail, his spirit remained vigorous, and his eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity. If the forces cultivated by this Purple God clan are not eradicated completely, they will become a malignant tumor within the internal affairs of Huaxia. With both internal and external threats, our nation cannot withstand this. By the way, Yushi, did you observe the presence of any other individuals on the bus? No, Gulao. Why do you suddenly inquire? Shen Yushi chuckled lightly, fully aware that they were probing for information about Gu Chun. However, she remained tight-lipped. It is nothing. I merely sense that there are turbulent undercurrents within the capital. Something significant may be about to occur. The elder rubbed his temples, feigning a headache. You may go rest now. Rest assured, such incidents will not happen again. Once Shen Yushi departed, a flash of anger erupted in the elder's eyes. Shadow Guard. Suddenly, ethereal figures appeared before him. They were an elite force secretly cultivated by the Zishuan Pavilion, each surpassing the Liuli realm. Led by a true master who only answers to this elder. You are permitted to utilize the resources of the preparation department. Dig 3 feet into the ground to unearth this force. Additionally, deploy more personnel to protect the renowned talents in each district, as well as the descendants of those in the Border War Department. They are the future pillars of Great Xia. We cannot afford any mishaps. The elder pinched his brow. With the Martial Artist College entrance examination imminent, as the martial society of humanity becomes increasingly refined, this year's examination will witness the most outstanding talents in history. Security measures must be executed flawlessly, otherwise, Great Xia will suffer catastrophic losses. Yet, Yushi has evidently concealed something. The mysterious lightning attribute gene user who appeared on the bus seems to distrust our nation's security capabilities, fearing that their identity might be exposed, leading to potential peril. The elder chuckled bitterly and shook his head. This decisive elder, when faced with the youth of Great Xia, often exhibits inexplicable indulgence and leniency. The enigmatic cosmic celestial phenomena. The mysterious lightning attribute gene user. Could there be a special connection between them? The gene sequence department has confirmed that the mysterious hellish landscape in the cosmos is an ultra-high-level gene sequence anomaly. This enigmatic gene user may indeed be one of us from Great Xia. The elder clenched his fists, clearly invigorated. Gene points, 510. Chen returned home, a faint glow flickering in his eyes. This time, after eliminating the martial artists on the bus, he had amassed a total of 470 gene points. Upon reviewing the requirements, it became apparent that unlocking the gene fragment chains demanded a substantial investment, and my divine prison gene comprises 10 distinct stages. Only after successfully unlocking all the gene fragment chains of the first stage can I access the second stage. Unlocking the first stage of the gene fragment chain requires 500 gene points. Chen opened the directory of the first stage gene fragment chain for the divine prison gene, and it resembled the flourishing branches of a grand tree, soaring skyward, majestic and mysterious, causing his mind to spin. The chaotic level gene is indeed formidable. It is noteworthy that a single divine river gene typically possesses 3 or 4 fragment chains, yet Chen's divine prison gene boasts an astonishing 395 fragment chains. The first stage also contains numerous gene chains, each requiring 500 gene points to unlock. Chen perused the options. Given my current circumstances, acquiring gene points is no easy feat. Therefore, I must seize opportunities that will greatly benefit my early cultivation. Soon, Chen identified a promising choice. Thunder veins. Pure thunder flows within your meridians, and your lightning attribute abilities shall be further enhanced. Moreover, these thunder veins will permeate your vital essence, transforming you profoundly. Thunder coursing through my meridians? Even my vital essence is now infused with a rich power of thunder. This is an immensely formidable ability for me at this stage. This is it. Chen observed that this gene chain seemed to be the only one applicable to the body refinement realm, while the other gene chains corresponded to subsequent realms. The chains of the first stage primarily focused on enhancing my foundational abilities sufficient to facilitate my metamorphosis, whereas the more potent genetic capabilities could only be unlocked in chains of the second stage and beyond. Chen felt a sense of relief. The formidable ability of the Thunder Prison Spear was already adequate for his current needs. It was indeed his greatest trump card. Gene chain, Thunder Vein successfully unlocked. Suddenly, Chen felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His meridians burned with fervor, and his entire being felt as if drenched in a torrent of scalding water. His skin shimmered with a silvery hue, as vibrant, thunderous veins began to surface across his body, dazzling in their brilliance. Meanwhile, in the Xia Kingdom, the Gene Sequence Department had been diligently studying the cosmic phenomena following their previous encounter with the Cosmic Divine Prison. However, their findings were meager. Humanity appeared insignificantly small, residing at the lowest tier of the universe. Attempting to glean the secrets of the higher cosmos through the projected divine prison phenomena was indeed a far-fetched endeavor. Yet today, the cosmos experienced another transformation. Level 1 Cosmic Change Alert. All members of the Gene Sequence Department are to convene in the meeting room immediately. Countless researchers rushed to the assembly. Just moments ago, mysterious veins appeared in the cosmos, and this is the image we captured on a colossal screen. The vastness of the universe was displayed, as suddenly, from the universe's edge, mottled patterns spread at an unfathomable speed, resembling a terrifying cosmic tempest. A dark backdrop ignited with silver designs. This mysterious thunderous vein, we preliminarily assess, is likely a unique manifestation of a gene, closely linked to the cosmic divine prison phenomenon we previously witnessed. If the divine prison phenomenon represents a gene of the higher universe, unlocked by a certain warrior, then now, this individual is gradually harnessing this immensely formidable gene. Chapter 34. The Martial Artist College Entrance Exam Approaches. The city prepares for battle. Unbeknownst to Chen, as he sat at home unlocking his gene chain, a terrifying cosmic storm was brewing in the universe, with silver thunderous veins permeating the dark. Profound celestial tapestry, a truly fearsome sight. Little did he know, the establishment of the Gene Sequence Department in the Xia Kingdom aimed primarily to study the cosmic expanse and celestial transformations. Yet, the workload of this department over the past month had been largely influenced by Chen. Crash. Within Chen's body, a cacophony erupted. As the sound of thunder rumbled through him, energy surged throughout his limbs and bones, as his vital essence merged with a strand of thunderous energy, intensifying his already robust vitality. Chen's eyes radiated two beams of light, akin to the rumbling of thunder. Was that thunder? Passers-by outside Chen's home suddenly exhibited expressions of astonishment. as they believed they had heard the sound of thunder, only to look up and find the sky clear and cloudless. My brother's training is truly frightening. Gu Ling couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. No wonder he often practices outside. If he trained at home for too long, wouldn't he demolish the house? Your brother is a genius, unlike ordinary warriors. Gu Dongshan rarely displayed a proud expression. In recent days, his boss, Gua Haitang, had significantly changed his attitude towards him. Although they previously shared a brotherly camaraderie, it was now infused with respect. Yes, a genuine respect. And all of this stemmed from his son, Gu Chun, a gifted warrior with a remarkably terrifying future. This was the reason behind his boss's newfound respect. Vital Essence, 1,400 calories. The amount of Vital Essence had increased substantially. Gu Chen's Vital Essence had originally been 1,100 calories, but upon unlocking the Thunder Veins, the influx of thunderous energy had led to a notable enhancement. However, this was merely a supplementary benefit. The quality of my Vital Essence is now incomparable. I feel that even a warrior with over 1,600 calories in Vital Essence would struggle to match my explosive energy. Gu Chen's blood coursed with pure thunder, amplifying his aura to become increasingly fierce and formidable. However, upon glancing at his phone, Gu Chen noticed that Yi Qingxian had only inquired once whether he had returned home, and then she had not responded to him again. He had sent numerous messages, yet Yi Qingxian remained silent. Could it be that she was upset because I added Shen Yushi as a friend? A rare sense of curiosity flickered within Gu Chun. Is she jealous? Yet soon, Yi Qingxian sent a message, explaining that she had been busy lately and might respond infrequently, prompting Gu Chun to cease his musings. Indeed, how could the illustrious daughter of the Yi family, a peak warrior who had broken limits thrice, ever feel jealousy? My social skills are quite strong. If you don't reply to my messages, neither will I. At that moment, Yi Qingxian, seated within the Yi family estate, wore a smug smile. Meanwhile, the Yi family was bustling with strong individuals. It was evident that, following the orders of that elder from the Zishuan pavilion, a significant reshuffle was about to commence across the entire imperial capital. Have you noticed that Qingxian has been acting strangely lately? I have noticed. She's always clutching her phone, staring at it, and sometimes giggling at the screen. The patriarch of the Yi family, a dignified middle-aged man with sharp features and handsome looks, suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Could it be that Qingxian has fallen in love? Ahem. Yi Tianming coughed, but Yi Qingxian did not respond. Ahem. Father, you're being so noisy. Crack. The patriarch of the Yi family appeared as though struck by lightning, the sound of his heart breaking. The members of the Yi family, witnessing the dynamic between this father-daughter pair, couldn't help but chuckle, clearly accustomed to the patriarch's imposing demeanor in public, while at home, he was a quintessential daughter-s slave. Nonetheless, one cannot deny that his daughter was indeed commendable. Among the elite martial artists of the imperial capital of the Xia Kingdom, Yi Qingxian undoubtedly stood as the pinnacle of her generation. However, while Yi Qingxian was intentionally teasing Gu Chun, indulging in a bit of petulance, she was indeed quite busy. Qingxian, with the martial artist college entrance exam approaching, you should refrain from involving yourself in family matters for now. Focus on enhancing your strength and strive to achieve your fourth breakthrough. Your grandfather has set a series of training goals for you, and this year's martial artist entrance exam is rather special. The rewards are said to be excellent. Please pay extra attention during this period. Yi Qingxian nodded solemnly upon hearing this. This year's martial arts college entrance examination is said to be held in an extraordinarily unique and mysterious location, where the presence of stellar dust is even a possibility. With merely 3 days left until the examination, the entire imperial capital has succumbed to an exceptional atmosphere. Families with martial arts candidates are preparing earnestly, striving to fulfill every request of the examinees. Meanwhile, the candidates themselves are sweating profusely, honing their skills right up to the moment of the test. After all, sharpening the sword just before battle can still yield results. If one were to stroll through the streets of the imperial capital, they would undoubtedly hear this phrase echoed more frequently than ever. Empty dream. Heart rain. Good luck with the martial arts entrance exam. Dust covers the sky. Ah, I truly envy you, the one who doesn't have to face the exam. Empty dream. Heart rain. Hee, we have exams too. Otherwise, we 1T graduate, and will have to undergo evaluations, which determine our future placement in the border combat division. Enough talk. I need to put my phone away now. In these past few days, Gu Chen occasionally conversed with Shen Yushi. However, the Expedition High School operates with strict discipline, akin to a military academy, and phones are typically confiscated, allowing usage only at designated times. Recently, Gu Chen has noticed that Yi Qingxian appears genuinely busy, and their exchanges have dwindled. He must be preparing for the martial arts entrance exam as well. Gu Chen sighed deeply and glanced at the wristband on his arm. Vitality, 2,000 cards of vitality. He had already reached the second limit of vitality. A further step could potentially lead to a second breakthrough. After achieving this second breakthrough, he should be able to attain commendable results in the martial arts entrance examination. Gu Chun inhaled deeply. Yet he was aware that this year's exam would unveil an abundance of formidable talents from the 4 major examination zones: North, South, East, and West. Even someone like Yi Qingxian, who had achieved a third breakthrough, could not guarantee absolute dominance over all competitors. According to Yi Qingxian, there are numerous prodigies lurking within other districts, hidden beneath the waves. Much like himself, he needed to seek out instructor Chen Feiyang. Before long, Gu Chun contacted Chen Feiyang using his phone, only to be met with an astonished roar from the instructor. You've broken through the limit for the second time. Chapter 35. The martial arts entrance exam begins. Star level long spear. You're a monster. I constantly sense that your physique possesses boundless potential. This second breakthrough will likely be quite challenging. Chen Feiyang stood within the Xianting martial arts hall, gazing at Gu Chun, his brow furrowed with concern. Attempting to utilize your aura to push your body to its limit might not be entirely prudent. A slight miscalculation could lead to loss of control over the strength. This was the first time Chen Feiyang had encountered such a prodigy. Gu Chun had only been training as a martial artist for a few days, approximately 10 days. If memory serves, in that brief span, he had reached 2,000 cards of vitality. Truly a monster among monsters. With a vitality of 2,000 cards, he would rank among the upper echelon in this martial arts entrance examination. Chen Feiyang suddenly found himself anticipating Gu Chen's performance in the exam. However, the concerns raised by Chen Feiyang were valid. Gu Chen's physical level was so formidable that the pressure he could withstand had increased significantly. Although Chen Feiyang possessed Liuli level aura, pushing Gu Chen to yet another limit would be quite taxing. I should first train to the point of exhaustion, Gu Chun declared suddenly. He commenced his physical training without hesitation. Chen Feiyang felt that it was about time, so he called out to Gu Chun. Let us begin. Boom. A tremendous pressure surged toward Gu Chun, engulfing him entirely. This time, Chen Feiyang unleashed all of his aura. Sensing that Gu Chen's physical limits had significantly surpassed those of his first breakthrough, without exerting his full aura, it would merely tickle Gu Chun. Gu Chun was instantaneously enveloped by that aura, entering this state once again. However, this time, he was well acquainted with the process. Crack, crack, crack. Is it really that simple? Chen Feiyang's expression was one of disbelief. This is what genius looks like. Gu Chen's aura surged robustly, and within mere seconds, he shattered the second layer of vitality limits. Vitality, 2,100 cards. With the overwhelming power coursing through him, Gu Chun wore a knowing smile. Now, everything was ready. They merely awaited the commencement of the entrance examination. Time passed swiftly. The grand examination, determining the fates of young martial artists across the Xia Kingdom, finally commenced. In recent days, the number of patrol members from the preparation division in the imperial capital had visibly increased. It was reported that the preparation division had borrowed 50,000 martial artists from the top 100 martial arts halls and various esteemed families to ensure the safety of all martial arts candidates during this period. The scale of this operation was rather intimidating. Indeed, it seems this year's martial arts examination has garnered unprecedented attention. This also signifies that the martial arts society has reached a remarkable pinnacle of development. Recently, security within the districts has improved greatly. It was said that a few ruffians who were a bit too loud last night were detained for a few days, to be released only after the exam concluded. TSK. 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 In these recent days, even a girl like me dares to stroll the streets at night. The entire imperial capital felt the transformative impact brought by the martial arts entrance examination, which had garnered unparalleled attention. At this moment, a stunning female reporter was delivering a morning report in front of the camera, her efforts to prepare early evident in the soaring viewership ratings. Today, July 13th, is the most significant day for all martial arts candidates in the Xia Kingdom. On this day, all eligible candidates will embark on a half-month-long martial arts entrance examination. This day will determine their fates, and during this period, we shall witness the rise of genius martial artists representing the future hopes of the Xia Kingdom. This year's martial arts entrance examination is divided into 4 major examination zones: North, South, East, and West, akin to 4 distinct competition arenas, all proceeding concurrently. The ultimate victors will compete on the highest stage for young martial artists in the Xia Kingdom. Furthermore, our relevant departments have received rumors that this year's martial arts entrance examination may very well be held on an alien star. The reporter's preceding words sent waves of excitement through countless viewers. Yet, her final statement felt akin to a bomb dropped into a still lake. I must have misheard. An alien star? I recall that the arrival of the 5 kings of the Purple God clan and their confrontation with our human masters was precisely for this alien star. The alien star, as legend has it, is a celestial body brimming with untapped potential, fraught with peril. It is said to possess alien divine powers, capable of conjuring all manner of strange and dangerous scenarios. Wait, are we really going this far this year? That place is far too hazardous. It seems the preparation division can hardly wait to cultivate a new generation of elite geniuses. While the alien star is undoubtedly fraught with danger, it also symbolizes boundless opportunity. Even the resources most coveted by martial artists, such as stellar dust, can be found in such locales. Wow, this year's martial arts entrance examination is simply extraordinary. It is said that the Martial Arts College entrance examination will be broadcast live in its entirety, with tens of thousands of camera angles capturing the event. The entire Summer Nation will witness this grand contest of top talents. Currently, the capital city is abuzz with excitement. Meanwhile, Gu Chen is preparing to set off within the Xia Martial Arts Academy. He did not return home last night, but instead spent the night at the academy, consolidating his vital energy. With a remarkable 2,100 units of vital energy, Gu Chen needs some time to acclimate. This is a star-grade spear. A significant investment from our Xia Martial Arts Academy for you. A formidable figure stands at the entrance of the academy, gripping a pitch-black spear that shimmers with the brilliance of stars, its surface imbued with the hues of precious metals, leaving onlookers in awe. Goodness! The headmaster of Xia Martial Arts Academy, a master of his generation, has personally come to see this young man off for the entrance exam, and he even bestowed upon him a star-grade spear. Star-grade weapons, crafted from rare celestial metals, are said to be the most suitable armaments for martial artists. And this spear's value is estimated to exceed $1 million. What merit does this person possess? Unbelievable. You don't know? He is the renowned prodigy of our Xia Martial Arts Academy, Gu Chen, who has already broken the second limit of vital energy. This time, in the Martial Arts College entrance examination, he is destined to astonish the entire Summer Nation. A voice proclaims within the academy. Gu Chen then notices that this person is none other than the young man who was reprimanded when Zhang Hui brought Gu Chen to use the body-tempering traction device. Now, he appears to have become Gu Chen's sycophant. Gu Chen, I look forward to your performance in the Martial Arts College entrance examination. Chen Feiyang beside Feng Wu expresses his anticipation. Gu Chen is the most extraordinary individual he has ever encountered, and even he cannot predict where Gu Chen's future might lead. Understood. The Martial Arts College entrance examination? Here I come. Chapter 36. The Martial Arts Examination, Testing Vital Energy. The astonished students and faculty of 13 High School. 13 High School, known for being one of the impoverished institutions in the capital, is infamous for its dilapidated state. While other schools are in full preparation mode, the number of students from 13 High School eligible to participate in the Martial Arts College entrance examination is scarce, rendering the atmosphere somewhat desolate. However, the three instructional directors of 13 High School have organized a group of students at the school gate, providing a semblance of involvement for these students destined for modest futures. Gu Chen has arrived. He is a student of 13 High School and must be here to collect his examination permit. I heard that a week ago. Gu Chen had already become a martial artist. At his age, stepping into the realm of martial arts guarantees a bright future, one that we can hardly aspire to. It is surprising that the young man who once rejected the goddess Shen Mengxian is now a martial artist. Could it truly be, as some say, that even without the goddess's favor, he can still blossom into a martial artist of boundless potential? As Gu Chen arrives, the students of 13 High School cannot help but display envious expressions. At that moment, three figures, previously surrounded by admirers, turn to glance at Gu Chen. He finds it odd, but soon realizes that these three are the so-called lucky ones selected by Shen Mengxian after Gu Chen declined the poverty alleviation opportunity. It must be said that this opportunity is indeed remarkable. In just over 10 days, these three have already become martial artists. Gu Chen, you're here, Wuxianovel smiles, which evokes jealousy in many, as the instructional director is known for her fiery temper and strictness towards them, having never displayed such a gentle smile before. The three martial artists are even more envious. We are all martial artists, yet the instructional director has never shown us such warmth. Gu Chen nods slightly. The instructional director then adds, these three are our martial artists at 13 High School. If you encounter them during the examination, please take care of them. This scene causes skepticism among many. Gu Chen and these three have only recently completed cellular resonance and entered the body-tempering realm. Their vital energy should not differ significantly. Glancing at the three, Gu Chen notices their apparent disdain towards him, but he is indifferent. Before long, a vehicle arrives at 13 High School, and a group of uniformed individuals disembarks, clearly members of the preparation department. How many have successfully completed cellular resonance at 13 High School? 4. Wuxianovel promptly reports. 4. Quite commendable for your school. However, I recall you had 3 poverty alleviation spots this year, and it seems all 3 have become martial artists. What about the other one? The individual glances at the information, revealing a look of surprise. Indeed, another has become a martial artist without utilizing the poverty alleviation spot. Your school deserves recognition in this year's year-end summary. Gu Chen, is it? The person's gaze shifts towards him, filled with admiration. Truly, for a school like 13 High School to have a martial artist is a fortunate occurrence. Now, let us commence the vital energy test. This measurement will contribute to the examination results. The trunk of the vehicle opens, revealing a massive machine positioned inside. This is the most sophisticated apparatus in the Summer Nation, as all equipment used for the Martial Arts College entrance examination is cutting edge. Xia Kingdom, the martial artist called steps before the machine. Vital energy, 230 units. The crowd nods in approval. Impressive. Xia Kingdom is indeed worthy of being chosen by Shen Mengxian. His talent is exceptional. Having just entered the body-tempering realm a few days ago, his vital energy has already reached 230 units, which means he has increased by 130 units. I must cultivate a good relationship with Jigu. He will surely elevate me in the future. Indeed, the poverty alleviation spots are remarkable. These individuals have received immense resources, whether it be from beast blood or biological agents, allowing them to achieve significant advancements in a short time. I bet Gu Chen must be regretting not taking the support. The assistance from the Summer Nation and the Chen family is something he will never experience alone. The vital energy levels of the three martial artists hover around 200 units, which is commendable. For this martial arts examination, they should be suitable for admission to a genetic academy. Gu Chen, it's your turn. A member of the preparation department gestures for him. Gu Chen approaches the back of the vehicle and begins the assessment. Vital energy, 2,101 units. Gu Chen is quite remarkable. He has achieved over 200. Wait, did I misread that? Over 2,000 units of vital energy? What is happening? Didn't they say the maximum was only 1,000 units? Is the machine malfunctioning? How did his vital energy exceed 2,000? What is going on here? Instructional director? At this moment, Lu Shuero is also taken aback by the astonishing number displayed by the machine. A second breakthrough? She quickly glances at Gu Chen, who stands before the instrument, his demeanor calm and composed. How long has it been since Gu Chen became a martial artist? How could he have achieved a second breakthrough? Could it be that there exists a terrifying force behind Gu Chen? She could not help but begin to harbor doubts. This was utterly inconceivable. A situation nearly impossible to fathom. If it were solely relying on his own capabilities, how had he managed to push himself into a state of extremity not once, but twice? The peril associated with this second breakthrough was exponentially greater than the first. 2,101 calories? The members of the preparation department were left in shock. It was not that they had never encountered individuals with such levels of vitality, but rather that this amount was predominantly concentrated among elite martial academies, particularly the first, second, and third martial high schools. How could it possibly manifest in the 13th high school? At that moment, all members of the preparation department regarded the young man before them as if he were a monster. You are truly a student of the 13th high school? Gu Chen nodded. Indeed. The expressions of the preparation department members shifted dramatically. Their gazes toward Gu Chen transformed. A student from the 13th high school achieving such a level of cultivation must either have the backing of a formidable power or be an extraordinary prodigy. Director, how can this be? The machine must be malfunctioning. Isn't 1,000 calories already the limit for body-refining martial artists? Lu Shuero retorted, what do you know? This is called breaking limits, surpassing the threshold of vitality. Every martial artist capable of achieving this is an unparalleled genius among thousands. Chapter 37. The Privileged Limit-Breaking Martial Artist. Breaking the threshold of vitality is a realm entirely unattainable for the students of 13th high school, who are not even qualified martial artists. The director's words undoubtedly opened a new world for them. Yet, they also understood that in their lifetimes, reaching the body-refining realm would likely occur around the age of 25, at which point their vitality and cellular strength would decline, making it increasingly difficult to become martial artists, ultimately relegating them to the status of incomplete martial artists. They would never even reach 1,000 calories, let alone approach the threshold of vitality. However, from the director's comments, it was clear that Gu Chen was a genius among geniuses. A second-time limit breaker was truly astonishing. Your name is Gu Chen, correct? A martial artist of this caliber would likely rank among the elite even within the first martial high school. Yet now, he appears here in the 13th high school. Gu Chen had long been prepared, fully aware that his vitality would undoubtedly astonish everyone. I have just informed the members of the preparation department that limit-breaking martial artists are indeed qualified to bypass the first two assessments, as those assessments are primarily designed to filter out martial artists who do not meet the criteria for the martial arts college entrance exams, preventing them from wasting educational resources. Someone will come to escort you shortly. Who could have anticipated that a second-time limit breaker would emerge from the 13th high school? The students of 13th high were astounded. So, he can skip levels? This kid is truly a prodigy. Lu Shuero suddenly felt incredulous, but then began to understand why Gu Chen had initially rejected Shun Meng Xian's program. With such astonishing talent, why would he stoop to being a sycophant for Miss Shen? What a pity. Had this young man been born into a prominent family, he might have enjoyed the same privileges as Shun Meng Xian. Before long, a black car halted at the entrance of the 13th high school. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a figure whose eyes sparkled with astonishment. Is it true that the 13th high school has produced a genius capable of bypassing the first two tests? Surely, this is no jest. If I find out you have deceived me, I will ensure you regret it. This middle-aged man appeared to hold a position superior to the testing personnel. He was the one. The testing personnel hurriedly gestured towards Gu Chen. Oh, this young man indeed exudes remarkable vitality. The middle-aged man glanced at Gu Chen and was instantly impressed. He, too, was a formidable martial artist, possessing keen insight, and recognized that Gu Chen was far from ordinary. Come, let us proceed. Gu Chen entered the vehicle. which then slowly drove away amidst the worshipful and astonished gazes of all the students of the 13th High School. Director, is it not true that from this day forward, Gu Chen's fate will diverge from ours? A genius martial artist who can directly obtain privileges. Could he possibly share a similar destiny with us? Those destined to become incomplete martial artists? At this moment, someone sighed and added, their eyes reflecting an indescribable melancholy. Lu Shuiaro wished to comfort them, but found herself at a loss for words, for reality was indeed so cruel. My name is Zhang Ke. You may call me Brother Zhang. As soon as they boarded the vehicle, the attitude of the preparation department member towards Gu Chen was exceedingly cordial, even tinged with a desire to curry favor. What kind of monster could break the limits of vitality twice at the 13th High School? Just moments ago, upon learning about Gu Chen's situation, his file had been placed right before him, and it astonished him further. An ordinary background, with nothing particularly remarkable. His family circumstances could hardly support the training required to cultivate a martial artist. Furthermore, in the recent assessment conducted at the 13th High School, he had not even qualified as a martial artist. This meant that, within a mere half-month, he had transformed from a penniless student who was not even a martial artist into a prodigy who had broken the limits of vitality twice. Such a remarkable turnaround was exceedingly rare. This young man undoubtedly harbored some secrets. Could it be that he had indeed caught the eye of a top-tier financial conglomerate and received rigorous training? Yet, even with the finest training, such rapid and formidable growth would be unimaginable. Regardless, this young lad before him undoubtedly possessed boundless potential, and thus his demeanor remained exceptionally amiable. After contemplating for a brief moment, they soon arrived at their destination. Gu Chen glanced outside. They appeared to be on the outskirts of the imperial capital, heading in a direction opposite to that of the ancient divine forest. The undulating mountains obscured the horizon, imparting a profound sense of insignificance. You will be taking a special passage jointly opened by several masters of the preparation department to enter that otherworldly star realm, hence the secluded location. Gu Chen alighted from the vehicle, immediately drawing the attention of numerous gazes. Did Brother Zhang just hastily leave to fetch this young man? Who is he? Why is he the last to arrive? Shouldn't all the students from various schools have been brought here in batches by now? I don't know. But those who reach this place are likely all limit-breaking martial artists. This lad seems rather handsome. Some female martial artists could not help but nod in agreement. Clearly recognizing Gu Chen's looks, Gu Chen inherited the finest traits from his parents, combined with the invisible aura of pressure bestowed by the divine prison gene, endowing him with an inexplicably powerful presence that captivated the attention of numerous young women. What use is that? The martial arts college entrance examination won't reward you with good grades simply because you are handsome. The prestigious genetic academies of Huaxiao will not admit you based on looks alone. I'm not. You are just jealous. You. Oh, he's getting agitated. I'll knock. At this moment, witnessing Gu Chen, who had just disembarked and appeared utterly bewildered, a kind-hearted girl felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. You've just arrived here. You need to go over there to register your personal information with the War Preparation Department. Soon, we shall be dispatched to the foreign celestial realms. Oh, thank you so much, Gu Chen replied, his gratitude genuine. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed that these young individuals were all remarkably distinguished, exuding an air of exceptional charisma and an unspoken confidence. It was evident that those who had transcended the limits of martial prowess were destined to be courted by the elite of various academies. What is your name? Inquired a member of the War Preparation Department with an indifferent demeanor. Gu Chen, which school do you represent? 13th High, the one renowned for its outstanding martial talents? Chapter 38, The Foreign Celestial Realms, the Cosmic Wilderness. 13th High. In an instant, the camp fell into a profound silence. Those who had previously been engaged in various activities abruptly ceased their tasks. 13th High? Did we hear that correctly? If true, it's utterly astonishing. A school often regarded as impoverished. The martial artists present, each of whom burned through tens of thousands of gold monthly, totaling millions yearly, could not fathom how a resource-strapped institution could achieve such feats. Is this young man truly from 13th High? It seems implausible. Wait. 13th High produced a martial artist who surpassed limits? This is beyond belief. A cacophony of astonished exclamations filled the air, while the war preparation official hurriedly perused the records. Soon, he lifted his gaze, confirming Gu Chen's appearance, and indeed found his academic credentials. He was genuinely from 13th High. Moreover, his vitality had just been recorded at an impressive 2,101 units. Remarkable. He gestured a thumbs up towards Gu Chen, affirming the astonishing fact that this individual hailed from 13th High. Are you genuinely from 13th High? The earlier girl approached him, her expression brimming with surprise. Gu Chen nodded in response. How impressive. Your talent must be exceptional. She sincerely complimented. I am from 5th High. My name is Yang Ro. True to her name, Yang Ro appeared gentle and graceful, and she took the initiative to greet Gu Chen. Gu Chen, he introduced himself succinctly, and the two quickly found a rapport. In the fierce competition of the martial examination, it was common for individuals to have friends from the same school for mutual support. Yet, Given that Gu Chun was evidently alone from 13th High, having a beautiful martial artist as a companion was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Before long, at the heart of the camp, the very fabric of space began to warp, and the accumulated energy ultimately coalesced into a pitch-black portal. A formidable figure stood resolutely at the portal's edge. His physique was formidable, and a faint golden glow emanated from the seams of his skin. His piercing gaze swept across the crowd, sending shivers down Gu Chun's spine even amidst the throng. What a terrifying aura. Is that a master? A golden body master. Did you feel that gaze? I swear it could slay me 1,000 times over, murmured the crowd in awe. They say a master is needed to stabilize the portal leading to the foreign celestial realms. The surrounding individuals buzzed with speculation, and Gu Chun himself felt a sense of shock. To forge a golden body is enough to control space? Yang Ro shook her head and explained. The foreign celestial realms are quite unique, akin to resources cast by the grand rules of the universe. The passageway is shaped by these rules, and a master merely utilizes their coordinates to guide us. Only a master can withstand the monumental aura that descends from the spatial passage. Ah, I see. Remember, this martial examination is envied by countless others, and as candidates in this cohort, you are fortunate. The foreign celestial realms are resources acquired through the blood and sacrifice of countless veteran martial artists from the War Preparation Department. It is a place rife with both peril and opportunity. Crossing this portal signifies the commencement of the martial examination. The Master's voice resonated powerfully, though he spoke calmly. It ignited fervor in the hearts of the candidates, leaving them feeling restless. Within the foreign celestial realms lay innumerable perilous locations, classified into grades C, B, A, and S. Inside these treacherous zones were natural disasters, ferocious beasts, and even mysterious entities. Candidates must make judicious decisions based on their own strengths. A single misstep could lead to eternal regret. Stepping into a perilous zone beyond one's capacity would undoubtedly result in death. It eternally instills fear. Gu Chun also realized that this martial examination, while coveted, was the most perilous of its kind in history. The foreign celestial realms resembled a cosmic expanse. Humanity had sacrificed innumerable lives of War Preparation Department martial artists to claim this space, engaging in direct conflict with foreign entities. Hence, the War Preparation Department had taken bold risks. They aimed to cultivate a cohort of top-tier martial geniuses, nurtured through blood and valor. Traversing a C-grade perilous zone yields 5 points. Surviving a B-grade yields 10 points. An A-grade grants 50 points. An S-grade offers a staggering 100 points. These scores will be directly incorporated into your final results without any alterations. Let the examination commence. As the master's words echoed, the colossal spatial portal finally stabilized. The candidates clenched their fists, gradually entering the immense portal one by one. Before stepping through, Gu Chun glanced at his phone. Lulice leaves. Good luck with the martial examination. Perhaps we shall meet in the foreign celestial realms. A smile spread across Gu Chun's face. Li Qingxian was likely not here. With so many candidates from across the entire Xia nation, she must be in a different camp. Chen Zhitian, saluting, may the goddess Yi lead us to victory. Before the void portal, an exquisite figure captivated the attention of countless onlookers. Yet, at that moment, she gazed at her phone and suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Her expression akin to melting winter snow, leaving the surrounding martial artists utterly spellbound. The usually aloof and elegant goddess Yi actually smiled. Goodness, she is breathtaking. Yi Qingxian stepped into the void portal, leaving behind a trail of astonished gasps. The foreign celestial realms. Countless individuals ventured forth into its depths. The inky black starry sky exuded an aura of coldness and mystery, as all candidates found themselves seemingly adrift on a barren expanse. Gazing upward at the dark cosmos that felt as if it could consume them, countless stars drifted through the universe, reminding them of their own insignificance. So cold. This place was frigid. It instilled fear. Some candidates, lacking resolve, displayed expressions of terror. This year's martial examination venue is an utterly terrifying place. It feels as if there are ghostly shadows lurking ahead, and every corner exudes an eerie danger. I want to go back. Those who wish to withdraw, make haste and leave. Suddenly, someone yelled angrily. This is the foreign celestial realms, a precious resource earned through the sacrifices of countless veterans from the War Preparation Department. Such behavior is sheer wastefulness. You might as well find a place to hang yourself. Do not disturb our examination. The frightened individual was a chubby boy wearing glasses. Sitting on the ground, he scanned the area and noticed the disdainful gazes of those around him. He felt on the verge of a breakdown. Gu Chun stood amidst the crowd, his gaze fixed upon the starry sky. His very genes were ablaze with fervor. One day, he would tread upon that vast universe beneath his feet. Chapter 39. The Divine Retribution of the Cosmos. Eradicate the resentment. In the vast, boundless expanse of foreign celestial bodies, they appeared to be exiled into this cold and infinite universe. Upon these alien stars, countless perilous domains were destined to evolve under the might of the great cosmic laws. The primary means of acquiring scores in this examination was anticipated to stem from these treacherous places, which embodied absolute danger and the uncanny. Yet, amidst such peril, one could also encounter unimaginable opportunities. It remained uncertain if stardust would manifest. Gu Chun had heard whispers of stardust before. It was considered the supreme resource for warriors, allegedly derived from the extraction of rare, high-grade dust from the stars. This substance had the potential to enhance one's abilities across all dimensions, and with sustained use, it could even aid in unlocking genetic chains, fortifying genetic capabilities. At this moment, Gu Chun noted that the number of warriors around him was dwindling. As they began to explore the foreign celestial bodies, the vastness of these alien stars was said to be limitless, as long as one continued to explore. Infinite boundaries awaited discovery. Thus, it was no surprise that the Border Defense Department was willing to engage in conflict with the Xishan clan to secure these foreign stars. For they were indeed the most suitable location for martial examinations, notwithstanding the inherent dangers. Gu Chun could not help but nod in agreement and commenced his exploration. Soon, he stumbled upon a perilous domain. Sea-level perilous domain, the grievous ancient mansion. Resentment runs rampant. The former owner of this ancient mansion, who perished within due to a long-forgotten case, has transformed into a ghoul, rendering this place a site of great malevolence. A foreboding ancient mansion now nestled among the mountains, with a deep and winding path leading to it. Surrounding it were numerous martial examination candidates. The grievous ancient mansion was terrifying. Several candidates had entered only to never return. Was this truly merely a sea-level perilous domain? Was it genuinely this formidable? Was this some kind of jest? Among those who had just entered was a warrior with a blood vitality of 1,000 calories. If they could not overcome this, what hope did the others have? Many martial examination candidates had gathered to observe. The emergence of this perilous domain captivated their attention. With a 14-day examination cycle, they were not overly concerned about time. Their primary objective was to comprehend the nature of this foreign celestial realm. Danger lurked everywhere within it, and they had to proceed with utmost caution. While scores were indeed important, if one lost their life, who would attend university on their behalf? A wandering spirit? Sea-level perilous domain, the grievous ancient mansion. Death toll, 5. At that moment, a pale blue screen materialized above the ancient mansion, plunging the area into an eerie silence. The death toll was 5. 7 individuals had entered, which meant 5 had perished. How could so many have died in such a short span? A sea-level perilous domain. You dare tell me this is a sea-level perilous domain? Fear gripped the hearts of all as they gazed at the grievous ancient mansion. Just then, a figure stepped onto the deep, winding path. Who is this? So audacious? Surely, they are not afraid of death. The grievous ancient mansion appeared to be the most challenging even among sea-level perilous domains. 7 had entered, and within mere minutes, 5 had already perished. This was a clear indication of the horrors that lay within. This individual either possessed the extraordinary power to defy all threats or was merely a fool rushing to their demise. Outside, no one dared to enter. The gruesome death toll instilled a profound fear. Yet, amidst this trepidation, one individual chose to step into the sea-level perilous domain, leaving all others astonished. You have entered the sea-level perilous domain, the grievous ancient mansion. This foreign celestial realm exhibits remarkable intelligence. Could this be the treasure born from the evolution of the great cosmic rules? It evoked a sensation akin to completing a level in a game. The one who entered was, of course, Gu Chun. As he crossed the threshold of the grievous ancient mansion, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming aura of resentment, chilling and ominous. Bloodstains marred the floor, and cobwebs adorned the walls. Gu Chun accidentally knocked over an aged newspaper, from which a swarm of grotesque insects erupted. Who goes there? A voice, eerie and unearthly, echoed from behind Gu Chun. Through the wall, he discerned a shadowy figure. It appeared to be human, albeit grotesquely contorted, and a cold presence seeped through, sending shivers down his spine despite his mental preparation. I died a terrible death. Come, keep me company, the specter lamented, born of resentment. Gu Chun felt a surge of agitation. The more agitated you become, the easier you are to slay. However, what awaited the apparition was Gu Chun's thunderous counterattack. Divine Thunderstrike. What manner of aura is this? In an instant, the specter sensed a life-threatening peril. Gu Chun's thunderous genetic attribute was no ordinary lightning. It was the divine retribution derived from the goddess prison genes, a celestial punishment that embodied righteous authority. Against such malevolent, resentment-fueled entities, it posed a lethal threat. Boom. The ghoul, terrifying in its visage, emitted a piercing wail as it made contact with Gu Chun's thunder, subsequently disintegrating into a wisp of ash. Gu Chun observed as the resentment it carried was obliterated by the divine retribution. Oh, the cosmic divine retribution eradicates these resentments. Might this be a case of dimensional suppression? Gu Chun mused. These accursed specters were notoriously difficult to eradicate, even if vanquished. As long as their resentment persisted, they would not succumb immediately. Was this truly a sea-level perilous domain? At that moment, 2 frail figures hid within the ancient mansion, their hearts sinking to the depths of despair. This sea-level perilous domain was too terrifying. The specters thrived on resentment, something they had never encountered in the Summer Kingdom. The universe was vast and teeming with bizarre entities. With several seniors having perished, could the two of them possibly escape? Even if the specters were slain, they could resurrect through their resentment. This implied that unless the resentment was eradicated, these entities could never truly be killed. They were trapped within. Our leader is dead. Just then, the two girls, concealed in a secluded room within the mansion, suddenly heard a voice from outside, a ghastly sound, hoarse and eerie, igniting a sense of unease within them. Completely dead? What could have slain our leader? What entity could kill so decisively that he cannot revive? What? The specter is dead? The leader? The two female students exchanged astonished glances, recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. If they recalled correctly, the specter referred to as their leader was the very same ghoul that had slain their three seniors, a creature that had emerged from behind, ruthlessly claiming their hearts and ensuring their demise. Completely dead? Who could have done this? At that moment, boom, a tremendous roar. The ancient mansion quaked violently. It felt as though some fearsome entity had burst in. Chapter 40. Conquering the Grievous Ancient Mansion. First S-level completion rating. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar. The ancient residence trembled violently. A gaping hole was shattered in the wall, sending clouds of dust swirling. The two girls, bewildered by the sudden chaos, felt their hearts racing. As if a terrifying entity had invaded their sanctuary. Summoning their courage, they peered through the crack in the door, revealing a startling sight outside. A figure? It could only be another martial arts examinee like themselves. He had smashed through the wall, standing amidst the swirling debris, his entire being radiating a blinding brilliance. How reckless. Another soul had come to meet their demise. Anyone who dared disturb our peace within this ancient abode deserved nothing less than death. 1, 2, 3, 7 malevolent spirits were drawn forth by this individual. What? There were so many apparitions within this old house. Just moments ago, 3 spirits had nearly annihilated them all. With 7 spirits present, including the deceased leader, that made 8 in total. How could a martial arts examinee like him possibly stand a chance against such odds? Should we venture out to assist him? However, the moment that thought crossed their minds, their faces turned ashen. Recalling the horrific shadows cast by the grim specters during their recent battle, their senior, endowed with formidable vitality, had perished in less than 3 exchanges. And the prospect of confronting those ghastly entities again filled them with dread. Just as their hesitation lingered, a thunderous impact resounded. The young man unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating one spirit midair. Futile, for the spirits would merely resurrect. Though they were astounded by this examinee's combat prowess, despair still enveloped them. The spirits could revive. Suddenly, a crackling bolt of lightning surged into the void, incinerating the remnants of the vanquished spirit into nothingness. What? The two girls stared in disbelief. The spirit was utterly annihilated? Its lingering resentment extinguished alongside that fearsome thunder. A genetic warrior. This martial arts examinee was indeed a genetic warrior. Genetic warriors are the pinnacle of prodigious talent. A superlative resource cultivated with great effort by the Xia nation. The worth of a genetic warrior surpasses that of thousands of ordinary martial artists. The bane of resentment is the lightning attribute. Thunder symbolizes judgment and justice, eradicating the very essence of grievance. Who on earth is this martial arts examinee? A genetic warrior. No less, possessing the most destructive lightning attribute. Swift resolution is paramount. Chen, now devoid of patience, faced an onslaught of spirits, seemingly intent on tearing him to shreds. He bent low, lightning crackling around him, and instantly transformed into a series of afterimages. Boom, boom, boom. The spirits fell before him, obliterated at an astonishing speed. The two girls, hidden away, could hardly believe their eyes. The scene was nothing short of terrifying. All spirits were dispatched in an instant. Residual traces of lightning lingered on the ground, as the figure stood there like a sovereign of thunder. What an awe-inspiring martial arts examinee. Could he truly be from the same cohort as them? How immense must his vitality be? Just moments before, 3 spirits had nearly spelled their doom. Had it not been for their senior sacrificing himself to allow their escape, they would surely have perished. Yet now, every spirit lay vanquished at his hands. The two girls were in disbelief. Just then, a notification resounded. Congratulations on successfully clearing the sea-level cursed ground, the Cliff of Resentment Ancient Residence. Your student ID is being registered. Student ID 130-219-9951. You have earned a score of 5 points. Please continue striving for excellence. Was it truly that easy? Chen displayed a look of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the ease of his success. Come out, he commanded. The two girls exchanged glances before stepping forward, recognizing that their presence could not be concealed from him. Hello, I am Wang Yang. I am Wang Tsong. Thank you. They regarded Chen with a mix of trepidation. However, Chen remained unconcerned. Assist me in searching for resources here. If you comply, I will lead you out. The Cliff of Resentment Ancient Residence held too many hidden passages. Searching each one individually would be excessively laborious, prompting Gu Chun to enlist the help of the two girls, who understood his intent. Complying was imperative. Failure to do so would only increase the body count within this cursed abode. Soon, they unearthed a metallic rod. Is this all? Gu Chun expressed disappointment. Yes, this is truly all we found. The girls appeared anxious, fearing Gu Chun would deem them dishonest, for they genuinely had uncovered nothing but the metallic rod. Gu Chun swung the rod experimentally. This is an unfamiliar metal. Its power seems commendable. The rod was heavy. As a temporary weapon, it would suffice. Meanwhile, outside, ever since Gu Chun's entrance, no one dared to brave the cliff of resentment ancient residents. That young man who dared to venture in alone is surely doomed. Even if the death toll hasn't updated yet, it's only a matter of time. This cursed residence is far too perilous, steeped in resentment. One can only wonder what transpired here in the past. In any case, entering is tantamount to courting death. This consensus echoed among the onlookers. Just then, boom, a tremendous sound reverberated, and the cliff of resentment ancient residents trembled once more. The layers of resentment outside seemed to respond to something, dissipating with a series of cracks. What was happening? The cliff of resentment ancient residents has been cleared. Clearance score S. Boom. A grand sound echoed throughout the foreign star realm. Sea level cursed ground. The cliff of resentment ancient residents has been cleared. As the first martial arts examinee to achieve an S-level score, this is an official announcement. An S-level score? I just witnessed several formidable martial artists clear a sea-level cursed ground and only attain a B-level score. How did this S-level score come to be? An S-level clearance score likely requires exceptionally stringent conditions, no injuries, completed in a remarkably short time, and solo clearance. Damn, what kind of monster is this? It is simply unbelievable. Currently, the number of conquered sea-level cursed grounds has exceeded 100, and new rules for the foreign star realm are being updated. Every 3 days, the star rankings will be announced. A score ranking will be conducted for all martial arts examinees across the foreign star realm. Star rankings? So, in 3 days, they will see the current standings of the exam scores? How delightful. Meanwhile, Gu Chun led Wang Yang and Wang Tsong away from the cliff of resentment ancient residents. Following the clearance of the cursed ground, it would be demolished within 30 minutes. At that moment, the two girls gazed at Gu Chun's retreating figure, unable to suppress their whispers. This year's crop of prodigies is truly remarkable. Chapter 41, A Warning from the Northern Goddess. The Star's Secret Realm. An S-level clearance score? At this moment, in a distant corner of the otherworldly stars, a graceful and ethereal figure paused slightly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of surprise. Just moments ago, Yi Qingxian had successfully navigated a B-grade perilous realm with remarkable speed. Yet she was awarded merely an A-grade rating. I had just traversed that perilous realm alongside that girl Yi Langlang, which likely contributed to the A-grade evaluation. It seems one must conquer these treacherous domains alone to attain an S-grade rating. However, I wonder if the S-grade rating holds any real significance? Yi Qingxian mused, her delicate features reflecting a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in her mind. 3 S-grade ratings can be exchanged for a key to the Starry Secret Realm. Starry Secret Realm randomly appears among the otherworldly stars, potentially yielding weapons crafted from mysterious metals, as well as resources such as stardust. Goodness, the Starry Secret Realm? Is it akin to a treasure trove in the cosmos? One needs the Starry Secret Realm key to access it. Weapons forged from mysterious metals produced in the universe are of the highest caliber, and they may even possess extraordinary effects. Could such treasures also exist in this otherworldly expanse? And stardust? Can someone enlighten me on how to achieve an S-grade rating? Is there a knowledgeable individual willing to explore this? Cease your daydreaming. With your current ability to barely scrape through a C-grade perilous realm with assistance, do not harbor such delusions. To obtain an S-grade rating, one must achieve a flawless, injury-free completion while adhering to specific hidden criteria, and furthermore, one must accomplish it solo. So, it turns out 3 S-grade ratings are necessary? Gu Chun currently possesses 1 S-grade rating. In truth, this isn't overly challenging for those elite martial candidates. By grasping the underlying principles, obtaining an S-grade rating can be relatively straightforward. Thus, the Starry Secret Realm will likely become a highly coveted treasure. Gu Chun wandered among the otherworldly stars, having conquered the ancient abode of Cliff's Grievance. After searching for quite some time, he only managed to retrieve a single staff crafted from cosmic metal. Yet, given the nature of cosmic metal, it should be exceptionally valuable. With a resounding crash, Gu Chun struck the ground with the metal staff, unleashing a tremendous force that reverberated through the earth. Several passing martial artists displayed expressions of astonishment. Goodness, did you see that? What weapon is that person wielding? Using a staff as a weapon is quite rare among martial artists today, yet I sense an extraordinary power emanating from him. Is that cosmic metal? Cosmic metal symbolizes a profound mystery. The universe is vast and boundless, and the metals adrift within it are immensely precious. Countless renowned superweapons crafted from cosmic metal originate from within the borders of Xia. Indeed, the treasures in this otherworldly realm are astonishingly rare. In response to the envious gazes surrounding him, Gu Chen produced a spear, a gift from the master of Xianting Martial Arts Academy prior to his entrance examination. This star-grade spear, known as the Thunderbolt Spear, seemed to be compared against the cosmic metal staff he held. Is that a star-grade spear? Goodness. What is this martial candidate's background to possess such a weapon? A star-grade weapon is already a rarity for martial candidates, even within Xianting Martial Arts Academy. The star-grade spear is regarded as a prized possession. The academy gifted it to Gu Chen, likely as a gesture of goodwill. They foresee his rise in this martial examination. The future value Gu Chen could bring will far exceed that of a mere star-grade spear. Surrounded by astonished onlookers, they speculated about the identity of the strikingly handsome martial candidate. Yet, at that moment, the young man had already departed. Observing the direction he took, the martial candidates displayed expressions of shock. Wasn't that the direction of the recently encountered B-grade perilous realm? Indeed, it was. Could this martial candidate also be intending to enter that perilous domain? It is said to be exceedingly dangerous. Just recently, two limit-breaking body-refining martial artists entered together, only to meet their demise. Two limit-breaking martial artists perished, and simultaneously no less. The rewards from that perilous realm are enticing, yet the danger is paramount. Those who enter seldom return unscathed. They murmured among themselves, subsequently trailing behind Gu Chen. B-grade perilous realm, misty forest. Please endure and eliminate all the murky night cat demons within the all-consuming fog. Caution, the claws of the murky night cat demons are laced with potent venom, which, upon penetrating a wound, will immediately evaporate all blood within the victim's body, rendering them a desiccated corpse. The murky night cat demons possess incredible speed and can conceal themselves within the dense fog. An A-grade completion rating or higher grants access to the cat demon potion, which permanently enhances one's agility. A potion that can permanently enhance agility? Gu Chen couldn't help but feel astonished. I never anticipated such treasures could exist in the otherworldly stars. However, the misty forest perilous realm is undeniably treacherous. The murky night cat demons are lethal upon contact. Coupled with the fog, it is essentially a natural ambush site. Are you also a martial candidate attempting to conquer the misty forest? Suddenly, a melodic voice echoed, and a stunning girl with cascading hair approached. Her enchanting eyes revealing a profound and elegant demeanor, though her expression was currently serious. I advise you to leave this place. Although the misty forest is merely a B-grade perilous realm, its danger far exceeds that of other perilous realms of the same grade. A momentary lapse in caution could lead to a fate worse than death. The martial examination aims to bolster national strength, cultivating warriors capable of shouldering the future responsibilities of Xia. There is no need to incur unnecessary casualties. This girl, appearing to be genuinely kind-hearted, was likely stopping candidates intent on challenging the perilous realm due to the extreme danger it posed. That girl seems to be Yuchinga from the northern region. The climate there is notoriously harsh, yet it is remarkable to encounter such a beautiful girl, with her exquisite features and alluring figure, truly breathtaking. Some individuals in the vicinity recognized her identity. Due to the unique nature of the otherworldly stars, the so-called four major examination areas have become intertwined. Girls from the northern region possess strikingly refined features and statuesque figures, exuding an aura of gallantry. Given that two limit-breaking martial artists have already perished, perhaps it would be wise to seal off the misty forest for the time being, Yuchinga stated. She thought that having warned him to this extent, the young man before her would surely reconsider. Hey, are you not comprehending my words? Leave at once. Yet Gu Chen remained unperturbed. This place is indeed perilous. However, danger and opportunity are eternally intertwined. The misty forest is too hazardous, providing merely a meager reward. It would be unwise not to attempt other B-grade perilous realms instead. Watching Gu Chen resolutely enter the misty forest, Yuchinga stamped her foot in frustration. Chapter 42. Where did this monster emerge from? Gene warriors, you got us. There is no need for further persuasion. Your benevolent heart, always considering the welfare of Xia, is well understood by us all. However, it is difficult to dissuade one determined to meet his demise. If he is intent on ignoring the wise counsel of others, let him proceed to his own end, said one martial artist, gazing at Yuchinga's exquisite visage, unable to restrain himself from speaking. It seems that the northern region goddess also has her fair share of admirers. Yuchinga furrowed her brows slightly. The northern wilderness was rife with turmoil from strange beasts, and these young martial examination candidates had endured numerous battles, receiving aid from the Xia Kingdom, which fostered a profound sense of belonging among them. In her eyes, this was merely a test at the highest difficulty level, a perilous challenge that could even cost them their lives. Therefore, she thought, why not change the question? These talented warriors would be the backbone of the future Xia Kingdom. Yet, this young man disregarded her counsel, which stirred a sense of unease within her. Noticing that Yuchinga had ignored him, the warrior's expression soured, and as he cast his gaze towards Gu Chen's vanishing silhouette, a chilling demeanor overtook him. A fool courting death. Entering the misty forest alone was a certain demise. They strained their eyes, attempting to discern the happenings within the fog-laden woods. But the dense mist obscured their view. As Chen stepped into the misty forest, the surrounding fog dispersed, lowering visibility. He frowned. In this environment, combined with the high speed and lethal nature of the turbid night demon cat, the situation was indeed dire. Pondering this, a figure shot out from the mist like a bolt of lightning. Seeking death, Chen's reflexes were astonishingly rapid. He clenched his fist and struck at the cat demon with a powerful punch, unleashing a terrifying bolt of lightning that echoed with a horrific scream as the cat demon was pierced through by his blow. At that moment, his blood surged with a force of 2,100 calories, pulsating with thunder. Such astounding reaction speed. The martial examination candidates observing from outside displayed expressions of shock. Chen's reflexes were truly remarkable. From their vantage point, they caught a glimpse of something that had appeared beside Chen in the mist, attempting to launch an attack, an astonishing speed that was beyond the capacity of an average individual to react to. Did I just sense a unique power? This warrior seems far from ordinary. Yuchinga couldn't help but frown. Was it merely an illusion? Had she truly witnessed a flash of lightning just now? It couldn't be. Could it? This was troubling. The blood of the turbid night cat had likely provoked other members of its kin, and now no one could ascertain how many lurked within this place. Yuchinga felt a twinge of concern. However, within the misty forest, Chen smirked slightly. This fog is quite bothersome. I wonder if my thunder could evaporate it. Boom. A dreadful surge of thunder erupted from him. His lightning possessed a natural restraining power against these sinister entities, and the mist rapidly retreated, vibrant thunder enveloping the entire forest in an instant. Thunder attribute genes? I must be mistaken. Goodness. He is a thunder attribute gene warrior? At the martial examination, a gene warrior has truly emerged, and a thunder attribute one at that. No wonder he dared to venture into the misty forest. That blazing thunder was of an exceptionally high caliber, evaporating all the mist in the blink of an eye. The most challenging aspect of the misty forest was precisely the fog, and now it had cleared. 1, 2, 3, 4, 13 turbid night cat demons in total. As the mist dissipated, the cats hidden among the dark trunks revealed themselves, dried bodies, grotesque faces, and sharp claws emanating a chilling aura. Many onlookers shivered at the sight. The fog was still thickening. Swift action was imperative. Boom. Chen drew forth the thunderbolt spear and hurled it forward. The thunderbolt spear surged with boundless lightning, instantly piercing through a turbid night cat demon and pinning it to the dark trunk, the spear swaying up and down. Chen leaped onto the thunderbolt spear, using the tremendous upward force to propel himself skyward. The cats emitted shrill cries as they lunged at Chen. Divine Thunderstrike. With a single palm, Chen shattered one cat demon into pieces, then retrieved a long rod forged from cosmic metal, sweeping it horizontally. Several agile cat demons evaded the sweep, but the next moment, they were struck by searing bolts of lightning, plummeting with horrified cries. Chen thrust the long rod downward. One cat demon was impaled into the ground, its body torn asunder. Then he pressed his hand against the thunderbolt spear, gripping the shaft tightly, and with a nimble twist. Like a dexterous monkey, he gathered lightning at his feet, kicking a cat demon down with the force of a cannonball. Bang! In mere seconds, 5 turbid night cat demons were annihilated. This individual's combat prowess is truly terrifying. The battle was a visual delight. Each movement and tactical decision was flawless. He must either be a seasoned warrior or an exceptional combat prodigy. Is this the essence of a gene warrior's battle? As the mist cleared, Chen's performance was laid bare before all the martial examination candidates, who erupted in astonished exclamations. This was a spectacle of combat, with vibrant thunder surging through the air. And while Chen's movements appeared steady, they concealed a terrifying power. It is innate talent. Yuchinga's beautiful eyes sparkled. She was no ordinary daughter of a noble family in the northern realm. She had also faced numerous battles and witnessed many seasoned warriors. Chen was different. He lacked the seasoned demeanor they possessed. It is extraordinary combat talent. Thunder attribute genes, such formidable combat prowess. Who exactly is this young man? She felt as if she had never heard of him before. Bang! Chen withdrew the thunderbolt spear, and the dark, giant tree shattered into pieces, accompanied by a resounding crash, as Chen stood with the thunderbolt spear, resembling an impeccable war god. One cat demon after another was cleaved by the spear, their bodies exploding. The surrounding cat demons began to tremble in fear, sensing that this young warrior before them was a terrifying monster. Yet, Chen showed no mercy. These creatures were all venomous, and he dared not let his guard down. With a flourish, one hand wielded the thunderbolt spear while the other brandished the cosmic metal rod, swiftly eliminating the remaining cat demons. All the cat demons were slain. A monster. These gene warriors are all monsters. I am utterly envious. Why can't I unlock my genes? Every year, there are millions of martial examination candidates in our Xia Kingdom, yet gene warriors number only a few, scarcely exceeding 10. These individuals are the most valued martial resources in the Xia Kingdom, receiving substantial investment for their training. During the invasion of alien races, it was this batch of gene warriors that bore the brunt of the pressure. Everyone was filled with exhilaration. Yet, some began to express confusion. Strange. All the cat demons are dead, Why hasn't this perilous domain cleared yet? Suddenly, someone voiced their perplexity. Chapter 43. His blood flows with pure thunder. At this moment, Gu Chen stood amidst the dark, giant trees, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. All the turbid night cat demons had been vanquished, their corpses littering the ground. Yet the perilous domain had not concluded. A sharp howl suddenly rang out from behind Gu Chen. Hidden within the forest lurked another turbid night cat demon. Be careful. Outside. The martial arts examinees gasped in astonishment as the murky night cat demon darted forth with astonishing speed, akin to a streak of pitch-black lightning. It was apparent that this creature had been lying in wait for a considerable time, concealed atop a towering dark tree, remaining utterly silent despite the recent demise of its kin. This unnerved the martial arts candidates, sending chills down their spines. If such a being could be classified as a B-grade hazard, what then could be said of an A-grade peril? Were all such places truly as ravenous as this, devouring their prey without a trace? Fear gripped them. At that moment, Gu Chen abruptly turned around. Thunder rumbled ominously. This was dire. With a swift motion, Gu Chen, despite having already reached his limit, left behind a series of afterimages. Yet his back was still slashed, a mark of crimson carving through his garment, revealing a gash from which blood oozed, the flesh around it rising as a dark, noxious mist surged forth like maggots burrowing inward. Whoosh! Gu Chen hurled his thunderbolt spear, instantly pinning the murky night cat demon to the dark tree. He promptly seated himself in meditation. This was bad. The demon's claws were laced with potent venom. Though Gu Chen's movements had been nothing short of extraordinary, he had still been injured. The demon's venom could swiftly corrode the very essence of blood. What a pity! Here lay a genetic warrior, seemingly lost to this fate. A sense of regret enveloped the onlookers for Gu Chen. Was he destined to succumb to poison today? B-grade hazard, Misty Forest, successfully cleared. Completion rating, A. You have received the cat demon elixir, which, upon consumption, will permanently enhance your agility. Achieving an A grade was likely due to Gu Chen's injury inflicted by the cat demon, preventing him from attaining an S rating. Nonetheless, an A rating was commendable, for he had secured the reward potion. The most pressing concern now was the wound on his back. The demon's venom had already infiltrated his body. Gu Chen quickly sat cross-legged. As he closed his eyes, he noticed the martial arts candidates approaching, with a slender and graceful figure arriving first. Naturally, it was the northern girl. Yuchinga. The venom from the murky night cat demon had penetrated deep into his back. If this continued, he would surely perish. Do any of you possess a remedy or antidote? I implore you. I am willing to exchange resources for it. Yuchinga's forthrightness stirred envy among the other martial arts candidates for her good fortune. Yet, they could only smile wryly in response. The toxin had infiltrated his body, and given that the demon's venom was exceedingly rare and directly targeted one's vitality, even a martial artist's life force could be drained away. There was no conceivable way to counteract it. Alas, you goddess, we are all young individuals from the Summer Kingdom, and my dream is to join the border defense forces and fight on the front lines. I understand the value of a genetic warrior to our nation, yet we truly find ourselves powerless at this moment. Sighs of despair echoed among them. The fall of a genetic warrior would be a significant loss to the Summer Kingdom. Meanwhile, Gu Chen felt a searing heat radiating from his back, as if an invisible flame was consuming his vitality. The demon's venom could corrode life force, evaporating all blood within the body. Indeed, it was treacherously potent. However, my blood is not so easily vanquished. Divine thunder meridians. Pure thunder flows through your channels, further enhancing your thunder attribute abilities, and these divine thunder meridians will permeate your vital essence, allowing for a transformation. Upon unlocking this branch, pure thunder coursed through Gu Chen's meridians. His vital essence became extraordinary. Boom. Gu Chen stirred his vital essence, causing the surrounding martial arts candidates to stagger back in shock. Such a robust vitality. Where did this individual emerge from? He was a second limit-breaking genetic warrior. If he continued to grow, he would undoubtedly become a master, rising to prominence within the Summer Kingdom. Oh no, this is chaotic. By agitating his own vital essence, he was accelerating the demon's venom's encroachment. Would such a prodigy truly meet his end like this? They lamented. Yet at that moment, a tremendous aura erupted from Gu Chen, an overwhelming presence cascading forth, imbued with a ferocious essence. What is happening? What is this aura? It sends shivers down my spine. At that instant, Yuchinga, standing behind Gu Chen, discerned the anomaly. Everyone, come look at his back wound. The venom relentlessly invaded deeper, and upon contact with his blood, it seemed to awaken, thrumming with a monstrous hunger. But now, within Gu Chen's flesh, there resided an unfathomable power. It was thunder. Martial arts candidates gasped, their skin prickling. Pure thunder coursed through Gu Chen's vital essence. Zzz. As the demon's venom made contact with the thunder, it was instantly incinerated by that terrifying power. Gu Chen channeled the thunder within him, extending it through his limbs. Wherever it flowed, all traces of venom were obliterated. Gu Chen opened his eyes. He was awake. What a monster. This is utterly absurd. The surrounding martial arts candidates regarded Gu Chen with awe, perceiving him as a creature of legend. The deadly toxin of the night cat demon had been effortlessly cleansed? With thunder coursing through his vital essence, could even a thunder attribute genetic warrior possess such terrifying prowess? Have you heard of this individual's name? No. They all shook their heads in unison. As Gu Chen stood, the gazes of those around him shifted. A genetic warrior, a second limit breaker, this was indeed a monster. At that moment, Yuchinga, with a wry smile, remarked, I initially sought to offer good advice, yet now I find myself the fool. Gu Chen regarded Yuchinga, appreciating her sense of duty, a trait common to those hailing from the north, characterized by their noble spirit. I must thank you for your counsel. Gu Chen replied with a kind smile, extending his hand toward her. I am Gu Chen. Yuchinga. Yuchinga hesitated for a moment before quickly shaking Gu Chen's hand, her gaze drawn to his handsome visage adorned with a smile. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Chapter 44, Top-Tier Sword Techniques. On the first day of the National Martial Arts Examination in the Summer Kingdom. Father, do you think my brother will achieve a good result? The classmates say that as long as he can enter a prestigious genetic academy, he will have made it. Gu Ling sat on the sofa at home, having asked this question countless times that day. Hearing this, Gu Dongshan sighed. This time, he did not respond immediately but sat beside Gu Ling, adjusting her disheveled collar. Are you prepared? In just a few days, you will be starting school. Father, I understand. Gu Ling let out a displeased hum before continuing. However, my classmates have mentioned that this year's martial artist entrance examination is expected to be the most prestigious in recent years. This era boasts the finest techniques for cultivating martial artists, which means that the examination will be extraordinarily ruthless. Do you think my brother might encounter any unforeseen circumstances? At this point, Gu Dongshan could no longer maintain his composure. He sat down beside Gu Ling, unable to dismiss the concern for Gu Chen, who was participating in the martial artist entrance examination. It was simply impossible for the elders not to worry. Last night, Gu Dongshan hardly slept a wink. He heard that on the third day, the Xia Nation would commence a live broadcast of the martial artist entrance examination, where they might catch a glimpse of their brother. This news, officially released by the Xia Nation, stirred quite a sensation within the country. It was said that on the third day, the stellar ranking of the martial artist entrance examination would be unveiled. At that time, one could check a martial artist's ranking using their registration number. Moreover, the Xia Nation would launch a live broadcast featuring 500 simultaneous perspectives, allowing the entire populace to partake in this grand examination. Dad, it isn't that simple. With millions of candidates, only 500 perspectives are available, meaning only 500 martial artists can be viewed simultaneously. They will undoubtedly select the most captivating and exceptional candidates. Gu Ling exclaimed, I'm not implying that my brother isn't outstanding. It's just that the chances are slim. To stand out among millions is quite the feat. Our ancestral grave would explode. Her words irked Gu Dongshan, yet he acknowledged their truth. Well, we can only hope your brother achieves commendable results. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Chen remained oblivious to the turmoil outside. He had consumed the cat demon potion, which indeed made him feel considerably lighter, as if his very essence had become buoyant. These potions were remarkable, capable of enhancing one's innate qualities. The Xia Nation had also been researching similar concoctions, but their effects paled in comparison to those derived from the otherworldly celestial stars, which appeared to be a cosmic garden. At that moment, the voice of Yuchinga resonated beside Gu Chen, crisp and clear. She had just followed him after he had left the previous location. A cosmic garden? Gu Chen remarked with a hint of surprise. Yes, it contains numerous resources that the Xia Nation is currently developing, albeit not yet perfected. For instance, the long staff you just held surpasses our nation's forging techniques. Consequently, many speculate that the celestial stars may be remnants of certain races engulfed by cosmic storms. Their essence transformed by the laws of the universe, leaving behind fragments of their advanced technologies. Yuchinga, undoubtedly possessing a notable background in the northern region, seemed to be well informed. Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh. In this age, the existence of other races within the cosmos was common knowledge. The universe is vast and boundless. Currently, the human race, along with all the alien races discovered, might merely be a drop in the ocean of the sprawling universe. Hardly worth mentioning. We truly are insignificant, he mused. Yuchinga smiled with her enchanting eyes and replied, Insignificance is inconsequential. At least there is hope. An elder in the human divine plan once stated that humanity possesses infinite potential, a path of evolution that is boundlessly splendid. Perhaps in the future, someone will evolve through their own efforts and become the center of the universe, exploring the mysteries of the endless cosmos. A surge of emotions welled within Gu Chen as he glanced at Yuchinga, pondering her intentions. I just happened to be passing through. I actually aim to visit a particular perilous location. It seems to have reached an A-level tier, and a few friends from the northern region asked me to join them. I happened to pass by the misty forest and decided to stop and remind you. Hearing this, Gu Chen looked up at Yuchinga. The girl, with her bright eyes and dazzling smile, stood tall, likely around 175 meters. As Yuchinga sensed Gu Chen's gaze, her eyes flickered momentarily. Part of the reason I wanted to invite you along is that my friends mentioned that the perilous location is quite dangerous. They suggested gathering all the friends we can summon to increase our chances, even though the score we can obtain might be slightly lower. The scores awarded in perilous locations are determined by specific criteria. For instance, in a sea-level perilous area, if a single person clears it, they would earn 5 points. However, if 2 individuals clear it together, their scores would be adjusted based on their performances. If one excels, they might earn 3 points while the other earns 2. Of course, their combined score could exceed 5, but no individual score can surpass 5, ensuring a fairer evaluation. Otherwise, if one were to pay a martial artist to assist in clearing the area, they could easily obtain high scores, which would be unfair to others. The martial artist entrance examination strives for fairness and justice, eliminating the unfair advantages that background might provide. An A-level perilous area can yield a maximum score of 50 points. Gu Chun felt a stir of excitement. Upon hearing his agreement, Yuchinga beamed with a smile. This spirited girl had an unpretentious beauty when she laughed. It was rumored that this was a sword abyss, rich in sword energy. A few martial artist candidates, who regularly practiced sword techniques, had entered but were met with backlash, perishing within mere seconds. However, it was said that achieving an A-level score could grant one access to a premier sword technique. Such techniques could fetch exorbitant prices, up to $1 million in the Xia nation, and would sell without difficulty, even drawing the interest of wealthy families like the Chu clan. $1 million! Gu Chun exclaimed, quickening his pace. Chapter 45. Gu Chun, representing the highest talent with an A-grade rating. The emergence of an A-level perilous area, the legendary Sword Abyss. Currently, it has been seized by numerous prodigies from the northern region, who have gathered a multitude of talents in preparation to conquer the Sword Abyss. The situation inside remains unknown, but reports indicate that several sword-wielding martial artist candidates have already perished within. The dangers within the Sword Abyss are immense. Any misstep could result in severe consequences. Yet, the northern region's prodigies cannot afford to retreat. The 4 corners of the Xia nation, north, south, east, and west, are engaged in a subtle competition. If the northern region relinquishes the Sword Abyss, its prodigies would lose face in this otherworldly realm. With the emergence of an A-level perilous area, the celestial stars have also begun to stir. The prodigies of the northern region are striving to disseminate information and rally a multitude of talents. Let us directly conquer this Sword Abyss. Among the crowd, Gu Chun consistently trailed behind Yuchinga. Chinga, is that you? Who is this? A few young individuals, upon spotting Yuchinga, hastily approached her, indicating that she holds a significant status in the hearts of the youth in the Northern Territory. This is a friend I made on the road, hailing from the imperial capital, a warrior who has broken through the limits for the second time. The second breakthrough. Their gazes towards Gu Chun shifted considerably. Achieving a second breakthrough at such a young age is no trivial feat. As the crowd heard that Gu Chun was from the imperial capital and had achieved the second breakthrough, a young girl suddenly displayed an unusual expression. Those who reach the second breakthrough in the imperial capital are certainly not nameless. Most hail from the top 5 martial arts academies. So even if I do not know them, I should have at least seen them. The girl scrutinized Gu Chun, her expression turning peculiar. What's wrong, Ching? I don't think I've seen him in the imperial capital. The young man, upon hearing this, revealed a puzzled look and then glanced at Sun Qingqing, with whom he had met in a perilous location. He harbored a slight interest in her, as she graduated from the top martial arts academy in the imperial capital and came from a well-off family, and he hoped to develop a rapport. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a breakthrough. Hello, I'm also a martial arts candidate from the imperial capital. May I ask which school you are from? Sun Qingqing inquired. Gu Chun met her gaze and replied truthfully, 13th middle school. Sun Qingqing's expression turned strange. 13th middle school? Qingqing, what's wrong? You seem off. Is there an issue with this young man? 13th middle school is a poor high school in our imperial capital. Surely you understand what that implies. How could a second breakthrough warrior emerge from 13th middle school? The top 5 schools enjoy substantial resources for preparation. Yet they can only produce a handful of second breakthrough warriors each year. Sun Qingqing's expression was tinged with disdain, as she loathed deceitful individuals. Surely, no one would claim to be from 13th middle school unless it were true. So how could he possibly be a second breakthrough warrior? Who brought him here? In a perilous environment like the Sword Abyss, joking about such matters could endanger everyone. She seemed to deliberately challenge Yuchinga, as before Yuchinga's arrival. Her beauty and eloquence had drawn many young admirers, but now, with Yuchinga's arrival, the center of attention had shifted among these northern geniuses. What nonsense are you spouting? However, upon witnessing Sun Qingqing direct her hostility towards Yuchinga, the young man's expression darkened. Do you know who she is? She is the only daughter of the Northern Territory's lord, who has achieved remarkable military feats, and whose reputation suppresses that of the Xia Kingdom. The Northern Territory is the most chaotic among the 4 realms, if not for the Lord's lifelong protection. Over 70% of the Northern Territory's populace would have faced ruin. The chaos here is almost unbelievable, which speaks volumes of the Lord's greatness. One person has sheltered countless families. Since childhood, Yuchinga had lived a modest life, devoid of the arrogance often seen in the offspring of the elite. She frequently extended her hand to assist common martial artists, thus earning immense respect among the populace. I was merely suggesting that the person she brought might be a fraud. With so many martial arts candidates from the Northern Territory present, both first and second breakthroughs, can we not discern truth from falsehood? You. Sun Qingqing nearly spat blood in frustration. This person seemed to have transformed entirely. Moments ago, he was a caring little puppy, and now he confronted her coldly, leaving her feeling deeply aggrieved. She underestimated the cohesion among martial arts candidates from the Northern Territory, a region indeed marked by its strong sense of unity. Gu Chen glanced around, unable to suppress his astonishment. Since entering the Sword Abyss, it had not been long, yet over 30 northern geniuses had gathered, responding to the call with fervor. Isn't that so? Yuqingga smiled. Hello, I am Wang Beichen. I am Gu Chen. The young man who had just reprimanded Sun Qingqing approached, warmly shaking Gu Chen's hand, and in that moment, he felt a jolt. What a formidable vitality. He could sense a dominating and fierce aura coursing through Gu Chen's energy. Indeed, he was a warrior brought by the goddess Yu, and his prowess must be extraordinarily formidable. Sun Qingqing's short-sightedness and overt jealousy became apparent to him, and his impression of her diminished. I will request your assistance shortly. Brother Gu, this poses a new challenge for the martial arts candidates of the Northern Territory, and I am grateful for your aid. He spoke with great finesse. Seeking mutual benefit, Gu Chen smiled. The assembly should be nearly complete. A total of 43 individuals. 43 individuals. Prepare to conquer an A-grade perilous location. Sword Abyss successfully activated. Number of entrants, 43. Current casualties, 0. You will enter a super training ground composed of terrifying sword energy, where the spiritual energy and resources are imbued with intense sword essence. Your every performance will be recorded. Please carry your respective identity ratings. Terrifying sword energy? Gu Chen revealed an intrigued expression. At that moment, a stream of light entered Gu Chen's brow. A-rank sword candidate, Gu Chen. After evaluating in the Sword Abyss, you possess an abundance of latent power, rated as an A-rank sword candidate. I am merely a B-rank sword candidate. How can you be an A-rank sword candidate? Yuqingga's astonished voice rang out beside him. Chapter 46. The physical potential of all northern geniuses completely overwhelmed. An A-rank sword candidate? Upon hearing Yuqingga's melodious voice, those nearby swiftly directed their astonished gazes toward Gu Chen. A-rank sword candidate. If my assumptions are correct, the Sword Abyss should assign ratings to everyone before entry, classifying them as A, B, C, or D, indicating their talent levels. I am also a second breakthrough warrior, yet I am merely a B-rank sword candidate. He is also a second breakthrough warrior, yet he is rated as an A-rank sword candidate. The crowd gazed incredulously at Gu Chen. Warriors below 1,000 calories are likely D-rank sword candidates. First breakthrough warriors are C-rank sword candidates. Second breakthrough warriors are B-rank sword candidates. Yet, how could Gu Chen, clearly a second breakthrough warrior, be rated as an A-rank sword candidate? In that moment, only Yuqingga among the crowd revealed a smile. For Gu Chen is not merely a second breakthrough warrior, he is also a gene warrior. Entering the Sword Abyss, one finds themselves amidst a vast ocean of swordsmanship. The air thick with an overwhelming density, and the moment everyone steps into this realm, they feel a profound pressure bearing down upon them. You are currently under B-rank pressure. You must acclimate to the B-rank pressure within a certain time frame, or you will be engulfed by the sword tide. Every individual perceived distinct voices. They bore the oppressive pressure and adapted to it. Otherwise, they would be consumed by the tide of swords. They finally comprehended why those sword cultivators who had entered earlier perished in such a brief span. It was evident that they had failed to fully acclimatize to the pressure emanating from the Sword Abyss, subsequently being devoured by the sword tide. The pressure of the second tier. This indicated that the level of pressure experienced varied among cultivators of differing ranks. A few candidates from the northern region, subjected to this secondary pressure, trembled incessantly. The weight of this pressure was terrifying, akin to a myriad of sharpened sword auras surging towards them from all directions, threatening to invade their very pores and reduce their bodies to a pulpy mass. Their skin began to ooze blood. This scene filled the other candidates with dread. Those prodigies capable of breaking through their limits for the second time had already transcended the physical realm compared to them. Yet here they were, struggling under the very same secondary pressure, with blood seeping from beneath their skin. Was this Sword Abyss not excessively formidable? It was of hellish difficulty. As the pressure bore down upon them, they found themselves at a loss for words, their faces resembling that of a liver, trembling uncontrollably. Adapt. What a farce. I feel as though I am about to be crushed. In an instant, a colossal pressure surged towards them, filling them with despair. Several even began to regret entering this place. Wait, isn't he a first-tier sword cultivator? Shouldn't he be subjected to first-tier pressure then? Suddenly, someone cast a perplexed gaze towards Gu Chen. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Gu Chen. At that moment, Gu Chen stood still, seemingly adapting to the pressure. Yet compared to the others, he appeared remarkably composed, muttering to himself, "This first-tier pressure doesn't seem as terrifying as I imagined." What? They must have misheard. While they were bent over, Overwhelmed by the second tier, third tier, and even fourth tier pressures, Gu Chen stood there, casually proclaiming that first tier pressure was nothing to fear. However, those closer to Gu Chen inexplicably felt a surge of trepidation. They could hear the terrifying resonance of his cells within him. Was it an illusion? First tier pressure was indeed formidable. Yet, regrettably, Gu Chen's physical form was even more so. After all, he had unlocked the chaotic level genetic sequence. In terms of physical potential, quality, and cellular strength, Gu Chen surpassed these candidates in every aspect. This pressure was indeed terrifying. It could easily crush others in an instant, but to Gu Chen, it was merely a triviality. A bomb cast into a lake could utterly devastate it, yet when cast into a vast ocean, it would merely stir a wave. By heavens, what a monster! Some, suppressing the urge to spit blood, felt compelled to curse Gu Chen. Curse me? You must understand that if I walk over, the pressure you face will significantly diminish. The sword abyss operates in increments. If someone adapts early and enters the abyss, the difficulty will be reduced, effectively dragging others along with them. The person's expression transformed dramatically, quickly morphing into a forced smile. Forgive me, Brother Chen, I was young and foolish. Do go ahead. I can hardly endure. Gu Chen was speechless. This fellow truly was a master of recognizing the moment. He then proceeded step by step into the depths of the sword abyss. Only when Gu Chen fully entered the abyss did these candidates exhale a sigh of relief, the pressure upon them lifting significantly. Lingu, what kind of monster have you brought? At this moment, several second limit break warriors, renowned geniuses from the northern region, began to doubt their own capabilities. The second tier pressure was nearly unbearable for them. Those sword cultivators who had entered prior were all top tier geniuses. Yet they had perished in that tide of swords, and now, the sheer terror of first tier pressure was evident. Yet Gu Chen had adapted directly? How formidable must his physical potential be? Yu Qingge, though aware of Gu Chen's extraordinary nature, had not anticipated it to this extent. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. Meanwhile, Sun Qingqing, amidst the crowd, wore an extremely grim expression. Earlier, she had doubted the authenticity of Gu Chen's strength. Now, it was evident that Gu Chen was not merely a second limit break character, but clearly transcended the ordinary second limit break warriors. He existed on an entirely different plane compared to the other top geniuses from the northern region. Previously, I had heard tales of a genius maiden from the capital who had achieved the third limit break, named Yi Qingxian. Little did I expect that there existed such a prodigious figure as Gu Chen in the capital, truly admirable. The bold and unpretentious geniuses of the northern region clasped their hands in gratitude towards Gu Chen. Are you referring to Yi Qingxian? Sun Qingqing suddenly inquired, unable to contain her boastfulness, for they were all geniuses from the capital, and she felt a sense of pride. Yi Qingxian is a top-tier genius from the capital. Even without the prestige of her Yi family lineage, her innate talent surpasses her peers. It is said that she is already preparing to challenge the fourth limit of vitality. Upon hearing this, though everyone was aware that Sun Qingqing was merely seeking attention, they remained astonished. The name of the goddess Yi had reached my ears even while in the northern region. Ah, if only I could meet the goddess Yi. Even exchanging a word with her would be a fulfillment of my desires. Sun Qingqing chuckled softly, lifting her delicate chin, and said softly, but she is the goddess Yi. Do you truly believe you can exchange words with her? The goddess has always been solitary. Such a person requires no friends, nor is anyone worthy to walk beside her. With her talent and beauty, coupled with the Yi family background, she has always been aloof and proud. Dream on if you wish to converse with her. Gu Chen rubbed his nose. Was Yi Qingxuan's public persona truly like this? It felt somewhat unfamiliar. Chapter 47. The ultimate assault capability. Hell, Thunder Spear. This place was a profound abyss. The mighty tide of swords surged from all directions. Fortunately, these sword tides swirled around, and the ground we stood upon remained a safe zone untouched by their peril. Otherwise, trapped within that tide, none of us would have found a place to rest in death. Wang Yonggang from the northern region sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance at Gu Chen. Were it not for Gu Chen enduring the first-tier pressure to enter here, the losses among the northern region's geniuses would have been catastrophic. What precisely is required to traverse the sword abyss? Sun Qingqing glanced anxiously around, as her prior discussion regarding Yi Qingxian had garnered increased attention from the northern region's geniuses, prompting her mood to lighten. It must be admitted that this young fairy from the capital is quite remarkable. She had previously questioned Gu Chen's strength, yet now, following the display of his superhuman abilities, she sought opportunities to converse with him. Brother Chen, you are the mightiest among us, and we all heed your guidance, she giggled. In this perilous realm, we look out for one another. It matters not who leads. Brother Chen, do cast your gaze upon that sword tide over yonder. It appears remarkably beautiful. Ordinary, he replied. Brother Chen, my leg aches terribly. Could it be that the pressure I endured earlier has bruised my bones? Did a mere C-rank pressure fracture your bones? Are you made of glass? Gu Chen responded effortlessly. Do refrain from dragging me into this, she retorted. Indeed, Sun Qingqing possessed a measure of beauty, yet when compared to truly stunning women, such as Yi Qingxian or Yu Qingge present here, she paled in comparison. The geniuses of the northern region stifled their laughter. This Gu Chen spoke without leaving room for rebuttal. Please shatter the sword heart stone. The sword embodies the pinnacle of offense. Harness your might to shatter the sword heart stone ahead of you, and you must succeed within 3 minutes. Lest the sword tide obliterates this place. Before them floated a crystalline stone, suspended in the air. Thus, only by breaking the sword heart stone could they proceed. In the depths of the sword path, any delay could lead to being engulfed by the sword tide. Wang Yonggang, a towering figure, quickly grasped the rules of this trial. I shall take the first attempt. Brother Wang's sword was renowned in the northern region for its enormous power and destructive capability. A sword cultivator indeed. Wang Yonggang was a second-tier martial artist, seemingly rendering Gu Chen's intervention unnecessary. As Gu Chen observed Wang Yonggang draw a colossal sword from his back, a heavy pressure emanated from him, prompting a slight nod from Gu Chen. He preferred polearms over swords, having grown accustomed to wielding the infernal thunder spear since his first encounter with it. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. Wang Yonggang channeled his entire vitality, unleashing an unparalleled and terrifying sword attack, the offensive energy truly formidable. The sword heart stone trembled slightly, but did not shatter. Failed. The atmosphere grew tense. Wasn't Wang Yonggang's sword one of the most famed in the northern region? The sword heart stone barely quivered. Sun Qingqing's words deepened the frowns of the northern geniuses. I shall give it a try. One by one, martial examination candidates from the northern region stepped forward. Yet their swords lacked even the merit to rattle the sword heart stone. Boom. The last candidate failed. Despair cloaked the faces of all present. Time remaining, 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes remained. The sword tide around them began to roil, resembling a tempestuous ocean, poised to swallow everything whole. What to do? We cannot shatter the sword heart stone. In 5 minutes, we shall be consumed by the sword tide. At that moment, Gu Chen, with a grave expression, sighed. He had anticipated Wang Yonggang would resolve the issue, yet the outcome was far from what he expected. But, Gu Chen, you have never wielded a sword, have you? Yu Qingge voiced her concerns. It is not mandated to use a sword. It is the offensive energy that matters. Offense is not confined to swords alone. Gu Chen approached Wang Yonggang, patting his shoulder, which bore guilt. There is no room for error now. I must strike decisively. All eyes turned to Gu Chen. Could he succeed? Brother Chen is the strongest among us. He is our only hope now. But can he truly accomplish this without a sword? Boom. The infernal Gene Thunder Spear. In Gu Chen's hands, a searing bolt of lightning erupted, transforming into a spear. He hurled the spear, causing the air to quiver in its wake. The infernal Thunder Spear was an exceptionally potent genetic ability capable of sustained growth. Gu Chen had now ascended to the second tier. When he unleashed it, he was incomparably stronger than when he first summoned it in the ancient divine forest. Boom. Crack. As the spear struck the sword heart stone, it shattered dramatically. Success. The onlookers were awash with astonishment. Wang Yonggang and the others stood frozen, gazing at Gu Chen with incredulity. What is this power? It is not a martial technique. Martial techniques do not exude such a terrifying aura. The destructive force just displayed is extraordinary. Is it a genetic ability? Brother Gu, are you a gene warrior? A gene warrior. No wonder he was rated an A-class sword prodigy. The difference between a gene warrior and an ordinary martial artist is akin to that between the celestial bodies and the dust beneath, one destined to shine brightly in the firmament, while the other is forever lost in the winds of uncertainty. For the Summer Kingdom, the value of a gene warrior is immeasurable. There have been instances where several Lioli realm experts recklessly perished on the battlefield solely to rescue a genius who had unlocked their genes. To think we have a gene warrior among us. In this martial examination, I estimate that no more than 10 candidates will unlock their genes. Wang Yonggang's eyes brimmed with admiration as he regarded Gu Chen. Sun Qingqing found it utterly unbelievable. A gene warrior? Could it be true? She must not be mistaken. Yet, as she gazed at Gu Chen, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her background was indeed impressive, affording her access to high-level martial resources. But such prestige paled in comparison to that of a gene warrior. Should her faction align itself with a gene warrior, her standing in the imperial capital would undoubtedly soar. Typically, many prominent families invest in top-tier geniuses, yet only the highest echelons of the Summer Kingdom, such as the Zishuan Pavilion, can manage and invest in gene warriors. However, she had other means. For instance, leveraging her allure. Chapter 48, Cells Erupting with Thunder. A surge in vitality. Sun Qingqing held a healthy confidence in her appearance. You should abandon such unrealistic thoughts. At that moment, Wang Beichen scoffed. Ever since Gu Chen displayed his formidable power, Sun Qingqing had grown noticeably distant, and he, not being a fool, could infer the reasons behind it. Thus, he held no particular regard for her now. What did you say, Wang Beichen? Sun Qingqing glared at him coldly. Do you believe you could attract a gene warrior? Wang Beichen never minced his words. As long as a gene warrior desires it. Families from all corners of the realm, even the upper echelons of the imperial capital, would eagerly offer their daughters to him. I concede you possess a modicum of beauty. But among those superior women, what do you think you amount to? Sun Qingqing's complexion paled slightly, yet she remained undeterred. Those closest to the water will have the first chance. With an air of disdain, I initially harbored certain sentiments toward you. However, I now find myself yearning to distance myself from you, a woman utterly oblivious to the nuances of social decorum. I certainly do not wish to offend a genetic warrior by getting too close, as I am eager to reconnect with my dear brother Chen. Wang Beichen muttered softly before hastily positioning himself beside Gu Chen. That last shot you fired, Chen Gu, struck a chord deep within my heart. It was nothing short of magnificent. How infuriating. Sun Qingqing could not suppress her internal exclamations of exasperation. Is it not utterly shameless? I must remain vigilant not only against the strikingly alluring and charismatic Yuqinga, but also contend with you sycophantic men. The sword heart stone has been shattered. Please proceed. Resounded a grand voice. A breach opened in the oncoming tide of swords. Let us depart from this place. The sword tide shall soon engulf it, Gu Chen stated. Instantly, the aspiring warriors from the northern region followed closely in his wake. Most of these martial examination candidates were prodigies from the north, yet at this moment, they willingly positioned themselves behind Gu Chen, embodying a sense of acknowledgement. They were entirely captivated by him. There is no need for such deference. I was merely summoned to assist by Yuqinga. Gu Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment, but Yuqinga shook her head in response. In our northern region, where the environment is so harsh, the survival of the fittest prevails. As a genetic warrior, their instinctive choice to stand in such a manner is entirely understandable. Though we are few, we have experienced several wars. During the most intense, the entire northern divine gate was breached, leading to an invasion by foreign entities. At that time, a master who had unlocked their genetics rushed from the imperial capital to suppress everything with formidable force. The youth of the north will forever remember that master's unparalleled presence and the terrifying combat prowess that subdued all. Yet, that master stood at the forefront, with all other northern masters relegated to positions behind, overshadowed by brilliance. This is the essence of a genetic warrior. Gu Chen was at a loss for words. Taken aback by such a historical anecdote, he had no intention of concealing his identity as a genetic warrior, for there was no necessity to do so. His prior discretion before the martial examination stemmed solely from a desire to avoid any unforeseen complications that might hinder his preparations. To remain low-key in order to make a remarkable impression during the 14-day martial examination. The timely exhibition of one's value is indeed the most prudent choice on the path of evolution. Observing the shifting mindset of these northern prodigies, Gu Chen could foresee that once the live broadcast channels for the martial examination across the entirety of the Xia Kingdom were activated, the revelation of an obscure candidate unlocking some mysterious and potent genetic ability would likely explode like a bomb, rippling through the waters. As they delved deeper into the Sword Abyss, an announcement echoed, "You have gained the recognition of the Sword Abyss. Please commence the absorption of cosmic spiritual energy." Cosmic spiritual energy is of a higher caliber, highly compatible for any realm of cultivation, sufficient to facilitate advancements across all levels. Upon entering, a surge of abundant spiritual energy immediately began to flow. So, there is no danger now? Wang Beichen could not help but exclaim in astonishment, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. This is an A-grade perilous zone. Prior to entering, they had all resigned themselves to the possibility of perishing here. Had it not been for Brother Gu's presence, we would likely have perished at the first hurdle, losing 9/10 of our number. The second challenge would have seen our complete annihilation, Wang Yonggang remarked, his gaze toward Gu Chen filled with gratitude. Yuqinga also felt a sense of relief. She had come to the Sword Abyss and encountered the B-grade perilous misty forest along the way. Upon grasping the forest's mechanisms, she realized it was a dire locale with a high probability of death for any martial candidates who entered. Thus, she had stayed behind to dissuade some, indirectly saving several lives. Yet unexpectedly, she encountered Gu Chen, who had inadvertently saved the lives of these northern martial candidates. Sometimes, the world operates in such a mysterious manner. Had Gu Chen not been present today, although they had gathered numerous second limit breakers, the likelihood of them surviving to this point under such a horrific perilous zone would have been exceedingly slim. Thank you, Yuqinga said to Gu Chen. He nonchalantly waved his hand in response. Glancing around, Gu Chen observed that the forms of the spiritual energy resembled sword energy, appearing exceedingly volatile and highly effective. While others might find absorption challenging, it should pose no problem for me. To put it plainly, it is merely a more advanced form of spiritual energy that can stimulate the growth of my internal vitality, albeit with significant risks involved. Gu Chen consumed the upper-tier cosmic factors daily, rendering these minor issues trivial. At that moment, a martial candidate nearby, attempting to absorb the dissipating spiritual energy from the air, suddenly trembled violently, curling up in agony, their complexion paling. It hurts. I feel as if my body has been pierced by a sword. Is this truly something we can absorb? One by one, martial candidates began to absorb the spiritual energy, each exhibiting similar reactions. Even those who had surpassed their limits twice, despite their bodies having broken through twice, found themselves racked with excruciating pain. Suddenly, a fervent vortex rippled through the air, and the spiritual energy, which had once seemed overwhelming, surged toward a singular direction. Gu Chen. At that moment, Gu Chen's entire being resembled a monstrous entity with cells wide open, greedily devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. All of it assimilated into his own vitality. Gu Chen felt his vitality levels continuously rising. 2,100 calories, 2,200 calories, 2,300 calories, 2,400 calories, 2,500 calories. A terrifying aura erupted from him, his cells emitting a thunderous roar, causing the northern martial candidates to display expressions of sheer astonishment. By heavens! Is this what a genetic warrior embodies? Truly, a monster among monsters. Chapter 49, Conquering the Sword Abyss. Supreme Sword Technique, Stellar Sword Chi. Gu Chen retrieved his vitality bracelet, only to remember that in this alien expanse of stars, all devices had become inoperative. Nevertheless, he could ascertain that his vitality had indeed escalated to approximately 2,500 calories. Moreover, his enhancement was far from over. He could sense that his cells were ravenously absorbing the energies present in the air. Energies that belonged to a higher echelon of spiritual energy within this universe, causing his cells to become insatiably voracious. Now, only those few second limit breakers dared to approach Gu Chen, as the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy was suffocating for anyone else, engendering a sensation of being crushed under its immense density. Yu Qingge and the others, upon hearing a sudden, crisp sound emanating from Gu Chen, akin to the snapping of chains, exchanged glances, each feeling a profound sense of trepidation. What transpired? I do not know, but it feels as though something extraordinary has shifted within Gu Chen, one remarked. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though my very being trembled. It was a peculiar sensation, as if we were not beings of the same caliber. Wang Yonggang solemnly remarked, his gaze fixed on Gu Chen, who was seated in a meditative posture, feeling a profound sense of shock and admiration. This year has witnessed an abundance of prodigies. However, his unlocking of the genes signifies an entirely different echelon of genius. Perhaps in the future, when the martial armies of the four corners press upon the border battlefield, we may find ourselves standing behind him, heeding his commands. The martial examinees from the north held a deeper yearning and understanding of the border battlefield, recognizing it as a responsibility that weighed upon their shoulders. Yet, the thought that it might be Gu Chen who stands before them, subduing the battlefield and vanquishing other races, ignited a flicker of anticipation within them. Gene warriors are forever the nuclear weapons of the battlefield. At that moment, Gu Chen himself was unaware that his physical level had been elevated, now reaching the critical juncture between the fourth stage of the brilliant golden level and the fifth stage of the divine rainbow level. Perhaps in just a few days, he would step into the fifth stage. He could not predict when that moment would arrive. Perhaps even while he was asleep, he might inexplicably break through. As dusk descended, Gu Chen and his companions concluded their training at the allotted time, only to be greeted by the sound of passing through the Sword Abyss's perilous realm. Congratulations to all for successfully clearing the A-level perilous realm, Sword Abyss. Now, the scoring and rankings will commence. 1. Gu Chen, score, A, points earned, 45. 2. Wang Yonggang, score, C, points earned, 15. 3. Yu Qingge, score, C, points earned, 15. 45 points? My goodness, that's equivalent to clearing 9 C-level perilous realms at once. Oh, Brother Gu truly deserves this acclaim. I wholeheartedly acknowledge it. Without Brother Gu, we might not have cleared the Sword Abyss, and the possibility of our team facing annihilation loomed large. We must not be so reckless next time. The martial practitioners from the north gazed at Gu Chen's 45 points with a hint of envy, yet no one dared to harbor jealousy, for they recognized that his achievement was well-deserved. Were it not for Gu Chen's presence, they would surely have perished there. They also felt a resolute determination not to act recklessly again, for if this A-level perilous realm had indeed led to their annihilation, it would have signified a tremendous loss for the north. Although the true prodigies of the north were absent, those present were still among the upper echelon of talents. We, the martial examinees of the north, owe Brother Gu a debt of gratitude, Wang Yonggang whispered. Congratulations to Gu Chen for successfully obtaining the A-level clearance reward, top-tier sword technique. Congratulations, you have acquired the top-tier sword technique, Starry Sky Sword Chi. A small purple booklet instantly transformed into a beam of light, entering Gu Chen's embrace. Well, a million in hand. This Starry Sky Sword Chi, as a top-tier martial technique, could fetch a price in the millions in today's martial society. A million is no small sum for Gu Chen. With excitement bubbling within him, he glanced at the talented individuals from the north beside him. A top-tier martial technique that can be sold for millions. However, I feel Brother Gu should keep it for his own cultivation. After all, it is an exceptional sword art. Quite rare, even in the imperial capital. Only those supreme martial arts schools at the pinnacle might possess 1 or 2 such top-tier techniques in their vaults. Although Wang Yonggang's eyes sparkled with desire, he remained prudent. Indeed, a mere million pales in comparison to the value of a top-tier sword art. The Starry Sky Sword Chi appears to be extraordinarily advanced and holds immense worth. The artifacts produced on the foreign celestial bodies are unparalleled in sophistication. So I advise you to retain it for your own training. At worst, one could simply practice their swordsmanship. After all, before reaching the glass realm, we are merely at the initial stage of martial evolution. Observing the talented individuals from the north urging him to keep the technique, Chen felt a pang of anguish. You all clearly do not regard a few million as money, do you? Truly, the full-bellied know not the hunger of the starving. Chen raised his head high, not out of pride, but to prevent tears from streaming down his face. Upon leaving the sword abyss, the onlookers outside exhibited expressions of astonishment. Wait, they really cleared it? This group of North's prodigies is remarkable. An A-level perilous realm, and they cleared it just like that? Moreover, it appears they did not suffer any personnel reduction. It seemed that amidst the ongoing competition among the four corners this year, the North should not be underestimated. As the outsiders praised them, the North's talented individuals flushed with embarrassment. However, some perceptive observers revealed a curious glint in their eyes. Have you noticed how everyone from the North seems to intentionally or unintentionally fall in line behind that young man in the front? Even Yuqinga and Wang Yonggang are doing the same? Once this was mentioned, a few astute individuals began to sense the underlying currents. Does anyone know who that person is? Investigate and find out where he hails from. Could the conflicts among the four corners be on the verge of a shift? Aside from a few renowned figures, has the North produced any extraordinary individuals? The winds of change were stirring. Chen remained oblivious, seemingly caught up in a peculiar struggle. The four corners, situated at the four cardinal points of the imperial capital, each possess distinct cultures and temperaments. These differences give rise to conflicts, resulting in a competitive spirit among them, akin to a healthy rivalry. Could it be that a hidden genius from the North is emerging? Chapter 50. The Struggle of the Four Corners. The Serene Goddess of Leaves. Chen engaged in lively conversation with the group of talented individuals from the North. Occasionally, Sun Qingqing would squeeze her way over to converse with Chen, yet he maintained his distance. At this juncture, most of those who had been invited to assist had already dispersed. However, Sun Qingqing lingered, and everyone understood her intentions. Sun Qingqing is aiming to get closer to Chen. Several North's talents couldn't help but nudge Wang Beichen. Hey, that girl is under your watch, isn't she? Chen is an exceptional talent, a gene warrior. The sentiments of Sun Qingqing and her companions were not particularly favorable, truth be told. They would prefer to see Yuqinga and Chen as a couple. Wait, no. Isn't Yuqinga my goddess? How could I harbor such despicable thoughts? Wang Beichen cast a displeased glance at them. What are you doing? Don't interrupt my conversation with Jean brother. Chen Gu, you are magnificent, your vigor akin to a dragon. Your earlier performance in the Sword Abyss truly captivated me. I have 3 younger sisters at home. Perhaps you could take a look? Sun Qingqing gritted her teeth in frustration. That wretched girl. However, she soon sensed something amiss. Her expression turned serious as she approached Chen and whispered, Chen, I advise you to leave here with me right now. Look around. Doesn't it seem like the martial examinees are gradually increasing? These individuals are likely from the east, west, and south. The martial examinees from the other 3 corners have heard about the North's successful clearance of the A-level perilous realm and are now coming to stir up trouble. This could lead to a conflict among the 4 corners. Chen had long since noticed the situation surrounding the martial examinees. The foreign celestial realm is vast. At times, one might traverse great distances without encountering a crowd, yet now the throngs around them had multiplied. Initially, those individuals feigned indifference, but now their attention was fixated upon them. Had it not been for Sun Qingqing's revelation, he would never have surmised that this was a contest among the 4 realms. Although his familial circumstances were not particularly affluent, being a native of the imperial capital endowed him with a certain awareness of the covert and overt rivalries among these realms. However, he had no desire to partake in such conflict, and now he found himself at a loss as to how to extricate himself from this situation. Gradually, the atmosphere among the martial examination candidates crystallized, delineating 3 distinct factions, with the cohort of Northern Realm prodigies steadily gaining prominence. In just half an hour, approximately 200 to 300 individuals had congregated, with the leading youths being formidable figures who had surpassed their limits for the second time. Damn it. We never anticipated such complications arising. Brother Gu, do not worry. This is our contest among the 4 realms and does not concern you. We will ensure your safe departure shortly, Yuqinga whispered softly into Chen's ear. Clearly, they had not expected the news of their successful passage through the A-level perilous domain to spread so swiftly. The other 3 realms were becoming increasingly agitated. Yuqinga, I must admit, you possess some unexpected prowess. I had assumed that your entrance into the A-level sword abyss would lead to certain doom, yet here you are. Having navigated it successfully, a young man at the forefront of the Southern Realm-S faction proclaimed loudly. The factions of the 4 realms stood in mutual confrontation. The atmosphere charged with tension. Aside from the denizens of the imperial capital, few could remain aloof from this unfolding drama. A flicker of disdain crossed Yuqinga's eyes as he spoke with resolute clarity. Li Yuanqing, today we have conquered the sword abyss. I understand your dissatisfaction, which has prompted this gathering to provoke us. My Northern Realm prodigies are prepared to meet any challenge you throw our way. But those with no stake in the contest should vacate this space. He gestured for Gu Chen and Sun Qingqing to withdraw. At that moment, however, Li Yuanxing interjected mockingly. Surely you do not intend to escort others out? Many witnessed that this lad and the female martial candidate entered the sword abyss alongside you. How can you guarantee that he is not one of your northern realm? Warriors from the southern realm and other factions promptly obstructed Gu Chen and Sun Qingqing's escape. Yu Qing's expression darkened. While he usually exuded warmth and gentleness around Gu Chen, his demeanor now bore an imposing gravity, accentuated by his striking features. What do you intend to do? Are we to prove to you that these two are indeed from the imperial capital? Yu Qing realized that the intentions of these warriors from the three realms were far from innocent. This was no ordinary contest among the four realms. Most of these martial examination candidates were sword cultivators, and their grievances were not merely rooted in envy over their successful passage through the sword abyss, but rather in the coveted rewards that awaited therein, the supreme sword techniques. Historically, men have perished for wealth, and birds for sustenance. The announcement of the sword abyss's successful passage had attracted notice, and news had spread like wildfire. So, they are here for me. Gu Chen's gaze darkened. He had been remiss, for the value of a top-tier sword technique to him equated to millions in cultivation expenses, while for other sword cultivators, it was an irreplaceable treasure. The fact that the sword abyss offered such techniques was already common knowledge. Gu Chen had let his guard down, having overlooked this crucial detail. Ultimately, it was a consequence of his inexperience. At this juncture, Li Yuanxing and his cohorts, realizing their intentions had been laid bare, adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Their eyes fixed upon Gu Chen. I recognize this as not the most honorable of pursuits, but for sword cultivators, the supreme sword technique is a precious prize worth sacrificing one's pride. Therefore, hand over that technique, and we shall allow you to leave. The onlookers observed with predatory intent. The Northern Realm prodigies stood united, recognizing that while the technique was invaluable, they would not resort to treachery. Are the martial candidates from the three realms devoid of shame? Do you intend to overwhelm us with numbers? Not a chance. The warriors of the Northern Realm surged forward. Witnessing this, Li Yuanxing and his Southern Realm compatriots wore smug expressions, relishing the prospect of a confrontation that would inevitably draw attacks from the other three realms, allowing them to seize the sword technique, while simultaneously diminishing the Northern Realm's standing in the martial examination, killing two birds with one stone. Yet, amidst this tension, an unexpected commotion rippled through the crowd as a figure emerged, transforming the previously charged atmosphere into one of palpable agitation. What is she doing here? She donned a fitted white martial attire that exuded elegance and grace, her slender waist accentuated, her beauty breathtaking, with piercing, frosty eyes that radiated an air of aloofness, as if unwilling to engage with anyone. Now, she approached them with determined strides. Yi Qingxian? What? You mean the Yi Qingxian from the imperial capital? The Yi family princess? What brings her here? Is she also after the sword technique? This was unexpected. As a princess of the Yi family, she could acquire even techniques more valuable than the top-tier sword skills with ease. At this moment, the enchanting figure who had captivated the attention of all male martial artists approached them. Chapter 51. The terrifying power of the goddess Yi. The monsters of the imperial capital. The Yi goddess from the imperial capital was already a household name throughout the Xia Kingdom. Everyone had heard tales of Yi Qingxian from the Yi family. It was said that she had already broken her blood limits for the third time, making her the pinnacle of genius in the entire Xia Kingdom. Supported by the Yi family, and from birth, she had been the center of attention. They had witnessed glimpses of her extraordinary beauty in various broadcasts, and seeing her in person today was indeed breathtaking. Among the crowd, many female martial artists exhibited expressions of envy. She is coming toward us. Could it be that she also seeks that supreme sword technique? It seemed improbable. Did the Yi family princess truly need such a technique? The Northern Realm prodigies, who had remained composed in the face of the three realms' pressure, now found themselves somewhat flustered by Yi Qingxuan's approach. In the crowd, only Gu Chen managed to maintain his composure, even allowing a smile to surface. What brings Yi Qingxian here? This is, after all, our contest among the four realms. As a person from the imperial capital, it would be best for you to refrain from intervening. Li Yuanxing's voice rang out suddenly. Yi Qingxuan's beautiful eyes swept over, her cool voice cutting through the air. I indeed have little interest in your contest among the four realms. I have come here today to take him away. She extended her delicate, jade-like finger toward the Northern Realm martial candidates, pointing directly at Gu Chen. Gu Chen, the Yi family princess has come here to take Gu Chen away? The expressions of the surrounding martial examination candidates shifted dramatically. What was the nature of their relationship? Hadn't it been said that the Yi goddess had no friends? Renowned for her aloofness and independence, she now intervened in the contest among the four realms for the sake of an unremarkable martial examination candidate. Sun Qingqing, amidst the crowd, turned pale. Yi Qingxian is a presence that renders other women utterly self-effacing. Merely the sight of her cold, ice-like eyes is enough to make one reluctant to meet her gaze. Just yesterday, she had been boasting about Yi Qingxian, a source of pride for every martial arts examinee in the imperial capital when facing candidates from the four realms. But had she ever truly encountered Yi Qingxian? No. Was she worthy? She wouldn't even qualify to carry the shoes of the Yi family princess. Now, upon seeing Yi Qingxian, she is overwhelmed by a profound sense of inferiority. Come with me. You are a martial arts examinee from the imperial capital. There is no reason for you to linger here. Yi Qingxian gazes at Gu Chen, her cold eyes softening imperceptibly, causing some of the martial arts candidates present to question the nature of their relationship once more. No, we must seize that supreme sword technique, or else not even you will be able to take him away. Today, we have gathered here in great numbers solely to ensure he remains with us. The candidates from the other three realms are no longer hiding their hostility, especially Li Yuansheng, a swordsman who has long coveted that top-tier sword technique. How could he so easily let it slip away now? Today, there are over 100 martial arts candidates from the three realms present. Even Yi Qingxian would find it impossible to take him away unless he relinquishes that supreme sword technique. Li Yuansheng's gaze is resolute as he fixes his eyes on Gu Chen. Yet, scarcely had his words fallen when an icy sound of air being sliced through abruptly pierced the atmosphere. Whoosh! A chilling aura emanates from Yi Qingxian, akin to a volcano erupting, and in the next moment, Li Yuansheng is sent flying like a cannonball. Yi Qingxian stands there, her aura overwhelming. Her ethereal demeanor renders her profoundly fearsome. Li Yuansheng collapses to the ground, blood spewing forth uncontrollably. He gazes at Yi Qingxian in terror. Though he has not yet reached the third limit, he is on the cusp, his blood energy already surging to 2,950 calories. Yet, before Yi Qingxian, he feels painfully insignificant. What shocks him even more is that Yi Qingxian, a relatively obscure martial arts candidate, has actually dared to strike at him. He stands here representing the Southern Realm's warriors. At this moment, the three realm prodigies wear grim expressions, yet none dare to act recklessly. This is due to two reasons: the identity of their opponent, and the momentary surge of dread they felt emanating from Yi Qingxian. The air is thick with a faint scent of blood. Has her blood energy truly reached such a formidable level? Is she even human? The very atmosphere seems to be tinged crimson. All eyes are filled with fear as they watch Yi Qingxian approach Gu Chen, offering him a faint smile, which is somewhat cold due to the multitude of onlookers. Let us go? Such dominance. Gu Chen cannot help but silently give her a thumbs up. It is hard to imagine that the usually endearing Yi Qingxian, whom he chats with casually, could exude such authority. The intensity of her aura just now felt like a life-threatening challenge, even to him. Should he engage in combat with Yi Qingxian now, he would likely suffer defeat at the very first exchange. Has she already succeeded in breaking the limit? For 1,000 calories of blood energy, Gu Chen's mind is filled with doubt. Meanwhile, all eyes are upon Gu Chen and Yi Qingxian as they depart side by side, their silhouettes stretching into the distance. If news of today were to spread, it would surely cause a tremendous uproar. The goddess of the imperial capital, Princess Yi, striking with fury for the sake of a male martial arts candidate. Tomorrow's headlines would likely read, "The imperial capital's goddess unleashes her wrath for the young man, damn it." Li Yuansheng grits his teeth, struggling to rise from the ground. Li Yuansheng, do you wish to continue? At this moment, the voice of Yu Qingga slowly echoes from behind. You must be certain of the consequences of taking action against her. Although Yi Qingxian is not fond of socializing and has few friends, one must consider her standing among the martial arts candidates in the imperial capital. Yi Qingxian may lack companions, but she possesses an influence beyond their imagination. She is the emblematic figure of the martial arts candidates from the imperial capital. In the struggle of the four realms, the prodigies of the imperial capital have always remained aloof. Do you wish to disrupt this balance? As these words are spoken, Li Yuansheng's complexion pales. The imperial capital is the heart of the Xia Kingdom. The talents there are the most formidable monsters within the kingdom. If those individuals were to unite, he cannot fathom the consequences. He is also a prodigy of the imperial capital, and indeed, the saying that monsters emerge from the imperial capital will always hold true. That fellow is a thoroughbred monster. Yu Qingga gazes at Gu Chen's departing figure, feeling inexplicably despondent. He has been taken away by Yi Qingxian, the legendary figure among this year's martial arts candidates in the imperial capital. She is unsure of what emotions are stirring within her as she stands rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxian leads Gu Chen away. Thank you. But how did you know I was here? Gu Chen asks, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he looks at Yi Qingxian. The timing of the goddess's appearance is simply impeccable. Yi Qingxian lightly twirls a strand of her hair. Had anyone else witnessed such a gesture, they would undoubtedly be driven to madness. Guess. I can't possibly guess. Gu Chen replies, at a loss for words. Yi Qingxian lets out a soft laugh, but soon refrains from teasing him further, her voice gentle as she states, the sword abyss has long been under the scrutiny of many. After all, it is a realm of swordsmanship, and in the Xia Kingdom, sword cultivators are a significant mainstream. With so many people gathered here, it would be hard not to notice. Gu Chen nods in understanding. The influence of an A-grade danger zone is indeed substantial. Your current blood energy level. At this moment, Yi Qingxian suddenly notices the aura emanating from Gu Chen. I've made some gains in the sword abyss, and my blood energy is now at 2,500 calories. 2,500 calories? Yi Qingxian is momentarily taken aback. She recalls her first encounter with Gu Chen at the Xuani Martial Academy, when she had sought to test her physical prowess there due to the Saint-level limit Martial Academy being fully booked. At that time, Gu Chen's blood energy was merely 400 calories. Now, just 2 weeks later, it has surged to 2,500? The pace of this improvement is astonishing. Even among the elite youths from the top families she knows, such rapid advancement would be unheard of. No wonder you were able to acquire that sword technique in the Sword Abyss. Top-tier sword techniques are scarce in the imperial capital, mostly monopolized by the elite families. This is an extraordinary realm, and the value of this sword technique must be even more precious. Gu Chen directly retrieves the sword technique and hands it to Yi Qingxian. Can you learn this? Yi Qingxian is momentarily stunned, glancing at Gu Chen. She understands what a top-tier sword technique signifies for someone of his background. A warmth fills her heart. Your martial skills should be cultivated by yourself. One cannot simply hand over their techniques to others. This martial skill obtained in an extraordinary realm should be considered a unique treasure in the Xia Kingdom. It is even more precious. Value it more. And do not let others see it. Yi Qingxian shoots Gu Chen a look of reproach. The martial skills that others are unaware of are the most formidable. They will serve as a trump card. After all, many martial arts techniques from the Summer Kingdom have been thoroughly studied by others. As soon as you initiate them, others can anticipate your counteractions. Gu Chen chuckled at this remark and replied, "Well, you see, I have no intention of cultivating this sword technique, as I lack interest in the sword path. However, you have reminded me that this sword technique is unique within the Summer Kingdom." So, Yi Qingxian looked at Gu Chen, perplexed. "We should increase the price. How much do you think is appropriate?" Yi Qingxian had little concept of money. The value of a top-tier martial technique far exceeds mere monetary worth. They exist on entirely different planes. Yet, she could somewhat understand Gu Chen's situation given his family background. Set it at 10 million. A typical top-tier sword technique ranges from 2 to 5 million, but since yours is rare and unparalleled, we can afford to raise the price. 10 million should be the absolute ceiling for a top-tier sword technique. Since Gu Chen had already made his stance clear, Yi Qingxian decided to forego any further pleasantries. She began to peruse the volume titled Starlight Sword Qi, while Gu Chen sat beside her. Although it was destined for sale, Gu Chen still wished to study it. After all, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with it in case he encountered an opponent wielding his own Starlight Sword Qi. The Starlight Sword Qi cultivates a sword energy within that reflects the stars, befitting the advanced techniques produced by foreign celestial realms, which surpass the current martial arts standards of the Summer Kingdom. Both Gu Chen and Yi Qingxian became engrossed in their reading. On the second day of the martial arts examination, a piece of news that many regarded as a joke spread throughout the foreign celestial realms. The aloof goddess Yi Qingxian appeared during the Four Realms competition and left with an unknown martial examinee. Is this some kind of joke? My lady Yi has always been solitary. Are you saying she took a martial examinee from among the more than 100 who attacked her? And a male examinee, no less? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. One martial examinee, while dining, dropped his nutritious meal in shock upon hearing this news, then mournfully scooped the spilled food back into his container. This is definitely a farce. Such a thing cannot happen. How dare such a brat disturb my resolve? Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. I was there. And the person was from the imperial capital. I believe his name is Gu Chen. Have you heard of him? Gu Chen. Never heard of him. I will never share the same fate as Gu Chen. Little did Gu Chen know that because Yi Qingxian rescued herself from the siege of the Four Realms, his reputation began to soar. Sometimes, it is indeed the case that while serious matters remain unspoken, gossip travels far and wide, especially when it involves someone of Yi Qingxuan's stature. Initially, many were skeptical of this news. After all, the image of the solitary goddess was firmly entrenched. However, some claim to have witnessed Yi Qingxian walking alongside a male martial artist, frequently engaged in spirited conversation. Ah, is he Gu Chen? That scoundrel. I can't believe I saw Lady Yi escorting this Gu Chen through several B-grade danger zones with ease. On the second day of the martial arts examination, Gu Chen and Yi Qingxian successfully navigated 3 B-grade danger zones and even managed to traverse an A-grade danger zone. It was impossible not to acknowledge Yi Qingxuan's terrifying prowess. Gu Chen witnessed a divine beast of formidable strength being shattered into pieces with a mere flick of her fingers. She had undoubtedly transcended her limits for the 4th time, her vitality surpassing 4,000 calories. This individual is truly a monster. However, by the end of the day, Gu Chen decided it was time to part ways with Yi Qingxian. I can't continue with you, Lady Yi. Although my scores have indeed skyrocketed, I still cannot attain an S-grade rating, Gu Chen said with a resigned smile. After a day of interaction, the rapport between him and Yi Qingxian had become quite natural, distinct from their previous chats on the phone. Yi Qingxuan's demeanor was indeed quite cold, likely due to her familial background, yet Gu Chen had grown accustomed to her chill. Their occasional conversations revealed glimpses of her smile, akin to ice melting away, dispelling all worries. What shall we do then? Yi Qingxian inquired, her expression serene. Let us part ways to achieve our respective goals. In the event that the Starlight Secret Realm appears, it would be awkward if we lack the key. Yi Qingxian nodded in agreement. The Starlight Secret Realm was poised to be the greatest opportunity within the foreign celestial realms. Stardust was the highest tier of resources. Currently, as a duo, Gu Chun and Yi Qingxian could effortlessly conquer even A-grade danger zones and earn high scores, yet they would be unable to secure an S-grade rating. For instance, Gu Chen's conquest of the Sword Abyss was a straightforward affair, yet it only garnered an A-grade rating due to him not being alone. As they parted ways, Gu Chun gazed at Yi Qingxuan's retreating figure, exhaling a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. It was hard to fathom that he had become friends with Yi Qingxian, her only friend, no less. Soon enough, the third day of the martial arts examination commenced. This signified that the martial artist rankings within the foreign celestial realms would finally be revealed. The entire Summer Kingdom was watching closely. Chapter 53, Astonishment. From an unknown rookie to the top 100 in the battle zone. On the third day of the martial arts examination, the eagerly anticipated internal footage would be made public, alongside the unveiling of the star rankings, which would rank all geniuses within the foreign celestial realms nationally. With a total of 1 million martial examinees competing on the same stage, this grand and intense spectacle sent the entire Summer Kingdom into a frenzy. Oh, how I lament not being born in this era. This is the golden age of martial artists. Unlike the last century when practitioners in the Summer Kingdom treaded cautiously on the mysterious path of martial arts. Now, pioneers have forged an illustrious pathway for future generations, allowing these young talents to shine brightly on the shoulders of giants. It is said that this year's martial arts examination will be the most prestigious in the history of the Summer Kingdom, promising a plethora of martial artists who will astonish the entire nation. I recall that last year's top scorer from the 4 major examination zones was a practitioner who had broken through their limits for the second time. Could we perhaps see even higher-level martial artists this time? Absolutely. According to the official reports, over 100 super talented martial artists have already been recorded this year. And given the vastness of the Summer Kingdom, there are likely many hidden geniuses not yet documented. Now they are all gathered in a foreign celestial realm. Who knows what fierce sparks they might ignite? Anticipation surged among the masses. Among the most anxious were the parents. Just like during the examinations of the previous martial artist era, when children stepped into the examination hall, their parents began to feel a sense of unease. Oh, if only I were a martial artist myself, I'd gladly step in to take the exam for my child. I wonder how my daughter is faring in the testing grounds. I hear this year's examination is particularly perilous, as the foreign celestial realms are entirely beyond the control of the Summer Kingdom. My heart is perpetually filled with unease. I can't help but wonder if that boy of mine has encountered any misfortune. After all, grades are of little import. What truly matters is that he returns safe and sound. Countless parents are acutely aware that the otherworldly realm of foreign stars is fraught with peril. Their hearts are heavy with worry, and their faces are etched with concern. Some have even gone for nights without a proper sleep. Yet, they also understand that the path of a warrior is resplendent and glorious, albeit riddled with dangers. It is a road steeped in heroism, one from which there is no return. Ultimately, they must ascend to the battlefield, fighting valiantly for the sake of their homeland. At this moment, within Gu Chen's household, Old Gu and Qin Yuru sit anxiously on the sofa. Any news? Have you found anything out? Old Gu's voice is low and hoarse. Ever since Gu Chun embarked on his examination in the foreign realm, neither he nor Qin Yuru has enjoyed a restful night. Each day, they fret over Gu Chen's well-being. Those accompanying him in the examination are indulging in resources beyond our wildest imagination. I wonder if Chun'er is being bullied. In the eyes of Old Gu and others, Gu Chun stands against elite warriors who lie amidst heaps of resources daily. Thus, they feel a profound sense of unease and guilt. Oh dear, the website has crashed. This is infuriating. There are simply too many people checking the results today. Didn't they claim that the official examination platform of the Xia Kingdom could accommodate millions of accounts online simultaneously? It appears there are too many spectators. One must exercise patience. Regardless of the circumstances, one should maintain a calm demeanor. Dad, why are your hands trembling then? It must be my old age, he replies. Dad, just admit you're nervous. Gu Ling rolls her eyes, yet suddenly a spark of joy ignites within her. It's in. Hurry. Old Gu's cigarette falls to the ground, and Qin Yuru, understanding his emotional state, quickly picks it up without complaint. Gu Ling inputs Gu Chen's student ID. Gu Chun, student ID, 130-219-9951. Total score, 106. Ranking, 98 in the battle zone. Mom and Dad, quickly look. Am I seeing things? Is my vision deceiving me? At this moment, Gu Ling leaps from her seat, her eyes brimming with astonishment. 98th in the battle zone? Battle zone. Due to the unique nature of this year's examination, taking place in the invaluable foreign stars of the cosmos, the 4 major examination areas have merged into a unified battle zone, currently comprising a total of 939 candidates. In other words, my brother has ranked among the top 100 out of over 2 million warriors? Surely, I must be dreaming. 250,000 martial examination candidates. In the entirety of the Xia Kingdom's youth, he ranks in the top 100? It's hard to fathom the caliber of individuals who achieve such standings. What kind of daunting resources do they enjoy? And how long has it been since Chen became a warrior? Dad, my brother is an unparalleled genius. This guarantees his admission to the Gene Academy. The entire family erupts in celebration. Even old Gu, typically composed, now throws his arms wide open in jubilation. At the Xianting martial arts school, Feng Wu and Chen Feiyang sit at the office desk, their faces reflecting shock. Old Chen, I can't be mistaken, can I? 98th in the battle zone. Out of more than 2 million candidates, especially in a year heralded as one of the finest in Xia Kingdom's history, this young man has surged into the top 100 rankings. I truly was not mistaken. This lad is extraordinarily exceptional. Feng Wu, a celebrated master, finds himself uttering such astonishing words. Chen Feiyang can't help but chuckle wryly. This fellow is indeed a prodigy. I remember when I first met Chen. He had just entered the realm of warriors. This means that Chen has been cultivating for approximately half a month, at most 10 days. From a boy devoid of resources and background, he has ascended to become a fearsome prodigy ranked among the top 100 in the battle zone. It is indeed a fortunate circumstance for our Xianting martial arts school to establish a rapport with him. Each of these top 100 monsters is a talent that the nation will prioritize in nurturing, their futures boundless. Becoming a master is merely the beginning. Feng Wu is privy to certain information, aware that in the future, the Xia Kingdom intends to invest formidable resources in cultivating these geniuses. He does not harbor illusions of attracting Chen to their Xianting martial arts school. He realized this from the outset, for they would be unable to retain Chen. We will now begin live streaming the top 100 talents in the battle zone. Please enter the live stream room in an orderly manner to witness the extraordinary performances of Xia Kingdom's finest. Congratulations on successfully attaining the 98th position in the battle zone. A live streaming channel will now be open to showcase your forthcoming performance. The Xia Kingdom indeed possesses certain means, managing to infiltrate live streaming into the foreign realm of stars. They must have conducted extensive research beforehand. However, Chen can surmise that significant developments are afoot. The pressure from foreign entities is intensifying. The Xia Kingdom aims to utilize this live broadcast as a preemptive measure for the entire nation. Ranking 98th is commendable. Yet my ambition is to secure the top position in the battle zone, Chen muses with a faint smile. Chapter 54, The Sovereign Wielding Thunder. Astonishing. The official forum for warriors has opened 100 live streaming room links. The Xia Kingdom will first broadcast the top 100 of its most outstanding talents, showcasing the pinnacle of combat prowess while also revealing a glimpse into the fierce battles within the foreign realm of stars. In an instant, countless individuals rush to enter the live stream. Fortunately, the officials seem well prepared this time. Although the stream experiences some lag, it does not collapse immediately. The comments overflow. Wow. Is this truly the top 100 of our Xia Kingdom? Their spirit and vitality far exceed any talents we have witnessed before. Undoubtedly. You must understand that these geniuses have been biding their time, cultivating amidst their illustrious backgrounds, receiving resources and education beyond your comprehension since childhood. They are the future pillars of our Xia Kingdom. Once they all mature, the weight of the nation will rest upon their shoulders. I suddenly feel a surge of confidence about the future. Countless comments flood in. Guling logs onto the website and enters the live stream of the 98th ranking. Mom and Dad, come quickly to see my brother. Old Gu and Qin Yuru promptly abandon their tasks and rush over. Upon seeing Chen, they can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Who is this young man? He seems rather handsome. To rank 98th, his background must be formidable indeed. Considering he is among the edge of the top 100, facing 250,000 martial examination candidates. The youth on screen stands tall and spirited, wielding a long spear. His long black hair dances wildly in the wind, yet remains untangled. Old Gu and Qin Yuru gaze at the figure of Chen on the screen, feeling an unfamiliarity. When did they begin to harbor such feelings towards their own son? Perhaps it was from the very moment Chen embraced the path of a warrior. Since Chen embarked on his journey as a martial artist, he has undergone remarkable transformations each day. Currently, the camera captures Chen amidst a perilous B-grade danger zone, the lair of the celestial python, surrounded by a relentless tide of beasts. Officials from the martial artist organization provide commentary for the live stream, stating, at this moment, the examinee Chen is ensnared within the B-grade danger zone, the lair of the celestial python. The danger zones are categorized into 4 levels, S, A, B, and C, each presenting distinctive challenges. The celestial python, a gregarious mutated beast of considerable size, possesses extraordinarily tough skin and flesh, rendering it nearly impervious to attacks. With these explanations, viewers in the live stream are acutely aware of the peril that envelopes Chen. The celestial python is a formidable serpent, capable of swallowing a person whole, and exudes an aura of danger. Is this what the candidates in the otherworldly realms must confront? How perilous. It feels as if a moment's inattention could lead one directly into the serpent's maw. Is my son also enduring such trials? What is the official government of Xia doing? This is far too dangerous for mere children. Many anxious parents, not martial artists themselves, express their concerns sharply. Suddenly, a thunderous bang reverberates through the air. The tough-skinned celestial python is pierced through by a spear, blood gushing forth as its struggling form shatters nearby boulders. Yet the spear-wielding youth remains unyielding. Did you just witness that? With a single shot. Just one shot. In contrast to the massive celestial python, Chen appears diminutive, yet his movements are swift, decisive, and powerful as he effortlessly pierces the giant serpent. This candidate, Chen, is truly exceptional. So cool. Gu Ling exclaims, her voice ringing with excitement. At that moment, Chen's parents breathe a collective sigh of relief. They had been petrified as they watched the terrifying celestial pythons advance towards Chen. But witnessing his decisive strike calmed their frayed nerves. The celestial pythons gather, their hissing filling the air, accompanied by the heavy sound of their bodies slithering on the ground. There are too many celestial pythons. Can Chen withstand this? If he falls prey to the serpent, it would be a significant loss for Xia. The sheer number of celestial pythons poses an extreme threat to Chen's survival, and the audience's comments reflect their worries. Tension mounts as Gu Ling and others become increasingly anxious, with Qin Yuru even averting her gaze. Suddenly, a blinding light engulfs the screen. A terrifying brilliance erupting that seems to tear the very fabric of reality. What just happened? Such a horrifying radiance. The dazzling display, interspersed with dark golden hues, raises questions about Chen's actions. In the chaotic scene, the youth brandishes his spear, commanding the tempest like a deity wielding divine punishment. The relentless lightning obliterates the surrounding celestial pythons into fragments, as Chen unleashes his overwhelming energy and pressure. In an instant, all the celestial pythons are reduced to mere remnants upon the ground. The once fearsome chaos is swiftly dispelled by the boy's sweeping motion. What transpired just now? Did all the celestial pythons perish in a single moment? The ground is strewn with their remains. That flash of light was blinding. I could barely comprehend what unfolded. Lightning? Can he wield lightning? The comments flood the screen, a frenzy of astonishment. At that moment, several comments ignite a spark of excitement among the viewers. He wields lightning. Is he a genetic warrior? A force of immense destructive power, capable of sweeping across the battlefield. Incredible. Chen has emerged as a genetic warrior. What background does he possess? What faction could cultivate such a being? Amidst the astonishment, the realization dawns upon everyone. This young man, Chen, is extraordinary. A genetic warrior? That blinding light and the surrounding lightning. Are they manifestations of genetic ability? What a formidable youth. The audience gasps collectively. A previously obscure young man has unlocked his genetic potential, becoming a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. This revelation is akin to a bombshell, instantly capturing the attention of countless individuals, including the officials of Xia. Chapter 55, The Stirring of Xia. The Divine Plan. Meanwhile, within the Xia government, a research facility capable of accommodating 100 individuals buzzes with activity. As 100 members of the Combat Preparation Department monitor 100 live streams. Initially, the opportunity for these live streams was granted to the top 100 geniuses from the battle zones. The martial arts examination spans 14 days, excluding the first 3 days. There remain 11 days of live streams. The purpose of showcasing these top 100 talents is to provide the entire nation of Xia with a glimpse of the true elite of this generation, instilling hope for the future. Remember, the live streams should not extend too long. These prodigies are the foremost combatants against other races, and their skills and trump cards must not be exposed for too long. At this moment, an officer from the Combat Preparation Department issues commands. Suddenly, one young man among the monitoring staff appears to have witnessed something astonishing, springing from his seat in disbelief, drawing the attention of those nearby. What is happening? Calm down. What a chaotic display. The officer furrows his brow, moving toward the commotion. Just then, an incredulous voice rings out, a genetic warrior. The student currently featured in my live stream has unlocked their genetic potential. A wave of shock spreads among the crowd. What? A genetic being has emerged in the martial arts examination? It is widely acknowledged that most top-tier geniuses unlock their genetic abilities within genetic academies, which are renowned for their unparalleled resources in gene activation. Prior to this, unlocking genetic potential was exceedingly difficult unless one hailed from a lineage of genetic warriors, facilitating a blood resonance that could lead to success. For instance, Master Shen from the combat department successfully unlocked Shen Yushi's genetics through such means, earning her an exemption from the martial arts examination and direct admission to the Imperial City Genetic Academy. Is it possible that there exists an overlooked genetic warrior? The individual attempting to divulge further details about Chen's genetic information is abruptly silenced as a heavy hand rests upon his shoulder, forcing him to swallow his words. Cold sweat beads on his forehead. It appears that a thought has struck him. The Xia nation places immense importance on genetic warriors. Recently, due to the infiltration of the Xishan clan within Xia's borders, the level of protection afforded to these genetic warriors has reached a near-manic state. Fortunately, he refrained from disclosing the genetic abilities of this particular warrior. Otherwise, gulp. He instinctively swallowed hard, his heart fluttering with unease. Let's close the live stream. Ah, very well. However, given that the broadcast has been ongoing for some time and considering the current societal focus on warriors, it is likely that the segment just aired will spread rapidly across the internet. Mobilize 20 technicians to form a task force to eradicate all videos, audio, and posts related to this incident. Understood. Additionally, retrieve his information dossier and provide me with a copy. After the commander of the preparation department uttered these words, he hastily departed, heading straight for the Xishuan Pavilion, where a genetic warrior had emerged within the alien star realm. This is a significant event. Moreover, this warrior possesses thunder attributes. Currently, there are only 2 thunder genetic warriors in the entirety of Xia. Such a destructive genetic attribute will unleash Dominion-level power on the battlefield. Regrettably, he remains within the alien star realm, a unique location from which extraction is not feasible in advance. Otherwise, this strategic talent would certainly be dispatched directly to the Genetic Academy for safeguarding. Those genetic warriors did not enter the alien star realm directly. And while this represents a loss, the Genetic Academy will naturally compensate them with even more precious resources. And this resource, the individual known as Chen, will also possess. Why has the live stream been closed? Goodness, why has only this one stream been terminated? What has transpired? Could it be that the authorities have just realized who this Chen, the warrior candidate, is? What is happening? Why can I no longer type? I've been blocked. At this moment, the entire live stream has gone black, and a flurry of asterisks has appeared, prompting many to recognize a significant fact. The phrase genetic warrior has been censored. Even after a while, the name Chen was also obscured. Many have come to realize that the matter concerning this genetic warrior may have alarmed the Xia nation's officials. Suba is currently the most popular forum in Xia, akin to the hottest search terms in the nation, and just a moment ago, a particular term skyrocketed in popularity at an unprecedented pace. Yet, in mere moments, that term vanished without a trace. What is going on? Has my account been banned? At this moment, an information worker seated before a computer displayed a look of astonishment. He had just been monitoring the official live stream of the warrior examination and certainly could not miss this opportunity for traffic, genetic warriors. Such a bombshell could undoubtedly catapult the entire Suba leaderboard, and indeed, the outcome lived up to his expectations. That video had soared like a rocket, instantly attracting a massive influx of traffic. He could already envision cars, houses, and money beckoning to him. However, just as he was on the brink of exhilarating triumph, the video disappeared. His account was banned for violations. He quickly switched to a secondary account and attempted to repost. Unable to publish, his secondary account was also banned. What is happening? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed, and a cold voice emerged from outside. Hello, preparation department. Please come out immediately for an investigation. He opened the door to find several imposing figures with heavy auras standing before him. What on earth is going on? Those individuals deleted all his videos and edits concerning Chen. If you publish any further information regarding him, we will arrest you under the charges of violating S-Class confidential documents regulations. The man turned pale. At that moment, he noticed the individuals holding a dossier, upon which 4 words were inscribed. Divine plan. What has transpired? On this day, a person who typically battles on the front lines of information felt as though he had brushed against a terrifying and forbidden world, a world that flickered before his eyes, yet stood on an incomprehensibly distant shore. That was the ultimate training program for warriors belonging to the Xia nation. Chapter 56. The Elder has been alarmed. The Divine Python Biological Agent. News regarding Chen exploded onto various platforms like a bombshell, yet was swiftly taken down at an unimaginable speed, with many individuals even receiving corresponding warnings. This rendered the entire uproar akin to a fleeting dream. At this moment, within the Xishuan Pavilion, the Elder sat alone at a table, hands clasped before him, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the video before him. In the footage, lightning surged as a youth wielded a gun, the surrounding celestial pythons instantly torn apart by the searing bolts, cascading down as fragments upon the earth. Thunder attribute genes. The people of the imperial capital. He instantly recalled the day when Shun Yushi went missing, that bus, filled with assassins, or the remnants of fierce battles fought by numerous thunder attribute genetic warriors. According to the accounts from members of the preparation department present at the scene, the aura of that thunder attribute was exceptionally potent, with the emitted thunder genetic particles interspersed with silver and gold hues, seemingly a formidable strain of thunder attribute genes. It seems to be him. The Elder had seen through it all. This individual is undoubtedly the mysterious genetic warrior, of ordinary background, yet capable of unlocking genetic potential. The Elder's gaze flickered, recognizing the immense potential within this young man, and resolved to ensure his protection. Oh, he suddenly sighed, inexplicably feeling a twinge of discomfort. This Elder had dedicated everything to the Xia nation, his accomplishments and abilities widely acknowledged, yet now he bore an expression of guilt, akin to a parent distrusted by their own child. He understood that Shun Yushi's assassination had prompted this child to worry that exposing his identity might lead to a similar fate. Hence the request for Shun Yushi to conceal his information and avoid exposure here. The Xia nation must not allow its children to feel insecure. The elder sighed deeply. A terrifying ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. The frail body reclining in the chair emanated a disquieting aura. Mom, Dad, what is going on? Just now, I could still see a plethora of information about my brother online. I thought he had gone viral, yet suddenly it all vanished. And I was just bragging about my brother's heroic deeds to my classmates, only to be laughed at as a liar. How infuriating. At this moment, the Gu family was experiencing a tumult of heartbeats. Genetic warriors? The Gu couple had only a vague understanding of this concept. The gene warriors, indeed, unlock a power within their very beings that epitomizes both taboo and enigma, allowing them to wield extraordinary abilities. For instance, the thunderous force my brother commands is a manifestation of such a gene, reputed to be an exceptionally potent one. Yet, this appears merely to be a fraction of the vast expanse that is genetics, an infinite realm akin to the boundless cosmos, concealing myriad novel and mysterious genes. Alas, I fear you may not grasp the profundity of this. Gu Ling had once encountered interpretations of genetics in her studies. This spirited young girl, though often whimsical in nature, excels academically. Her insights filled the hearts of the Gu couple with immense joy, for it signified that their son, Gu Chun, was indeed a gene warrior. However, a shadow of concern creased their brows. While they harbored aspirations for their son to soar, the realization that he had ascended to heights beyond their comprehension intensified their anxiety for his safety, leaving them in a state of unease. At that moment, an unexpected knock echoed through their home. Old Gu, congratulations. It was none other than Gu Dongshan's employer, Gua Haitang. The nutritional meals provided to Gu Chun before the martial arts examination had come from him, and now, his rotund figure quivered with excitement as he bore an array of splendid gifts. Old Gu, what brings you here? Gu Dongshan, momentarily taken aback, was astonished upon glimpsing the bountiful offerings in Gua Haitang's hands. After all, as a subordinate, he had never witnessed his superior bestowing gifts upon him. The items he carried were far from trivial. They were of remarkable quality, including a metallic box whose contents were a mystery to Gu Dongshan, but surely not of modest worth. I caught a glimpse of little Chen's live stream, and as his uncle, I simply must bring him something special, Gua Haitang declared, setting down the treasures at the doorstep. Gu Dongshan quickly grasped the significance of the situation. In today's martial society, the fact that Gu Chun had emerged as a gene warrior might not elicit much astonishment within the circles of Gua Haitang, who lacked exposure to traditional martial knowledge. Yet the ranking of 98th in the battle zone was undeniably of great merit, compelling these merchants to come forth with congratulations. Not long after Gua Haitang departed, another knock resounded at the door. Another visitor? Gu Dongshan exchanged glances with Qin Yueru. Congratulations, old Gu. Our little Chun has achieved great things. Soon, the couple was inundated with well-wishers, colleagues, neighbors, even distant relatives with whom they had lost touch, all coming to pay their respects. The impact of having a top-tier martial talent in their midst left the elderly couple astounded. Meanwhile, Gu Chun remained blissfully unaware of the monumental stir he had caused outside. Congratulations on successfully conquering the Tianmong lair, achieving an S-level clearance rating. You have successfully earned an S-level reward. Divine Python Biological Serum. The Divine Python Biological Serum? A test tube materialized in Gu Chen's hand, containing a viscous, pale green liquid. If the serum mirrored the capabilities of the Tianmong, it was likely to enhance the thickness of his skin, reminiscent of the Tianmong's resilient hide, impervious to ordinary blades. Without hesitation, Gu Chun consumed the serum. The concentrated energy surged into his body. Generally, the consumption of such biological agents is fraught with peril, necessitating utmost preparation and solitude to avoid disturbances. Yet, Gu Chun swallowed it with resolve. The divine gene rendered his physique as resilient as that of a monstrous being, akin to a furnace capable of containing the cosmos. His cells vibrated, voraciously absorbing the influx of energy. My vitality is indeed on the rise. Splendid, Gu Chun noted, feeling the surge of energy bolster his strength while simultaneously thickening his skin. It remained smooth to the touch, yet he could sense its newfound density. He lightly struck himself, applying a modicum of force. His defensive capabilities had significantly escalated. While he may not withstand the sharpest of weapons, common strikes would pose little threat to him. Chapter 57, A Step Beyond the Thunder Sea. Gu Chun, the vanquisher of stellar thunder. Gu Chun's vitality had soared to approximately 2,700 calories. Though the malfunctioning vitality detection ring rendered him unaware of his precise metrics, he could only feel the tumultuous strength coursing through his being. Yet, he remained humble. Being among the top 100 in the battle zone was merely the beginning. He must hasten to break through the third threshold of vitality. Sensing that he required a catalyst, Gu Chun contemplated the vast expanse of the alien stars, recognizing the multitude of formidable prodigies that lay beyond his current understanding. Humility was paramount to avoid a fall from grace. Little did he know, had the foreign stars not been sealed, The official authorities of Xia country would have likely extracted him post-haste, fearing for his safety. You have successfully and flawlessly cleared the B-class perilous zone, Tianjiao Cliff, achieving an S-level rating. You have successfully and flawlessly cleared the B-class perilous zone, Divine Power Field, achieving an S-level rating. You have successfully and flawlessly cleared the B-class perilous zone, Great Demon Ruins, achieving an S-level rating. At present, Gu Chun could ensure a flawless clearance of the B-class perilous zones. What manner of monster is this? Perfectly clearing a B-class perilous zone in an average of half an hour? This time frame excludes the period taken to locate the perilous zone, meaning the transition from entry to clearance took no more than 10 minutes. Good heavens! Did you see that young man? He wielded a spear, likely a star-tier weapon, exuding a formidable aura. Just approaching him left me breathless and dizzy. The presence of such terrifying prodigies amidst the alien stars is truly overwhelming. Numerous onlookers witnessed the youth with the spear, rapidly clearing B-class perilous zones, leaving them in a state of shock. This individual was undoubtedly of the caliber within the top 10,000 of the battle zone. Nay, he might even be among the top 1,000 elite talents. Are you all daft? Suddenly, a genius from the northern region spoke bluntly, causing the expressions of nearby martial examination candidates to darken. What did you say? You barbarian, how crass. The northern genius merely scoffed, crossing his arms and coldly remarking, he is none other than Gu Chun, a top talent ranked within the top 100 of the battle zone. Top 100. Immediately, some began to scour the stellar ranking. Ranked 98th in the battle zone? By heavens, what a terrifying monstrosity this is. Capable of standing out among 2.5 million candidates. No wonder it can execute perfect clearances with such fervor. Earlier, I encountered a martial arts candidate ranked around 10,000 in the battle zone, who flaunted his achievements with great pride. I can scarcely imagine the caliber of those in the top 100 of the rankings. To secure a position within the top 100,000 in the battle zone already signifies a bright future. And admission into esteemed genetic academies from all corners of the country is practically guaranteed. Entering the top 10,000 opens the doors to the genetic institutions of the imperial capital, thus providing greater opportunities. The ranks beyond that are unfathomable. Oh, where is he? It appears he has entered that cluster of buildings. By heavens, an A-grade danger zone. The Songhing Ancient Tower, is it? Many formidable individuals have ventured inside, and it is said that even Wang Yuan, who ranks 731st on the stellar rankings, has been trapped within. At this moment, Gu Chun steps into the realm of these buildings. He has surpassed numerous B-grade danger zones and has amassed a wealth of experience, preparing to attempt a flawless clearance of the A-grade peril. Originally, while in the Sword Abyss, Gu Chun possessed the capability for a perfect clearance. However, due to entering with too many others, he did not achieve an S-grade rating. The A-grade danger zone is fraught with uncertainties. What sort of divine being is this Songhing Ancient Tower? Songhing Ancient Tower, A-grade danger zone. An ancient edifice lost in the starry storm, filled with archaic rules and taboos. Proceed with utmost caution. Another reckless soul has entered. It seems a new unfortunate being will be added to our ranks, daring to venture in here alone. Such audacity. I wonder if it stems from arrogance or if they truly possess such strength. Huh. Even Wang Yuan, ranked 731st on the stellar rankings, is entrapped within. This newcomer appears to hold no particular distinction either. At this moment, a young man stands dazed in this forsaken place. Their condition is peculiar, resembling dim souls. This is a cursed cluster of ancient towers. Should one fail the trial, they will be imprisoned here, alongside the martial arts candidates. Wang Yuan's heart sinks into despair. As mere spectators, they are left with nothing but eternal hopelessness. This young man possesses an extraordinary demeanor, yet alas, like myself, he is too arrogant. Entering the Songhing Ancient Tower alone, destined to share a similar fate. Wang Yuan sighs, fully aware of the dreadfulness of this Songhing Ancient Tower. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupts from the sky, a terrifying bolt of lightning plummeting downward, engulfing that figure entirely. Hiss! To be submerged immediately by such a catastrophic strike. This martial candidate's luck seems woefully inadequate. To be obliterated upon entry, what transgressions could this youth have committed to incur such wrath? Yet, they know well that this Songhing Ancient Tower was once ensnared in a chaotic stellar storm, rendered into this form by certain forbidden powers, cursed immensely. With an impassable sea of lightning within that storm, the might of this thunder is utterly fearsome. But at this very moment, the place where the lightning struck radiates blinding light, as an ancient edifice crumbles under the onslaught, amidst swirling dust. Suddenly, the sound of crisp footsteps echoes. Tap! A figure transcends the sea of lightning, standing tall and unscathed by the tempest. It is none other than Gu Chun, who has entered this place alone. What? How is this possible? He has traversed the lightning unscathed? Who is this individual? At that moment, Wang Yuan's keen eyes catch a glimpse of the martial candidate crossing the ancient tower, seemingly enveloped in a layer of silvery light, which flickers momentarily, causing all surrounding lightning to scatter in terror, akin to mice fleeing from a cat. Such lightning is of an extraordinarily high caliber. However, the lightning within the Songheng ancient tower is derived from the storms of the cosmos. How overwhelmingly ferocious and powerful it is. What on earth is this person? Chapter 58. Overwhelming the Songheng ancient tower. The stellar secret realm unveiled. The intensity of this lightning pales in comparison to the divine punishment chains activated by the divine prison gene. Chen affixes the power of divine punishment to himself, effortlessly navigating through the descending sea of lightning. The primary challenge of the Songheng ancient tower lies in traversing this cursed architectural cluster, should he expedite his clearance. A high score is assured. Chen cannot help but nod. The rewards for clearing the Songheng ancient tower remain shrouded in mystery, yet to be disclosed. Oddly, an unsettling sense of being watched lingers in the air. Who is observing me? Ever since the activation of the divine prison gene intensified his senses, Chen perceives numerous eyes scrutinizing him. Why do I feel we have been discovered? What manner of creature is this? By heavens! An extraordinary entity has entered this A-grade danger zone. These individuals are the martial candidates of this cohort, having ventured here in groups only to fail the trials. Now left as wandering souls in the darkness, unaware of how to escape this place, staring into an abyss of despair. The Songheng ancient tower embodies despair. The A-grade danger zone is beyond their reckoning. And now, witnessing Chen enter the Songheng ancient tower and effortlessly traverse the lightning fills them with dread. They comprehend the terror of the Songheng ancient tower, likening it to a cursed edifice submerged in the cosmos, where all who enter are doomed to eternal imprisonment. Thus, Chen appears particularly formidable at this moment. Chen strides forward. The surrounding structures tremble violently, radiant beams erupt, and dark mist disperses, rapidly coalescing into three fearsome beasts before Chen. A lion, a tiger, and a leopard. Three creatures, their ebony hides adorned with various terrifying meteoric crystals, resembling instruments of slaughter. Exuding formidable menace. Three divine beasts. I refuse to believe he can easily shatter them. The souls cast into darkness are incredulous. Yet the next moment, whoosh, bang. The stellar spear at Chen's back is suddenly drawn, erupting with a thunderous crack, and he swings the spear horizontally, smashing the approaching lion in two, blood gushing forth. Chen's figure transforms into an ethereal specter. These beasts possess strength at the limit of the second breakthrough, slightly surpassing my vitality, yet pose no threat to me. Divine Thunder Technique. As Chen's spear cleaves through the lion's body, the leopard rushes in with lightning speed, prompting Chen to unleash the thunderous power in his grasp. Striking forward in an instant. Boom. The leopard's skull was shattered, its body plummeting backwards like a cannonball, yet Chen continued his advance. Unwilling to forfeit his scoring potential due to delay, the last tiger, fierce and imposing, bore a dark brown hue, its back adorned with crystalline formations reminiscent of gills, presenting a terrifying visage. Nevertheless, Chen did not even cast it a glance. He defiantly hurled his cosmic metallic staff forward. Thunder surged forth. Boom. The tiger was impaled into the earth. This spectacle left the souls in awe. What a formidable display of power. Could he possibly be a prodigy who has transcended the third limit? His movements were so exaggerated, as if his body contained a resilience and explosiveness beyond our comprehension. The three aberrant beasts were indeed formidable. Even a third-limit warrior would find them challenging, yet he annihilated them with a thunderous might. He pressed on. Even while battling the three aberrant beasts, he persistently moved closer, never halting his forward momentum. What was he aiming for? Was he attempting a flawless completion? An A-grade perilous domain, perfectly cleared? All the souls regarded this as sheer madness. He was a genetic warrior, and a devastatingly powerful one at that, imbued with lightning attributes. At this moment, Wang Yuan, who had remained relatively silent, exhibited a look of astonishment. Wang Yuan was, after all, a top-tier genius. Having reached the rank of 1,000 within the war zone, a feat achieved by meticulously cultivated martial candidates from various realms. Genetic warrior? The souls were instantly shaken. At that moment, a fierce storm surged forth, seemingly intent on obliterating Chen. Clutching the thunder spear, he effortlessly shattered the approaching tempest with a mere flick of power. The thunder prison spear wielded immense force, unleashing boundless lightning. Boom. The dense, gloomy edifices trembled incessantly, appearing to seek ways to obstruct Chen. While dark curses continued to amplify in power, the cosmic starry sky relentlessly cast forth a curse, forming myriad shackles, attempting to imprison Chen. How fragile. Chen gazed at the shackles as if inciting the wrath of the divine prison gene within him. Though bound by countless chains, he felt not a shred of resistance. The divine prison gene within seemed to scoff at the absurdity of it all. Chen advanced. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking shackles echoed wildly. As he traversed the ancient Songheng Tower, the structures crumbled chaotically in his wake, dust swirling. Completion achieved. A monster. Impossible. How could someone be so monstrous? Here I am, minuscule within this ancient Songheng Tower, unaware of how I met my demise, while this fellow breezes through it effortlessly. Is the chasm between humans truly this vast? Congratulations on flawlessly clearing the A-grade perilous domain, Songheng Tower. You have obtained Cosmic Silver Thunderwood, attained an S-grade score, earned 50 points. Ding. Due to the peculiar nature of Songheng Tower, all souls who perished within its perilous domain will undergo a special trial. With the ultimate victor emancipated from the exile of the Dark Plains, returning to the alien starry realms. In that instant, a cacophony of frenzied sounds erupted from the souls. Normally, they had perished, entombed within Songheng Tower. Yet now, Gu Chen's flawless completion had granted them a chance at life. Clearly, Gu Chen was oblivious to the soul's plight, merely sensing numerous gazes scrutinizing him. The alien starry realm was truly an enigmatic and mysterious place. He shook his head, a dark silver, pulsating with thunder. Ancient wood landed in Gu Chen's hand, roughly the size of a human arm, appearing extraordinarily unique. Cosmic Silver Thunderwood, a rare flora from the universe? Capable of yielding thunder attribute fruits? Gu Chen speculated whether these fruits would augment his genetic abilities. At that moment, he stepped out of Songheng Tower. Out. And flawlessly cleared? Is this what the top 100 talents of the war zone look like? Truly a prodigy. An A-grade perilous domain yielding an S-grade score. The disparity among individuals is staggering. In comparison, I feel as though I might as well find a place to hang myself. Gu Chen, hearing the astonished voices around him, had long grown numb. The accolades he'd received in recent days were overwhelming. Initially, he felt a sense of pride, which is a natural human reaction, but now, he experienced no emotional fluctuations. He was undergoing a transformation. Yet at that moment, whoosh, a star streaked across the sky, accompanied by a gasp of disbelief. The Starry Secret Realm has opened. Chapter 59, The Starry Secret Realm, Endless Opportunities. The Starry Secret Realm? With a flash of brilliance, the entire alien starry realm erupted in a cascade of light, the constellation array in the heavens swaying, shrouded in mystery. Gu Chen stood amidst the crowd, gazing at that enigmatic place. The Starry Secret Realm is said to be the most precious treasure within the alien starry realm, brimming with boundless resources. However, the conditions for entry are stringent, necessitating 3 consecutive S-grade scores, meaning one must flawlessly clear 3 perilous domains. As long as I achieve 3 consecutive perfect completions of perilous domains, it should be manageable to clear 3 C-grade domains. Not quite. At that moment, someone unexpectedly shook their head in denial. The S-grade score from 3 C-grade perilous domains differs from that of 3 B-grade perilous domains in terms of the rewards accessible within the Starry Secret Realm. The Starry Secret Realm is akin to a vast cosmic treasury. If this treasury has 4 layers, the deeper one goes, the greater the benefits. Thus, your S-grade score from a C-grade domain grants access only to the first layer, while an S-grade score from an A-grade domain allows entry to the 3rd layer, where true cosmic treasures await. Upon hearing this revelation, the surrounding individuals displayed grim expressions. So that's how it is. I thought any random S-grade completion from 3 C-grade perilous domains would grant me a feast within the Starry Secret Realm. Alas, it seems I was mistaken. Indeed, there are no shortcuts in this world. Gu Chen observed the ever-shifting images, his brow furrowing. I currently possess 4 perfect scores from C-grade domains, 4 perfect scores from B-grade domains, and 2 perfect scores from A-grade domains. Unfortunately, during the Jian Yuan challenge, I entered alongside Yuqinga and others, resulting in only an A-grade evaluation. Gu Chen murmured softly, deep in thought. Now, he was merely 1 A-grade perilous domain's S-grade score short. Where could he seek another A-grade domain? An A-grade perilous domain. At that moment, a fellow martial candidate stood beside Gu Chen, overhearing his murmurs. 300 meters north, there lies an A-grade perilous domain known as the Divine Bear Forest, which is exceptionally treacherous. What is the matter? Do you wish to venture there as well? I can certainly provide you with a recommendation. There are several martial candidate teams currently preparing to tackle that perilous domain, and I have acquaintances among them. Just a small favor from you, and I can facilitate your entry. The martial candidate chuckled, clearly seeking to ingratiate himself for a share of the points. 300 meters north? Thank you. Gu Chen strode purposefully toward the designated area, leaving the martial examination candidate momentarily dumbfounded. This is outrageous, he muttered under his breath. However, it wasn't long before approximately 30 minutes had elapsed, and he heard the announcement from the otherworldly stars. The Divine Bear Forest has been cleared, achieving an S-rank rating. What? The Divine Bear Forest has been cleared? He was taken aback momentarily. Yet, soon enough, he spotted familiar faces from the martial examination teams he knew, all of whom approached with dejected expressions. A sudden pang of apprehension gripped his heart, prompting him to ask, what happened? Just now, a martial examination candidate arrived, unknown origins, who, disregarding our warnings, charged into the Divine Bear Forest alone with nothing but a spear. After all our days of waiting, he single-handedly toppled it. My heavens! What kind of monster is that? Do you have any idea? A divine bear, comparable to a 3rd-tier limit-breaking martial artist, was pierced through by a spear and pinned against the mountain wall. All our efforts were in vain. He merely swooped in and achieved a perfect clearance. What? The realization struck him as he recalled the young man who had asked for directions earlier, the one with the long spear. Who? upon learning of the divine bear forest, had resolutely walked away. Could it be? His complexion turned pale, disbelief radiating from his features. At that moment, Gu Chen stood with his arms crossed, spear slung over his shoulder, his posture erect and eyes sharp, causing nearby martial examination candidates to retreat and whisper among themselves. What an intimidating aura this fellow possesses. Such a tall figure, wielding a spear that whips the air, exudes a remarkable presence. The pressure from this year's talents is overwhelming. While the crowd murmured, Gu Chen began to explore the otherworldly stars, navigating its vast expanse. The enormity of the otherworldly stars was daunting. Searching for the secret locations haphazardly would be akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. He lifted his gaze, his inky eyes scanning the starlit sky. The stars above corresponded to the secret locations below, and he understood that the search for these hidden realms should align with the celestial bodies above. Thus, Gu Chen commenced his quest, tracing the paths of the stars. At long last, he discovered it, a desolate area surrounded by numerous martial examination candidates. Where the yellowed earth was spewing forth ethereal mist interspersed with dazzling starlight, reminiscent of meteors soaring into the cosmos. This is the starry secret realm. It was said to be the greatest treasure within the otherworldly stars, a fact well acknowledged in his academy. They had long warned their students to seize the opportunity. For this starry secret realm represented their greatest chance for ascendance, housing immense treasures within. Is there anyone here with 3 perfect S-rank ratings capable of unlocking this starry secret realm? Upon hearing this, an abrupt silence enveloped the area. Expressions of helplessness were etched on every face. Attaining 3 S-rank ratings was no simple feat. Just then, a rumble echoed. The starry secret realm trembled suddenly, the earth erupting as beams of light shot forth like piercing spears. The starry secret realm has been opened. Opened. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, jealousy flickering across their features. Who did this? Everyone please make way. A voice tinged with exasperation rang out from behind. A strikingly handsome martial examination candidate, spear in tow, stepped forward, disappearing into the radiant light before the gazes of the onlookers. A-rank starry secret realm has been opened. A-rank? This meant that the young man from earlier had used 3 S-rank ratings from A-rank perilous locations as a key to unlock the A-rank perilous realm. By the heavens, a master stands beside me. Could we possibly partake in this fortune? A bold thought surged among the crowd. Boom. The moment someone attempted to touch the starlight, they were immediately blasted away by an overwhelming force, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. The surrounding individuals fell silent, a chill settling over them. Meanwhile, Gu Chen had stepped into a realm of mystery, where he beheld an endless expanse of starry plains adorned with unfamiliar cosmic flowers, the vibrant colors captivating his heart. Here, danger was absent. Only boundless opportunities awaited. Chapter 60. Azure Dragon Spear Technique. The spear falls like the bright moon, striking down 35,000 stars. The starry secret realm, reputed to consist of numerous independent spaces, the origins of which the entirety of humanity remains unaware. After all, the otherworldly stars were newly acquired by the Xia nation, and speculations suggested they were remnants of civilizations that had perished, leaving behind traces of their existence amidst the cosmic debris. As Gu Chen stood upon this boundless plain, he gently bent down to grasp a handful of soil. This soil, imbued with an exceptionally high density of spiritual energy, was evidently of superior quality. He promptly retrieved the cosmic silver thunderwood obtained from the Zhongheng ancient tower, an ancient, thick branch intricately carved with lightning patterns. This silver cosmic thunderwood was likely a high-tier cosmic plant. Perhaps it could thrive here momentarily. With this thought, Gu Chen buried the root of the silver cosmic thunderwood within the soil. Indeed, upon its entrenchment, the thunderous energy upon it surged with vitality, flickering intermittently, further confirming the high caliber of the soil within the starry secret realm. Consequently, he left the silver cosmic thunderwood behind and continued his journey forward. Utilizing the 3 S-rank ratings from the A-rank perilous locations, he sensed the air within the starry secret realm was suffused with extraordinarily high-quality spiritual energy. Gu Chen's cells resonated with exhilaration as the surrounding energy naturally permeated his body, rapidly enhancing his vitality. Suddenly, Gu Chen noticed a unique beam of light pulsating in the starry sky, which swiftly unfurled within the starry secret realm, transforming into a myriad of translucent characters. Top-tier martial technique. Azure Dragon Spear Technique. The spear falls like the bright moon, striking down 35,000 stars. A legendary spear technique created by a mysterious master of the ancient Xia Kingdom, who expended a lifetime of effort, once extinguishing stars with a single thrust, stirring endless ripples across the cosmos. Gu Chen was astonished. Another top-tier martial technique. And it was a spear technique. The ancient Xia Kingdom? Could it be that the prevailing belief held by many, that the otherworldly stars were remnants of ancient civilizations that faced annihilation, transformed into cosmic dust drifting through the frigid expanse, was indeed true? Gu Chen's heart stirred with excitement. However, a spear technique was precisely what he needed at this moment. Whoosh! A streak of light surged into Gu Chen's brow, and an ethereal vision instantly flooded his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Unlike traditional texts, this martial technique was imparted through visual projections, indicating that the civilization of the ancient Xia Kingdom was likely far more advanced than their own. Gu Chen couldn't help but marvel at this revelation. He beheld a figure of extraordinary talent, bearing a rusted spear on his back. Suddenly, with an overwhelming force akin to an awakened azure dragon, he surged forth as if the king of hell himself wielded a quill to extinguish the stars, erupting in a terrifying brilliance in an instant. The azure dragon spear technique, possessing but a single strike, concentrated all its momentum into that one thrust. Gu Chen was profoundly shaken by the impact of that spear, much like the sword Qi of the starry sky. It was a unique martial art never before circulated in Xia country, a technique untouched by any scholar, poised to become a lethal move upon its summoning. Gu Chen couldn't help but nod in agreement. Thus, he commenced his rigorous training. Swish! The spear sliced upwards, tracing a streak of obsidian light. Something felt amiss. He tried again. Swish! Once more. Swish! Across the boundless starry plain beneath the vast night sky, the youth wielded the spear, repetitively executing a singular motion. It appeared as though he were honing a technique through a distinct method, a faint dragon's roar resonating in the air, awe-inspiring to behold. Behind him stood a withered tree, entwined with thunder, while a peculiar shadowy cloud hovered above its crown, releasing a fine drizzle, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, creating a scene of profound mystique. Here, Gu Chen practiced the azure dragon spear technique, eagerly awaiting the growth of the cosmic silver thunder tree. He observed the continuous emergence of anomalies surrounding the tree, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, time within the starry secret realm flowed swiftly. In the outside world, on the 6th day, coinciding with the second refresh of the star ranking, Gu's family rejoiced. My brother has risen to the 54th position in the battle zone. Wow, my brother is amazing. Gu Ling exclaimed as she gazed at the star ranking displayed on the computer screen, astonished that her brother had ascended to such heights. It was known that the top 100 on this ranking comprised the most formidable prodigies. In these 3 days, they had all been fervently striving to elevate their scores, while Gu Chen had still managed to climb so many ranks. My brother is defying the heavens. In these days, Gu and Chen Yueru's expressions gleamed with joy, radiating a delightful aura. Visitors flocked to their home, as Gu Chen's parents, being simple folk, had never witnessed such a scene in their lives. Initially bewildered, they had gradually adapted to the overwhelming attention. I must strive harder. My brother is extraordinary. Surely, I possess hidden potential within me waiting to be unleashed. Mom and Dad, isn't it almost time for me to start school? Gu Ling's little face suddenly took on a serious expression, causing Gu and Chen Yueru to chuckle. Yes, school will commence soon. Perhaps your brother can escort you there after his martial examination. Really? Gu Ling's eyes sparkled. After all, her brother was a figure ranked over 50 in the alien star battle zone. If he were to personally take her to school, she would undoubtedly become a celebrated figure among her peers. Meanwhile, within the Zishuan pavilion, an elder scrutinized the star ranking before him, sighing in relief upon finding Gu Chen's name. My greatest concern was for your safety in the alien star realm, the only competition venue not wholly under Xia's control, rife with perils that have deprived me of restful sleep these past few days. He sighed deeply. The alien star realm was a fragment of a world that had once obliterated ancient nations, leaving behind martial techniques and biochemical agents that far surpassed the current technological standards of Xia. Yet, it was fraught with danger. Blood and fire had nurtured the most exceptional talents, destined to become the pillars of Xia's future. However, should the genetic warriors be lost within, it would spell tremendous grief for the nation. Genetic warriors were the elite talents incorporated into Xia's divine plan, the last bastion of the nation. There could be no loss. Presently, fewer than 100 names remained within the divine plan, amidst the vast populace of Xia, an alarming statistic to fathom. 14 days. Please, do not falter. Chapter 61, Heavenly Fire Blood Fruit. Mastery of the Azure Dragon Spear Technique. Initially, within the entirety of Xia, few had paid attention to Gu Chen. After all, the star ranking showcased a plethora of dazzling talents, and although Gu Chen shone brightly, he was not the most resplendent. Yet, perhaps due to Gu Chen revealing his identity as a genetic warrior during a live broadcast, despite all references to the term being blocked online and numerous individuals being summoned by the military department to delete any videos related to him, the memory could not be erased. Thus, while many refrained from discussing Gu Chen online, they closely monitored his progress on forums. Soon, on the website tracking popularity, Gu Chen's name soared to the pinnacle of attention. What on earth is this Gu Chen fellow, that he has garnered such attention? Can someone explain? Seriously, is this how it is? I merely inquired why this Gu Chen is so popular, and now I am bombarded with a slew of messages filled with expletives. However, this enigmatic allure that everyone sought to elucidate but remained unable to articulate only heightened Xia's fascination with Gu Chen. The elder from Xia was somewhat apprehensive, uncertain whether such overwhelming attention would be beneficial for a genetic warrior. We must visit the Gu family more often, do you understand? This time, I shall take you along. You must forge a good relationship with Chen Yueru. Ranking 54th in the battle zone is truly extraordinary. How did old Gu raise such a prodigy? At that moment, Gua Haitang arrived with 2 bottles of fine wine, intending to dine with Gu Dongshan's family. This time, he had brought his wife along, hoping to establish good relations with the Gu family. In the end, old Gu is your subordinate. Why are you always so humble? Gua Haitang's wife, accustomed to a life of privilege, was young and somewhat proud, finding it challenging to ingratiate herself with her husband's subordinate. Unexpectedly, Gua Haiyong, usually gentle and indulgent towards her, now bore a stern demeanor. What do you understand? Do you know what a powerful warrior signifies in today's society? Do you comprehend the lengths I have gone to? Begging and scraping for resources to cultivate our son into a warrior? Am I foolish? Wang Lu recoiled slightly, realizing that while she typically held herself high, she genuinely feared Gua Haiyong when he was enraged. Yet, Gua Haiyong was in no mood for leniency. Do you recall the wealthy merchant we visited in the southern region last year? Wang Lu nodded, her memory of the merchant's wealth still vivid. Having been astounded by the staggering accumulations of wealth possessed by the affluent in that prosperous region. Why do you bring him up now? He would henceforth rely solely on a wheelchair for mobility. Recently, he ventured to the factory in Huayuan, where he encountered a ferocious beast attack. He had taken his 3 sons with him, but tragically, they all perished in the onslaught. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the martial artist from a nearby dojo, he too would have met his demise. However, his legs were rendered useless. Do you truly believe that the Summer Kingdom's vigorous development of a martial artist society is for mere show? No matter how wealthy one may be. What does that wealth amount to in the face of natural disasters and beastly calamities? Wang Lu stood frozen in place. She was still somewhat ensconced in her previous societal mindset, viewing martial artists merely as a unique profession, without giving it much thought. Her limited exposure had led her to believe that wealth was paramount. Let us go right now? Wang Lu urged. The future holds only more disturbances from these ferocious beasts. To have connections with a martial artist, especially one of the highest caliber, is an invaluable asset. Old Gua, did you just see a shadow flash by near the old Gu family? Am I seeing things? Perhaps you're just imagining it. I didn't see anything. Gu Chen replied, blissfully unaware of the external circumstances. Within the celestial star's secret realm, a streak of gunfire blazed into the heavens, radiating a terrifying brilliance. It was likely that even an ordinarily formidable martial artist, who had broken through the 3rd level of limits, would find it impossible to evade such an extraordinary shot. He exhaled deeply. His current state could be deemed proficient. Attaining perfection, however, is no simple feat. It is said that perfection requires the ability to summon a celestial dragon to retreat into the sea of clouds, which at present seems quite challenging. The mastery of martial techniques is categorized into stages: initiation, proficiency, perfection, and peak excellence. After diligently practicing for some time, Gu Chun had finally transcended the initiation stage and entered the realm of proficiency. Turning to glance at the celestial silver thunderwood, he observed it enveloped in a crystalline mist, within which vibrant lightning was accumulating. Notably, a still immature fruit had begun to form upon it. Though unripe, he felt a surge of anticipation. This fruit, imbued with cosmic thunder, seemed to resonate with a fervent yearning within his cells, suggesting it would greatly benefit his genetic makeup. Contemplating thus, Gu Chun ventured deeper into the recesses of the celestial star's secret realm. He had already mastered the celestial dragon spear technique, and further training would yield diminishing returns. Presently, his most pressing concern was awaiting the ripening of the celestial silver thunderwood, hence he was in no rush to exit. Might there be other fortuitous opportunities hidden within the celestial star's secret realm? Suddenly, Gu Chun halted in his tracks, his gaze drawn to a peculiar plant that radiated a searing red amidst the dark, frigid expanse. He approached swiftly, confirming it was indeed a plant bearing a solitary, fiery red fruit, perfectly round and exuding a palpable heat. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be artificially cultivated. This location resembled a plantation, and this plant was the only remnant left, resting upon a base inscribed with words: How You Cosmic River Project Experimental Specimen, 3rd Generation Celestial Fire Blood Fruit. Star River Body, Lu Xinyang, ID 2578. What does this mean? Gu Chun paused momentarily, attempting to comprehend. Was this a technological product of the Hallyu civilization, specifically cultivated for Lu Xinyang? What on earth is a 3rd generation star river body? Chapter 62, Limit Breakthrough Success. The gray section of the celestial star rankings. Gu Chun buried his confusion deep within. The Hallyu civilization must be of a vastly superior level compared to the martial artist civilization on Blue Star, thus containing many aspects beyond his comprehension. Yet, the fruit before him promised immense benefits. He examined it closely. This celestial fire blood fruit retained an extraordinary vitality, even in this fragmented world, showcasing remarkable resilience. He plucked the fruit. The moment he consumed the celestial fire blood fruit, a surge of scorching flames erupted within his mouth, and that energy surged wildly throughout his limbs and bones. While any ordinary individual would likely tremble under such intense heat, Gu Chun merely shuddered before his cells began voraciously absorbing the energy, permeating through his being. His vitality surged instantaneously. Gu Chun let out a sound of exhilaration. His vitality skyrocketed to over 2,900 calories, reaching the third limit of vitality. Breaking through this third limit is notoriously difficult. Many young people in the Summer Kingdom find themselves stagnating at this juncture, ultimately having no choice but to advance to the next realm. However, for him, it should not pose a significant issue. But how to breach the vitality limit? Soon, Gu Chun encountered a dilemma. The energy from the blood fruit was overwhelmingly potent. If it could be converted into his vitality values, there would be a compensatory balance. However, his vitality was already at its limit. The torrent of energy from the celestial fire blood fruit began to assault his body. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Chun looked at his body in dismay. Had it not been for the enhancements from the divine prison gene that fortified his constitution, he would likely have perished from the explosive force. The violent impact could easily propel him directly into the divine strength realm. Thus, he resolved to utilize this vitality to assist him in breaking through to the third vitality limit. He had been troubled about how to reach this limit. To achieve such a state externally would likely require a master-level practitioner. Yet now, he discovered that the energy from these vitality fruits was extraordinarily unique. It seemed to assist him in reaching the limit as he approached the third vitality threshold, aiding him in shattering the vitality barrier. The third-generation Star River body must also be an exceptionally powerful constitution, otherwise, the energy from the celestial fire blood fruit would be far too domineering for an ordinary martial artist to withstand. Just how advanced has the Hallyu civilization's martial artist society become? Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Gu Chun sat cross-legged on the spot. His skin flushed crimson, as if vibrant fire serpents were coiling around him. Time flew by. Soon, on the 9th day of the martial artist entrance examination, the third refresh of the celestial star rankings occurred. This highly anticipated day left many in stunned silence. Gu Chun, who had previously held the 54th position on the celestial star rankings, plummeted to 137th place. What is going on? How could this young man's ranking drop so drastically? I had thought Gu Chun would be a dark horse, capable of delivering a tremendous shock. Yet, what on earth happened? During the third refresh of the celestial star rankings, how could his rank fall so significantly? Something feels amiss. Wait, have you all noticed? Gu Chun's score hasn't increased at all in the past 3 days. 3 days without a rise. Could something have gone awry for this young man? At that moment, within the Zishuan Pavilion of the Summer Kingdom, upon witnessing Gu Chun's ranking fall on the celestial star rankings, with his score unchanged from 3 days prior, the elder began to exhibit signs of agitation. The score has not changed. What on earth is happening? The star ranking list has not yet reached the point where a fall would cause one's name to vanish entirely from its ranks. Thus, within the lower section of the star ranking list, there exists a gray area where the scores of those martial candidates remain eternally frozen at that moment, signifying their demise among the foreign stars. Could it be that Gu Chun has also fallen? Remain calm. It has merely been 3 days. He may have encountered new opportunities, perhaps entering a celestial secret realm. Yet, the visible worry etched on the face of the elder is palpable. The atmospheric pressure surrounding them has noticeably dropped. Typically, a celestial secret realm concludes within a day. Even for an A-grade celestial secret realm, it should last no more than 2 days, surely not longer. A martial artist with lightning attributes is a loss that the Summer Kingdom cannot afford. Surely, there must be some fortuitous encounter. How could a genetic martial artist possibly fall so easily? 3 days have passed, and the score remains utterly unchanged. This is truly alarming, as candidates who previously faced similar circumstances have all perished. The Gu family. Old Gu. There's nothing to worry about. Xiao Chun must be caught up in something. He will be fine. In recent days, Gua Haideng and Wang Lu have frequently stayed at the Gu residence, and today they hurriedly offered their reassurances. Gu Dongshan and Qin Yueru's faces were ashen. It is hard to fathom the devastation that would befall them if something were to happen to Gu Chun among the foreign stars. Xiaoling, do you think your brother is all right? He must be fine, right? It's so far away. What could possibly be happening? Qin Yueru's body slumped weakly against the sofa. While old Gu maintained a facade of strength as he saw off the Gua couple, Gu Ling dared not respond. She lowered her gaze to her phone, where a message from a classmate had just arrived. Xiaoling, it's been 6 days, and my brother's score hasn't updated. Xiaoling, something must have happened to him. A man in uniform just came to our door and spoke to my dad before leaving. My dad seems lost in thought. And I'm so scared. My brother can't have really met with an accident, can he? In Gu Ling's original class, there was a girl whose brother was also a martial artist, once flaunting his prowess, yet now despair is evident even through messages. Gu Ling stole a glance at her parents and hastily sent a brief, comforting reply before quickly deleting it, fearing her parents might lose control of their emotions upon seeing it. My brother is so formidable. He surely won't encounter any mishap, right? He must be fine. Within the celestial secret realm, Gu Chun remains oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside. The energy from the blood essence fruit surges wildly, aiding him in breaking through the third limit of vitality, akin to a tidal wave that relentlessly propels him toward the limits of his physical form. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, a peculiar barrier shatters. Chen opens his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing, reminiscent of twin bolts of lightning. He has successfully broken through. His vitality now stands at approximately 3,100 calories. Chapter 63. The underground base of an ancient civilization. The anomaly of foreign stars begins. The turbulence of vitality stirs within the celestial secret realm as if a tempest has arisen. Chen stands at the eye of the storm. A phenomenon born from his breaking of the third limit of vitality. My physical form, enhanced by divine genes, now, merely breaking through the third limit, generates such tremendous upheaval. I can feel the pressure in the atmosphere surrounding me. Surely, upon reaching the fourth limit, I will achieve a state akin to Yi Qingxian, where every movement conjures a gentle mist of crimson. Chen murmurs softly to himself, glancing at the withered branches of the blood essence fruit at his feet. He ponders for a moment before excavating them. The roots remain intact. Should he find high-quality soil in the future and tend to them with care, they may yet bear new fruit. The blood essence fruit holds immense value. As it stands, Chen consumes one of the fruits, boosting his vitality by 400 calories. However, the critical aspect is that it has directly shattered his vitality limits, a truly terrifying effect. Initially, Chen had anticipated that breaking the third limit would be quite arduous, and to achieve a commendable result among the foreign stars, he must breach the third limit. There are indeed many formidable candidates among this generation of martial artists from the Summer Kingdom. It's just that I have yet to encounter them. Moreover, having lingered in this foreign realm for so long, if I were to exit immediately, I would likely only attain a ranking within the top 50 of my battle zone. To surpass others in the end, I must take an unconventional path. Chen returns to the silver thunderwood, now shrouded in thick clouds. Thunder and torrential rain cascade down, rendering the space exceedingly turbulent and agitated. From a distance, Chen observes the silver thunderwood, which appears to be coiled by a colossal thunder dragon, moving languidly as it rests upon a towering world tree. Such a scene is profoundly intimidating, heightening Chen's anticipation for the ripening of the silver thunderwood. Chen continues his exploration of the celestial secret realm. Thus far, he has acquired high-grade spiritual soil suitable for cultivating the silver thunderwood, top-tier spear techniques, the azure dragon spear technique, and a blood essence fruit. Such bounties are already commendable. Yet, Chen remains unsatisfied. The most vital reward within the celestial secret realm is undoubtedly the star dust, the most scarce and precious resource in the Summer Kingdom, a sight I have never beheld. Chen muses, continuing his relentless exploration of the celestial secret realm. On the first day, Chen finds nothing. However, through training and the absorption of cosmic physical factors, his vitality increases to 3,300 calories. On the second day, Chen refrains from training. He finds himself in a portion of the celestial secret realm beset by dust storms. There, obscured by dust, he senses a unique power gestating within, indicating that the ultimate reward of the celestial secret realm likely lies therein. That evening, Chen, armed with the thunder spear, makes his way through the silver thunderwood, marking his path to avoid losing his way in the celestial secret realm, and sets forth toward the location of the sandstorm. Chen's body stands resolute as an immovable fortress, impervious to the storm's onslaught. He employs the azure dragon spear technique, constantly tearing through the wind, and indeed, at the center of the tempest, he spots a particle of dust suspended in the air, vibrant and seemingly infused with starlight. Chen approaches and seizes the particle of dust with a firm grip. Instantly, radiant light bursts forth from the crevices of his palm, as though he is grasping a star itself. Such a searing power surpasses everything he has ever encountered, brimming with rich energy. The A-grade celestial secret realm does indeed harbor star dust. Chen's expression brightens with delight as the winds and sands recede. He sits at the nexus of the celestial secret realm, gazing into the vast starry sky, murmuring to himself, I must keep track of time. It should now be the evening of the 8th day of the martial examination. Tomorrow marks the 9th day, and I need to maximize my efforts in the last 3 days to accumulate points. The martial examination is of utmost importance. Chen is fully aware of this. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the chilling sound of knocking, the door creaked open. Is this the residence of the candidate Chen? Candidate ID, 130-219-9951. Yes, it is, came the reply. Ling summoned Dongshan. From a distance, she observed Dongshan conversing with the stranger, and then saw him stagger slightly. Ling checked Chen's ranking on the stellar rankings, and her heart sank as she noticed it had plummeted to over 400, with his score remaining stagnant. What? Her complexion turned pale. Could it be that my brother truly? Meanwhile, within the Zishuan pavilion of the Xia Kingdom, an elderly man trembled slightly. A promising thunder attribute gene warrior. Could he have encountered some unforeseen misfortune in that distant star realm? His gaze darkened with concern. However, before he could fully process his apprehension for Chen, a report arrived. Master, there has been a disturbance in the foreign star realm. suspected to involve artifacts from a mysterious civilization. What? The old man's pupils constricted. At that moment, in the foreign star realm, a group of martial examination candidates stumbled upon a mysterious location. In the vast expanse, they inadvertently entered a concealed underground base, and upon opening the heavy doors, they were immediately choked by the thick dust that cascaded down. What is this place? It appears ancient, as if it has not been opened for centuries. Indeed, many remnants of ancient civilizations have been discovered in the foreign star realm. It seems our conjectures were correct. This is a fragment of an ancient civilization. The young candidates buzzed with excitement, pondering the potential treasures left behind by an ancient civilization. Let us proceed cautiously. There may be dangers lurking here. However, as they traversed deeper into the underground base, they encountered no immediate threats. What is this place? I can't shake off this unsettling feeling. There are many inexplicable things I have never seen before. This civilization must have far surpassed us in martial technology. As they ventured further, an ominous premonition grew stronger. The environment resembled an ancient laboratory, filled with instruments they had never encountered, and many biological specimens lay withered and decayed from the passage of time. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke erupted from the depths of the underground base, as if an ancient freezer had cracked open, unleashing a torrent of dense white mist. From the swirling smoke emerged a towering figure clad in sleek, black armor, with flowing long hair and a visage resembling steel. His gaze was numb yet frigid. After a moment, he seemed to regain his senses, and a voice dripping with disdain echoed. Pitiful, backward civilization. Chapter 64. The second-generation star river body. The technology of artificially creating high-talent warriors. What on earth is this? The candidates gasped. A robot? No, this is an external mechanical skeleton. He is flesh and blood. A warrior, perhaps? Why does his presence instill such a sense of dread? Curse it, the murderous intent is overwhelming. He regarded them with contempt, as if observing mere ants. The martial candidates were paralyzed with fear. At that moment, one among them was live-streaming the event, and the unfolding scene was broadcast live to the viewers. What is happening? What is that thing? Isn't the foreign star realm supposed to be a desolate space? The presence felt utterly unsettling, and his gaze seemed to penetrate their very souls, evoking a sense of loathing reminiscent of a past relationship. Get away from me, one candidate shouted, panic rising. Meanwhile, within the Xishuan pavilion, the elderly man watched the live feed, his brow furrowed in worry. The worst fears had materialized. The Xishuan pavilion was aware of the ancient civilization fragments within the foreign star realm, but how could there be any living beings there? Surely, no life could persist in a cosmic speck of dust, battered by celestial storms. While some precious martial resources might survive due to cosmic laws, living beings would be obliterated by the tempest. Would the remnants of this ancient civilization in the underground base trigger unforeseen calamities? At that moment, within the foreign star realm, a mechanical voice resonated through the underground base. Test subject number 29134, second-generation star river body, Jiang Zixing, has successfully awakened. Am I the last of the 100,000 test subjects? A flicker of melancholy crossed his eyes as he moved his limbs. Coldly, he proclaimed, inferior civilization. Your journey as warriors has just begun. Have you considered the consequences of trampling upon this land? In an instant, he vanished from sight. The martial candidates felt an overwhelming sense of danger, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Run. This guy is a monster. He should be a second limit-breaking warrior. Yet his aura was terrifying. A scream pierced the air. Boom. The mysterious being appeared behind one of the candidates, his hand enveloped in mechanical bones, unleashing a force of terrifying magnitude that pierced through one candidate's body. Blood gushed forth, and horror gripped everyone present. Die. One candidate, driven by desperation, struck with a long sword aimed at the creature's chest. Yet, the blade failed to penetrate its mechanical armor, which boasted extraordinary defensive capabilities, likely reaching a star-class level. Star-class? It seems those monsters in the vast universe have achieved this by harnessing the power of the laws to unify the path of warrior evolution, one candidate muttered in bewilderment, before the figure seized the longsword. Crack! The blade shattered in midair. Screams erupted around them. The being moved with a grotesque fluidity, exhibiting physical capabilities that sent chills down their spines. Within the live stream from the Xia Kingdom, countless viewers witnessed the scene, their hearts racing with trepidation. In the year 2051, humanity had long accepted that they were not the only life forms in the vast universe. However, encountering the resurrected second-generation star river body in the foreign star realm evoked an overwhelming sense of dread. An artifact of a superior civilization, it bore an innate disdain and contempt for humanity. The chilling sensation of inferiority washed over many in the Xia Kingdom, plunging them into panic. The ancient civilization of the vast universe had been discovered. At this moment, within the Xishuan pavilion, the elder had entered the archives. With the years of humanity's exploration of the cosmos, some records had been preserved. A group of Xishuan pavilion members, drenched in sweat, finally unearthed some accounts of the ancient civilization of the vast universe. The elder's expression darkened. To be honest, the more one explored the cosmos, the more one felt a sense of insignificance. The archives of the Purple Xian Pavilion are classified into 3 tiers: the modern level, the ancient level, and the eternal level. From the records we have discovered, it appears that the Hallyu civilization existed approximately a millennium ago, only to be annihilated by a cosmic tempest. Based on our findings, it seems that the Hallyu civilization had attained the capability to artificially create individuals endowed with exceptional martial talents. We suspect that the so-called cosmic storm may have also resulted from their mastery of such technology, coupled with their inability to protect it, leading to their complete obliteration. The star river bodies have been developed to their 3rd generation, said to possess the ability to consume rivers and embody the ferocity of the sun. With every cell exhibiting extraordinary attributes, they are deemed the most formidable of evolutionary beings. However, it is said that the emergence of a single 3rd-generation star river body requires the existence of tens of millions of 2nd-generation counterparts. Upon hearing this news, the elder's brow twitched in agitation. Have they truly produced millions of 2nd-generation star river bodies? No. It should be understood conceptually. The creation of star river bodies necessitates the utilization of compatible embryos cultivated by the Hallyu civilization, which demands substantial resources. They would not have succeeded. Otherwise, the Hallyu civilization would have long since dominated the universe. The elder's expression grew grave. Within the realm of foreign stars, a 2nd-generation star river body had emerged, one of exceptional genius, replete with advanced technology. He was profoundly anxious about our current martial examination candidates. Yet at that moment, his secretary interjected, saying, "Lord, I believe this presents an opportunity. The warriors of the Xia Kingdom will inevitably confront the cosmos. This is the advanced technology of an ancient civilization. Let these children test their mettle." The elder remained silent, knowing that no words could alter the situation. The realm of foreign stars could not be shut down midway. It would only close after 14 days. His greatest concern was whether only a 2nd-generation star river body would remain within that domain. Amidst the turmoil, several martial examination candidates were ruthlessly slain, while the 2nd-generation star river body stood amidst the chaos, its dark mechanical skeletal structure starkly defined, its muscular physique exuding an eerie perfection. Suddenly sensing an intrusive presence, it lifted its gaze toward a specific direction. "I am Jiang Zixing, the possessor of the 2nd-generation star river body from the Hallyu Nation's Divine River Project," he proclaimed himself, addressing the live broadcast to the Xia Kingdom. A derisive smile graced his lips, his eyes revealing a chilling cruelty. "Pitiful and inferior civilization, your warriors are but feeble. Dare to tread upon this land, and I shall initiate a thorough extermination plan alongside my comrades." The Xia Kingdom was thrown into an uproar, a wave of dread washing over all. Chapter 65, Breaking the Shackles, Transcending the Divine Rainbow. Extermination plan? At that moment, viewers across the Xia Kingdom felt a bone-chilling sensation. In the live stream, the face of the mysterious figure, shrouded in dark mechanical bones, appeared exceptionally cold and enigmatic, evoking an immediate sense of self-deprecation among the audience. He stood alone. Yet what was he truly insinuating? Countless viewers erupted in curses, as if that could alleviate their fear. Yet some began to note his terminology. Comrades? Did this imply that there were many such advanced life forms within the realm of foreign stars? An overwhelming sense of panic spread throughout the Xia Kingdom. This year's martial examination in the foreign stars had struck them profoundly. Unlike previous examinations consisting merely of obstacles set by the Xia Kingdom, this realm was fraught with peril, with places that devoured lives without leaving a trace. After several days of the martial examination in the foreign stars, casualties among candidates had already surpassed 100,000, a truly terrifying figure. Each candidate represented a family's hope. Now, with the emergence of this so-called 2nd-generation star river body, parental anxiety had reached unprecedented heights. Alas, so many have perished. The Xia Kingdom has taken too great a step. What on earth is happening? Have the personnel in the preparation department lost their minds? Could they not foresee and eliminate all potential threats? They are but children. This is the latest biological technology of an advanced civilization, yielding a physique of unparalleled strength. Clad in star-level mechanical skeletons, their combat techniques are both exaggerated and precise. The potential losses are unimaginable. This martial examination is exceedingly perilous. Do you recall the candidate named Chen, the one who garnered the most attention? His scores have not been updated in 2 rounds. He may have met with misfortune. The top talents in the war zone could fall. What about my child? At this moment, concern etched itself upon every face. Fear, panic, unease, worry, and anger suffused the atmosphere of the Xia Kingdom with palpable tension. Lord, a subterranean base has suddenly emerged in the southeast of the foreign stars, rising from the depths of the earth, revealing 2 2nd-generation star river bodies from the ancient Hallyu nation. In the southwest, amidst a desolate grove of colossal trees, the bare trunks hide the ancient nation's experimental subjects, preserved within the so-called eternal divine wood, which withstands cosmic storms. However, a significant number of subjects have perished, leaving only 1 2nd-generation star river body revived. In the northwest, Beneath the abyss lies an ice spring, from which our analysis indicates corpses are beginning to float. However, yesterday, a martial candidate's live stream detected a damp figure crawling from that very location. Currently, the Xia Kingdom is adjusting its live broadcasts, uncovering traces of the ancient Hallyu nation throughout the foreign stars, with star river bodies that have slumbered for over a millennium emerging to strike mercilessly at the Xia Kingdom's martial candidates. The second-generation star river bodies are said to have their meridians replaced with stellar-grade metal, an exceedingly rare life metal in the cosmos, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities and an acute sensitivity to spiritual energy. Thus, the martial techniques they wield are terrifying, and the bodily capabilities they can unleash are beyond imagination. Meanwhile, an internal meeting is underway in the Xia Kingdom to analyze the situation regarding the star river bodies. However, within the realm of foreign stars, a horrifying wave of turmoil is also unfolding. The second-generation star river bodies, upon encountering the Xia Kingdom's martial candidates, immediately unleash their fury. They are immensely powerful, their strengths ranging from the second to the third limit break, but they seem to belong to an entirely different echelon. Is this your martial skill? A second-generation star river body, its form entirely enveloped in dark mechanical bones, regarded the candidates with a frigid gaze, a flicker of disdain passing through its eyes as it extended its palm, shattering a river-like blade of light with a mere squeeze. The surrounding candidate's pupils constricted in shock. What in the world are you? You are not from the Xia Kingdom? I hail from the Hallyu civilization. I am the master of this land. Its palm, adorned with mechanical bones, pointed toward the earth, its eyes ablaze with a chilling indifference and murderous intent. The surrounding individuals broke into a cold sweat. The pressure was overwhelming. Boom, boom, boom. In just 2 days, the casualties among warriors in the realm of foreign stars have been catastrophic, inciting the ire of many talents within that domain. The Hallyu civilization, a once mighty empire now laid to ruin, unleashed a torrent of brutality upon our revered Xia nation. Since they have chosen the path of destruction, we shall be the harbingers of their demise. Within a cavern, several figures sat cross-legged, their expressions brimming with an overwhelming fury. Though they found themselves in competition among the stars of a foreign realm, should any external force dare to infringe upon Xia's boundaries, they would unite as one to repel the invaders. Let us become the architects of the final burial for the Hallyu civilization, ensuring they are consigned to the annals of history as mere dust. The talented individuals spoke coldly. Not only us, but also the top 100 prodigies of the war zone shall take action. Upon hearing this declaration, a look of astonishment swept across their faces. The top 100 of the war zone were all unparalleled geniuses. They had once been fortunate enough to witness the prowess of a genius ranked 73rd in the war zone, an experience that left them utterly awestruck by the sheer force of his dominance. Meanwhile, Chen was nearing the final stage of his star dust absorption. His skin radiated with a translucent sheen, vibrant colors seeping from his pores. His heart pulsed vigorously, causing the ground beneath him to resonate with its rhythm. One could faintly hear sizzling sounds emanating from his being, as if something was on the verge of breaking free. Suddenly, a sound heralding a breakthrough echoed from within Chen. Streams of divine rainbows flowed through his pores, while above, the starry sky mirrored this phenomenon with resplendent arcs, resembling a grand bridge that bore the weight of the stars, standing majestically above his head. As Chen opened his eyes, a tremendous roar reverberated through the surroundings. The efficacy of the star dust was truly fearsome. Chen's physical level had transcended, shattering the shackles of the 4th stage of resplendent gold, and entering the 5th stage, divine rainbow. He felt the light emanating from his pores, a testament to the extraordinary potential of his physique, which had reached an unimaginable height. The essence of his body had developed, enabling him to continually break through barriers at every level. The warriors, after all, embark on a journey of evolution. The volume of his vital energy had reached approximately 3,600 calories. Turning his gaze, Chen suddenly beheld a tempest of wind, rain, and lightning, and beneath a towering tree, a pale blue fruit crackled with fierce electricity. Chapter 66. The Gene Chain of the Divine Prison. Black Prison Armor. The cosmic silver thunderwood had finally matured. A smile broke across Chen's face. He had lingered within the celestial secret realm for an extended period, ultimately to await the ripening of the cosmic silver thunderwood. What was once a mere limb-sized dead tree had now grown to towering height, entwined with thunder, yielding a pale blue fruit. The rank of the cosmic silver thunderwood likely surpassed that of the heavenly fire vitality fruit, as the energy it radiated was extraordinary. Chen couldn't help but smile. Approaching the cosmic silver thunderwood, a bolt of lightning surged toward him. This lightning posed no threat to him. He raised his hand to pluck the fruit and consumed it directly. Choosing to absorb the fruit beneath the cosmic silver thunderwood would prove easier, enhancing the absorption process due to the surrounding aura that rendered the fruit more temperate. Boom. Upon swallowing it, he immediately sensed a thunderous explosion within his abdomen, as the lightning coursed through his meridians. Even Chen was taken aback by this surge of energy. Were anyone else to recklessly consume this thunder fruit, They would likely have their meridians shattered by the chaotic lightning, leading to their untimely demise. The divine thunder bloodline. Within Gu Chen's veins flowed the purest essence of lightning. Moreover, its quality and rank were superior. In an instant, he absorbed this energy, akin to rivers merging into the ocean. Congratulations. You have successfully acquired 500 gene points. The divine thunder bloodline has evolved. Purity of lightning flowing within vital energy, 40. Gu Chen could feel the transformation within himself. As a formidable power coursed through him, he raised his fist, and in an instant, a torrent of energy erupted, seemingly infused with the might of thunder, stirring a tempest in the void. My divine prison gene also possesses an aspect of thunder. This thunder fruit has directly evolved my divine thunder bloodline. Previously, the concentration of thunder within my bloodline was around 20. It has now escalated to 40, along with the acquisition of 500 gene points, indicating I can immediately unlock another gene chain. Gu Chen's expression brightened. 500 gene points were precisely adequate to unlock another chain. It is likely that such cosmic spiritual fruits exist to facilitate the unlocking of gene chains for warriors, thus their exorbitant value. However, the chain unlocked is randomized, akin to a challenge. Breaking through one gene chain equates to unlocking it. Yet, my situation is unique, as I can convert it directly into gene points, granting me the ability to choose which gene chain to unlock. Gu Chen promptly accessed the gene tree of the divine prison gene. Within the first stage, he deliberated between two factions, the divine punishment ability and the divine prison ability. The prison thunder spear is a synthesis of the two, currently my most formidable weapon. After careful consideration, he ultimately opted for a defensive gene chain, black prison armor. With a sudden rush, Gu Chen felt as though his skin was ablaze, as a vast and mysterious power emanated from within him. An ancient, arcane voice resonated from his skin, reminiscent of an ancient sacrificial chant. Gu Chen experienced a moment of pain, glancing down to find his skin adorned with intricate symbols. After a time, the black prison armor manifested. Crackle. His skin was instantly enveloped in a dark, armor-like shell, each plate exquisitely crafted and strikingly beautiful, with a pitch-black, frigid texture that was extraordinarily resilient. A terrifying aura radiated forth. Gu Chen lightly touched the black prison armor, and a penetrating chill coursed through him, making him shudder. Its defensive capabilities should be astonishing. He would seek an opportunity to test it. Glancing at the time, he noted that today marked the 10th day, if one did not count today. There were still 3 days remaining until the martial examination concluded. It was time for him to emerge, having secluded himself for so long. He had no knowledge of the situation outside. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a fierce battle raged on. The martial examination candidates of the Xia nation were engaged in a concerted assault against the second-generation Star River body possessors. However, these adversaries were astonishingly formidable. Akin to living weaponry, their combat techniques unparalleled, resulting in significant losses for Xia's prodigies. Yet, there was also news of victories. This generation of Xia's geniuses was plentiful. What on earth is happening? At that moment, a cold figure traversed the foreign stars, the path she treaded marked by a trail of blood. Yet, she was unscathed. In her hand, she held a severed head, dripping with blood. This head was strikingly peculiar, with metallic bones adorning its visage like a unique armor. And its face was etched with terror. It was Yi Qingxian. What on earth? He held in his hand the severed heads of the ancient prodigies from the Hao ancient kingdom, did he not? The goddess Yi remains as formidable as ever. Now, she stands among the top 3 on the celestial ranking. With a thud, she discarded one of the heads onto the ground. Yi Qingshuan's exquisite eyes surveyed her surroundings, her tone calm and composed. Though the starry bodies from the Hao ancient kingdom possess merely the second-level vitality of blood and energy, their martial techniques and combat skills far exceed our current capabilities. Warriors below the 3rd level of breaking limits should maintain their distance from the battlefield to avoid unnecessary casualties. This is a contest between the Summer Kingdom and an ancient civilization. We shall take action. Yi Qingshuan's cold voice ignited the fervor within the martial examination candidates of the Summer Kingdom. Her influence is monumental. After all, she is the goddess of the imperial capital, and her act of discarding the head of a second-generation starry body, as if it were refused, sent shockwaves through the entire foreign celestial realm, stirring the young elites of the Summer Kingdom into a fervor, their spirits soaring. The goddess of the Summer Kingdom is formidable. To battle, is it not merely a higher civilization? If our human race aspires to traverse the cosmos, we must face numerous advanced civilizations. If we cower in fear here, how shall the Summer Kingdom conquer the stars? What is the Hao civilization but a mere trifle? If the Hao civilization were truly powerful, it would not have been eradicated a millennium ago. The Summer Kingdom symbolizes rebirth and boundless possibilities. Let us wage war. The martial examination candidates of the foreign celestial realm are all youthful, brimming with vigor. Meanwhile, within the Summer Kingdom, parents displayed expressions of relief. My child has grown. These youngsters are truly remarkable, surpassing even us. Children, please ensure your safety. This generation of children faced such events during their martial examinations. Could this be a portent? The first batch destined for cosmic battles belongs to this generation. At this moment, in the foreign celestial realm, a second-generation starry body voiced coldly, Yi Qingxian, is it? We shall come for your head. The response from the goddess was resolute, encapsulated in a single word, come. Chapter 67. In despair, the mysterious boy with the gun. As the words exchanged between both parties spread across the foreign celestial realm with tempestuous speed, an unprecedented super battle commenced. The second-generation starry bodies commenced a ruthless hunt for the martial examination candidates. The top 500 talents entered the fray, serving as the primary forces against the starry bodies. Despite suffering losses in the initial clash, the warfare was brutal. Countless martial examination candidates came to this realization, yet their blood was stirred. Kill. The top 100 prodigies have begun to enter the battlefield, their figures appearing from all directions, luring out the hidden starry bodies. Recently, some second-generation starry body prodigies have revived, and now there are likely dozens of them within the foreign celestial realm. If we can take them down one by one, it is merely a matter of time. Though they are powerful and possess formidable vitality, they are ultimately solitary beings. The real concern lies in their potential to gather together, which would pose a significant danger. Indeed, these second-generation starry bodies exhibit exaggerated physical capabilities, seemingly born for battle. One wonders what kind of civilization could create such terrifying combat machines. They are born warriors. The martial examination is temporarily postponed. Our current adversaries are from the Hallyu civilization. The candidates instinctively feel a sense of dread towards the second-generation starry bodies. Modification of the human form. This is an unimaginable and chilling experiment. Every person should inherently reject such inhumane trials, regardless of their nature. The Summer Kingdom shall emerge victorious. Someone shouted loudly. Meanwhile, in the southeast, a fierce battle erupted. Damn it, two second-generation starry bodies have actually come together. Their individual combat prowess is staggering, and when united, they operate like two finely tuned machines, executing perfect coordination. We lost over 20 in our initial encounter, and Wang Jun has also perished. Wang Jun, ranked 201st in the combat zone, was a formidable talent, yet he was just killed by the two second-generation starry bodies, causing the surrounding martial examination candidates to lose their morale. Damn it, we are no match for them. Can you feel it? They revel in this sensation. Akin to ancient emperors hunting, enjoying the thrill of their prey's futile attempts to escape their grasp. We are the prey, while they traverse the dark forest. Priding themselves as hunters, over 30 martial examination candidates from the Summer Kingdom are now desperately fleeing. Boom. Suddenly, a lagging martial examination candidate turned pale as a cold figure appeared beside him, a massive hand covered in metallic skeletal structure instantly pinning him down. A flash of cold steel glimmered, and this candidate was buried within the forest, blood gushing forth. This scene is being broadcast live across the entire Summer Kingdom. In recent days, such battles have been streamed numerous times, each time showcasing a one-sided slaughter. They have come to realize just how insignificant the Summer Kingdom, still in the infancy of martial arts, is against advanced civilizations. The top 100 talents of the combat zone do not emerge, rendering us incapable of countering these starry bodies. Is this the existence of advanced civilizations? The disparity is truly vast. The martial techniques we take pride in are riddled with flaws in their eyes. Their physical capabilities are extraordinarily powerful. Their muscles and cells, along with the mechanical skeletons fused within their flesh, grant them boundless strength. When these two starry bodies unite, their synergy is astonishing. Even ordinary third-level warriors would be no match for them. How infuriating. They are utterly ruthless, as if crushing ants. Countless viewers watch the live broadcast. Their emotions ignited, yet they feel utterly powerless. Is the gap between civilizations truly this terrifying? If humanity is to battle across the cosmos in the future, what dreadful civilizations shall we encounter? What is the Hallyu civilization in comparison? The Hallyu civilization is but a grain of sand in the vast river of stars. The elder's words plunged the entire Zishuan pavilion into an unutterable silence. Their technological civilization has touched upon the technology of starry bodies. The creation of artificial prodigies is a taboo throughout the universe. Mastering such technology would result in a qualitative leap for a civilization. And it is precisely this that led to the downfall of the Hallyu civilization. On the first day of the war against the starry bodies, over 5,000 martial examination candidates have already fallen, and this number continues to rise. They sighed deeply. Their only hope for survival lies in finding protection from a talent within the top 100 of the combat zone. This is their sole escape route. Although those within the top 100 cannot guarantee victory over the starry bodies, they possess sufficient strength to confront them. Together with the other martial examination candidates, they can prevent these starry bodies from continuing their ruthless slaughter. At this moment, confronted by the relentless pursuit of the stellar entity, the expressions of the martial examination candidates were filled with dread. At this rate, we are doomed. Scatter. Search the vicinity for any martial candidates within the top 100 of our district. Make every effort to gather reinforcements. Do not call upon those outside the top 100. It would only lead to needless casualties. Immediately, several candidates, agile and swift, darted in various directions. Sharing a glance, the two stellar entities swiftly dispatched one of their own, wielding a long blade forged from stellar iron, to chase after those fleeing figures. Damn it! Zhang Feishuan felt the chilling pressure of the pursuing stellar entity behind him. As if a dark wave were threatening to engulf him entirely, he surged forward, pushing his speed to its utmost limit, feeling as if his knees were ablaze. At that moment, the live stream was tracking his every move. Countless hearts in the audience raced with anxiety. Where are the top talents of our district? We are under attack by the Hallyu civilization's stellar entity. Several martial candidates from Xia have perished. Is there anyone? Is there anyone at all? Zhang Feishuan's voice, hoarse and laden with despair, echoed in the void. An 18-year-old martial candidate, now being hunted. He cried out frantically, yet there was no response from his surroundings. Just then, a figure approached from ahead, hair billowing wildly, eyes sharp, and carrying a long spear upon their back. I am being pursued by a stellar entity. Unless you are among the top talents of our district, you should leave quickly. Do not concern yourself with me. Zhang Feishuan's voice was thick with desperation. Yet he understood that without being among the top 100, one would merely be cannon fodder. At that moment, the figure brushed past him, casually tapping his shoulder, while a calm and powerful voice resonated, seemingly interwoven with the rumble of thunder. A stellar entity? Intriguing. Chapter 68. Tumultuous. The Hallyu civilization's abomination shall perish. The figure moved with astonishing speed, brushing past him in an instant. Zhang Feishuan could barely react before he heard a terrifying clash of battle erupt behind him. As torrents of thunder roared forth, the sky had darkened, yet the furious lightning illuminated the scene with unprecedented brilliance. What is happening? The youth wielding the spear brushed past him, tapping his shoulder. Who was he? Just then, a thud resounded, akin to something heavy collapsing to the ground, causing his heart to seize. He turned sharply to see a tall silhouette, hair flowing like a dragon winding into the heavens. Most chillingly, that figure clutched a grotesque object, from which blood dripped onto the cold, dark earth. The recently fallen was a corpse, still warm, bloodied, with a long spear piercing its chest. The spear was of exceptional quality, silver and sharp. The second-generation stellar entity that had pursued him now lay decapitated at his feet. Hiss! All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The second-generation stellar entity, which had slaughtered them as if they were mere ants, was dead. The mysterious martial candidate held its severed head aloft, surrounded by horrific traces of battle. In that fleeting moment, he had brushed past Zhang Feishuan. And what kind of terrifying combat had occurred here? The outcome was that the second-generation stellar entity had been annihilated in an instant. Zhang Feishuan was left in shock. Meanwhile, within the live stream, a brief silence was shattered as everyone erupted in excitement. From their perspective, they could only vaguely see a figure brush past Zhang Feishuan, followed by a blinding light flashing incessantly. In the next blink, they beheld the youth holding the head of the stellar entity, the spear that had been slung over his back now embedded in the ground. The chat exploded. Goodness, this young man. The second-generation stellar entity has always been a formidable force, and the martial candidates of Xia are simply not on the same level. Aside from Yi Qingxian from the capital, who once declared war on the Hallyu civilization with a stellar entity's head, our martial candidates have relied on sheer numbers. But alas, the live stream failed to capture what truly transpired. It was a one-shot kill. This individual possesses immense strength. Could he be among the top 10? Or even the top 3? Yet, why is he so unfamiliar? I don't think I've seen him before. Can someone please improve the stream quality? We can't even see his face. At this moment, within the Zishuan pavilion, the elder was taken aback. Then suddenly his face blossomed with unrestrained joy. In recent days, he had been overwhelmed by the emergence of the stellar entity, but his heart was filled with guilt. It was him, though only a vague silhouette. His seasoned eyes could easily discern that the flickering light in the live stream was the wrathful thunder. Among the martial candidates, those who wielded guns were scarce. Thus, the identity of this mysterious candidate became apparent. Chen, whose martial examination score had remained unchanged for 6 days and was a notable lightning attribute gene user. Where had he been these days? He had grown stronger, capable of instantly eliminating a second-generation stellar entity. Lord, do you recognize his identity? By now, many formidable martial artists had gathered, all high-ranking members of the preparation department. As they gazed at the youth's silhouette, their eyes brimmed with awe. The elder smiled without answering, yet it was clear that a relaxed smile graced his features. It seemed that with the emergence of this young man, the issue of the stellar entities could be resolved effortlessly. At this moment, Zhang Feishuan remained frozen in place, at a loss. What is a stellar entity? Could you explain it to me? Chen was currently examining the corpse of the stellar entity, reaching out to touch its metallic skeleton, which had seemingly woven itself into the flesh, akin to armor sewn into the body. Upon touching it, he determined it to possess stellar hardness. The stellar entity is an artificial genius, a formidable army created by the Hallyu civilization for cosmic conquest. Although few remain, their power is formidable. Being products of advanced civilization technology, their innate talents, strength, and combat skills far exceed those of our Xia geniuses. Just yesterday, the goddess of the capital, Yi, vanquished a stellar entity and declared war on the Hallyu civilization with its head. Now, the martial candidates from Xia are actively combating the stellar entities. Cold sweat beaded on Jiang Feishuan's forehead as he witnessed the mysterious martial candidate crush the metallic skeleton with ease. This is stellar hardness. This person's physical prowess is terrifying. I am grateful for your life-saving intervention. There are 2 stellar entities here. I implore you to assist our companions. At this moment, Gu Chen had already grasped the situation outside. The artificial prodigies of a higher civilization were mercilessly slaughtering the martial examination candidates of the Xia Kingdom, and both sides had officially declared war. The martial arts of the Xia Kingdom had only just begun, and they were thus subjected to an exceedingly unjust massacre. He had just perceived a condescending disdain in the gaze of that second-generation Star River body, as if he were observing mere ants. A surge of rage welled up within Gu Chen. Take me there. All right. Jiang Feishuan revealed an exhilarating expression. With such a formidable martial examination candidate present, that Star River body would undoubtedly not escape. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the one-sided hunt continued unabated. Along the way, several martial artists offered their assistance. Yet they were utterly no match for the second-generation Star River body, whose movements were grand and powerful, possessing a blood energy level that was perilously close to breaking the 3rd limit. He must have already reached the pinnacle of the 2nd limit. Boom. A punch was thrown, and a martial examination candidate attempting to cover the retreat was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground, where spiderweb-like cracks appeared around him. He coughed up blood, his eyes filled with terror, yet he still shouted, "Get lost! The Hallyu civilization has been annihilated. You are but the dust of history. The starry sky holds infinite possibilities, blooming with countless flowers, and while these blossoms may represent the Xia Kingdom, they will never be Hallyu. Your time is over. It has already ended." He roared, but this only elicited a murderous gaze from the second-generation Star River body. "You deserve to die, insect." The cold voice heralded the demise of this individual, still laced with the arrogance of a higher civilization. Suddenly, the candidate's pupils constricted. Whoosh. Boom. The area erupted suddenly. Endless thunder transforming into crystalline whips that lashed out madly in all directions, shattering the earth. A phantom trembled forth, instantly embedding itself into the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, a long spear was found thrust into the very spot where the second-generation Star River body had stood moments before. Simultaneously, a faint voice echoed from afar. "Indeed, you should die, insect of the Hallyu civilization." Chapter 69, Total Domination. Gu Chen of the Imperial Capital. The second-generation Star River body retreated rapidly, its gaze fixed intently on the spear embedded in the ground. Had he been even a moment slower, it would have pierced him directly. He regarded the newcomer with gravity. The figure, with hair billowing and dressed in simple attire, exuded a presence that could not be masked, akin to a spear glimmering in the light, parting the clouds. What astounded him most was the overwhelming sense of superiority he felt in the presence of all the martial examination candidates from the Xia Kingdom. It was a crushing dominance stemming from physical attributes. His blood coursed with the most advanced technologies of the Hallyu civilization. Yet, now, facing this individual, he felt an unusual sensation of blood congealing, as if in his subconscious, the dazzling youthful figure before him expanded infinitely, overshadowing everything, coldly looking down upon him. At this moment, Jiang Feishuan, following closely behind Gu Chen, felt his blood boil with intensity. This was terrifying. Just as they approached, he witnessed Gu Chen suddenly raise the spear, his body coiling like a bow drawn taut, and in an instant, he unleashed a power as dramatic as thunder, shooting forth with explosive force. So domineering. It must be noted that in the days preceding, they had been hunted by the second-generation Star River body, living in fear and trepidation, feeling as though they were lambs awaiting slaughter, toyed with at will. Some female martial examination candidates often wept in secret under the cover of night, only to dry their tears by dawn and feigned strength, embodying a sense of helplessness and despair. However, standing behind this mysterious martial examination candidate now instilled in him an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Jiang Feishuan instinctively straightened his back. In the live broadcast, countless viewers clenched their fists in exhilaration. What majesty! What a young man! That last shot was simply too magnificent. A wave of inexplicable excitement washed over him. It felt as though the tides had turned. The identities of hunter and prey had shifted. The Xia Kingdom possessed such a top-tier martial examination candidate. How had they not seen him in the past few days? In the live stream, the atmosphere was electric. Viewers erupted with enthusiasm, exclaiming their exhilaration. The previous days had been unbearably oppressive, with many choosing to abstain from watching the broadcast altogether. Even a fleeting glimpse of the second-generation Star River body's overwhelming presence had left them trembling. Some had even suffered sleepless nights, haunted by dreams of being chased. It was unimaginable what horrors the children on distant stars were enduring. But now, The appearance of Gu Chun was akin to erecting a stabilizing pillar for the entire Xia Kingdom. You are also from the Xia Kingdom? The tone of the Star River body was peculiar, as if struggling to believe that such a terrifying existence could arise from the Xia Kingdom. Gu Chun did not respond. He withdrew the thunder spear. Behind him lay a martial examination candidate, bloodied and barely breathing, collapsed on the ground. Leave the rest to me. Gu Chun's words reassured everyone present. He then turned to face the so-called second-generation Star River body. In that moment, both sensed the potent strength coursing through one another's bodies. During the continuous evolution of humanity, one acquires energy, akin to a star. Whoosh. In an instant, the two vanished from their original positions, and the air erupted with a resounding clash. Such exaggerated movements. My goodness, these two are monsters. My eyes could barely keep up, and it felt as though their physical capabilities were performing actions beyond comprehension. It must be understood that the combat prowess of the second-generation Star River body stemmed from their ability to execute inhuman maneuvers. Certain unique postures exhibited tremendous explosive potential. Yet without extraordinarily robust physical attributes, such actions would only inflict severe harm upon themselves. However, now, they inexplicably felt that Gu Chen's movements were even more exaggerated than those of the second-generation Star River body. Boom. In the midst of their interplay, the second-generation Star River body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. This Star River body, named Wuxianovel, was now filled with disbelief. The momentary clash had bestowed upon him unprecedented pressure. How could this be? Since his revival, every martial examination candidate from the Xia Kingdom he had encountered had filled him with disdain. Their cellular strength was woefully inadequate, their martial arts techniques overly simplistic, their blood energy manipulation techniques outdated, and their physical capabilities pathetically weak, a testament to the inferiority of low-level civilizations. Yet now, the youth before him had thoroughly slapped him in the face. He was an artificial genius, a Star River body of the Hallyu civilization, forged through technological advancement for the purpose of conquering the vast cosmos. Cellular strength, overwhelmed. Blood energy intensity, overwhelmed. Physical capabilities, overwhelmed. Yet the advanced techniques he had mastered proved utterly futile under such absolute dominance. The stellar body is not as formidable as one might think. Gu Chen's words struck Wang Xuancheng's heart like a sharp dagger. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Xuancheng's body lay upon a colossal stone amidst the starry expanse, blood streaming from his eyes and nose, and at that moment, he was engulfed in despairing murmurs. He raised his head and gazed at Gu Chen. The Xia Kingdom, a civilization of inferior status. How could such a terrifying being possibly emerge from it? If the creation of the stellar body transformed ordinary individuals into prodigies capable of glimpsing the evolutionary path of the universe, possessing attributes and foundations unattainable by others, then the instant he collided with the figure before him, he perceived a magnificent and terrifying avenue of evolution. In comparison, all the technology of the Hallyu civilization seemed utterly ludicrous. Genes. What exactly are genes? Wang Xiancheng struggled frantically to rise, yearning to escape this place. Why bother with such futile efforts? You know you cannot flee. Gu Chen's words echoed across the boundless firmament, and the thunder gun transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly pinning Wang Xiancheng to the spot. Boom. A terrifying explosion resounded. Wang Xiancheng fell. Everyone was stupefied, crushed with a single blow. They could only describe him with such terms. Yet, when faced with Wang Xiancheng, were they not equally so? They gazed at Gu Chen's silhouette, overwhelmed by profound shock. This esteemed figure. What is your name? Such a fearsome existence would certainly not remain nameless on the stellar rankings. Gu Chen wiped the blood from the long spear and casually slung it over his shoulder, the spear tip radiating a startling brilliance. In response, he spoke quietly. I hail from the imperial capital of the Xia Kingdom, Gu Chen, the genius of the imperial capital. For a moment, upon hearing that nonchalant voice, all felt their blood boil. Gu Chen's earlier strike was invigorating. Chapter 70. Long live Gu Chen. The Lord of the Manor seizes talent. Gu Chen. He claims his name is Gu Chen. Many suddenly recalled the martial examination candidate who had garnered the most attention on the official platform not long ago, named Gu Chen. Had he not been inactive for 6 days? I thought he had already perished. Even his name had been relegated to the gray section of the stellar rankings, and the officials believed he had met with misfortune in the foreign stars. Unexpectedly, he reappeared, and even more powerful. Could he have encountered some fortuitous opportunity? 2 stellar bodies, both vanquished by him in an instant. The Hallyu civilization, renowned as the pinnacle of civilizations, had created the stellar body as their innate warriors. Yet they were effortlessly obliterated by Gu Chen. However, many noticed that the live stream had been somewhat obscured from the outset, even with high frame rates. Gu Chen's visage could not be fully discerned. Indeed, this must be the handiwork of the officials. Gu Chen's power and talent are far too terrifying. The Xia Kingdom has done an excellent job safeguarding such prodigies. Many began to realize the implications. Meanwhile, within the Gu household, Gu Dongshan and Qin Yuanzhu had not enjoyed a moment's peace in recent days, especially when members of the preparatory division approached Gu Dongshan. urging him to prepare himself mentally. His heart had already plummeted. For parents, no matter how distinguished their son, nothing outweighed his safety and well-being. For 6 days, Gu Chen's score on the stellar rankings had remained unchanged, almost signaling that he had met with misfortune. That's my brother. My brother is safe. This is wonderful. Mom and Dad, did you see? My brother killed all those stellar bodies. The war machines of the high civilization were utterly powerless in my brother's hands. When Gu Ling emerged from her shock, she heard that familiar voice echoing in the live stream. She was immediately filled with elation, bursting with excitement. Mom and Dad, did you know? These stellar bodies do not regard our Xia Kingdom's warriors as human. They look down upon us, considering our warriors mere insects from a lower civilization. For days, the people of Xia have been unable to hold their heads high. These beings are insufferably arrogant. Thankfully, they have all been killed by my brother. Haha. Now, every group I belong to has warriors discussing this matter. Gu Ling had joined numerous groups, as she was about to enter the 3rd martial arts high school. Those groups were now abuzz with this news. Previously, she had refrained from participating in discussions due to her worries about her brother. But now her cheeks were flushed with excitement as she proudly waved her phone. It was not difficult to see the prevalent sentiment. Gu Chen is invincible. Long live Gu Chen. A tremendous surprise swept through the Gu family. Gu Ling proudly declared in the group, "To be honest, I am Gu Chen's little sister." Immediately, a torrent of responses flooded in. "Oh, understood. You're the 38th sister of Gu Chen I've met today? The Gu family is truly grand. You shameless people. Seeing Gu Chen bringing glory to our Xia Kingdom and slaying the stellar bodies of the Hallyu civilization, you just want to latch on. You dangle your connection to Gu Chen at every opportunity." In that moment, Gu Ling's little nose crinkled in indignation. In the foreign stars, Gu Chen listened as Jiang Feishuan and others recounted the recent events in the foreign realm, finally gaining clarity on the happenings outside. These high civilization stellar bodies had truly gone too far, deeming them mere insects, despicable cosmic refuse, and had unknowingly slain countless of their brothers. At the mention of this, flames of fury ignited in everyone's eyes, and this shared animosity deeply resonated with Gu Chen. He surveyed his surroundings and spoke gently. The Xia Kingdom is merely at the nascent stages of martial development, akin to a seed recently sown in the cosmos, brimming with infinite hope and potential. If a civilization that perished a millennium ago could extinguish the flame of growth in the Xia Kingdom, how shall we face the myriad civilizations and realms in the vast universe? This is a test, perhaps a challenge from the universe to the Xia Kingdom. We shall fight valiantly on the front line of the future. Gu Chen's words carried immense weight, compelling everyone to clench their fists. Let us obliterate the Hallyu civilization in this foreign realm. Let dust return to dust. Gu Chen's proclamation was directed at the martial examination candidates nearby, as well as the people of the Xia Kingdom watching the live stream. It felt as though, upon uttering such words, everything would finally settle into place. This was an extraordinarily foreboding sensation. In recent days, through the live stream, they had witnessed the top 100 prodigies defeating the stellar bodies. And while those prodigies had shared some inspiring words, none had been as galvanizing as Gu Chen's declaration at this moment. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming power that Gu Chen demonstrated when he vanquished those 2 stellar entities, truly casting the advanced civilization's stellar entities from their pedestals and shattering everyone's fear of them. Gu Chen rose and slowly departed, his back straight as a spear. It seemed as though someone was following closely behind him. At that moment, Jiang Fei and others expressed their sentiments in unison. That fellow, clearly of similar age to them, possessed an almost magical allure that compelled them to follow in his wake. In the future, once on the battlefield, we shall all be comrades. And it is destined that we will walk in his shadow. Let us go. They hastily stood up, eager to follow. Yet, Gu Chen's figure had already vanished from sight. At this moment, Gu Chen glanced at the stellar rankings. I have fallen to such a low position. It appears that after resolving the issues concerning the stellar entities of the Hallyu civilization, I must swiftly accumulate points, lest I remain too far behind. Gu Chen felt somewhat speechless. Unbeknownst to him, outside the office of the elder at the Purple Xian Pavilion in the Summer Kingdom, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Elder, are you there? Elder, are you in? The elder paused momentarily, seemingly recalling something, before opening the door to find a group of composed and mature faces outside, all of whom appeared somewhat anxious. Master Zhang, Li and Wang, what brings you here? These 3 were none other than the heads of the 3 premier genetic academies in the imperial capital of the Summer Kingdom. That Gu Chen, if we are not mistaken, should be a gene warrior, correct? Although the results have yet to be announced, we wish to ascertain this warrior's choice of academy. The 3 masters possessed shrewd gazes. Through the blurred images broadcasted from the alien celestial bodies, they could discern that Gu Chen's potential was undoubtedly formidable. Chapter 71. The secrets of a genius must be guarded. The unique stellar entity. I represent the Yoxing Advanced Genetic Academy, which has made the most significant contributions to genetic research, boasting the most advanced technology. Nearly half of the members in the Cosmic Sequence Department hail from our Yoxing. This young man, named Gu Chen, undoubtedly possesses powerful genetics. If he were to join our Yoshing Academy, his genetic applications and development would receive the utmost assistance. TSK. It seems he is destined to become a research specimen for your Yoshing. I have heard that the gene warriors who went to your Yoshing all underwent your so-called white bed routine. Right? That was merely a routine physical examination. Are you unable to see it? Gu Chen's physical capabilities are astonishingly powerful. The physical attributes of the stellar entities are already terrifying. Our research has shown that many of their combat moves and techniques rely on their superior physical capabilities to accomplish feats unattainable by our human race. Simply put, in the heat of battle, while a stellar entity can achieve a score of 5, a normal human can only manage a 2, which explains the vast disparity between the two sides. Gu Chen's physical capabilities may even surpass those stellar entities. Should he join our Tianyue Genetic Academy, we would develop combat techniques based on his physical prowess, transforming him into a true ultimate soldier. No matter how you argue, the competitive edge of the Yoshing and Tianyue academies cannot surpass that of our Shunyue. We must secure Gu Chen at all costs. In an instant, the elder's office descended into chaos. The three masters were prominent figures within the Summer Kingdom, and many members of the preparation department present were their disciples, causing them to hold their breaths in silence. After a lengthy pause, the elder finally spoke. Ultimately, Gu Chen's choice of academy must be respected. He must not be allowed to choose any of your 3 genetic academies. I fear you might dissect him. The 3 esteemed genetic academies were the pinnacle of education within the imperial capital, excelling in their specialized fields. Yet the elder could sense their fervor regarding the secrets that Gu Chen possessed. Thus, he understood that he could not entrust Gu Chen to them. The elder was acutely aware of Gu Chen's background. He hailed from an ordinary family, incapable of supporting the growth of a warrior. Although he had the clandestine assistance of the Xianting martial arts school, it was impossible for such an extraordinary genius to emerge from such humble beginnings. Gu Chen harbored a monumental secret, of that the elder was certain. Having encountered many individuals with secrets, the elder believed that as long as one could make exceptional contributions to the Summer Kingdom, they were worthy of his utmost cultivation. This lad is a child of the Summer Kingdom, and thus, he is like my own child. The elder, positioned in such a role, had enabled the Summer Kingdom to develop rapidly within a short span of time, possessing his own vision and acumen. He deeply understood that within the vast expanse of the galaxy, the truly top-tier geniuses are as numerous as stars. And every genius standing at the pinnacle of the galaxy possesses their own secrets. To forcibly pry into a genius's secrets is foolish. It only leads to adverse effects and may even trigger calamity, causing unavoidable losses. Protecting his secrets is the correct approach to nurturing him. The elder's spirits were high of late. Although the Summer Kingdom's divine plan had recorded 100 gene warriors like Gu Chen, he harbored a premonition. Uncertain if it was due to Gu Chen's overwhelming defeat of the stellar entities or some other intuition. Nonetheless, he felt that Gu Chen was exceptionally unique among them. All right, everyone, let us disperse. Creating such a ruckus here is unbecoming. The elder spoke with a hint of authority, and although the 3 masters were somewhat dissatisfied, they eventually departed, each of them sighing after leaving. It appeared that their hopes were dashed. Aside from our 3 academies, it seemed that only the Wuxian Academy remained as an option. The Wuxian Genetic Academy is widely acknowledged as the supreme academy of the Summer Kingdom. In recent years, although the Summer Kingdom had begun to vigorously develop other academies, such as these 3, they all recognized that Wuxian still held the most profound foundation within the kingdom. The martial arts entrance examination had not yet concluded. Everything remained uncertain. At that moment, Gu Chen was unaware that the martial arts entrance examination was still ongoing. And the heads of the 3 genetic academies were embroiled in a heated argument over his choice of academy in the office of the elder at the Purple Xian Pavilion. Meanwhile, within the alien celestial realms, chaos reigned. After Gu Chen forcefully dispatched 2 stellar entities, it seemed to have struck a heavy blow to the remaining stellar entities of the Hallyu civilization, instilling considerable fear. It was reported that a gifted stellar entity had been seen standing there for a long time, his expression grave. As a result, in recent days, the stellar entities of the Hallyu civilization had become notably subdued, refraining from their previous large-scale slaughter operations. Within the alien celestial realms, dozens of shadowy figures were conspiring. Wang Xianchong, Zhang Duanxiu, Mu Dongxing, and Jiang Kuei. These 4 had already perished. Mu Dongxing fell at the hands of Yi Qingxian, while Jiang Kuei met his end at the hands of Chu Xian. Wang Xianchong and Zhang Duanxiu both perished at the hands of the same individual, whose identity remains unknown. A solitary figure stood there, distinctly different from the others. His visage bore less of the metallic skeletal visage that cloaked his face, while his left eye emanated a faint glow, revealing a delicate blue lens upon closer inspection. Data continuously flickered across its surface. His name was Jiang Zishuan. Unlike other beings of the Stellar River, he was equipped with the advanced technology of the Hallyu civilization, housing a stellar moon engine capable of analyzing fluctuations in energy and combat frequency, even discerning the fighting habits and weaknesses of prodigious talents. Presently, their momentum had waned, in stark contrast to the rising audacity of the despicable entities from the Xia nation. Initially, faced with these adversaries. The martial examination candidates from Xia could only flee in disarray, lacking the courage to confront them. Yet, they observed a transformation. Those candidates had begun to show increasing courage. From their initial retreat to now charging forward with fervent cries, it seemed as though vanquishing these foes would bring glory to their lineage. Ultimately, it was these recent battles that instilled them with valor. Furthermore, the enigmatic genius of Xia had felled 2 stellar river entities, dramatically diminishing the oppressive aura of the stellar river beings. We must take action by slaying one of their top-tier prodigies, that Yiqingxian, whose prowess is formidable and who dared to declare war. We would undoubtedly strike at the very heart of Xia's spirit. What do you propose? Eliminate him. Chapter 72, the final declaration of war. Suspected to exceed the life level of Haoyu. This single word, kill, resonated with a palpable aura of menace. At that moment, Jiang Zixuan spoke slowly. Yiqingxian is indeed the most suitable target. Her status within the Xia nation should be considerable. And since the declaration of war was instigated by her, eliminating her would significantly suppress the arrogance of Xia. His voice was steady, carrying weight among the stellar river beings. His possession of superior technological prowess seemingly affirming his leadership role. Can we analyze the information of the one who slew Wang Xianchong and Zhang Guanqiu? Jiang Zixing suddenly inquired. However, Jiang Zixuan gravely shook his head. It is impossible to analyze. I attempted to employ the stellar moon engine within me for technical analysis, hoping to retrace the combat scene through battle traces, but I could only recover a faint phantom. Extracting concrete information about the opponent is nearly impossible. How can this be? It shouldn't be. A mere Xia nation, a country where martial arts have only just begun to flourish, should be easily analyzable by the Stellar Moon Engine. The database of the Stellar Moon Engine contains an immeasurable wealth of information on numerous civilizations compiled by the Haoyu civilization, allowing the AI within the engine to learn, evolve, and grow. Essentially, as long as the civilization is not among the pinnacle of those cataloged, the Stellar Moon Engine should be capable of analyzing their information, including abilities and weaknesses. How could it be unable to do so? There is but one possibility. Among the martial examination candidates of Xia, there lurks a dreadfully formidable existence, whose life level far surpasses what a lowly civilization like Xia should possess, perhaps even exceeding that of Haoyu and all civilizations previously encountered by Haoyu. Jiang Zixuan's words instantly rendered the proud stellar river beings around him aghast. The impact of this revelation was profound. Do not overthink it. Let us first address the immediate issue, Jiang Zixing coldly asserted. Within the foreign celestial realm, the martial candidates of Xia were ablaze with fighting spirit. However, in this fervent moment, it appeared that the stellar river beings were poised to orchestrate some grand-scale operation. Observers noted that numerous stellar river entities had congregated, instilling a creeping dread within those witnessing the spectacle. The stellar river beings had long operated independently, yet they had still inflicted tremendous casualties upon the martial candidates of Xia. Now, with dozens of stellar river entities gathered, this burgeoning force promised to be exceedingly formidable. Moreover, these beings were likely preparing for significant action. What could these stellar river entities of the Haoyu civilization possibly intend? They must have a grand plan, especially as the prodigies of Xia surged with fervor. They would certainly not remain idle, yet their intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Amidst the speculation within Xia, a stellar river entity boldly proclaimed their intent. Yiqingxian of Xia. We stand by our word. Within 3 days, we shall claim your head. Upon utterance of this declaration, the prodigies across the foreign celestial realm erupted in fervor. How audacious! Such a proclamation laid bare their intentions. To take the head of our goddess Yi within 3 days? Let them come and try. This was a direct affront to the morale of our martial candidates. Preposterous. My goddess Yi is of noble status, deserving of neither insult nor sacrilege. These detestable beings of the Haoyu civilization must be exterminated. Public outrage ensued, yet many privately speculated. Upon the foreign celestial realm, the martial candidates of Xia numbered over 2 million. Thus, for the stellar river beings to locate Yiqingxian would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Their actions, seemingly foolish, risked losing the element of surprise by declaring an assassination attempt so openly. Yet, there were strategic motives at play. First, to draw out Yiqingxian. Second, if she chose to evade, it would significantly undermine the morale of Xia. Morale is a peculiar entity. Initially, the martial candidates of Xia fled before the stellar river beings, utterly lacking the courage to resist. The oppressive force of such a superior civilization rendered them akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. But now, thanks to the formidable efforts of several prodigies from Xia, even those martial candidates, though weaker than the stellar river beings, dared to charge forth at the sight of them. Ants can indeed bring down an elephant, but the key lies in having the courage to act. As anticipated, upon receiving this news, in a peculiar locale to the northeast of the foreign celestial realm, Yiqingxian stood solitary, coldly stating, I await your attempt to kill me. Her solitary silhouette, adorned by the brilliant starlight cascading upon the obsidian mountains, infused the desolate surroundings with an air of mystique. In an instant, Xia was alight with fervor. Goddess Yi remains unyielding. It is said she has surpassed her limits for the 4th time. Such formidable strength undoubtedly places her in a league of her own among our martial candidates. We vow to protect Goddess Yi at all costs. Let us follow in her footsteps. If those stellar river beings wish to slay our goddess, let them come and try. In truth, everyone knew that while Xia possessed 2 million martial candidates, if all were to converge at one location, they would be unable to maintain their numbers. Therefore, 2 million would only amount to a mere 20,000 in effectiveness. Yet, at that moment, all were swept up in the fervor. Within the foreign celestial realm, suddenly, a long spear plunged into the earth, and several celestial beasts were pierced through in a single strike, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chen fell to the ground, wiping the blood from the spear's tip, revealing a look of astonishment. Unexpectedly, the aberrant beasts could emerge from the cursed lands. When Chen witnessed a horde of these creatures charging forth, he promptly dealt with them. "Thank you, my brother," he heard from a few martial examination candidates he had just rescued. Their faces etched with astonishment as they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Chen, however, merely waved his hand dismissively. He learned that these candidates were merely passing through when they encountered the ferocious beasts. At that moment, it seemed that the nearby martial candidates were all heading in a singular direction. Chen immediately inquired, "Where are you all going?" The rescued candidates suddenly displayed expressions of indignation. "To the battlefield," they exclaimed. "Indeed, the stellar body has proclaimed that within 3 days, we shall take the head of the leaf goddess." When the stellar body oppressed us, the leaf goddess retaliated fiercely, directly slaying a member of the stellar body who declared war on Hao, thus bolstering the might of our Xia nation. Now, the stellar body is making grandiose plans to eliminate the leaf goddess. This simply cannot stand. Currently, 200,000 candidates from the Xia nation are rushing to the battlefield to fight valiantly against Hao. The fervor emanating from these martial candidates momentarily stunned Chen. Isolated among the foreign celestial bodies, his information was woefully outdated. Without hesitation, he joined their ranks, his long spear making him exceedingly conspicuous. Gradually, more and more martial candidates began to converge, and their group swelled to over 300 individuals. "Brother, are you also bound for the battlefield?" one asked. "Indeed. And you all are?" Chen replied. "We shall fight to the death against the Hao civilization. It is our solemn duty." "Indeed, our solemn duty." Chen stood amidst the throng, marveling at the cohesion of the Xia nation. The long spear on his back radiated an impressive aura, and a slight smile crept upon his lips, his eyes shimmering with the brilliance of the stars. As one among 200,000 martial candidates, he could feel the unity of the Xia nation's martial aspirants, a most precious quality that transcended the tangible. His spine instinctively straightened, and he exhaled deeply. This battle represented the Xia nation's inaugural engagement with a superior civilization, laying the groundwork for future conflicts among the stars. Victory for the Xia nation was inevitable. Chapter 73. The Xia nation's trump card at the northeast corner of the foreign celestial bodies. In the location where Yi Qingxian voiced his intent, situated in the northeast corner of the foreign celestial bodies, there was said to be a striking black mountain. The resplendent starlight cascaded upon it, creating a breathtaking spectacle. At this moment, the prodigies of the Xia nation had gathered, surrounding the area tightly. Meanwhile, Chen and his cohort had finally arrived. The assembly had grown to over 1,000, and everyone was filled with exhilaration. However, they soon discovered that the exterior was already besieged. "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your sentiments, but this is a battle between us and the Hao civilization's stellar body. We must not underestimate them, both in personal strength and combat experience. They far surpass us. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary casualties, we ask for your cooperation. Only those with strength above the average will be permitted to enter." The selection of elites to confront the stellar body was underway. Chen, observing the youthful aspirations of his fellow candidates, couldn't help but smile. The speaker, a handsome and composed young man with neatly cropped hair, exuded a sense of organization and authority. His name was Chu Qing, a promising talent from the Chu family, known for his intellect and cunning from a young age. "Everyone, please listen," he continued. "Candidates below the 2nd breakthrough level should step back. The stellar body's cultivators are predominantly above this level. Those who have not reached it should refrain from engaging in this war." A synchronized cadence of footsteps echoed, and in an instant, only 13 martial candidates remained among the original 1,000. While the Xia nation boasted over 200,000 martial candidates, those who had achieved the breakthrough were scarce, let alone those at the 2nd breakthrough level. Chen stood prominently, his long spear slung across his back, drawing attention. At this moment, Chu Qing's gaze sharpened as he spoke to the remaining individuals. "Thank you for your presence. We are about to face the stellar body. Hailing from the Hao civilization, they possess combat capabilities and techniques that far exceed our own, employing brutal and bloody methods. Many martial candidates have already perished at their hands, so we can expect this battle to be fierce and bloody. Please consider this carefully. Since we have come this far, we are prepared," came the resolute response. "Indeed, The conflict between Haoyu and Xia concerns the battle of civilizations and the dignity of our martial candidates. How could we possibly retreat? The leaf goddess has declared war. And we understand this is not solely her battle, but one that involves all of us. The leaf goddess risks her safety for us. And how could we possibly show our faces if we were to back down? The surrounding martial candidates voiced their sentiments loudly, which sparked a flicker of unusual light in Chu Qing's eyes. Well said, but we must still assess your combat capabilities. This war is one we, the martial candidates of the Xia nation, must win, Chu Qing stated. The surrounding second breakthrough geniuses acknowledged his words. Each of you, please demonstrate your most powerful strike. We shall evaluate your strength. Do not hold back. If your abilities are insufficient, recklessly confronting the stellar body may lead to dire consequences. Time was of the essence. And this was their only course of action. Having witnessed many strong individuals in the Chu family, Chu Qing believed his discerning eye was among the keenest of his generation. With a flurry of movements, the second breakthrough martial candidates unleashed their most adept techniques. Not bad, brother. That move was impressive. You've passed. But do exercise caution and prioritize your safety. Brother, your vitality seems unstable. I advise you to refrain from entering the battlefield. Simply reaching this point is commendable. Do not overestimate your valor. Chu Qing displayed remarkable leadership, his every word and action leaving those around him feeling invigorated. Although not the most gifted in talent within the Chu family, he was reputed for his excellent rapport. At that moment, it was Gu Chen's turn. Chu Qing's expression shifted to one of seriousness. His experienced gaze detected an aura emanating from Gu Chen that set him apart from the others. Gu Chen unslung his long spear, refraining from utilizing any martial techniques, and simply wielded the spear forward. In an instant, the force unleashed from the spear was terrifying, causing the surrounding air to ripple violently. Several nearby martial candidates were startled and instinctively recoiled, fearing injury from the spear's light. Wow, that martial candidate with the long spear, who walked with us earlier, is astonishing. I noticed him from the outset, and he is truly formidable, exclaimed one candidate. That seemingly unremarkable strike, without any martial techniques, could very well send me to my grandmother's side. The candidates previously rescued by Gu Chen expressed their excitement and enthusiasm, marveling at his prowess, which had clearly not yet reached the second breakthrough level. Thus, one could only gaze from afar as these true top-tier geniuses of the Xia Kingdom entered the battlefield. Indeed, the Xia Kingdom is a land of hidden talents. I am Chu Qing, he said, clasping his hands in greeting. Gu Chen returned the gesture. I am Gu Chen, hailing from the imperial capital. The imperial capital? That makes it even more convenient. After the martial examination, we shall surely meet again. We must gather then, Chu Qing noted, committing Gu Chen's name to memory. Having witnessed merely that single shot, he was convinced that this young man named Gu Chen was undoubtedly among the most formidable forces in the Xia Kingdom. Although puzzled as to why he had never heard of such a figure before, he solemnly added, I entrust the upcoming battle to you, Brother Gu. Gu Chen nodded slightly, and then strode toward the dark mountain, swiftly disappearing into the throng. Chu Gu, you haven't assigned him a position yet. The talented individuals within the gathering trusted Chu Qing, for with so many entering, chaos would surely ensue if left unchecked. Therefore, Chu Qing allocated positions based on each individual's strengths. He does not require it. He is akin to my Chu family and those true prodigies of the Xia Kingdom. Our hidden trump card. They are the ones who have mastered the blood realm to its zenith, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the Star River body when necessary. Is Brother Chu Xian also here? I had not heard any news of him. I thought he would not attend this time. Upon hearing Chu Qing's words, those around him immediately thought of the prodigy of the Chu family, who had also reached the fourth breakthrough in the blood realm and had once slain a Star River body. Chu Qing remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips. Could it be that Yi Qingxian's declaration of war was a premeditated scheme among the top geniuses of the Xia Kingdom? He watched Gu Chen's figure fade into the crowd, a sense of unexpected delight washing over him. Chapter 74. The monster that instantly slays the Star River body. The terrifying Jiangzi Xuan. Gu Chen traversed the vicinity, where the cream of the Xia Kingdom's young martial artists congregated. Their levels were all within the second breakthrough, with stable blood energy and solid foundations, ranking among the upper echelons even within that realm. He soon spotted Yi Qingxian, seated atop the dark mountain, meditating with her eyes closed. Her long hair danced gently in the breeze, exuding an enchanting allure even in profile. At this moment, her aura was vibrant. The intensity of her blood energy at the fourth breakthrough boiling and saturating the air, a faint scent of blood wafting through the atmosphere. Gu Chen understood. This was to bolster the morale of the troops. Yi Qingxian's strength would undoubtedly instill courage in these martial examination candidates of the Xia Kingdom, empowering them to confront the formidable Star River body of the Haoyu civilization. Confronting a higher civilization is no trivial matter. At that moment, a chilling presence began to permeate the air, inducing extreme discomfort. Yi Qingxian, perched high upon the dark mountain, instantly opened her keen eyes, her aura surging toward the distance. Boom. This was an invisible clash. The void reverberated. All the candidates from the Xia Kingdom immediately became alert. Have they arrived? Yi Goddess had just engaged in an aura clash with the enemy, and indeed, the reputation of the Star River bodies was well-deserved. As even Yi Qingshuan's fourth breakthrough aura could be resisted, these talented individuals had felt Yi Qingxian's aura, which was truly overwhelming. In the entire Xia Kingdom, those who had reached the fourth breakthrough were exceedingly few. Achieving the fourth breakthrough is an arduous task, far beyond the realm of mere effort. Not far away, figures approached. A sight that was indeed terrifying. They were tall, resembling mechanized robots, their bodies encased in metallic skeletal structures, their expressions cold, akin to omnipotent deities. This was the oppressive force from an advanced civilization, a daunting trial for the Xia Kingdom, which was only beginning to embark on its martial journey. Your actions have been under our surveillance these past few days. It is surprising that a lowly civilization like yours, just beginning in martial arts, possesses such courage and organization. However, regrettably, the divide between civilizations cannot be bridged by mere slogans. Your presence here constitutes an invasion of how we, the insignificant survivors of a civilization that faced obliteration, still retain the power to eradicate you all. The voice of Jiang Zixuan, the leader, was icy and imposing. Though his tone was gentle, it sent shivers down one's spine. Leave, or face annihilation. Today, we only seek the head of Yi Qingxian. The only response from the martial examination candidates of the Xia Kingdom was a singular word: war. Boom. The fierce battle erupted amidst this thunderous roar, as the Star River bodies surged into the crowd like arrows released from a bow, transforming into cold instruments of slaughter. Those gathered here were the top talents of the Xia Kingdom. Did they still believe they could be easily vanquished? Die. What could an advanced civilization do? Once again, the Xia Kingdom had blood coursing through its veins. No one shall bend our spine. Boom. Boom. The figures of the Xia Kingdom's martial examination candidates flew back like cannonballs. Yet swiftly, other talents surged forth. A lithe figure darted into the gap behind one of the Star River bodies, the short dagger in hand transforming into a streak of cold light that stabbed forth. Uft. The dagger deftly evaded the metallic skeletal structure, slicing through flesh. And with a sudden yank, he tore a piece of metal bone directly from its body. The Star River body reacted instantly, its body transforming into a terrifying weapon, sending him flying away. The martial examination candidate spat blood, yet his eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. Haha, I've opened a wound in his lower back. Focus fire there. Kill him. That Star River body was immediately surrounded by several martial examination candidates. Ultimately, it fell. The war was brutal. In the fleeting moments of collision, casualties on the Xia Kingdom's side had already exceeded 100. The strength of the Star River bodies was terrifying, resembling tireless machines. Their eyes pulsated with inhuman frequency, seemingly capturing every angle of attack and executing the most meticulous and perfect counterattacks. Boom, boom. Each punch sent a second breakthrough martial artist flying back, some losing consciousness, while others writhed on the ground in agony. Gu Chen's expression darkened as he moved like a dragon through the crowd, the long spear in his grasp suddenly falling into his hand. At this moment, a Star River body was rampaging mercilessly. The surrounding martial examination candidates were no match for it. Its cold body was stained red with blood, the aura of slaughter reaching the heavens. Despite being the elite talents of the Xia Kingdom, they remained utterly defenseless. It seemed to be whispering, yet it spoke only the truth. Suddenly, a jolt surged through its heart. Danger. A chilling sensation enveloped him instantaneously. His pupils contracted. Just as he intended to brace himself, a figure descended like a grim reaper, a long spear sweeping toward him, carrying the force of collapsing mountains. Bang! The long spear swept through the air. In an instant, a devastating force struck the abdomen of the Star River body, the sound of cracking resonating ominously as the metallic skeletal structure, comparable to a stellar-grade weapon, shattered piece by piece. The chilling noise sent shivers down his spine, and in that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the very essence of life itself. His words were cut short as that furious power propelled him away, crashing onto the dark mountainside, which trembled violently, fissures appearing across its surface. Just as he was about to utter something, a cold, unyielding spear hurtled towards him, piercing him entirely. Instant annihilation. Jiang Zixuan stood amidst the crowd, his pupils constricting sharply as he endeavored to catch a glimpse of that figure. For the Star Moon engine, this should have been a rather effortless task. However, he could only perceive a fleeting shadow, one so dark that it caused the operation of his Star Moon engine to falter momentarily. This sensation of lag was unprecedented. The figure had effortlessly dispatched a Star River body, then vanished into the throng. Exercise caution. A monster lurks among the populace of the Summer Kingdom. Meanwhile, atop the blackened mountainside, Yi Qingshuan's serene visage suddenly blossomed into a breathtaking smile, having spotted that elusive figure. Yet, her gaze was fixed on the horizon, sensing an exceptionally dangerous presence nearby that weighed heavily upon her heart, filling her with foreboding. Could there be an even more formidable Star River body lurking in the shadows? Chapter 75. the third-generation star river body, wuxianovel, devouring rivers, embodying the blazing sun. The clash between the two factions intensified. However, thus far, the losses incurred by the Summer Kingdom were more substantial. Damn it, do these wretched beings not know fatigue? Someone cursed angrily. Gazing at those star river bodies still brimming with an aura of dread, it seemed they were oblivious to exhaustion. Their stellar-grade metallic skeletons rendering the weapons of these individuals utterly ineffective against them, inflicting minimal damage. These beings had undergone advanced technological modifications, mimicking the forms of elite prodigies. Observe how their physiques resonate harmoniously with the surrounding spiritual energy, drawing it towards them, making their bodies akin to perpetual motion machines, unyielding to weariness. The spiritual energy within invigorates their blood, ensuring their physical vitality remains inexhaustible. Nevertheless, it matters not. As long as we endure, survival is paramount. Have you noticed? Among us, there lies a true prodigy, currently concealed in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal strike against those star river bodies. With a swift motion, as soon as the words left his lips, a figure surged forth from the crowd, a long blade descending from above, its frosty gleam infused with an icy pressure, swiftly severing the head of a star river body before disappearing once more into the masses. Yet another one. Indeed, the goddess Yi is merely the most visible genius representing our Summer Kingdom, while those prodigies on the celestial rankings remain hidden, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash their most lethal powers. The wielder of the blade. Could it be Chu Xian of the Chu family? It must be him. Just moments ago, another mysterious martial examination candidate made a move. Did you see? Like a phantom, he wielded a spear that shattered that star river body. Humph. Those star river bodies look down upon us from the Summer Kingdom, yet they remain unaware that our geniuses have yet to reveal their true potential. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded across the battlefield, and at that moment, Chen suddenly raised his head, sensing a powerful aura that surpassed all the star river bodies. Yet, that chilling presence lingered in the hearts of all present. Yi Qingxian, standing atop the dark mountainside, abruptly rose. It has arrived. The hidden powerhouse could no longer contain itself. From the direction the star river bodies had previously come, a figure gradually emerged, initially concealed in shadow, towering and imposing, its aura instilling fear. When it stepped into the sunlight, its noble nose and profound eyes were revealed, yet it bore no golden metallic skeleton. Instead, its skin appeared to have a faint, luminous coating that shimmered under the light, exuding an overwhelming pressure upon all present. The sense of oppression derived from its very bloodline made the martial examination candidates tremble. The second-generation star river body instilled a sense of dread within them. Its presence, steeped in the unknown, shrouded in the advanced technology of a higher civilization, evoked a profound sense of unease. However, this individual emanated a true sense of domination. A pressure akin to sovereignty rendered their blood stagnant. What manner of monster is this? Could it also be a star river body? Yet why does it feel so distinct from the others? Its very appearance exudes a commanding aura, as though a beast stood before them. Faintly, they could hear the sound of flowing rivers. Was that its life force? Surrounding martial examination candidates displayed expressions of trepidation. You are unlike the others. Are you also a star river body of the Hallyu civilization? Yi Qingshuan's cold voice resonated, her formidable life force surging like a thriving ocean, gradually soothing the pervasive fear. The third-generation star river body, wuxianovel. I did not expect such a low-tier civilization to produce a talent of your caliber, surpassing limits 4 times, truly an eye-opener. It appears that within your Summer Kingdom's martial examination candidates, there lies hidden potential. His tone was calm, yet the condescension in his demeanor made others uncomfortable, as if he regarded himself as a deity of life. The third-generation star river body, a remnant of the Hallyu civilization, has survived. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Summer Kingdom's Zishuan Pavilion, the atmosphere turned grave. A third-generation star river body? Is it possible that the Hallyu civilization truly created such a monstrosity? Furthermore, after enduring the cosmic storm, this third-generation star river body has remained intact. Damn it. We know nothing about the third-generation star river body, and thus cannot gauge its strength. They are evidently targeting the top talents of our Summer Kingdom. Should any of our prodigies fall, it would spell monumental loss for us. At that moment, the tension within the Zishuan Pavilion was palpable. The disparity between the second and third generations resembled a vast chasm. Amidst millions of second-generation star river bodies, the chance of one emerging was minuscule. Devouring rivers, embodying the blazing sun. This is the third-generation star river body. Children, please return safely. Even the elders bore solemn expressions. Meanwhile, across the Summer Kingdom, countless individuals tuned into the live broadcast, witnessing the fearsome silhouette. Is that truly the third-generation star river body? If the second-generation star river bodies are already perilous, how terrifying must the third generation be? Even through the screen, I can feel that astonishing pressure. How infuriating. My heart races. Those are mere children facing such an adversary. One can hardly fathom the pressure they must endure. Alas, this generation of children has faced too many crises. They are commendable. I can only pray for the martial examination to conclude swiftly. Safety is of utmost importance. The children of this generation shall become the pillars of the Xia nation. I possess a profound premonition of this. Having endured the trials of blood, they now confront the advanced geniuses of the higher cosmos at such a tender age. Their futures brimming with boundless potential. Depart. I would rather my son lead a life of mediocrity than see him venture into perilous situations. Various opinions swirl like a tempest in the live broadcast chat. At this moment, Lu Shenyang suddenly furrowed his brow. His corporeal form radiated like a blazing sun, imbued with intense and volatile energy, every cell pulsating with fearsome vitality. Yet, it appeared as if he had sensed something. His gaze sweeping over the crowd of martial arts examinees from the Xia nation before abruptly focusing on a particular direction. The aura was eerily familiar. It seemed someone had taken what rightfully belonged to him. In the crowd, Gu Chen slightly frowned. Lu Xingyang. Wasn't that the name inscribed upon the stone tablet near the Tianhua Qishue fruit within the starry secret realm? The third-generation star river body, Lu Xingyang. Chapter 76, Surrender Gu Chen, and the How You Shall Spare the Xia Nation. Lu Xingyang's voice was soft, yet it carried an astonishing allure. Taking another's possessions without consent is indeed an impolite act. His voice resonated as he finally pinpointed Gu Chen's location. The surrounding people then began to comprehend whom Lu Xingyang referred to. Is it him? I just witnessed him unleash a thunderous strike, instantaneously dispatching a second-generation star river body. Who is he? Why does he seem so unfamiliar? To be capable of eliminating a second-generation star river body, he must be among the most elite geniuses of our Xia nation. Could he also be a genius warrior who has transcended limits for times? Oh, our Xia nation's martial arts examinees truly conceal extraordinary talents. Did the third-generation star river body, Lu Xingyang, claim that he took Lu Xingyang's belongings? By all means. If we have found them, they rightfully belong to us. Let him depart. Someone could not help but exclaim. What we Xia nation people earn through our own efforts is ours, especially considering the considerable blood feud between us. We remember how many have perished at the hands of the star river bodies. Gu Chen advanced slowly, standing tall in front of the martial arts examinees of the Xia nation. An extraordinary aura emanated from him. What an intimidating presence this brother possesses. Goodness. Why do I feel his aura rivals that of the star river body before us? Our Xia nation has birthed a prodigy. Ha! The martial arts examinees behind him felt invigorated, sharing in his glory. At this moment, Lu Shengyang revealed a playful smile. You seem unperturbed by my presence. Which is indeed perplexing. My life essence is beyond the reach of beings from ordinary civilizations, so when confronted with me, even if one feigns composure, the pressure within is bound to be overwhelming. It appears you are quite exceptional, seemingly devoid of fear. You must have discovered my Tianhua Qishue fruit, cultivated specifically for me, containing immense energy. You ought to consider yourself fortunate for not having recklessly consumed it. Otherwise, its energy would have overwhelmed and obliterated you. Return that fruit to me. He commanded, tinged with authority. Yet Gu Chen merely shook his head and replied, I have already consumed it. As Lu Xingyang was about to mock him, his expression suddenly shifted to one of surprise. He meticulously sensed the situation again, then remarked with astonishment, You are indeed extraordinary. Even a second-generation star river body would be obliterated by the power of that fruit. It was cultivated specifically for the third-generation star river body, its energy volatile. Any ordinary individual would face dire consequences upon consumption. My original intention was to eliminate Yi Qingxian, but it seems today as target may change. As his words fell, the second-generation star river bodies gathered around him, their auras exceedingly formidable. Lu Xingyang wore a knowing smile, then coldly stated, The martial arts examinees of Xia Nation are commendable. Though they are merely at the nascent stage of martial arts, they deserve our respect. Recently, both sides have suffered considerable losses. I propose a way to avoid this war. Surrender this martial arts examinee, and the conflict shall cease immediately. Thereafter, the star river bodies of my Hao civilization shall refrain from further hostilities against your martial arts examinees. You are conducting a large-scale martial arts examination, correct? Once concluded, you may depart from the Hao star. To be candid, should further conflict ensue, the casualties on Xia Nation's side would be catastrophic. The emergence of third-generation star river bodies, coupled with so many second-generation star river bodies, would be akin to an insurmountable mountain of steel. Haha. You star river bodies are quite calculating, attempting to undermine the fighting spirit of my Xia Nation. Do you underestimate us too greatly? We, the youth, may perish upon the battlefield, but we shall never retreat. A clear voice rang out from the crowd, and all eyes turned to see a handsome young man step forth, wielding a dark long sword, with striking features and a well-proportioned physique. Lu Xingyang, is it? Do advanced civilizations also resort to such despicable psychological tactics? Though I do not know you, we stand upon the same front, making us the closest of comrades. Today, no matter who you wish to claim, you must first step over my corpse. I am Chu Xian, from the Chu family of the Xia Nation. Chu Xian of the Chu family. the strongest genius of this generation in the martial examination. Another genius who has transcended limits 4 times. Lu Xinyang's expression turned contemplative. For a youth from a lower civilization to achieve such heights is indeed remarkable. I am Li Tsangxuan, son of the master of the Tsangtian Martial Arts Academy. I shall fight to the death today, without the slightest hint of retreat. If you wish for us to surrender him, you are dreaming. Jiang Hung of the Jiang family from Xia Nation, to battle. How audacious. You claim to be a third-generation Star River body, yet you act so arrogantly. From the moment we became warriors, we understood the treacherous path we tread. On the road to glory, every step could lead to our demise. What of it if we perish today? This battle shall elevate the prestige of our Xia Nation. At this moment, powerful and resolute voices echoed, hidden in the shadows. The exceptional talents of the Xia Nation revealed themselves, the most elite among them. They emerged from the crowd, their auras unparalleled, joined by geniuses arriving from various locales. Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, Wang Hongxiu, son of Master Kang from the border warfare sect, Songjun. Their voices resonated, some recounting their forebears, others sharing their own tales. Standing firm in solidarity. The third and fourth limit transcendence. This is but a fraction of the most elite martial arts examinees of the Xia Nation. At this moment, the fighting spirit of the entire Xia Nation surged to unprecedented heights. Everyone clenched their fists. On the darkened summit, a stunning figure gradually descended, standing before Gu Chun. Yi Qingxian cast a glance at Gu Chun and then turned to Lu Xianyang. I declare war on Haoyu. All martial arts examinees of the Xia Nation shall respond. This is the unity of our nation. Withdraw your despicable tactics, lest we lose all respect for your Haoyu civilization. With a crackling sound, armored plates began to materialize upon Yi Qingxian, thin yet crystalline, perfectly proportioned. Today, the Summer Kingdom shall utterly eradicate all remnants of the Haoyu civilization's star bodies, leaving not a single one alive. Yi Qingxian, seemingly incensed, positioned herself protectively in front of Gu Chun, her tone brimming with undisguised menace. Lu Xinyang's expression also darkened progressively. The star bodies gazed upon the burgeoning battle intent emanating from the martial examination candidates of the Summer Kingdom, falling into deep contemplation. This Summer Kingdom is far more formidable than they had anticipated. Chapter 77. The Astonishing Lu Xinyang. The Black Prison Armor. Gu Chun cast a glance at the armor adorning Yi Qingxian, his expression one of surprise. This was the battle armor currently developed by the Summer Kingdom, exorbitantly priced. It was only due to his participation in the martial examination that his father had gifted him a set. This armor can connect with spiritual energy, achieving an optimal fit that enhances defensive capabilities and smooths the flow of spiritual energy. However, it cannot rival the hardness of the star-grade metallic skeletons of the Haoyu civilization. At this moment, Chu Xian's voice resonated beside Gu Chun, his face reflecting envy as he admired Yi Qingxuan's exquisite armor, seemingly yearning for a set of his own. Yet, this armor represents the latest technology of the Summer Kingdom. Though not fully matured, its cost is staggering. The advancement and sophistication of the Haoyu civilization do not stem solely from the superiority of their metallic skeletons over Yi Qingxuan's armor. The distinction lies in the Haoyu civilization's capacity to equip hundreds of thousands of second-generation star bodies with metallic skeletons that achieve the requisite star-grade hardness, while the Summer Kingdom, despite exhausting all its resources, can only forge a handful of armors. Yi Qingxuan's possession of such armor is attributed firstly to her family's influence, and secondly to her prominence, having garnered the attention of significant figures. Just then, Lu Xinyang let out a derisive chuckle. In the next instant, a terrifying aura erupted from him, akin to a rolling sun, an overwhelming energy radiating outward from his being with wild ferocity. Is this the third-generation star body? It is far more formidable than the second generation, with a blood strength exceeding 3,900. He is nothing short of a monster. The vitality, life tier, and cellular strength are all alarmingly potent. Leave it to me, Gu Chun suddenly declared, igniting his battle spirit. The third-generation star body presents an excellent opportunity to gauge his own strength. Gu Chun now stands transformed compared to when he first set foot on the alien celestial bodies. Even he himself is unaware of the full extent of his current capabilities. The surrounding prodigies observed Gu Chun, their expressions tinged with unease. Gu, he has clearly set his sights on you. This third-generation star body is indeed terrifying. His metallic skeleton likely surpasses star-grade hardness, perfectly adhering to his skin, signifying flawless defense. You should retreat and let us handle this. Yes, stay put and do not act recklessly. Lu Xinyang's target is you. In a one-on-one confrontation, our chances are slim. The surrounding prodigies hurriedly voiced their concerns. They sensed Gu Chun's blood vitality was approaching its third limit break, while this was already an elite status among them. It was evidently insufficient against Lu Xinyang. However, as their words fell, an immense aura suddenly surged from Gu Chun, his skin radiating brilliance. A spectrum of colors swirling around him, the momentary fluctuation instilling a primordial fear rooted in their very bloodlines and cells. Yi Qingxuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. This is the God Rainbow level physical tier, the fifth stage of the physical realm. Yi Qingxian recalled when she first met Gu Chen. His physical tier was at the brilliant gold level, and now he has ascended to the fifth stage, the God Rainbow. Trust me, leave him to me. The astonishment on everyone's faces was palpable. Gu Chen's figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, the void trembling under the weight of his terrifying speed, causing the earth to shudder. With audacity, Lu Shengyang vanished into the air, his speed eluding the naked eye. Boom! A cataclysmic clash resonated through the void. The two figures staggered backward, suspended in the air. Lu Shengyang furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on Gu Chen with grave seriousness. At that moment, a peculiar aura began to emanate from Gu Chen, the black prison armor. With a swish, it rapidly coalesced upon his skin like scales, the pitch-black armor exuding depth and mystery. He stood there, the armor appearing to awaken, vibrant and dynamic, as if a fearsome creature from the dark cosmos had aligned with him. What is this? Even Lu Xingyang's countenance darkened, the oppressive weight of the ebony armor overwhelming him. He harbored a premonition. This was a terrifying entity that, no matter how advanced biological technology became, could never be replicated. But why would such a thing manifest on a young individual, and from a lower civilization at that? The Summer Kingdom martial exam candidates were stirred. What is this? Starry armor? Has the Summer Kingdom equipped Gu Chen with a set? Yet, why does it seem so distinct from the goddess Yes? At this moment, Yi Qingxian refrained from elaborating. Only she, clad in starry armor, understood that her armor bore no comparison to Gu Chen's. Hers resembled a mere garment, while Gu Chen's embodied an unknown and enigmatic life force. This fellow harbors numerous, terrifying secrets. Gu Chen retrieved the thunderbolt spear from his back, gripping it tightly, its fierce lightning subtly radiating. In that instant, he appeared as a deity wielding the spear of thunder, standing atop a mountain, the spear tip suddenly pointing at Lu Xingyang. Regardless of what you are merely the detritus of a lower civilization. Lu Xingyang hurled a punch toward Gu Chen, yet Gu Chen brandished his spear, the black prison armor erupting with a resounding and thunderous clamor, akin to a multitude of cicadas in a frenzy. Gu Chen raised his hand and executed the supreme spear technique, the Azure Dragon Spear technique. One thrust unleashed, the void exploded. Lu Xingyang's pupils constricted, his body hurtling backward. In that moment, he sensed his cells being fiercely suppressed. Gu Chen's relentless onslaught continued, the Stargrade spear unleashing the force capable of collapsing mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Xingyang was sent sprawling through the air, struck 3 times by Gu Chen in the void, each blow delivering a surge of instantaneous acceleration. Boom. His body collided against a pitch-black mountain, his expression one of sheer astonishment, disbelief flooding his eyes. The strength of the third-generation star body lies in its cells being artificially stimulated to an unimaginably active state, imposing tremendous suppression on other beings, rendering them incapable of unleashing their full prowess in his presence. Yet now, he felt absolute suppression emanating from this individual before him. Previously, he regarded himself as a star, vast and powerful, capable of dominating all. Yet when faced with Gu Chen, he discovered, it feels as though I am confronting the frigid, inky expanse of the universe. You ought to tremble before me. Gu Chen's chilling voice resonated, imbued with a lethal cadence. When Lu Xingyang first arrived, he had once declared that Gu Chen harbored no fear of him, his expression laced with disdain. Yet now, in the brief exchange that ensued, Gu Chen retaliated with overwhelming might. You should indeed fear me.